I mean, holy cow, New England has all of today to get through. We're looking at Worcester coming in at 2.3, and we're just starting to get those powerful snow bands to get into Massachusetts. So we will have snow totals in Massachusetts also surpassing 2 feet. Let's talk about coastal flooding. We talked to the mayor in Warwick, Rhode Island, as I mentioned. Notice that they do not have any coastal flood warnings in place. The wind direction is not in a direction that's a concern for your shoreline. Nice to have at least have somebody marked off the list for coastal flooding. The good news is we're looking at minor to moderate, so we have seen worse. This is going to be the type of flooding that we see for the Jersey Shore that would be the typical offender spots. So as long as you didn't park there, you're going to be good to go. We're looking at about 1 to 2 feet of inundation. We already made it past the high tide for last night, and the next high tide cycle is coming in midday. So about 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. for the East Coast, depending on where you live. So that's going to be the next high tide cycle that we're concerned with. And at that point, some of the roads might be cleared on the Jersey Shore, at least the big ones. I think those side streets are going to take a long time. And that means that that inundation will be on snowpack. And when you get salt water on top of the snowpack, it really gets nasty, guys. So just a good idea to really look out for that coastal flood impact. Guys, you guys are helping us tell the story. We do want to see some of your photos, your videos. And as we put them up, you're going to notice a QR code on your screen. You want to make sure that you take your phone and you scan that, because that will allow you to send your photos and videos to us. And our producers, they're lickety-split. They can get something up in about 30 seconds. But it's important because it gives us that ground truth, that observation of what is actually going on.
This is an interesting one. Union City, New Jersey. I'm actually not even quite sure. It's a little tilted. It's snow-covered, that's for sure. You can just see the deepening snow on those cars. We've been looking at cars all over the place.
Yeah, there's Union City, New Jersey, definitely seeing the snow stack up. The plows have been out a little bit in that shot. And then here's a video from Times Square from Daniel. Thank you so much for that perspective. The interesting thing is, if you're in Manhattan, it's a little deceiving because you look at it and you're like, well, we had a lot more with the last storm. It's just because they've been out in massive numbers to be clearing the streets here in Manhattan. Bedminster, New Jersey, Mike, holy cow, that's well over a foot of snow. You're looking like 14, 15 inches of snow there. So that's sent in by Mike. Here's another video coming in from Warwick, Rhode Island. Cynthia, we just talked to your mayor. He's a nice guy. Oh my gosh, middle of the night, busy as mayor, and he is out giving live updates on Fox News Channel. So a big shout out to you guys. This is a look at Central Park in New York, and that's where you get the true representation of the snow in New York. They surpassed a daily record for Sunday. This photo sent in by Nick, by the way. Their daily record, a new one, 8.8. They surpassed their daily record by over an inch. And as of 1 a.m., the total was above 9. So at this point, we're probably approaching a foot. Last snow in mid-January for New York, by the way, came in just over 11 inches. So we'll easily surpass that. There's a look at that code again. Take out your phone, scan it. We can see it, share it. We'd love to see how you are living through this blizzard. Meanwhile, let's talk about how much snow we still have yet to come as you take a look at New York. New York's going to stack up at least an additional 6 to 8 inches of snow. Pretty impressive, right? That means our snow totals will be well over a foot more than what we saw mid-January. Jersey Shore is going to be one of the hardest hit areas. The kicker here is that a lot of the Jersey Shore is without power now. It's one of our top spots for power outages. Philadelphia, another 8 to 12 inches, but look at what happens in PA. Whoop, bottom drops out. Backside of nor'easters, there's a stark drop-off where we just don't pick up the snow totals because that dry air starts to intrude. So as you take a look at PA and New Jersey, you're going to see a lot more action for Philadelphia out towards the Jersey Shore. It starts to break apart. We get some drier air moving in early tomorrow morning, maybe even a crossover to rain. We'll see that in Philadelphia as well. But by tomorrow night, we are done with it. The problem is the wind is still there, so we see some drifting. But with the rain falling on top of the snow, maybe that will pack it down. We'll see how things progress for Philadelphia because we're definitely looking at some heavy snow totals. As we go throughout the afternoon today, we're looking at 39 degrees. We're getting above freezing. That is key. We will cross over to a little bit of rain. We'll get some melting. That will help us out. Tuesday is a good clear out day for tomorrow, but notice that the overnight temperatures are below freezing, so look out for those slick roads. You'll notice Tuesday night into Wednesday, we have another weather system. I know, deep breath. The good news is it's not a big one, but we are going to add on to the snow and the rain. The important thing is those afternoon temperatures. As long as we can keep it above freezing, we're going to be able to get some melting done, and that certainly is going to help us out with what we're going to be doing to getting out of this mess. Let's take you to New York City. Another 8 to 12 inches of snow possible, 12 to 18 for ice slip. Long Island and Jersey Shore, I think that's going to be the competition for the top snow totals. Long Island, we have some gnarly snow bands that are moving through right now that will easily produce 3 to 4 inches of snow per hour, and we already have over a foot of snow on the ground. So as you take a look at Long Island, also the South Shore of Connecticut, right on the Long Island Sound, we have these powerful winds, 40, 50 miles per hour. The snow's continuing through the afternoon. Long Island doesn't even clear out until probably about 8 o'clock later tonight. So we're looking at a significant amount of time. No one's going anywhere as we take a look at the conditions for today or Tuesday. Boston, you guys have just started. You have a couple inches on the ground. You have another 1.5 to 2 feet of snow to go. We could see 2 to 3 feet in Plymouth. As you take a look at these crazy snow totals, don't get married to it happening in Plymouth or in New Bedford. What's going to determine that is ocean effect. We are going to see an impact and very micro scale features show up on radar. So this will be something that we'll be watching throughout the day. So stay with us because our meteorologists will see it happen in real time. We call it nowcasting. So Molly, we'll be watching this area very closely in coastal Massachusetts because somebody here is going to get 2 to 3 feet of snow. Pretty impressive stuff. There's a look at our, exclusive Fox model. When you see the white and the light blue moving on shore, those are those snow bands that lead to those intense snow rates, and thus you get the 2 to 3 feet of snow. So impressive stuff anticipated for coastal areas of Massachusetts.
Yeah, it is piling up, continuing to pile. We're going to watch it all day long. Here we are in the early morning hours, going to watch it well potentially into the evening here. Fox Weather has your coverage all night long. A live look at all of these conditions, all of the things we are facing. Thank you for watching us. The winter headquarters for your storm, both networks keeping you informed. Fox Weather, Fox News Channel together. Thanks for watching.
Let's talk about winter precipitation. You get rain, freezing rain, sleet, and snow. So let's talk about how each is formed. All precipitation usually begins as snow at the top of the atmosphere. As it falls on down, as long as the entire atmosphere is about 32 degrees or cooler, it will remain snow when it hits the ground. Sleet happens when the snowflakes melt, turns into a raindrop, and then refreezes with a very cold atmosphere at the bottom layer. Freezing rain, it's a little bit different. We've got warm air on top of a very shallow layer of cold air. That rain falls through that shallow cold layer as it hits the ground as liquid, but then freezes on contact. If the entire column of air is above freezing from the surface all the way to the top of the troposphere, well, that's just plain old rain. Small temperature changes in the profile of the air can lead to huge differences in what type of precipitation you see.
We're your Winter Storm HQ. Fox Weather for all seasons, for all. Picture this. You get a warning that your tires are low on air.
Tire pressure low, and I hate it.
This is the Bullseye Pro.
What do you think of an air compressor in the palm of your hand?
Now this is light.
Easy to read, it lights up.
I'm impressed that it's this small and it can work in such a big truck.
It's convenient, it's lightweight. I can keep this in my glove compartment.
This is the Bullseye Pro Inflator. It's your anytime, anywhere inflation station. With its rechargeable lithium-ion battery, Bullseye Pro puts the power of a full-size air compressor in the palm of your hand.
You mean this can actually do my tires and I don't have to go to that old pump thing?
You do not.
Seriously?
This will do it.
If you could get 4 tires, that's awesome.
This little thing's strong enough to put air in these low-profile tires.
All 4 of them if you'd like.
No kidding. I want to put it about 42. That's my highway travel PSI.
Okay, 42. We'll pop it on there. Trigger starts it, and just set it down. And you don't have to babysit it. That will automatically shut off when it gets to the PSI.
Perfect, I don't have to stand out here and wait.
You don't really know you need it until you need it.
Geez, that was so easy.
35 exactly.
35.
Right, hit right on target here.
Now, since we first started selling the Bullseye Pro, people everywhere have been using it to keep the things they rely on perfectly inflated. It's the smarter, faster way to fill anything with air.
Oh, that was easy. It's amazing. It's really handy.
You shut it and forget it.
I can't believe I can do this on my own.
Call or go online now and get the complete Bullseye Pro inflation system, all for the factory direct price of just $79.99. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. That's right, free shipping. But to really inflate this offer, we'll give you a 50% discount on a second one. Call or go online to order now.
To order, call 1-800-403-9257 or go to getbullseyepro.com. So call 1-800-403-9257 or order online at getbullseyepro.com. Order now.
There is a crisis. Thousands of healthy dogs are scheduled to be killed today. Shelters are too full. Now there's hope. iPaw Rescue is a nonprofit founded by legendary business activist Carl Icahn.
When there are thousands of dogs being killed every day that could be saved, the system is broken. I can't save them all, and that's why I created iPaw.
iPaw's network rescues dogs and transports them to no-kill sanctuaries, where they receive care until they're adopted. Your gift of $19 will save a dog about to be killed.
When you donate to iPaw, every penny you put in will go to save the dogs. Time is what these dogs do not have. That's why we're matching your donation right now.
That means double the lives saved. Your donation is the difference between life and death.
Call 1-800-238-8201 or visit ipawrescue.org now.
Hey there, good morning. Welcome into Fox Weather First. We are coming to you on the Fox Business Network and the Fox Weather app. I'm Craig Herrera.
Melanie, back live in Boston, where the wind has really picked up and conditions only deteriorating this morning.
Man, well, you can see it right there. You can hear it. We're all in on this massive blizzard of 2026. It's bringing the I-95 corridor to a standstill. Now, we have been combining all of our resources here at Fox, and we are simulcasting, have been all night on Fox News Channel. Live updates to bring to you. Melanie, we're going to check in with you in just a few moments, but let's give you some of our headlines this morning. You're taking a look at the power outages continuing to skyrocket. These are extending out, millions being blasted by these blizzards out there. We've got more than 10 inches of snow that's been observed. As we're taking a look at some of these numbers here. In fact, New York, New Jersey, these numbers have been more than impressive. That 10 inches coming in for Seacliff, New York on Long Island. Long Island getting in on not only the snow, but plenty in the way of those gusty winds. You heard it. We do want to bring in Britta Merwin right now. Britta, you've been here all night, my friend, covering the storm. I was watching you late last night, early this morning. What's your take on the storm? I know all of us behind the scenes have just been like, this is wild. It's a beautiful storm.
Yeah.
The impacts are significant, but man, what a storm.
I mean, this is the peak of the intensity, what we've been waiting for, gosh, well over 5 days since we've really seen this go from what is going to happen to this is what's going to happen. We had Molly Lyon on here all night long, simulcasting both on Fox News Channel and Fox Weather. Now we join you on Fox Business Network. So good to see all you guys. As we wake up and start the day, this is the moment that it really all comes down to. We have many areas that are surpassing over a foot of snow. In fact, we have 3 states that have broken the 12 inches. Man. We also have winds that are gusting well above 70 miles per hour. We have blizzard conditions that have been confirmed in 3 states, including Newark Airport. So the travel impact to this, I mean, gosh, we're getting heads up that folks aren't going to get flights back in line until midweek. Yeah, it's true. I have a lot of friends and family trying to come out this week. I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work. And then trying to get back after that. Great job, my friend. Good to see you. We also want to talk about all those totals. Impressive. And then we have these bands that are also impressive. We're going to watch for some convergence and intense snow bands. To Boston we go. It is one of the many cities along the I-95 corridor currently in the thick of this monster nor'easter. Now, the city currently in the worst of it with snow, extreme winds, and we even have to be concerned with coastal flooding. We go to Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black live in Boston this morning. Melanie, just a few minutes ago, we heard from you, and we could certainly hear the winds howling. What's it like out there right now?
Yeah, this is just going to continue to pick up. Within the past hour, these gusts have gotten even stronger. To give you an idea of where I am, I'm standing in Long Wharf, Boston. So off to my left is going to be Boston Harbor, and we have that northeast wind, given that we have a nor'easter. So it is just pounding the side of my face. And at last check, Boston Logan had some gusts that were around 50 miles per hour, but I'm expecting that they're likely going to just continue to be higher, given that I have felt the intensity pick up, and it has been getting harder to stand here. You can see that the snowfall is really coming down through this morning, we'll have some of the heaviest snowfall rates. There's a good probability that a lot of eastern Massachusetts has snowfall rates 2 inches per hour, but even at some points picking up 3 inches per hour or higher. So as of now, temperatures are marginal. Temperature at Boston, 33 degrees. And given that, it's going to lend itself to a heavy wet snow consistency initially for the onset of this storm until we get more colder air to work on in. So it's this heavy wet snow where we're forecasting anywhere from 18 to 24 inches for a large portion of Massachusetts. That, along with these gusty winds that you can hear, it is going to lead to the threat of some power outages. So as of this morning, as you're looking at radar, you're seeing more heavy bands that are starting to work on in around the nor'easter, at least a couple of them so far this morning. So the intensity of the snow is just going to continue to grow. And as it does too, that's going to drop off our visibility. We've had visibility down to about 3/4 of a mile. It's the lowest I've seen so far at Boston Logan, but that is just going to continue to increase as Boston is one of the parts of the state under a blizzard warning. In fact, yesterday, the number of counties under that blizzard warning was actually extended farther off to the west. So these impacts are going to be far-reaching across the state. It is now through possibly the early afternoon, but majority of the morning, we are going to be in the thick of this. The snow lasting the longest across southern New England, and the intensity of the snow is going to remain throughout the morning, pretty much a good chunk of the day too. We are dealing with wind gusts that are forecasted to be anywhere from 50 to 70 miles per hour. I gotta tell you, I'm looking at the computer models and what they're projecting, especially across the Cape and the islands, and it is a little bit concerning with some gusts that could be above 70 miles per hour. The areas that are likely to be most impacted by this are going to be south of Boston and then parts of southeast Mass. So that's going to include the Cape and the islands where you have some of the strongest gusts. You have the heavy wet snow falling for the longest period of time. And already this morning, I'm seeing some of the biggest impacts felt in those areas. Plymouth County leading was for the power outage earlier this morning, and now Barnstable County has surpassed that for power outages. As of the last check, about 20,000 people 20,000 customers, I should say, in Massachusetts are without power, and that number just continues to grow every time I look at it. Craig and Britta, you can probably see the plows that are behind me. The city expects that it's likely going to take through the end of the week and even into the weekend to finish all this snow removal once this is all said and done.
Melanie, just impressive to hear it. That tells quite the story this morning. We will check in with you throughout the morning. I was checking, by the way, wind gusts at Boston Logan, 49 miles per hour. You head across the right across the water, and you head over to Provincetown rather. They are seeing 53 mile per hour gusts. The sustained anywhere from 35 to 40. We'll check with you in just a moment, my friend.
Chatham, another one on the Cape, has pretty strong gusts too. One to watch.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. Well, we appreciate the update and visibility down to about a mile in some cases. Melanie Black, our team, fanned out covering this extensive storm. New York City, waiting to see if the snow starts to pack up beyond a foot. We've got some numbers already in, just over 9.3 inches so far this morning. Yesterday, about 8.8. This is a live shot right now of Times Square, and I have to tell you, Times Square looks different compared to a lot of the rest of the city and surrounding areas. They have been on top of it with cleaning the sidewalks, cleaning the roads. You go out of the city, though, it is completely different. Listen to this. Wow, man, if the snow wasn't enough, it's the wind-making conditions that much worse, contributing, sadly, to so many thousands and thousands of power outages. And look at the weight of the snow on some of these trees. On top of that, remember, if you were out and about, if you live in the area anywhere, these 40 million people affected by this, we had rain and then a little bit of ice. Now we're packing on a heavy snow on top of these branches and on power lines. It is leading to some of these power outages. Look at some of the wind gusts. On Long Island, 53 mile per hour gusts, sustained at 28. JFK gusts to 54. You head over inland just a bit, and there's a big drop off with some of the winds, and that's a big difference maker. I also want to point this out real quick on the radar while I've got this up. Look at this band here and this band here. It's almost like they're coming together, and when they come together, these two, you're going to see a convergence, and basically you're going to have some significant significant snowfall that is going to pile up. And depending on where this all sets up, likely anywhere from Long Island, New York, and back in through portions of New Jersey along the Jersey Shore, Monmouth County, and one of the counties there with the biggest or highest totals with power outages this morning. Watch for the intense snowfall bands to pick up this morning as you see some of these starting to converge. The airports all across the eastern seaboard are a mess. You look at the three major airports in New York, and man, at last count, I think we were close to, I'll have to check this again, but we were close to thousands of flights that have been canceled, about 9,000. Disrupted flights, more than 12,000. That number may have gone up for sure. If you were planning on traveling here, it's just not happening. Trying to get in or out. A lot of our staff actually stayed in hotels overnight so that we wouldn't have to go through all of this. And I'll tell you what, a lot of people are staying in. We do have more in the way of these totals, well up to almost a foot in many cases. Let's also head to the coast, where flooding is also going to be a major concern there. And when you think about flooding along coastal communities, you're talking about salt water. Salt water on top of snowpack that's just piling up is not a good combination out there. And as we go through higher tides, we'll continue to watch those numbers go up as far as coastal flooding. So you have the water being pushed up to the lower line areas, number one, by the winds, and then you come in with high tide, and we will be dealing with some coastal flooding. So as we look ahead to the wind gusts, man, this nor'easter just off the coast, packing those winds. Anyone that's feeling the onshore push is going to see the wind pushed up, the water rather, pushed up well into your areas. Wind gusts right now, as we go through the afternoon or the morning hours, some of these wind gusts will get up to 70 miles per hour, especially along Long Island. You're one of those areas that sticks out and likely going to see some of those stronger wind gusts. The backside of this, now we see as the storm starts to lift out of here, more in the way of offshore winds. The offshore winds will be a good news for coastal flooding, with the exception of Long Island Sound. You've got the wind dragging across the Sound, and the north-facing beaches and communities will be watching for water inundation. So top wind speeds, gusts that is, we could see 80-mile-per-hour gusts potentially off of the eastern side of Long Island. Montauk, 70 to 80-mile-per-hour gusts is the expected peak forecast for you. Coastal flood alerts have already been posted. We've got warnings up and down portions of New England. Notice there is one spot here, Rhode Island, and a portion of Mass not included. It's all due to wind direction. Now, advisories are right up and down the Jersey Shore through Delaware. Significant beach erosion is going to be a concern. That always happens with these types of storms. And, of course, the water inundation, which is salt water, just makes a sloppy, awful mess when you've got that on top of all of the snow. Coastal flooding for the next 3 days. Of course, we deal with some of the rivers trying to get rid of all of this water. Likely to go in to see some moderate flooding along some of the coastal rivers. A few of those might get closer to the moderate stage. And the wave heights are huge. This is another reason we're dealing with more in the way of beach erosion and also water inundation. As we go through the morning hours, you'll notice right along the coast, a lot of us are still dealing with some wave heights that are going to be closer to 6 feet. Breakers that are coming on, just chomping away at the beach. Same for places across Maine, and we'll watch this throughout the day and into early tomorrow morning. Of course, having said this, we have team coverage of this massive nor'easter, this northeast just getting blasted. It could be one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for the I-95 city on record. Snow is falling for millions from Virginia to Maine. We've got our team fanned out to help you cover this so we give you the very latest. Stay with us. Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200. But get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with flat power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-3689 or go to bullseyeblower.com. Call 1-800-329-3689. That's 1-800-329-3689 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays? Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy. And you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
We are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement. We are asking New Yorkers to avoid all non-essential travel.
Well, you heard it here on Fox Weather. We've been keeping a close eye on the power outages as the blizzard of 2026 brings the I-95 corridor to a halt. Many cities dealing with low visibility as blizzard conditions worsen. More than 40 million Americans watching closely. Welcome back to Fox Weather First. Thanks for being with us. Continued coverage. I'm Craig Carrera. We're all going to get caught up on what we have in terms of travel. You can imagine this is a nightmare. When you look at the FlightAware misery map here, you see a lot in the way of red. So what we've got is a lot of canceled flights and a lot of delays. So as far as the canceled flights, we have more than 9,000 canceled flights, about 15,000 flights that have been disrupted, and most of these at some major airports. You know the trickle-down effect that will have around the rest of the country leading into today and into tomorrow. Right now, on the FlightAware misery map, you see all the canceled flights, about 5,900 just on this map alone. But as far as the cancellations, 10,000. So we are not done just yet. And, you know, I've seen a lot of people who are in town for the weekend, and they're stuck here. A lot of them are taking it in stride, though. New York canceled flights. This is JFK, 1,400, LaGuardia, 1,300, Boston, 1,200, and into Newark, 958, where they were seeing the snowfall pile up more than an inch per hour. Snow's still coming down right now, but it's not just the snow and the low visibility, it's the visibility dropping due to the blizzard conditions. These planes just can't land on these types of in this type of situation. The winds are just too strong, the visibility is too bad, it is dangerous. Now, as far as getting on the roads, if you don't have to get on the roads, if you're not an essential worker, it's important to stay home. Schools have been canceled up and down many of the cities, all in towns all across the Northeast, Boston, New York, and a lot of them had said, you know what, we're not going to do e-learning either. Allow extra time if you have to get on the roads. Definitely give yourself some room to brake if you have to brake. Making sure you're just paying attention. I know sometimes we want to listen to the radio and get distracted and enjoy a good playlist, but maybe this is the time you're more focused in on the roads. We've got some dangerous travel conditions today. This is going to take us through the evening hours. We're not done with this just yet. And the road temperatures, by the way, are well below freezing. When you've got intense snow bands like you see here, those snow bands are basically bursts of heavy snowfall. You will see the wind start to switch direction, and you know one of those snow bands is coming in. One of our good friends has been in many of those snow bands. New York, by the way, under a state of emergency as they watch this monster nor'easter. It's slamming the coast and millions of us. The Big Apple bracing for the worst of the storm. Snow totals expected to hover around the 2-foot mark. Our good friend, Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer, live from Times Square. Haley, good morning to you. I know you've been out there all night. I saw you late last night when I was checking in, so I know that you've been out there for quite some time. What's the experience been like for you?
Well, I'll tell you what, Craig, this is the heaviest and the fastest the snow has come down, which is really no surprise. We are just on the precipice of a big convective band, but really right now, it's this merger of two. We've had one more so stationary convective band that's set up a little bit further into the interior of New Jersey. That's been sliding ever so slightly off to the east, and that's what is now parked overhead. The wind's picking up a little bit as well. I wouldn't say we're blizzard conditions by any means, but definitely probably wind gusts closer to 40 miles per hour, I think is what I'm going to go with. The peak wind gust so far has been 39 miles per hour. That happened a couple of hours ago. Right now, though, Times Square, this is about as clean as the streets are going to get across the tri-state area and the 5 boroughs. This is such a heavily trafficked area that they have done everything they can to keep this road clear and the sidewalks. I mean, since I've been out here, and I've been out here a long time, as you pointed out, Craig, I mean, I have seen so many groups of people going, shoveling, salting. I mean, they are really putting all of the effort that they can into this, especially because of the criticism that New York City got and how they responded to the mid-January winter storm we had when only 11.4 inches fell in Central Park. Now, one key feature to this storm is how wet and slushy this snow has been. So as I'm walking, you can even see it sticking to the bottom of my shoes a little bit. It almost literally looks like you're going to 7-Eleven and getting, I don't know what flavor that would be, but like a dirt Slurpee. We're going to go with that. But even with the roads, too, I mean, it's very much watery, especially as those snowplows come in. But speaking of the snowplows, I was actually able to watch how they handled paving such a wide street, such as Broadway. We're right on Broadway right now. And what they do is they get 4 plows and they line up almost like you're starting a track race. And one goes a little bit further ahead and they kind of stagger out across the road. So that way they can all accomplish one road in one fell swoop. So it was really interesting to watch that happen. There are some big trucks that are moving all of this snow. And as they were moving it, it almost looked like a wave of water because of how milky that texture was. But right now, we're likely going to see snowfall rates just like this, probably close to 2 inches per hour. Some spots may be isolated closer to 3. Probably not in New York City, but in and around the area. And that's going to really bump up our snow totals for this event as a whole. Right now, the official reports out of Battery Park from the last time I checked was around 12 inches. For Central Park, it was 9.3. You head north, you go to the Bronx, you go to Harlem. We're talking 14, 15 inches of snow. You head over to Queens and Brooklyn. We're a little over a foot at this point. And then it varies based upon some of the spots out in New Jersey. But I've seen a wide variety of reports of snow. So that's just what you get in a system like this. Everybody's just weathering this storm out, and likely the worst of it going to be done within the next 2 hours. And then we can come on the other side of this. And all those kids that you mentioned, Craig, that don't have school today, maybe by the end of this afternoon, they can go out and have one good snowball fight, because I'm telling you, the snow is perfect to make a classic snowball and even a great snowman. I've seen a couple of them around Times Square already.
Yeah, that's some seriously dense snow out there, my friend. I know that it's cold out there, so I may lose the battery with you. So if I do, we'll lose you. But question for you. First of all, Dirt Slurpee, not going to be a big seller for us. But you described it perfectly. Everybody in here gets it. And then having said that, from your experience out there last night, you were talking to drivers. What are they saying? Because the very few that are on the road, I'm sure it's not easy.
No, it's definitely not. And what's actually interesting is earlier this morning, I ran into a group of people. They're YouTubers. They have a stream online. They drove all the way from Nashville to see this. And I had another group of people. They came from Austria to drive through the snow. And they said that, especially the folks that came from Nashville, because they almost followed the trajectory of this storm, because we know West Virginia, portions of Pennsylvania, they got hit with snow before the big kahuna happened, as that low popped off of the Atlantic yesterday, and still deepening right now. So they said that New York City and the areas around are the worst to travel, and that's why there's that travel ban. But I will say there's a couple people not following said travel ban. I've seen a few cars that I don't think are essential workers.
Yeah,
but
they
I won't
should
say
stay
anything.
home. Yeah, exactly. I love your descriptions with the dirt slurpee, the big kahuna. I bet a lot of us wish we were in Hawaii right now. Hey, my friend, we're going to check in with you throughout the morning. And by the way, off the coast, I see some lightning strikes close to Long Island. And I know earlier in your reports you were waiting for some thunderstorm. And I hope that you hear it, because it's the coolest thing ever.
I'm hoping. I know. I'm really hoping. And they've been highlighting that, hey, lightning and thunder snow is a possibility for the last couple of days. And they even have it in that mesoscale discussion that's out for the area. So fingers crossed.
All right, let's hope for that. And if we do, maybe your cameras will be rolling so we can play it back. Haley Meyer, our friend in Times Square this morning. And I do want to show you what's going on with the radar. We're going to look at the Jersey Shore as well. How about Ocean City, New Jersey? Ouch. Okay, so number one, you've got a number of places, thousands without power. The snow's still coming down. And if you look at the left side of your screen, just above those lights, you can see the waves of snow coming through horizontally. And that's not good news. We also have lightning to talk about, and I want to show you the very interesting feature on this radar. Haley was just talking about it. We talked about it a little bit earlier. Number one, here are a couple of lightning strikes close to Long Island. A lot of those are close to Massachusetts. Watch what's happening here. I'm going to go in a little bit closer with the radar here. And this specific band, watch this bright white right here, right? That's one heavy snow band that's coming through, almost like a line of thunderstorms. You've got another one right here. So the one that's over New Jersey is sliding to the east ever so slowly. The one off the shore is sliding west ever so slowly. As the two merge, you get converging winds. What happens when the winds converge? They can't go down. They have to go up. They shoot up, and you get these massive snowfall totals. That is so impressive. That one, you can see these winds converging. They're coming together right there, right over portions of New Jersey. And then, of course, we talked about some of those lightning strikes just off the coast. So there it is right there. You can see especially a heavy round of snow. And anywhere you've got orographic lift, then you're even going to crank out more. In those types of situations, you're looking at an easy 3 to 4 inches of snowfall per hour, and that's going to add up those numbers quick. Some of the wind gusts, by the way, out of New Jersey, coming in at 40 to 45 miles per hour. You head over inland spots, not quite as windy. It's close to the storm, close to the storm itself. And you can see these bands here. This one close to Toms River is sliding west. It will meet up with this little band here, and you're likely going to get a burst of snow probably about another hour or so. So watch those numbers go up. As far as the future winds and snow, we go through 12 o'clock. We're still in it. We're not done. And this is for the Jersey Shore. This is as the storm is lifting to the northeast, having huge impacts on New England. Southern side of the storm, though, still in it. It's 4 o'clock this afternoon. You can see why schools are closed. People are asked to maybe work from home if they can. If you have power, you may not even have power. And then the winds turn offshore this evening. And at that point, we will be done with the concern for the water inundation. But still to come as far as snowfall totals, 8 to 12 inches of fresh snow along the Jersey Shore with some of those heavier bands. Hey, listen, we want to hear from you. What are you seeing? What is the ground truth? Scan the QR code on your screen and send us your photos and your videos. We can put them up and we'll share them with viewers all across the country. Let's show you one from Chris in Rhode Island, sending him some video of whiteout conditions. Wow, blowing snow everywhere. Another one for you, Richard from Staten Island with a view of his backyard. The porch, man, where is it, my friend? It is buried underneath all of the snow that's blowing around. That is impressive, and these are just a few of the images coming in. It is the ground truth that we help tell the story. You are helping us as well. Send us those pictures and videos. We appreciate you joining us this morning. More Fox Weather First is coming up right after this break.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. Is it a broom? Is it a vacuum? It's none of the above. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Whether you're cleaning up accidental spills in the kitchen, pet hair, dust, or crumbs from hard-to-reach places, Zippy has you covered. With its 360-degree swivel head and ultra-lightweight design, you'll get your cleaning done in half the time with zero hassle. It seamlessly transitions from hard surfaces like tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low-pile carpets. Say goodbye to tangled cords. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, giving you up to 60 minutes of uninterrupted cleaning power. This sweeper is equipped with a self-emptying dustbin, so you can dump the dirt with just one click, no messy bags and no fuss. Perfect for homes with kids or pets, the Zippy Sweeper is as quiet as a whisper, so you can clean anytime without disturbing the peace. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109, but if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Zippy would normally sell to major retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and others, but today we're cutting out the major retailers so you can enjoy these huge savings at home. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
We wanted to sell our home and at the best price, and we needed a real estate agent who could get that done. We're so glad we found HomeLight. HomeLight ranks over 1 million agents based on their actual track record. They crunch the numbers to figure out who is best in your neighborhood, who can sell your home for the most money. HomeLight matched us with Alex. He sold our home in only 2 days for $40,000 over asking. When it's time to sell, the place to go is homelight.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hello there, and welcome back to Fox Weather First. I hope you're having a great Monday. I know it is tough for many of us across the eastern seaboard and many across the country if you're looking at traveling here or getting back. My name is Craig Herrera. Thanks for being with us this morning. This monster blizzard affecting, we have blizzard warnings for more than 40 million Americans. These wind gusts have been massive, impressive, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Those are just the gusts. Sustained have been easily 30 to 40. And the snow totals continue to pile up, and we aren't done just yet. Let's give you some of the latest out there as we go through this morning. These numbers keep coming in, and they will go up for the rest of the day. Again, if you're traveling, we'll bring you the latest on that as well, because we do have some concerns for traveling. Here are some of the latest as we've got some headlines for you. This storm actually was definitely a bomb cyclone. The pressure dropping more than or about 40 millibars within a 24-hour period, and that is, we're right in the thick of it right now. This is right about the time where it's probably going to be at its most intense as far as how strong it is, but we still have a lot of gusty winds for the day ahead as the storm continues to lift to the northeast. In the meantime, we want to head to Boston, where you could just hear the winds howling just a moment ago. It's one of many cities along the I-95 corridor currently in the thick of the monster nor'easter. You can't even make out that camera there. We've got winds, coastal flooding, all of it. Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black live in Boston this morning. Melanie, man, every time we go to you, sometimes it's hard to hear you because of those winds.
Yeah, Craig, these conditions just continue to deteriorate and the wind continues to pick up. I got out here an hour ago and the gusts just continue to ramp up. Off to my east is going to be Boston Harbor. So to get a nor'easter, you have to have that northeast wind. So we have that wind that's working in off the water and it's blowing the snow sideways. It's a wet snow at that, already accumulating on the ground. And as we go forward through the morning, it's just going to continue to intensify with some of the heaviest snowfall rates that are going to impact this area. Temperature is still pretty marginal at this point. right around 33 degrees. So that's going to lend itself to this heavy, wet snow. It's that heavy, wet snow combined with some strong winds that we're forecasting, anywhere from about 50 to 75 miles per hour across parts of Massachusetts. And that could just exacerbate the power outages that we are already seeing and continue to see. Already, some of the highest snow totals coming in for areas down to our south that have been in some of the heaviest snow bands already this morning and have been in it longer. The heaviest snow just now to the south of Boston, so that will start to work in, but areas already picking up a decent amount. And as this continues to lift off to the northeast, we still have some heavy snow in that deformation band that's working across parts of New York State and in through New Jersey. There, we're just going to continue to see the snow pile up. And you can also take a look at our radar and see some of those heavier bands that are starting to work in across parts of Rhode Island as well as southeastern Massachusetts. But wow, when you think about the power outages that we already have, and for some parts of New England, this is only just getting started. More than 300,000 are without power. New Jersey leading the pack at that. I've been closely monitoring Massachusetts, given that I'm here in Boston. And every time I go to refresh the screen of the power outage website, it always goes up. So right now, my last check, there were about 27,000 people that were without power. As we go forward through the rest of the morning, you can still expect to have some of the heaviest snow for areas of the tri-state area, but going into the afternoon, that's when the intensity is going to wind down. But as far as southern New England goes, I mean, we are just getting started here, and we'll go through the morning. I think that's when we're going to have some of the biggest impacts in terms of our drop-off in visibility, and when we'll have to closely monitor our observation sites for blizzard conditions. That is likely going to be a possibility for spots across Cape Cod, if not more so on the South Shore, even into Boston as well. These snowfall rates for a lot of areas could be 2 inches per hour, if not higher amounts, pushing 3 to 4 inches an hour into this morning. And even some of the heaviest snow is going to run into early afternoon before things aren't falling as intense through this afternoon and evening. But at that point, we're still accumulating snow. I think we shut off the accumulating snow once we get to tonight, and then by tomorrow, our system's going to be peeling out of here and off to the northeast, and then we really have to turn our attention to the cleanup. And what a cleanup process it will be when you're talking about 1 to 3 feet of snow that's getting dumped across the region, as well as the strong wind gusts that are likely going to bring down tree limbs, as well as trees as a possibility. So, Craig, there are a lot of hazards on the table. I mean, I haven't even dove into with you about the flooding that's possible along the coast, but that's also a possibility. Of 2 to 3 feet of inundation is what we're forecasting.
And that's always a mess, Melanie, my friend, when you got that fresh water off the ocean and causing those problems mixing with the fresh snow. The snow itself is pretty thick, right? I mean, this is a heavy, dense, wet snow. A problem for power outages, a problem to clean up, and a problem with us that'll be at least for a couple of days.
Yeah, I know that the city is expecting that the snow removal process could last the entire week, if not into the start of the weekend. I mean, keep in mind, we still have snow piles that are on the ground from that big storm that we had back in January that dumped nearly 2 feet of snow on the city. So there are a lot of different accumulating factors going into this week, but definitely a day today is not one that you need to be outside. Boston Public Schools, the state's largest school district, has closed classes. And I mean, you just have to look at my live shot and you get the idea why.
Yeah, and of course, a lot of these schools on the Eastern Seaboard saying no virtual learning. Good thing, because we are also losing power, as you mentioned. All right, Melanie Black,
Yes.
Stay warm. We'll check in with you in just a moment yet again. Philadelphia waiting to see if the snow stacks up beyond a foot. Man, what a mess in Philly. They got some strong wind gusts, 30 miles per hour, causing some blizzard conditions. As we take a look at the live shot there, it's a great part of Philly. If you've never been to Philly or you want to go, you can go check out Independence Hall. You've got a lot of history in this little square itself, so check it out sometime in Philly. When we talk about some of the snow right now, it's interesting. When you're talking about a nor'easter, right, you talk about some heavy snow for a part of the coastal communities and inland. Once you go a little farther inland, there's a sharp cutoff with the snow, and you can kind of see that right now over portions of central PA. We still have some in Philly, New York, right in through Jersey. Look at this snow band here. This is an intense snow band. I showed this to you earlier. Very intense snow band that started here, drifting west ever so slowly, and then you got one band here, not quite as intense, but by the time these two reach each other, you get some convergence and you crank out a ton of snow. And that's what we're seeing. How about the airport? I mean, all of these airports up and down the eastern seaboard are going to have problems today. They had them yesterday. The catch up for the rest of the week is going to be tough as well. It is 32 winds gusting to 32 miles per hour. Visibility has dropped to half a mile near the airport. And this is what we're going to see a lot of, the misery index. How often do we get to that level 4 extreme, the red? It doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's a concern. Now, we are seeing that not only at Philly, but several major airports along the Northeast. When you look at some of the top snowfall totals across PA for the past 24 hours, we've got anywhere from 14 to 18 inches of fresh snow, and a lot of these are going to be close to the Jersey state line, right where we have a lot of those snow bands coming up. The problem with this is a lot of you treated the roads and the sidewalks. Then we got rain. Then the snow came in, so it's been tough to keep up with maintaining them. Look at Mount Holly, the weather forecast office in New Jersey, 18.5 inches of fresh snow in the past 24 hours. Freehold, 19 inches of snow. And of course, we've got some gusty winds to throw into this as well. What more can we expect? Are we done? No, not quite. As we go through the rest of the day today, we could have another, say, 8 to 12 inches of fresh snow in a place like Toms River. We're seeing that band pick up right there, and that will help add to those totals. In and around the rest of the area, 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow. As we continue to watch this, our team is ready as well. We have team coverage of this massive northeast blizzard. It could be one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for the I-95 cities on record. Snow is falling for millions from Virginia to Maine. We're here to bring it to you all morning. We've been with you throughout it all. We'll be with you through it as we go through the day today and the week ahead. Fox Weather First will be right back.
Been to the airport on a beautiful day just to find out that your flight has been delayed. Weather is often the culprit, meddling behind the scenes. But how? It's all about cascading delays. When storms ground planes at origin airports, the destination airports start to face delays as well. Things can start to snowball when big storms impact multiple travel hubs. Down on the ground, out on the roads, traffic stinks, but it can be a problem up in the air too. The actual corridors in which planes fly can get clogged up. And sometimes when storms are positioned in flight paths, there is less room for all of the air traffic. Travel headaches can be brutal, but Fox Weather can help. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anytime, anywhere on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Watching this massive nor'easter, we want to show you what is happening on the roads and runways with our travel forecast. As you can imagine, this is going to be a major headache for major airports across the Northeast and New England. That will have a trickle-down effect for the rest of the country due to all of these connecting flights. So many flights early on a Monday morning. More than 9,000 flights have been canceled so far, now up to 10,000 through Tuesday. Delays more than 8,000, so disrupted flights, nearly 20,000 when you're thinking about it. A lot of them coming out of New York, all 3 airports, all the way over to Boston, same for Philly. If you were planning on getting to this part of the country or trying to leave, it's going to be some time making sure that you can try to book out maybe 2-3 days if you can. On the roads, no exception. In fact, many cities are saying no one, please, no traveling at all from the overnight hours to the early morning hours. Let the crews get out there, do their work. Plus, it's just tough. You can't see. Visibility's dropping, and we've got blizzards up and down the eastern seaboard. If you do have to drive, if you're an essential worker, you have to drive, you know the drill. Stay behind the plows, stay in that plowed lane, give yourself plenty of room, and also never use cruise control in this type of situation. Oftentimes, I often say, hey, turn the radio down. You get distracted sometimes. Bad travel conditions not only on the I-95 corridor, but all small roads right between many of these major interstates today through tomorrow. Take it easy out there, be safe, and just sit this one out. We also watch for coastal flooding up and down the Northeast. Safe travels to you.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
And welcome back to Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. The blizzard of 2026 is bringing the I-95 corridor to a standstill, to say the least. Viewers, thank you. You are sending us your photos and your videos of the storm. We appreciate it. Lucy from New Jersey is showing residents there beginning to dig out. Well, you got a long way to go. Man, what a mess out there. We've got so much snow out there. Good job keeping the sidewalk clean there, keeping ahead of it. That's the best, because if you can stay ahead of it, you've got a better chance of staying on top of it for the rest of the day. Mary from Staten Island with the peak of buried roads out there. So I think we're seeing a lot in some of these road conditions being buried. And you do see when we're shoveling this, if you can treat it, shovel it out, and then that will give you a jump start when the rest of the snow comes in, and then you've got some blowing snow as well. That'll be a bit of a concern. We're seeing this all over the place, from New Jersey to New York. Staten Island is also getting buried, not only with the snow, but also more in the way of wind gusts. And there it is right there. Mary, thank you so much for your imagery. Tough to make out the roads, and these side roads, it's going to take some time to get them cleaned up. So please be careful out there. Hey, listen, we want to hear from you. If you've got some videos, photos, and you want to share them, we'd like to share the ground truth of what you're seeing with what we're seeing on radar. Here's how. Just scan the QR code on your screen and send that in. We appreciate that, because that's helping us tell the story out there. Also out there this morning, Melanie Black. She's been in the elements in Boston. Melanie, man, weekend after weekend, we keep seeing these events, and this one is the one that's going to take the cake for this winter.
Yeah, Boston is no stranger to nor'easters, but not all nor'easters are made the same. And this one's definitely different than the last one that we had in January. That one dumped 2 feet of snow on the city, but it didn't come with wind. And this one is going to have some pretty strong wind gusts. Already we are seeing those gusts pick up. Where I'm standing is in Long Wharf, so off to my east is going to be the harbor. And to get a nor'easter, you need that northeast wind. And you can essentially see that that wind is pushing the snow sideways on me. It's only going to deteriorate in terms of what conditions are going to look like as we go forward through this morning. So really, the peak of the event is just at its initial phases, and those gusts are going to continue to increase. What really concerns me, the number of power outages we have as well. So we can look at what's been going on in Boston. The current temperature right around 33 degrees, marginal temperatures at that. So initially, the snow that's falling is going to be a heavy, wet consistency, and it's that weighs more and weighs more on power lines. So the concern is going to be the power outages when you factor in the gusts that we're also experiencing. You take a look at what's been going on radar, and there's a mesoscale discussion that's been highlighted. So that's essentially when there's some big-time weather events happening, the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center just highlights this area of, hey, watch out for this. And right now they are saying, watch out for some heavy snowfall rates. In fact, some of the computer models spitting out that we could see anywhere from 2 to 3 inches of snow falling per hour at the peak of this event, which I anticipate is going to be pretty much the entire morning across southern New England, if not until the early afternoon. So we have some heavy bands that are really starting to work in from the south and continuing to push closer to where I'm standing in Boston. As we go forward through the rest of the day, whiteout conditions are expected. Visibility is going to continue to drop. We have a good chunk of the state that's under a blizzard warning. Yesterday, it was expanded to include parts of central Massachusetts as well. And the gusts will be anywhere from 50 to 75 miles per hour. The area I'm really concerned about, Craig, is going to be parts of the South Shore, Cape, and the Islands. Really the Cape and the Islands, where gusts could be 70 miles per hour or higher. I mean, where I'm standing right now, Boston Logan is to my east, and the highest highest gust that we have seen so far has been near 50 miles per hour. So if this is just 40 miles per hour, 50 miles per hour, you can only imagine what it's like in 70 mile per hour gusts, and that is really a concern in terms of power outages.
Yeah, no kidding. I was just going to say that if you still have the power on, please be ready for that. Melanie, we'll check in with you throughout the morning. I appreciate the update. I know you've been in it several weekends now, and this is the one that we're going to be talking about for several years to come. Melanie Black from Boston, Massachusetts this morning. This storm is far from over. Let's check out some of the conditions and see what we can expect across the Northeast as the day continues. Overnight, Sunday into early Monday morning, lots of snow coming down. This is from New York City and Times Square. We're not done yet. When you think about the snow still to come, and a lot of us are about a foot, some of us are over a foot, we're likely going to add another 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow for a place like New York. Long Island, especially the eastern half of Long Island, adding potentially another foot on top of what they have already received through the rest of the day. Some strong wind gusts are still a concern, and that is going to blow the snow around. And anytime you get these bands, these squalls, you'll see the snow start to blow sideways. I was out with dinner with some of our friends here, a couple of meteorologists behind the scenes, Matthew Blue and Stephen McLeod, and we were watching as we were looking out the window. It's just impressive to see your snow's coming down and then starts going sideways, and these winds are doing that, bringing the visibility down, and these bands come in, and those bands, when they do come in, you go from 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour to easily 3 to 4 inches per hour. So as we go through tonight and into tomorrow, not only for Massachusetts, but Long Island, we could still see wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. That will likely lead to more in the way of power outages. For New York, we're talking about, these blizzard conditions going through about 12 o'clock in some cases. Listen to this stat. Take a look at this. So we've got these blizzard warnings, 40 million or so, but New York City it's been 3,266 days since our last blizzard warning. The most recent warning was March 14th in 2017. And New York City, guess what? We have a windy, snowy morning. You can see why people are asked to not get on the roads, aside from essential workers. Let the crews get out there. They have been on top of it. And then you also have to worry about the side streets. Public transit also having problems last night and saying, hey, we need to call it a day. Even Broadway went dark for the shows last night after the matinees. We'll see across portions of New England. Look at P-Town, 53 mile per hour gusts right now, sustained at 38. You put some heavy snow on top of that, you can see why we're likely going to be dealing with power outages. As far as the storm as it lifts to the northeast, now we're talking about places like Massachusetts, Rhode Island. You're going to be getting in on the action that we just saw over portions of New York and New Jersey and into Delaware. Over to Boston, 12 to 18 inches of snow to come on top of what you already have. Same for New Bedford, about 24 inches. So you can see some spots, 1 to 2 feet of snow still in the forecast. If a lot of you were wondering, man, is this going to be the storm? Are you sure? Well, here we go. This is it. And we've got another day of it right through the rest of the day today.
This is one to take seriously. It's going to continue through the day tomorrow. It's a strong, long-lasting storm.
State of New Jersey, all 21 counties is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade.
New York City is bracing for one to make some history, be in the top 10 worst winter storms in the last 150 years.
Yeah, it's a tough stat to take in. We've got it here. States of emergency declared in many states across the Northeast. We continue to watch the snow, the wind, and coastal flooding for the rest of the day today. Our team is fanned out ready to cover it, bringing you the very latest. Thanks for staying with us on Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? It's so bulky and hard to use. Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight, under 2 pounds. Look at the raw power create a tidal wave of leaves and debris. It's like having a jet engine in the palm of your hand to clean faster and easier than ever. Forget big blower hassles. Now just grab, go, and blow to effortlessly clean any area. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. We measured the wind speed of this bulky blower at 20 miles per hour, but Bullseye blows away the competition at 55 miles per hour. Cleaning gutters with a big corded blower is impossible, but Bullseye makes it easy. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with proprietary jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of high-capacity airflow, easily knocking down these heavy bricks from afar. Just like a car wash blower, the force of Bullseye can dry your car in minutes, so it shines like new. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Sweeping is hard work, but Bullseye clears out crevices with zero effort. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. And check this out. Even use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's a crazy amount of air. A big bulky blower can cost $200. But get the Bullseye Compact Power Blower today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the extension tube with flat power nozzle to boost your range even further. Choose the best length for any situation. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Don't wait. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-3689 or go to bullseyeblower.com. Call 1-800-329-3689. That's 1-800-329-3689 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood. And they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions and HomeLight gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home, selling starts at HomeLight. Get started today at HomeLight.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Thank you for staying with us here at Fox Weather for this entire storm from the weekend through the overnight hours and now into Monday. I'm Craig Herrera. So much to cover. We've got our fan teamed out there as well. We'll give you some live shots. This one from Montauk, New York. The snow blowing sideways. This blizzard conditions up and down the Northeast. This is a problem for anybody who wants to travel. That's why you can see why they're asking people to stay home and off the roads. Got to clear all of this up. And we're not done just yet, my friends. This storm delivered. It's a storm that just evolved. We were watching it since last week here at Fox Weather and having this conversation with you. The what ifs, and everything had to come together just right. The placement, and we didn't have the Arctic air, of course, so everything just has to work out perfectly, and boy, did it line up. And you think about this, a lot of people are going back to 2016, 1996. A lot of the big storms have been ending in the year 6. Interesting at that. Here's the radar right now, and you'll notice a couple of lightning strikes just south of Massachusetts. We could see some thunder snow. You're likely going to hear it. And I go in a little bit tighter here because I want to show you some very interesting features here. Take a look at this feature right here. It's a snow band, right? It's like a convective band of heavy snowfall. Then look at that band right there. As you go, this one slides west ever so slowly. This one slides east. They come together, you get converging winds, and you get intense snowfall rates. You go from 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour to 3 to 4. Places along the Jersey Shore near Toms River, here we're going for another, say, foot of fresh snow. It is because in some cases like this, you get some of these converging winds to right through New York, in through Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. We're not done just yet, expecting another maybe 1 to 2 feet for Massachusetts. We are wrapping up this hour on Fox Business Network. Mornings with Maria Bartiromo coming up right next. Stay with us for that. I'm Craig Herrera. It's a good time to download the Fox Weather app, click through the tabs for your latest weather news and radar for your area. You even have that nice radar that takes you into the future, 2 hours. If you want to continue to stream us, go to foxweather.tv. We will be right back.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea.
This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. Inventory is tight and interest rates are high. Making a move can be scary. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar, even in a challenging market. HomeLight gives our clients the edge they need, and together, we all win.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is like this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hey there, good Monday morning to you. Welcome into Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. Thank you for being with Fox Weather right through the weekend. We've been with you 24/7, and we will be with you throughout this massive nor'easter. Everything coming together as part of the forecast we were watching last week. We had a lot of ifs, and then as we got closer to Friday evening, Saturday, we're like, all right, this is it. Let's give you some live updates this morning because we still have some updates for you. New Jersey Transit still suspended system-wide. It's a tough situation out there if you're trying to travel. It's only for essential workers that can really be trying to get on the roads. Exclusive weather storm tracker Brandon Kopic saying it sounded like a hurricane in Massachusetts as well. Just incredible. When we're watching and talking about all that's been coming down, several places have been really seeing those snowfall totals pile up. In Freehold, New Jersey, 19 inches of fresh snow there. New York, waiting to see if the snow stacks up beyond a foot today. We had several places across New York really reporting some good numbers. Central Park, as of 1 a.m. this morning, was at 9.3 inches of rain. Or snow, rather. You're looking at Times Square, where they've been doing a great job cleaning things up. But if the snow wasn't enough, man, the wind is making conditions so much worse, contributing to power outages. It's tough. We've got thousands without power from New Jersey to Delaware, up and down the eastern seaboard. New England, currently in the thick of this monster nor'easter. When you take a look at all that's been coming down, Boston, surrounding areas, currently in the worst of it with snow and extreme winds. Oof, you hear that? That coming out of Brooklyn. We even have coastal flooding in play. That snow and even a little of ice on the trees and power lines has been a major concern. Traveling is basically come to a halt for airports, not only for airports, but also on the roads. At Boston Logan, by the way, nearly 1,000 cancellations so far this morning. You look at the radar here, and this is very interesting. You got some thick, heavy snow coming on down. You see all the way over portions of New Jersey. And then, so these bands have been sliding ever so slowly to the west. Meantime, more bands are coming onshore. And when the two come together, you got some converging winds and you crank out a ton of snow. We go from 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour to up to 3 to 4 inches per hour. A heavy snow band right over Newark Airport right now, but all three airports experiencing major delays and cancellations. Trying to get to this part of the country is just going to be a no-go. Trying to get out is going to be tough as well. And it's not just today, because you think about all the cancellations and delays that happened yesterday in through today and likely into tomorrow. It's going to be a week of catch-up. How about these numbers as far as snowfall totals through Sunday evening? East Meadow, New York, just 2 inches shy of a foot. Newark, New Jersey, 11 inches of snow there. At LaGuardia, 9. Several places on the map at 9 inches. And again, those were as of last night. 24-hour totals, well over a foot in places like Upton, the National Weather Service there. 14.9 inches of fresh snow. How much more do we have in the forecast? Many of us 3 to 5 widespread, and close to New York City, another 5 to 8. All right, we talked about Boston Logan Airport and some of the delays out there. It's tough to make anything out. Snow's coming down. We also have some gusty winds. Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joins us now from East New Mass with more. Good morning to you. I mean, these winds have been a game changer, but the snow also a major contributor here. How's it looking this morning?
Hi, good morning, Craig. Yeah, the wind has just been absolutely insane right now. We are totally getting slammed. Just standing here, the snow is blowing every which direction. Sometimes it's blowing in a pleasant direction, then all of a sudden it changes and then it kind of smacks you right in the face. So right now the wind gusts are around 50 miles per hour, really just kind of all across the Cape, kind of closer to Chatham. It's maybe in the mid 40s, closer to Barnstable, which is kind of on the upper Cape. It's about 56 miles per hour. So right now it definitely does not feel pleasant out here. And the roads are just absolutely covered right now. It's not safe to drive whatsoever, but we have seen a couple of plows out here and there, but they just can't keep up with what's going on. Now, the big concern today is going to be power outages. You can see these trucks that are back here behind me. We're standing in our hotel parking lot right now, and surprisingly, for the Cape in the winter, a lot of the hotels are sold out in this area just because of all the crews who are coming in to get prepped and ready. And I actually talked to one contractor for different power companies, and he said they have around 150 to 180 trucks on the Cape just for today and into tomorrow. And there's 2 guys in every truck, so they have a lot of crews here. And they say there's a lot of, trials and tribulations that come with trying to get these power outages restored.
So we have rules of engagement, and one of those rules of engagement is the trucks, the bucket trucks, do not uncradle if the winds are higher than 35 miles an hour. And sadly enough, we're here to put the lights on. We want to go to work. We want to do our job. We want to help everybody out. The sad part about it is when we get that wind, we can't go nowhere, and then people see us sitting around, and they're like, well, how come they're all sitting around? It's a safety thing.
Yeah, so right now specifically on the Cape, there's more than 14,000 power outages, but across Massachusetts, it's more than 40,000 power outages. And with these wind gusts at more than 50 miles per hour, right now these guys can't do anything. Luckily, we're still in the early morning hours, but we're still in the thick of it, and we've been advised that it's only going to get worse before it gets better. So unfortunately, some people are going to be in the dark this morning, Craig.
Yeah, that's a tough go, and we'll give those crews the space that they need. Thank you for the update, and we'll check in with you throughout the morning. That is Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. Thank you, my friend. Get warm. To the coast we go, where we've got the possibility of flooding. These winds continue to drag some of the water up. You come closer to high tide, and that's going to be a concern. You're looking at a couple of spots from Rhode Island to New Jersey. Not only do we have snow on the ground, but you throw some seawater on there, and that is going to be a mess. We could see water inundation 2-3 feet in some cases. We do have a concern for not only the water coming up onto lower lying areas, but also beach erosion. It's the type of storm, a nor'easter just chomps away, big waves, a lot of energy taking away some of the sand. It's going to change the way the coast looks along some of the beaches for a bit, and they have to go back and try to replenish them. The water inundation, notice we've got warnings up and down portions of New England. Where we don't have some right now are for places across Rhode Island, and this is all based on wind. If you've got an offshore wind, you're not worried about the drag pulling all of the water closer to you. We'll also watch some of the river streams and creeks as they're trying to get rid of some of the water. We don't expect any major flooding right now. Of course, when the snow starts to melt, you'll see some of those river streams and creeks go up, probably not to a flooding stage, but they'll go up. Wave height, that is way up. Man, along the coast, we got 4-foot waves, Long Beach, Montauk at 6-foot waves. You got all up and down the entire Jersey Shore. How about over to portions of Boston? 14-foot waves off the coast there. The wave energy doesn't go anywhere, even as the storm pulls away. Remember, you just got that wave like a ripple in a pond when you drop a rock in there. You just keep getting those waves. All that energy keeps coming through. We get the offshore winds once we go through Tuesday, and that, as the storm pulls away, brings the waves back down to where we'd like to see them, 1 to 3 feet or so. But having said that, we look at the wind gusts, and anytime you've got a solid onshore wind, places like the Sound will also be dealing with the north-facing beaches, potentially some water inundation because of the way that the wind direction is going. Out of Atlantic City, tidal gauge here, when you take a look at right now, we're at 4 feet. By the rest of the day, things start to improve, but it's high tides that we're worried about. We've got another high tide coming in here at Atlantic City at 11:35 a.m. and then 12:08 a.m. tomorrow, but the 11:35 one would be one to watch. Boston, same story for you. As you watch some of these winds just howling, I would say not only Boston, places like P-Town. Your next high tide, especially with the winds coming in out of the north, you'll be dealing with the chance for some water inundation. 9:24 is about the time to be watching for some coastal flooding there, and we'll keep up to date with this with you for the rest of the morning. We do have our team. They are fanned out to cover this massive northeast blizzard. If you haven't heard, it could be one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for I-95 cities on record. Look at us. We're here ready to go for you, keeping you up to date. Send us your photos as well. Snow is falling for millions from Virginia to Maine. Exclusive weather storm tracker Brandon Kopic is out in Plymouth, Mass right now. Look how bad the conditions are out there. Visibility is way down. You can barely make out the roads. He's got a car in front of him to help him guide him. Fox Weather First, we'll be right back.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better. Visit ParticleMen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to ParticleMen.com.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
New York City and Long Island expecting 2 feet of snow. 2 feet of snow, not over the next week, but in the next day. And that is that ferocity that I'm warning about, is it's going to come down heavy. We've activated the National Guard. Thank God for the National Guard. We have over 100 members, more if necessary, staged across Long Island, New York City, and Lower Hudson Valley. This will be something the likes of which we've not seen in years.
Well, here at Fox Weather, we've been keeping a close eye on the power outages as the blizzard of 2026 brings the I-95 corridor to a halt. Many cities are dealing with low visibility. Blizzard conditions, they continue to worsen. Thanks for staying with us, and welcome back to Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. Let's get you caught up on the travel conditions. And this is just going to be a nightmare. And I don't know how to say it any other way, but you think about it. You think about all of the major airports being impacted. We've got a number of canceled flights, more than 9,000 so far. And when you look at all of the major airports across the Northeast, you got the misery map, and we've got red on the dial for LaGuardia, all of it, JFK, most of it, Newark, most of it, Boston, most of it, Baltimore, D.C. You know, when you're thinking about traveling, certainly not on the roads, and that's why they're asking people, aside from essential workers, and thank you, National Guard, to stay off the roads. Getting to your airport is going to be difficult, and when you get there, guess what? Chances are your flight's going to be canceled. I bet a lot of you have already got notifications that you've been rebooked or your flight's been canceled and they're trying to get you on another flight. 10,000 cancellations so far. Look at the delays, 8,200 plus. And this is just the beginning of Monday morning. These numbers were in the thousands as of late yesterday evening. Here's what we've got for the canceled flights in the thousands from New York all the way up into Boston. And again, this is just the beginning. You think about the catch-up that we have to go to get all of these people on all of these flights onto new flights and get those out and going. Plus, was your flight coming here, going to the rest of the country to pick you up? You can see how this is going to affect the rest of the country. For the rest of the day today, we've got the snow coming down. The wind is howling. A lot of these planes can't land in these types of conditions. Visibility is just terrible. The air temperature and the road temperatures down below freezing, so even the roads are covered. And a lot of those haven't been plowed over, aside from the major interstates. And a lot of these trucks are out there working. They're working hard, the teams are. But when you've got snow coming down at 2 to 3, 4 inches per hour, it's tough to keep up with that. New York, by the way, under a state of emergency as we watch this monster nor'easter slam millions. And the Big Apple still bracing for the worst of the storms. We expect these numbers to hover close to that 2-foot mark. Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer is live in Times Square. Haley, good morning to you. You've been out there all day yesterday, all day today. What do you have today this morning?
Well, Craig, this is still pretty consistent with some of the heaviest snow that we've seen since this event began. I started yesterday morning at about 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning is when I got at least to New York City. My live shots were a little bit later than that, but it was rain to start the event. And I found some naysayers when they were walking through Times Square. They're thinking, oh, the meteorologists, they got this wrong. It's raining right now. Hold your horses. I kind of liked how Steve Bender put it. There's a succession to these events. There's multiple chapters to this long storybook that is the 2026 blizzard. And right now we're at the climax right now. So all of the characters, the big battles happening, maybe not for New York City, the big battle, because at least here in Times Square, the wind has been fairly calm, which is why we're not really seeing blizzard conditions. As a matter of fact, the winds have died down just a little bit from this point last hour. But other spots around the tri-state area and across New Jersey, up into Connecticut, Massachusetts is another spot that's seeing intense winds. So they're getting both sides of this storm. For New York City, though, just to put this into context, because honestly, I was reminiscing. I was looking back through old photos while I was sitting in the car trying to warm up. And I saw photos of me, and I was doing snow coverage outside on Fox Square, and I got 0 inches. I got a trace of snow, but it was headlining news back in 2023, 2024. I mean, that is how bone dry we've been in the winter weather department in New York City. So I actually asked one of our weather producers, Stephen McLeod, to help me out and send me some of the snow totals. So shout out to Stephen for working hard and helping me. For the 2024-2025 winter season, we had 12.9 inches. For 23 to 24, 7.5. For 22 to 23, the winter season, 2.2 inches. Some of these spots are getting that in a single hour right now with this storm. And then if you take things back to 2020, 2021, where we had a couple of big winter storms, you had 38.6 inches. So I honestly think that this year we'll probably be beating the 2020, 2021 season. So it is truly incredible to think about how historic this storm is, at least in the context of this last decade. Just quickly panning off to the streets, just showing you what they're like right now. The travel ban's still in effect until noon today, although I have seen a couple of people maybe breaking the law a little bit. I'm not going to say anything. I just do the news. But we have seen a bunch of plows come through. I haven't seen a plow within the last probably 45 minutes, but when they come through, they totally clear this out, and then you get these big time snow piles on the side of the road. Pretty hard in a way, but you can step right through it, and then it's a little bit watery too. So I was describing it to you earlier, Craig, saying that it was a dirt slurpee, and that really is kind of the texture, especially for some of the parts of the road where vehicles are traveling. So schools are out today. Nobody's going to school in New York City, which is one of the first times that that's happened since 2019, because not only are they not going to class, they're also not online learning. So a pure good old-fashioned snow day. So I've actually seen a couple of kids out early enjoying that snow day. I would recommend waiting a little bit, probably till the middle half of the afternoon, for this storm to die down before you can go out. But I'll tell you what, this is perfect snowball making snow. Although in this particular case, it's starting to dissipate a little bit as temperatures drop. So we're getting a slight drier snow, but still we'll be in the thick of it for quite some time, at least until the sun comes up. But one thing that we have to talk about is how up in Boston, while we may be missing out on some of the wind component, Boston, they've been seeing some pretty intense wind gusts, close to 40, 50 miles per hour. So with that, I'll toss it up to Melanie. Sitting up to my north, Melanie, you've been through storms in Boston multiple times this season already. You came from Boston and joined us here at Fox Weather, so you have a very unique perspective on how that big metro handles winter storms just like this one.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Haley. Yeah, all nor'easters are made differently, and this one is certainly different in terms of some heavy snow and some very strong wind. You can see the wind that's just really whipping the snow sideways. The harbor is to my east, and you get a nor'easter, you need that northeast wind, so that wind's coming in off the shore, and conditions have just deteriorated since I've been out here this morning. The gusts really picking up, and you can see that evident from our live shot, but Boston and the surrounding southern New England areas, they're just getting started with this storm, while areas down to our south have bared the brunt of it first initially, while that storm was undergoing rapid intensification and bombing out. So as it was making its way up the coast, bringing impacts initially for parts of the mid-Atlantic and down across Jersey Shore. Let's take a closer look at what's been going on in Jersey Shore. That's when we've picked up the highest snow totals from this storm so far, as some heavy snow has really been working in across the area. You take a look at live radar, and where you see that stripe of white, that's our deformation band. So that's where it has just been dumping more snow. This is going to eventually push off to the east. And as we go through the rest of the day, then eventually the snowfall rates are going to come down compared to what we are seeing. But where you are seeing some of the heaviest snow falling, that could be anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour, with this really prolific snowfall rates so far this morning. So we'll still be under those conditions where you have the heavy snow coupled with the gusty winds, some of the sustained winds near and around 30 miles per hour. We'll continue to accumulate on the snow as we go through the rest of the day, but I think as we get into the afternoon and evening, that's when things are really going to wind down, and it's at that point that the storm is shifting more off to the northeast, and we'll be talking about some of the impacts still lingering across parts of southern New England. So still that heavy snowfall that's falling across New Jersey. And Craig, back to you in the studio. We'll eventually see more of that heavy snow that's going to be shifting into parts of southern New England, including where I'm standing in Boston. I've been watching some of these heavier snow bands just to the south that are going to start lifting through this area.
Yeah, incredible. When you talk about this as well, even some lightning strikes that were well off of the coast. I can't imagine that you've heard any because they haven't seen any close to you. But anytime you get thunder snow, you know those convective bands can also produce quite a bit of snow out there.
Yeah, I was looking at the chance, the probability of where we could see some thunder snow, and I think if anything, the best bet is going to be across parts of the Cape and the islands. So we'll see. It'll certainly be a sight. I mean, we have all hazards on the table with this one. It is a powerful storm.
Yeah, you talk about also the coastal flooding. Now, we just got through that last January storm, cleaning things up, my friend. This is a heavy, dense snow. I imagine this is going to take some time to get rid of this round.
Yeah, I was listening to a press conference that the state held yesterday, and they were saying that people should plan on crews being out through the rest of the week and into the weekend to continue with the snow removal process. The storms that we've had so far this season are really taking a toll on the amount of salt that's being used and possibly even the amount of salt that's going to be left through the rest of the season. And you have these snow piles still that are from that storm in January that you mentioned, when we got nearly 2 feet of snow falling on Boston. Not only do you still have those snow piles, but then you also have what's still going to accumulate. There are a lot of things that the city is doing to help make sure that it's a little bit more efficient to clear the roads and sidewalks. This time you can see that gust that's just really picking up as I'm talking. This is probably the worst that I've seen it so far. Really hard to even make out my camera or turn off to the side. So off to the east, that's where you have the water. And so this is that northeast wind that's just hammering me and blowing that snow sideways. I'll toss it back to you in the studio, Craig, but yeah, it's going to be quite the cleanup process.
Turn your back to the wind and walk to a warmer spot inside the truck there, my friend. That is Melanie Black live from Boston.
I love that idea, yeah.
There you go. I'm worried about you.
I'll see you later.
We'll check in with you in a bit. And, of course, the snow keeps coming down. Travel, it is grinding to a halt. No non-essential travel is allowed in New York City until afternoon Eastern time. And we don't even want to talk about the airports. Man, what a mess. More than 10,000 flights have been canceled and counting. Here's someone who knows a little something about flying. He is the points guy. Clint Henderson joining us now. Good morning to you. Great to see you. I hope that you're somewhere safe and don't have any travel plans, because this, my friend, looks like it's going to be a bit of a mess.
I'm stuck with you here in New York City,
Excellent.
and it is a mess. I'm supposed to fly out of Newark tomorrow. I'm not sure that's going to happen now. Already, we got hundreds of cancellations for tomorrow when the storm's going to be gone. So really interesting. Thousands of cancellations, as you've been reporting. I think if you have travel plans today, any of these airports that touch the Northeast, don't even bother. Call the airline, get rescheduled for a later date. Maybe not even tomorrow, but maybe the day after or the day after that. If you can. Remember, if your flight's canceled or substantially delayed, you are entitled to a refund if you decide not to travel. So you have to keep that reminder in mind. But yeah, and just because you're not in the Northeast, if you're flying today or tomorrow, make sure you check where your plane is coming from, because a lot of these planes have to go through the Northeast hubs to get to where you're flying from. So it's going to be a mess for a few days.
It is so true. My sister's trying to get in from Denver and her boss from Boston. I'm like, no, it's not going to happen. She's like, well, we're on a flight for Tuesday. I'm like, all right, we'll see how it goes. I want to talk to you about the airlines, because what are they going to do? How do they recover and get back on schedule after this?
Yeah, well, the good news is they preemptively cancel a lot of flights. So they have gotten better at sort of predicting what's going to happen with these storms and sort of rearranging schedules around that. So hopefully they'll be able to recover fairly quickly like they did the last blizzard. It did take a couple days, but they didn't fly some planes in. They've got crews on standby. And then, hopefully, once the roads get clear, they can get things back moving again. Remember, there's travel waivers in place. So the airlines are being much more flexible these days when they see storms like this to let you rebook. So that's the good news.
Yeah, that is so helpful. And then talk about, how do you do that? Is it best to try to call because you've got a long wait? Do you do it online?
So you got to use all the tools in the toolbox. I say this all the time. It's becoming a cliche, but I always say have the toll-free phone number in your phone because you don't want to be scrambling to find that number. But also follow the airline on social media. A lot of times I get through on X where I can't by calling because the lines are overwhelmed. And then here's my top secret hack. If it's a major airline, they usually have international phone numbers. So I have some of those phone numbers for the Australia office in my phone as well. So if I can't get through in the US, sometimes those foreign call centers will be able to help you with your reservation. So I like doing that too. But yeah, follow them on social media. And then if you're stuck at the airport, if you have lounge access, sometimes those agents can help you. But you gotta get in those lines too. Worst case scenario, if you can't reach anyone.
Man, that's great. I got to have shared contacts with you at some point. Listen, so a lot of people are like, yesterday I saw some people there at the hotel. They're like, well, we're stuck. We can't go anywhere. At least we're in New York. So maybe some good news for some travelers?
Yeah, this can be turned into an extra few days of vacation potentially, with work from home ability now. Most of us can work on the road potentially too. So it's not the end of the world. It's kind of an exciting time to be in the city. I'm going to go out after we talk and explore Central Park to see what it looks like right now because I want to get out in the field like your reporters are and see what's going on out there. So look at it as a little holiday.
I love it. Well, we want to see your pictures and video, my friend. Foxweather.com/connect. That is managing editor, The Points Guy, Clint Henderson. Great to see you. Enjoy your time while you're here in New York. And thanks for the insight. We appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Good to see you. Exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic is in Kingston, Mass. right now, and we just saw trees down on the roads in his shot. He's moved away from those areas, but the visibility is not great. Roads are not that great. Travel is not advised. In fact, please stay home today. We'll continue to bring you the latest. Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started to look around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. When you call right now, you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Residents of group homes and their families. An important alert from Pentis & Mullins Law Firm. Every year, thousands of group home residents suffer from abuse, neglect, and injuries. If you or a loved one experience sexual abuse, physical assault, neglect, or any other injury in a group home, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us today and speak to one of our attorneys or paralegals for a free and confidential case review, or go to grouphomeclaims.com.
Golf has never been closer to the heart of this country. For the love of the game and for the love of the country, Straight Down exists thanks to American manufacturing and the movement to celebrate all things American made. We love this game and we love this country. Join us on this journey to bring back American made.
Have you ever been to the airport on a beautiful day just to find out that your flight has been delayed? Weather is often the culprit, meddling behind the scenes. But how? It's all about cascading delays. When storms ground planes at origin airports, the destination airports start to face delays as well. Things can start to snowball when big storms impact multiple travel hubs. Down on the ground, out on the roads, traffic stinks, but it can be a problem up in the air too. The actual corridors in which planes fly can get clogged up. And sometimes when storms are positioned in flight paths, there is less room for all of the air traffic. Travel headaches can be brutal, but Fox Weather can help. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anytime, anywhere on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it together.
Hello and welcome into Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. Thank you for being with us. I know a lot of us watching closely this massive nor'easter. We want to give you a look at some of the updates. This is from our live blog on our website. Pretty impressive and really good information. And according to poweroutage.com, we've got more than 345,000 customers without power. This extends across the Northeast. Now, most of those outages are coming in out of New Jersey. We've got 117,000 customers alone in the dark with no heat. Massachusetts outages, they have skyrocketed in the past hour, now more than 60,000. It's going to be a tough go out there, and you're going to need to give the crews a little bit of space, and until the winds die down, they really can't get up in the buckets to work on some of those power lines. Many cities affected, New York, Boston, also all along the I-95 corridor in the thick of this monster nor'easter. Boston is currently in the worst of it right now. You can't even make this camera out. It's frozen over. They've got extreme winds, even coastal flooding. We head back to Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black in Boston this morning. Melanie, just a few minutes ago, we checked in with you. I was like, turn your back to the wind because it is coming at you sideways. How's it looking now, my friend?
Woo! It is coming down right on cue. Just as you come out to me, that gust really picked up. You know what? Visibility has really dropped here, and I think we are at the start of watching for blizzard conditions in Boston. We were just waiting for that visibility to come down, and Boston Logan reporting visibility now under a quarter of a mile. In fact, where I'm standing, I'm in Long Wharf, a part of Boston. To my east is going to be the Boston Harbor, and then you go farther out, and that's where Boston Logan is. But really, I cannot see more than 150 feet, I would estimate. That's what's in front of me. So visibility has greatly dropped, and the snowfall rates are just going to continue to increase as we go forward through the rest of the morning. In fact, we do have a mesoscale discussion that's for a lot of southern New England for snowfall rates that could be anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour. So it's just really getting going across southern New England. But wow, to areas of our south, as this storm has bombed out, rapidly intensified, it has already dumped a lot of snow on some spots. And some of those winners have been across New Jersey, Delaware, and PA, where towns have picked up nearly 20 inches of snow. New Jersey really leading the pack in the number of towns that have picked up about 20 inches of snow. And that's a lot so far, and we aren't done just yet. In fact, radar is still showing some heavy bands that have been working across New Jersey. But not only does New Jersey lead for the amount of snow that we've received, but also the number of power outages. That is the state with the highest number of power outages, given the fact that you had that storm making its closest pass to the coast in that spot, and I've been monitoring the power outages within Massachusetts, and every time I go to refresh the page, they just continue to increase. So, I mean, you can look at this live shot, and that is just a testament to why we do have power outages, given the strength of these wind gusts. This overall storm expected to dump anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow along the I-95 corridor, really bringing travel to a standstill today. And this is just coupled with the strong wind gusts. We're forecasting some of the strongest gusts across Long Island, as well as for parts of southern New England, where gusts could be 55 to 75 miles per hour already this morning across the Cape and Nantucket. We've had gusts that have been near and above 70 miles per hour. So we are going to continue to be in the thick of it as we go forward through the rest of today. The heaviest snow really starting to work in across southern New England, while eventually that's going to lift out of the tri-state area. So I'd say the snowfall rates are going to come down by the time we get into the afternoon. But as far as southern New England goes, you're going to have your high snow rates 2 to 3 inches per hour. That'll continue for a majority of the morning, if not for some spots until the early afternoon. And then eventually, as we get to tomorrow, this system is moving its way out of here and hanging out in the Canadian Maritimes as it continues its northeast trajectory. But at that point, for all of us, we are beginning our storm cleanup process, not in just a matter of the snow removal with the copious amounts of snow that will continue to fall, but also the power outages, or also the tree limbs coming down, trees coming down with these strong wind gusts. There's a lot to think about with this, and we haven't even really scratched the surface, or I haven't, with the coastal flooding that could also be possible with this morning's high tide. So those usual areas that are prone to flooding when we get big storms will be areas to watch out for all up and down the eastern seaboard. Craig?
And Melanie, seeing that wind pick up and just kind of almost knock you over, I'm worried about you, my friend.
Yeah.
All right, get inside, stay warm. Of course, we're
I've got a strong stance.
You're going to get a serious leg workout today.
We'll see. I know.
Bracing the core, bracing the legs.
Exactly.
Right.
And a workout running back into the hotel and back out for these live shots. You know how it goes.
Seriously, burning some calories, get some food into you too. All right, we'll check in with you in just a moment. You talk about some of the coastal issues. Let's head out there and talk about that this morning. Coastal flooding is a possibility. Winds continue to increase, dragging a lot of the water up onto the lower line areas near the shores, and that does mean water inundation 2-3 feet in some cases. You put that fresh salt water from the ocean off over onto the compact snow, several inches of it, it's a concern. Now, some of the winds, when we've got the onshore wind, as you know, it just pushes all of that water up to the lower lying areas. You go into high tide, it makes the high tide higher than it normally would be. These winds are massive, they're consistent, they're staying, it's just like a drag. Once we go to the afternoon, parts of New England will start to experience an offshore wind. Later this evening, we go pretty much offshore for most of the Northeast. And at that point, that's better news for us because we're not seeing all the drag of the water onto the coastal communities. But look at these peak wind gusts. Melanie was talking about it. 60, 70 mile per hour gusts possible. Boston, Montauk sticks out there at 80 mile per hour gusts. It can be one of those spots that will experience some of these stronger wind gusts. You need it to be above 75 in your Category 1 hurricane strength wind gust. That's not a sustained wind, but that's a wind gust. We do have coastal warnings up through portions of southern Maine on the coast all the way down the Cape. And then we've got advisory down the Jersey Shore through Delaware. One area not highlighted would be Rhode Island and a portion of eastern Mass due to the offshore wind. So that's good news for you. But in that case, when you've got that offshore wind, you watch the north shores of Long Island, that wind coming over the sound. Some of the waves are massive, impressive. It is an angry sea. There's no reason to go out there and check them out anyway. It's just too windy. It's too cold. If you live near the coast, you will notice some waves 4 to 5 feet. If you look out your window, we go through the afternoon hours. The storm picks up out of here, the offshore winds pick up, and then we've got some better conditions along the northeast. But you will notice places like P-Town, since you stick out just a bit with that northeast wind, you get a little bit of the drag headed your direction. You'll still have some big waves. The current storm surge, yeah, it's still impressive, especially when you look at the battery. Numbers here have gone underneath where we'd like to see them. We do have, at times, the low tide, and that helps out quite a bit. But once we go to high tide, some of that comes in between 10 and 11 this morning. It depends on where you are. Watch for that closely here. So as we go through not only today, we're dealing with more in the way of high tides being a concern, and travel being a concern. All right, get you going with what we see on the roads and on the runways. Millions are dealing with a travel ban right now, and that ban, well, let's talk about that, because when we talk about all of the snow out there, not only are we talking workers that don't need to be on the road, anybody, just anybody, the non-essential people, thank you for all you do, National Guard. We have some delays, de-icing going on at Dulles. You'd expect that in this type of storm. But when you throw the wind and the snow coming down, these are major impacts. More than 10,000 flights that have been canceled from last night to this morning. Major airports from Boston all the way down through New York, Newark, through D.C., Baltimore. Trying to get to the airport would be very difficult based on what we're seeing with the roads. Once you get there, you're likely not going to have a flight to hop onto. Look at the number of flights. They keep going up. The canceled flights, 10,000 delays, 8,200 delays have been happening so far. This is going to be a trickle-down effect for the rest of the week. You think about that. If you're trying to get out to the Northeast or leave the Northeast, we just heard from the points guy. Maybe you try to book late Tuesday or Wednesday. You have a better chance as the airlines do all they can to get things up and running. Newark and LaGuardia both are dealing with 14 inches of snow. 14 inches of snow, plus the winds. The winds alone, you can't land a lot of these flights with some of the winds out there. Be safe, as you know, try to stay home if you can. We do have team coverage of this massive northeast blizzard going on. It could be one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for the I-95 cities on record. We'll be right back. This is Fox Weather First.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags,
dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMin.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMin.com.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
Have you seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Hey there, good morning to you. Welcome back to Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. The blizzard of 2026 It is one that we are going to remember, one that we are going to study. It is bringing the I-95 corridor to a standstill. Viewers, thank you for sending in your photos and your videos from this storm. We appreciate that. New England still under that blizzard conditions that we've been dealing with. This is from Jeremy, sending that in from Massachusetts. Thanks for sending that in. Man, the roads are covered. The tree or the power lines you can see there. There's a concern for power outages. Those power lines don't look too bad there, but that's not the case everywhere. Of course, whiteout conditions is a major concern. And then this one coming in from Rhode Island. This is from Nadia. Thank you for sending this in. This is a view of the highway that's been buried with the ongoing snow. You can see why it's hard. They're doing all they can to keep up with the roads, but when you've got intense snowfall producing 2 inches of snow per hour, sometimes even more than that, it's going to be tough to keep up with keeping the roads clean. Listen, we want to hear from you. Send us the ground truth. Be our eyes that we see on there so we can share it with all of America. Send your photos and videos in. All you have to do is scan the QR code. Grab your phone real quick. Scan that code and then send us some of your pictures and your video. New York, by the way, under a state of emergency as this monster nor'easter continues to slam the Northeast. Millions affected by it. The Big Apple bracing for the worst of the storm. Snow totals hovering close to perhaps the 2-foot mark. We checked back in with Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer from Times Square. Haley, I saw you there yesterday when I was watching coverage and early this morning. Man, you are a trooper. You've been making friends all over the place and dealing with some dirt slurpees. Blech.
Dirt slurpees. I feel like I need to coin that and maybe like sell it on Etsy or try and be a baker and make something out of it. But it just came to mind. But I mean, it does kind of look like a dirt slurpee at times. But we've got so many people that are out trying to shovel the roads, keeping them as clear as possible. I'm assuming some of these folks are actually volunteers. Keep in mind that all you have to do is go to your local New York sanitation department and show them a couple forms of ID, and there you go, and you can make $20 an hour and help shovel the snow. Keep in mind, though, it's a very heavy, wet snow, and so it is not easy to shovel. So make sure you're in good health, because actually when you shovel snow this heavy, it actually can trigger a heart attack. So just a couple things to keep in mind. The snow's still coming down. I will say we've backed off a little bit, and the wind really hasn't come to fruition here in New York City. We've had wind gusts close to 39 miles per hour, but not sustained enough to support blizzard conditions. But total snowfall reports, 9.3 inches in Central Park. That was recorded around midnight, a little bit after midnight. So the next report is expected by 7. So we've got just a short window of time, but I definitely expect we're well over 12 inches by the time we get that next report. And we're not done. We still have some snow that's coming through. But just looking around the city, we have a couple more people who are starting to pop out. We have a infamous figure. We've got the Naked Cowboy singing. Hey. How are you, Naked Cowboy?
I'm wonderful.
Are you sure?
Well, I'm getting a little look, I got accumulation.
Yeah, you got accumulation. You're part of the snow now.
Yes. You ready?
Yeah, give me a song.
The stars at night
are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
It reminds me of the one I love, Haley.
Deep in the heart of Texas.
It feels like when that sun is high in the Texas sky.
I love it.
I'll be
We're not
bucking.
in Texas anymore, though, are we?
Well, I'm saying, if you just think warm thoughts.
Is that how you get through it?
Well, it's a combination of things.
Combination?
I love New York City, and New York City tough, try to get things done and show up to work every day. I mean, that's the spirit of New York, so.
Absolutely, yeah. People are showing up no matter what.
Hey, I am.
Yeah, it doesn't matter the weather. We've got...
Nice to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thank you. Good luck to you trying to stay warm, because it's not easy. It's getting cold. Temperatures are... Yeah, temperatures are in really the upper 20s, about 29, 30 degrees. So people are definitely freezing it out. Temperatures throughout the rest of the day today should stay on the colder side of things. We'll go through a freeze-thaw cycle over the next couple of days. So this snow is likely going to stick around. We're actually going to get even more snow coming late this week. So we are not done with winter. The groundhog was right, and a lot of people are mad. They're threatening to throw him in the crock pot. And honestly, I don't blame him. Craig, I guess I'll give it back to you.
Oh, my God. I hit the applause and the laughter cue there, my friend, in studio. You are fantastic. One of the best live shots I've ever seen. Haley Meyer, I can't get enough of you, so we're going to check in with you in just a moment and see what other character you find out there, my friend.
Yeah, see ya.
All right, as the snow comes down, it does pile up. And when we get so much snow, it can get dangerously heavy. And we want to talk about that right now because take a look at some of the video. You see a lot of the tree branches weighed down by the weight of the snow piling up on some of the power lines. When we talk about snow, man, if you had a light, fluffy snow, that's one thing. But what we're seeing is a wet snow. And you heard, a lot of our reporters and correspondents out there talking about the consistency and how heavy it is. Let's talk about the weight of the snow because this is significant, especially for anyone who doesn't have a pitched roof on their home or their business. We have a lot of warehouses and all that snow piles up on warehouses. I would say we're average to wet snow, more on the wet snow side of things. So let's talk about a 12 inches on a typical roof, which is 2,000 square feet. We've got some heavy snow. Whenever you've got plenty of snow, heavier snow, let's take it to this category here because this is where we're about. When we've got heavy snow like this, the weight of this can easily add up to about 25,000 pounds. Or when you think about that, what is the weight of this? That's several small trucks on the weight on your home. When we're talking about 12 inches of fresh snow, so again, the first one we talked about here was for 12 inches here, and that's significant. Let's go to the 24-inch mark, and that's what we're dealing with right now. With a lot of spots up and down the Northeast, we're talking about 12 to 24 inches of fresh snow. I should say more like 18 to 24 inches of fresh snow in some cases. That's like adding 50,000 pounds of weight on a 2,000 square foot home. And at that, having said that, when you're talking about that kind of weight, if you don't have the pitched roof that you see here like that will eventually let that slide off, that's the concern. And think about all of the buildings and, say, warehouses that are just flat. And if you've got a massive warehouse, which we have all over the Northeast, because it is a major place for commerce and a lot of shipping that comes in here, those are going to be a concern because if you can't get the weight off of that in a certain amount of time, it starts to add pressure to the roof. So we'll watch closely with that. Be safe with that. If you do have a pitched roof, when that melts down, that comes down hard and heavy, and you don't want to be underneath that when you're thinking about all of that weight that could fall on your head, as well as the chance for icicles as things start to melt down. Stay with us. More Fox Weather continues. This storm is far from over. Let's check out some of the conditions and see what we can expect across the Northeast as the day continues. Overnight, Sunday into early Monday morning, lots of snow coming down. This is from New York City and Times Square. We're not done yet. When you think about the snow still to come, and a lot of us are about a foot, some of us are over a foot. We're likely going to add another 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow for a place like New York. Long Island, especially the eastern half of Long Island, adding potentially another foot on top of what they have already received through the rest of the day. Some strong wind gusts are still a concern, and that is going to blow the snow around. And anytime you get these bands, these squalls, you'll see the snow start to blow sideways. I was out with dinner with some of our friends here, a couple of meteorologists behind the scenes, Matthew Blue and Stephen McLeod, and we were watching as we were looking out the window. It's just impressive to see your snow's coming down and then starts going sideways, and these winds are doing that, bringing the visibility down, and these bands come in, and those bands, when they do come in, you go from 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour to easily 3 to 4 inches per hour. So as we go through tonight and into tomorrow, not only for Massachusetts, but Long Island, we could still see wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. That will likely lead to more in the way of power outages. For New York, we're talking about, these blizzard conditions going through about 12 o'clock in some cases. Listen to this stat. Take a look at this. So we've got these blizzard warnings, 40 million or so, but New York City it's been 3,266 days since our last blizzard warning. The most recent warning was March 14th in 2017. And New York City, guess what? We have a windy, snowy morning. You can see why people are asked to not get on the roads, aside from essential workers. Let the crews get out there. They have been on top of it. And then you also have to worry about the side streets. Public transit also having problems last night and saying, hey, we need to call it a day. Even Broadway went dark for the shows last night after the matinees. We'll see across portions of New England. Look at P-Town, 53 mile per hour gusts right now, sustained at 38. You put some heavy snow on top of that. You can see why we're likely going to be dealing with power outages. As far as the storm as it lifts to the Northeast, now we're talking about places like Massachusetts, Rhode Island. You're going to be getting in on the action that we just saw over portions of New York and New Jersey and into Delaware. Over to Boston, 12 to 18 inches of snow to come on top of what you already have. Same for New Bedford, about 24 inches. So you can see some spots 1 to 2 feet of snow still in the forecast. If a lot of you were wondering, man, is this going to be the storm? Are you sure? Well, here we go. This is it. And we've got another day of it right through the rest of the day today.
This is one to take seriously. It's going to continue through the day tomorrow. It's a strong, long-lasting storm.
State of New Jersey, all 21 counties is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade.
New York City is bracing for one to make some history, be in the top 10 worst winter storms in the last 150 years.
Yeah, it's a tough stat to take in. We've got it here. States of emergency declared in many states across the Northeast. We continue to watch the snow, the wind, and coastal flooding for the rest of the day today. Our team is fanned out, ready to cover it, bringing you the very latest. Thanks for staying with us on Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Residents of group homes and their families. An important alert from Pentis & Mullins Law Firm. Every year, thousands of group home residents suffer from abuse, neglect, and injuries. If you or a loved one experience sexual abuse, physical assault, neglect, or any other injury in a group home, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us today and speak to one of our attorneys or paralegals for a free and confidential case review, or go to grouphomeclaims.com.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
Hey there, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. We are all in on this massive blizzard of 2026. It is bringing the I-95 corridor to a standstill. We are watching closely. Our team is fanned out. We're bringing the ground truth to you, and we're also asking you to send us your pictures and your video as well. Here's a look at some of the latest updates, and this is coming to you from our live blog. Very cool thing on our website you can check out here. Power outages, they have now reached more than about 340,000 customers. And remember, a customer is 400,000 customers. Customers could be an entire household. We have 20 inches of snow that is now piled up in Islip, New York. At the airport, they're now reporting 20 inches in Islip, and then over to New Jersey, some spots topping that 20-inch mark. So we continue to watch closely with you. We also want to head over to Boston. It's one of the many cities along the I-95 corridor, currently right in the thick of this monster nor'easter. Snow, ice on this camera. You can't even make it out. They are in the worst of it right now. Also, concerns for coastal flooding. We go now to our friend, Fox weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Oh, Lord. So the wind obviously is there. I can't see what's behind you. And at times you have to turn your back into the wind because it's just howling, my friend.
Yeah, Craig, I can't see the camera right now, but I trust that you are there. The wind just continues to pick up. In fact, we are at the start of what could be a blizzard for Boston as the visibility has dropped below a quarter of a mile here. And really from where I am standing, I can't see. If I look off to my east, which is going to be Boston Harbor, where you have the wind that's moving in off of the water, I can't see farther than about 150 feet. So these conditions continue to deteriorate, and that's what we were expecting. We have gusts that have been pushing 50 to 70 miles per hour across southern New England. And this has just really been the start of what is going to be a long day here. I keep checking the power outages across the state because that's what my biggest concern is here. And every time I go to refresh the page, the number just jumps up. Right now, it looks like we are nearing about 100,000 people that are without power. And this number is just going to continue to grow. As you look around me, that snow is accumulating, and pretty much when you look all the way around, we've got blowing snow that's happening. So the visibility is just going to be greatly impacted going forward. There's been a mesoscale discussion for a majority of this area, and then parts farther down to the south across Connecticut, Rhode Island as well, where we're expecting prolific snowfall rates. That's the verbiage that's coming out of this mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. Snowfall rates anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour. And that is just going to greatly impact the visibility as well as overwhelm the roads for crews that are working to try to clear them already. I've seen a lot of snow plows that have been out behind me. And as we go through the morning, I think that is going to be really the brunt of this storm for southern New England, the peak of the event. Already, a lot of snow has been falling across areas down to our south, where that system has already been closer to and where it was closer to bombing out. 20 inches of snow nearing that for parts of Jersey, Delaware, and PA. That's a lot of snow, and we're expecting anywhere from 1 to 3 feet. Some parts of the Jersey Shore and southern New England could get the jackpot with this, nearing 3 feet of snow, if not more, Craig, when all is said and done. But again, it's going to be the wind gusts that I'm most concerned about. New Jersey leading the country with the number of power outages, and I don't think that Massachusetts is too far behind there.
Yeah, no, you're right. I'm looking at the outages right now. New Jersey, about 122,000 customers. Massachusetts, looks like almost 198,000 plus customers without power. My friend, looking at Boston Logan Airport, starting at 4:54, so about 5 o'clock, we've seen wind gusts 49 miles per hour consistently. Obviously, that's what you're seeing, and that's a major concern out there, even for coastal flooding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the whole eastern seaboard really under the gun for coastal flooding, and we'll be watching it, especially this morning. There's a threat for maybe about 2 to 3 feet of inundation along the shorelines, and these are typical spots too that are highlighted for the potential for flooding. So if you've been through a nor'easter and you have spots that typically flood, you know what to do to prepare for that. But you know, all hazards are on the table. We had that January storm, and I was out here for that. I can tell you it is a completely different story from that one, because it is all about the wind with this one. The wind, definitely the big component here, and the reason why we have Boston Public Schools and pretty much, I would assume, most of the districts around eastern Massachusetts that are off today. So last week they had winter break, but then that has been extended into today. And I mean, you just look at the conditions and you know why.
Yeah, no kidding. And a lot of them not even doing e-learning today. It's just too tough with power outages. My friend, we'll check in with you in a moment. You've been powering through the storm. Thank you so much. We head to New York City right now.
We'll see you then.
Okay, sounds good. Waiting to see if we actually hit some spots above a foot. You're looking at Times Square. New York does a great job of cleaning. So this is great for Times Square, but I'll tell you what, it's not the story everywhere. They've been working hard to clean the sidewalks, and also they're trying to make sure that they're about 4 feet of clean sidewalks for people to get in and around, especially when you've got ADA and you've got people trying to walk around. The last storm system, we were all walking single file because there was just so much snow. Different story this time. We still have some gusts out there, 35 miles per hour. That's where we hit the 20-inch mark already. JFK, 47 mile per hour gusts. We've had 14 inches at JFK and LaGuardia. And Newark, 16 inches of fresh snow there. So the airports obviously are having major problems with this type of event. We've had impressive snow bands. Look at that one right there through Newark, and then another one right behind it. So that's brought the numbers up about 2 inches more than we've had at LaGuardia and JFK. Nonetheless, we are seeing the misery index at a 4, extreme. And I think it's going to take several days, if not through this week, to catch up with all of those delays. So Islip again at the top of the board with 20 inches, Newark 11, and a lot of the airports there at 9+. When you take a look at some other snow reports around the rest of the area, we've had 18 inches of fresh snow along Long Island, gusty winds, and then snow still to come. We're not done with it just yet. Right now, we're going through the thick of it, and slowly things taper off, but we could still add 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow in the pink, including places like New York and White Plains. You go well inland, places across upstate New York, there's a sharp cutoff with the snow. This is a nor'easter. It's affecting the I-95 corridor, inland spots just a bit. Future gusts for New York, we're likely going to see 50 mile per hour gusts at times. These winds become offshore as we go through the afternoon. So at this point, some of the coastal flooding concerns will lessen for us. By 5 p.m., I would say when you're headed home from work, but a lot of people are not going to work today. You just can't. It's too dangerous. Plus, they've asked for people to stay off the roads. That would be the time you'd be going home, but things start to wind down at that point. Look at these solid winds. You add this type of wind on a heavy, dense snow on trees and power lines. I don't think we're done with the power outages just yet. Got to be careful out there. All right, we do want to talk about the coast. We talked about the chance for water inundation, and that is going to be a concern, especially as we look ahead to the high tide when that comes in, as we look at places all the way from New Jersey through Rhode Island. Plus, look at the snow on the ground right at the immediate coast. Having said that, what happens once you add more in the way of the snow back or water rather onto the snow? Coastal flood alerts are in place. We've got warnings for New England and advisories for the Jersey Shore. You don't have anything close to Rhode Island. You've got an offshore wind as we go through the day today. Water inundation up to 3 feet for lower lying areas along the immediate coast. You think about all of that melt for the snow that's on there. It's salt water. It's just going to make for a slushy, awful mess. Heavy at that. You're adding water on top of a dense wet snow. The water content is just going to be huge with how much we've got to try to clean out. The wave height is also high. Look at Long Beach, 4-foot waves. Montauk, 7-foot waves. You're dealing with waves, blowing snow, everything on the table when you talk about a nor'easter. And this is going to be one that we're going to study and talk about for years to come. A lot of people will put this on the list up there with 96 and a few other blizzards that came through. Through the afternoon, still some big surf and big waves along the shore. That's also going to lead to beach erosion. It's the type of storm that does that. And when we think about the hurricane season we had, we didn't have any landfalling hurricanes, but we had a lot that got close, and we took a lot of the beach, the sand out from the beaches. Now we're getting this, so it'll take some time to get everything up and going again. Storm surge, when you take a look at a lot of spots, we're going through some of the lower tides, and plus we have an offshore wind, so some of the storm surge is low at this point. But when we go to high tide, that quickly changes. So you know, you're not going to go out there anyway because it's snowing and it's windy. It's just cold. But when we get closer to high tide for a place like Atlantic City at 11:35, that's when we'll watch for potentially seeing some higher than normal high tide or flooding due to the high tide. Boston, same story for you. We'll watch for some of the high tide, especially for the morning hours. The next one for Boston is going to be at 3:32 this evening. You're going through a low tide at 9:24 right now, but it's high tide that you want to worry about this. So we'll watch this closely with you. Please be safe out there. Our team is going to help you get through this. We've got coverage of this massive northeast blizzard. It could be one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for the I-95 cities. This is on record. Snow continues to fall for millions from Virginia to Maine. Stay with us. And by the way, exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker, Brandon Kopic, he's in Plymouth, Massachusetts right now. It is tough. You can't, oh my gosh, visibility dropping quickly. Another reason you don't want to be on the roads out there, to let the crews do their work once this slows down, but we've still got several hours to go. Stay with us. Fox Weather First will be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Residents of group homes and their families. An important alert from Pentis and Mullins Law Firm. Every year, thousands of group home residents suffer from abuse, neglect, and injuries. If you or a loved one experience sexual abuse, physical assault, neglect, or any other injury in a group home, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us today and speak to one of our attorneys or paralegals for a free and confidential case review, or go to grouphomeclaims.com.
Golf has never been closer to the heart of this country. For the love of the game and for the love of the country, Straight Down exists thanks to American manufacturing and the movement to celebrate all things American-made. We love this game and we love this country. Join us on this journey to bring back American-made.
We are declaring a state of emergency and instituting a travel ban. The state of emergency closes the streets, highways, and bridges of New York City for all traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, with some specific exemptions for essential and emergency movement. We are asking New Yorkers to avoid all non-essential travel.
And that's the case for so many cities around the country in the Northeast. Here at Fox Weather, we've been keeping a close eye also on the power outages as this blizzard of 2026 continues to bring the I-95 corridor to a halt, and many cities are dealing with low visibilities, blizzard conditions, just like you see here. Brandon Kopic and a lot of our team has been out there bringing you the very latest. We'll continue to bring you the latest as we go through this storm. Thanks for staying with us, and welcome back to Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. We'll get you caught up on what you need to know in terms of travel, because you know this is going to be a nightmare, not just today. Started last night. It's going to take us in through probably tomorrow, a couple of days out there. They are doing de-icing, by the way, in Charlotte and at Dulles. But aside from the de-icing, man, the airports, we've got more than 10,000 flights that have been canceled across the Northeast. And whenever you see the red on the dial here, the misery map, you want this to be all green. All systems are go, like a traffic light. You get into the red, you're coming to us. standstill. And with this being said, if you're trying to get out, chances are you're going to need to extend your stay at the hotel. Maybe you're with family. If you're trying to get in, try to book out maybe Wednesday if you can. More than 10,000 flights have been canceled, 8,300 plus flights delayed. This will have a trickle-down effect for the rest of the country. Look at all of the numbers. New York, LaGuardia, JFK, 14 to 16 inches of fresh snow, and gusty winds will do exactly this. Philadelphia has 653 canceled flights this morning so far. Plus, getting to the airport is just, you just heard from the mayor of New York City, non-essential workers, please stay off the roads. You can't get to the airports anyhow. And look at the numbers. Not only are the air temperatures well below freezing, but so are the road temperatures. So a lot of this is just going to stick around. The side roads, it's going to be tough for the crews to clean up because with this type of snow coming down at 2 inches per hour, even more than that sometimes. The plows, they're doing their work, but they can't really clean it up that fast. If you have to get on the roads, stay behind one of the plows if you can, if you see them, or if they've plowed a lane, stay in that lane. Also, leave plenty of room between you and the car in front of you. You know the drill. It's going to be tough, especially with the heavy, dense snow. We're going to have a lot of the ruts in the roads as well. So sometimes that's hard to navigate, especially as this starts to become a little more slushy. Be safe out there. We're seeing slushy conditions everywhere. New York, by the way, under a state of emergency as we watch this monster nor'easter slam millions across the Northeast. The Big Apple bracing for the worst of the storm, expected to hover close to the 2-foot mark. We bring in Fox weather meteorologist Haley Meyer live from Times Square. Good morning to you, my friend. You have had an interesting morning. I love your live reports this morning.
Yeah, an interesting morning is one way to put it. I wasn't expecting to get up at 11 o'clock, 11:45. We bumped our live shots up a little bit earlier than expected. So you got tired, delusional, Haley, but hopefully it was good enough for all of our Fox Weather viewers. But yeah, I mean, the people here are now starting to come out and walk around, which honestly, if you're walking around in Times Square, not too bad. We've got some commuters. You can see he's got a backpack on, so walking to work. I mean, after all, this is a Monday morning, a very quiet Monday morning, though, I will say. I mean, considering just how busy Times Square is at all hours of the night, doesn't matter what time it is, what day it is, you will find tourists and the unfortunate commuters that have to walk through Times Square to get to work. Sometimes I'm included in that bunch, but really, this is not just the work of the plows, but also of all of these people that have been shoveling the snow hour upon hour. I was able to get 3 hours of sleep, but honestly, I don't know if some of these shovelers have been able to. I mean, we have seen a fleet of people, some from the local government, some that were volunteers, others that work for Times Square, and they're doing the best that they can. There are a couple of snow mounds, and I'll just kind of walk over to the street just a little bit and show you some of the slush we have going on, because truly this is a very wet snow, because temperatures have been hovering right around freezing for the entirety of the event. You can see as I wiggle my foot around, it's not frozen water right now, but you can imagine, Craig, when this does freeze over, this is going to be a sheet of ice, and it is slippery territory. But, you know, we have these big piles of snow as the snow plows have come through, and really my entire foot buried in it now. So it's a little bit deeper than I had initially expected. The official snow report coming out of New York City, this is in Central Park, is about 9.3 inches. They may have just recently updated it, so we're kind of awaiting that update out of Central Park right now. But we have seen over 11 inches of snow. That was in Battery Park, but also across the city. I mean, we have seen areas across the 5 boroughs that have reached 15 inches of snow, and that was reported a couple of hours ago as the biggest band started to whip us. We're now starting to calm down a little bit, but I will be interested to see what the final snow totals are. And just one thing to note, power outages, at least in New York City, I mean, clearly all the billboards are up and they're running. It'd be really interesting if they all shut off without power. That would be a scary moment. But there are over 300,000 customers without power, especially in New Jersey, along the Jersey Shore, that they've taken on the worst of it throughout this event. And they actually have some verified spots of over 19 inches. So the forecast did verify, especially along the Jersey Shore. Here in New York City will await the official totals, but I think that we'll probably get at least 15 inches plus. My guess that we were putting in our Fox Weather group chat with all of us meteorologists was 19.3 inches. So I feel like I'm getting close, but we've got so many other crews that are out experiencing this storm with the wind. Right now, the wind's okay here in New York City, but over in Boston, Massachusetts, the wind's been whipping. Blizzard conditions happening right now, and that's where we find meteorologist Melanie Black, who is out in Boston. Melanie, you've been there the last couple of days, and especially waking up this morning so early in the morning. This is the prime time for Boston as New York is starting to climb out of this. Boston is just ramping right back up.
Yeah, Haley, you actually just made me laugh hearing you say the wind's not too bad in New York City. That is not the case here in Boston. The wind continues to ramp up. So where I am is in Long Wharf, and just off to my east is going to be the harbor. So when you have a powerful nor'easter like we do, you have that strong northeast wind, and you can see it is just hammering me right on cue. We are currently monitoring blizzard conditions in Boston. We have wind gusts that have been about 55 miles per hour, and the visibility has been down below a quarter of a mile. And this, if it continues for 3 hours, would classify Boston as under a blizzard. But really, I can't see farther than about 150 feet off to my east. We are expecting a whole lot of snow to fall across southern New England. In fact, some highest totals could be found away from the coast and down across southeast Mass, accumulating to about 2 to 3 feet of snow. But I think a widespread area of 1 to 2 feet is possible across southern New England. Yeah, that's a lot of snow. And yeah, initially it's going to be a heavy, wet snow, given that our temperatures are right close to that freezing point. But what my biggest concern is going to be are the wind gusts that you can see from my live shot. Winds are expected to continue to gust 50 to 75 miles per hour. We are in it right now. Yeah, conditions are just going to pretty much remain like this through the morning. This is the peak of the event that's happening right now. And when you talk about wind gusts that are going to be pushing as strong as this, power outages are definitely concerned. I've been closely monitoring the power outages that we've had across the state, and they continue to climb. Meantime, you're looking at a mesoscale discussion that'll be in place through this morning. And what that essentially is, it's from the Storm Prediction Center, highlighting an area where the weather can be a little extreme, and we're expecting snowfall rates to be anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour. Those are prolific amounts that are just going to overwhelm the roads and the street crews that are working to clear this. But Craig, last check, roughly 115,000 people across Massachusetts are without power. Barnstable County is leading the pack. They're the county that is pretty much covering the entire area of Cape Cod, which makes sense because some of those gusts have been near 70 miles per hour. And given the temperatures there, that's where we're going to see the consistency of the snow be heavy and wet for a longer period of time, too.
Yeah, that's just a tough situation because I feel like we just cleared up the last mess, and now we have to deal with this. But to your point, it's a different type of mess that we have to pick up because of the density of this. Having said that, Melanie, we talk about no school, coastal flooding. Have you seen anybody out, or are they heeding the warnings? Stay home.
Well, I'm at a hotel right now, so it's a little bit of a different story. And right behind me is a park where a lot of people come and take their dogs. So I actually just saw a person take their dog out. She strapped on her goggles and then walked out here. But there are not a lot of people out. The only people I've really been seeing so far have been the snowplows.
Good. Heed the warnings and stay inside. Taking care of the pooch, too, real quick. Okay, Melanie, get inside. We'll check in with you throughout the day. Yeah, no, I was thinking about the dog today. All right, take care.
Bye.
We do have team coverage of this massive northeast blizzard, by the way. It is going to have huge impacts with travel conditions out there. The team has fanned out to bring you the very latest. Not only are we dealing with the snow, but some very strong winds. In fact, over to Montauk, I want to mention they had an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust this morning. There's a live shot of Montauk. It is still howling out there. That was at 3:30 at a Mesonet site. It's one of the highest wind gusts we've seen. Again, 84 miles per hour. More wind, more snow, more coastal flooding. More to break down as we've still got ways to go with this storm. Fox Weather First will be right back.
Hey guys, Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save money on products that will keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. So to start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen There she is. She's going to be your best friend. She's going to help you get better quality sleep, which who doesn't need better quality sleep, right?
Absolutely. We spend a third of our life sleeping, and you might as well sleep in the best because it really does affect your overall sleep quality experience. That's why I love that we have Bib Home for you here today. They are giving you a full set of sheets, everything that you need from twin to California King in beautiful colors. But these are 2,000 thread count.
So soft.
Luxury starts at 300. And I want you to think of like really nice hotel indulgent sheets. These are made from a bamboo blend, which is nice because they're thermoregulated, meaning now you sleep warm and cozy. But in the warmer months, you sleep cool to the touch, which is great. My favorite part is they've got these snug elastic grips, which means when you put it on your mattress, the fitted sheet actually stays fitted. So it's always like nice, clean, and new, giving you that feeling all the time. But I would say now's the time to invest because these are normally 3-figure sheets. We've got them today starting at $34, saving you up to 71% off.
The only problem is you're truly not going to want to get out of bed in the morning when that alarm clock sounds.
You got it. And if you don't want to take them out of the dryer, they're wrinkle resistant.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
All right. Trust me, you're going to love these. To buy them, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then? You have to tell me.
Yeah. Okay, well, it's my skin. I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better. Visit particlemen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam. Go to particlemen.com.
Hey there, good Monday morning to you. Welcome into Fox Weather First. I'm Craig Herrera. Thank you for staying with us through this massive nor'easter. Everything coming together and just doing what it's doing. It was a conversation we were having with you last week, and then Friday things were looking more interesting, and Saturday morning, like, all right, here we go. Let's give you a look at some of the latest updates from our live blog. It's very cool to check out. Check out our website. According to poweroutage.com, more than 415,000 customers are now without power across the Northeast. It's a tough situation. You're not going to A lot of wind and a lot of cold air in place. By the way, ice slip numbers now have jumped up to 22.5 inches of fresh snow. That's up 2.5 from our last update for you. Newark has now jumped up to, it looks like 18.3 inches of snow. That's an update from 16 inches earlier. Central Park now at 15.1, as is LaGuardia at 15.1, and JFK at 15 inches so far. All right, so we continue to watch what's going on. We head to New England, still dealing with this monster nor'easter in the thick of it. Boston and surrounding areas are currently in the worst of it. You can't even make out this live shot. Coastal flooding also in concern. Travel, a major disruption to travel up and down the eastern seaboard, including Boston, Logan. And that's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Haley Schuyler. You're actually in Easton, Massachusetts with more on this. Haley, Kaylee, good morning to you. How's it looking out there this morning?
Hi, good morning, Craig. Well, the conditions out here are just absolutely gnarly. The temperatures are hanging out in the low 30-degree range, but with these wind gusts, it feels like it's more in the teens. And really the big concern throughout today is going to be the wind gusts. I mean, I'm sure you can just see the snow that is blowing around right now. The wind gusts are averaging around 50 miles per hour, but for all of Barnstable County, which covers the Cape, the highest wind gust has been around 73 miles per hour. But actually right now, we're going to be joined by a plow driver who's been out in the conditions. His name is Michael Bixby. He worked overnight. Thank you so much for joining us out here in these terrible conditions. I appreciate it. So, yeah, you worked overnight. Just talk to me a little bit about what you've been seeing out there on the roads.
It's been really, the wind's been horrible. It's been trees down, a lot of like power lines sagging. It's just been really bad wind conditions and road conditions overall. So stay off the roads if you can.
And when we were talking inside just a little bit, you were telling me about how you thought you maybe saw kind of transformers blowing. Just talk to me a little bit about that as well.
Yeah, there's a couple explosions. Everything got really light, and then everything went completely dark all around us. It was pretty freaky, actually, driving because it was just completely black everywhere. And then one blew up right next to us, and we were driving down right up the street here. So it's really not safe at all out there. So stay hidden if you can.
And so, obviously, like you just said, it's not safe to be driving. Just talk to me a little bit about what the rest of your day looks like and kind of, you know, the hurdles you have to tackle when working in conditions like this.
Rest of the day probably looks something like this. The hurdles I have to go through is just dealing with people that don't stay at home. It makes it a lot more difficult driving. I can't really stress that anymore, is just stay home if you can, because it just makes it a lot more difficult for the plow drivers if you have more obstacles to deal with. So hopefully we can just get through it safely.
And for you and your guys, how many plows do you have out on the road here for the next couple days?
I think there's about 16 out. That's what we have out personally.
And I mean, I'm sure you guys are just working around the clock. I mean, you worked overnight. What are these hours and your shifts looking like?
We're out at 10 o'clock last night and don't plan to be home for probably till Tuesday night, something like that. So at least another 30 hours, I'd say.
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it and appreciate all the work you're doing out there. Thank you so much. Okay, guys, so moving forward, some of the concerns are going to be the power outages right now in Barnstable County and across Cape Cod. More than 60,000 homes are without power. And actually right now, full transparency, we're standing in front of our hotel. The power is out here. So a lot of the crews are hanging out in the hotel in the dark. Right now, guests can't even get into their rooms. The key cards aren't working. So this is what the rest of the day is going to look like here. I mean, a lot of people are sitting in the dark as well as us here in our hotel. And these crews, the guys who are going to be working on the power lines, they're just hanging out until these wind gusts kind of settle down because they can't go up if the wind gusts are over 35 miles per hour, which we're over that right now, Craig.
Yeah, no kidding. And I'm looking at some of the numbers now. Barnstable County, about 39% of the county without power of the 146,000 customers at this point across the state. Kaylee, when you're talking about this, behind you, you can see at times the snow just swirling. I imagine visibility is poor. You can't see very far. Another reason people are saying, please stay home unless you have to go to work if you're an essential worker, everybody else, because visibility can't be that great.
No, here, I'll step out of the way a little bit, too, just so you can see. I mean, you can see some of the crews who are parked in this parking lot now. But, I mean, yeah, visibility is less then for sure I would say a quarter than a mile. And even this morning, we were, my photographer and I, we were going to try to go live at the beach. And as soon as we got in our cars and tried to start driving, we quickly realized that was not a good idea. Just with the wind gust, I have never felt my car rock around how it was. Like I was basically just a piece of paper. So yeah, I mean, we have seen some cars out, actually, mostly plows, thank goodness. But the good news here is that most schools are out today. A lot of businesses are closed. Yesterday, I saw a lot of signs that businesses were closing early even yesterday. So hopefully people have no reason that they have to get out. And a lot of the crews here say they're on standby for any emergencies if there's a car accident or anything of that nature. So thankfully, hopefully, most people will stay home.
And I didn't even think about power outages and getting back into your room with the key card. My friend, please be careful out there. You and the crews, thank you for all your work and bringing us the ground truth. That is Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. Thank you so much. Let's head to the coast now, where flooding is also a possibility. These winds continue to howl. Wow, look at Jamestown, Rhode Island. Look at that camera shaking. I know that's high elevation, but man, it is shaking. And down at the surface, strong winds there as well. New Jersey buried in snow. Both of these images buried in snow. You throw some water off of the Atlantic, and that's going to be a mess. When you're talking about water inundation, 2 to 3 feet, that alone is a problem. But you put that water on top of snow, and the amount of water and it's just slush that's going to be a concern. We have warnings that extend over portions of Maine and these advisories for Massachusetts coastal communities through Delaware up in through New Jersey. Rhode Island not included in this. We do have a bit of an offshore wind that's pulling the water away as opposed to onshore that pushes the water toward the coast. And then you factor in high tide. Come high tide, that'll be a concern. Now, some of the waves this morning, take a look at Nantucket, 4-foot waves, but look to the north, just off the coast of Boston, 19-foot waves. This is going to cause some significant beach erosion. Montauk at 7-foot waves. When we think about that, Montauk this morning had an 84-mile-per-hour gust. Now you're dealing with big waves on top of the snow. This is a major triple whammy. Watching the storm evolve was something. I think this is going to be a storm that we'll be studying for, we'll study it and watch it for decades to come. People often referring to this storm in the future. Back like 1996. Even heard people from Rhode Island talking about the blizzard of 78 earlier, making comparisons to that and how bad that one was. We do have, as we go through the evening hours, the offshore winds start to kick in, and the waves going down just a bit. During low tide, of course, we're not worried about it. It's high tide that you're really concerned with this. So when you see the water getting dragged out during low tide, it's a reminder it's going to come back and it's going to get a little bit higher, especially during high tide. Of course, nobody's going to be out there. At least I hope you're not. Number one, it's windy. Number two, it's cold. Number three, you've got so much snow out there. There's just no reason to be out there. But if you happen to live in one of these cities like Atlantic City and you're closer to the coast, your high tide comes in at 11:35. At this point, you will be dealing with an offshore wind, so that may help a little bit. But we'll watch a lot of the rivers, streams, and creeks as well. But as far as the coastal communities and the coastal tide, watch during high tide specifically for the morning hours. And by the afternoon, as things start to switch with the wind direction, that will certainly help out. All right, going back to the roads and the runways out there, Brandy Kopic, our storm tracker's been out on the roads, and when you look at these images, the windshield wiper on high, the snow blowing around, visibility's a mess out there. He's in Massachusetts, has been driving around. Thank you, my friend, for bringing the ground truth out there so we can let people know what's going on. And it's important for you to see it. So, if I'm behind the wheel, this is what I would be looking at. Is that what I want? No, probably not, unless you have to get to work. You know it. Stay home. We do have some de-icing going on at Dulles. The cancellation and delays, they are just through the roof. We're coming off of a weekend. If you're trying to get home, if you're across the Northeast, the misery map lit up with red. Whenever you see that dial get up into the red, that's a lot of concerns for delays and cancellations. So trying to get out of these airports is going to be tough. You might have to extend your stay. I know a lot of us have to get home, but it's going to be tough to do that. Not only that, but trying to drive to the airports is just a mess. How about these numbers? Cancellations, more than 10,000 cancellations. Think about that. It's a Monday morning, coming off the weekend. You're trying to get to the Eastern Seaboard for business. You can't. You're trying to get back home after a weekend. You can't. Broadway even went dark yesterday after matinees. They had the matinees and they said, boop, shutting down, getting everybody home. The roads are a mess. The airport forecast, as we go through today, tomorrow and into Wednesday, we're still going to be dealing with some moderate problems at these airports, trying to play catch up from all that's going on right now. Thursday, it doesn't really improve much more. We do have another storm to talk about that's also going to slow us down. It's not a major storm, but it is a storm that's going to have impacts. And how much of us are going to be digging out of this storm right now? You add a little bit more on top of that as we go through the week ahead. That's going to be a concern as well. Thursday, we could even be dealing with some ice out there. Again, it's not as heavy as far as snowfall with that one, and it's not a nor'easter, but it is going to be something we need to watch closely. So even later on in the week, I'd say be careful. I know my sister's trying to get out here from Denver. I'm like, maybe you have to postpone this trip, because even if you get here, what happens when you're trying to get home? You may not be able to get home after this. So please be aware of this. We'll continue to bring the latest with this, because not only are you dealing with the roads, how about the trains? A lot of the trains can't travel in these types of conditions, and the winds are going to be a concern. With the winds above 35 miles per hour, we're going to be dealing with the power outages because they can't get the buckets back up to get the lights and the heat back on. So this is going to be a concern for us as well. We watch closely with this massive snowstorm of 2026. We're not done with it just yet. We have the afternoon to go through, especially for portions of New England. So stay with us. We have team coverage of this massive northeast blizzard. It could be, by the way, one of the top 10 biggest snowfalls for the I-95 corridor, for all of the cities along the corridor. Millions are watching from Virginia to Maine. We'll bring you the latest. Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war, used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They've felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works. My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night. Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags, dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Good Monday morning to you. Welcome back to Fox Weather. First, I'm Craig Herrera. Man, this blizzard making its mark. The blizzard of 2026 bringing the I-95 corridor basically to a standstill. Viewers, thank you for sending us your photos and your videos from the storm. Let's get to some of them. From New Haven, Connecticut, buried under this blizzard. Solomon sending us this video. The cars are covered in snow. The wind is blowing the snow around. Visibility is horrible. You can't even make out what is, I don't know if that's a lane or what that is. And then in Coram, New York, Kara sending us a view from the whiteout conditions, showing exactly what we have been talking about. Massive amounts of snow, blowing snow at that, and it's a heavy snow. Please be careful when it's time to clean it. We want to hear from you. Please send us your photos and your videos. See it, share it. You can scan the QR code on your screen right now. And some of the latest that we have been seeing from our viewers have really delivered. Thank you so much. We appreciate you because this helps us tell the ground truth. Fox Weather is your winter storm HQ, and we are tracking this northeast blizzard every step of the way, before, during, and after. And the storm is prompting travel bans across the Northeast. That does include New York City. Now, with that ban, public transit facing additional pressure in extreme conditions. So for more on this, we're joined by Jano Lieber, Chair and CEO of Metropolitan Transportation Authority, or what we call the MTA. Jano, good morning. Thank you for spending time with us. I know that you are very busy at this point. What is the status of operations at this point?
Craig, the MTA in New York and the surrounding counties operates half of the mass transit in the United States of America. And this is an extraordinary weather event, but we are operating subway service. We have we have some adjustments to the frequency. We have some adjustments to, some lines are running local, not running on the express tracks. But even on the outdoor areas of the system, we are running subway service. You saw in your video that our buses are all, the tires are all being chained. We've taken some articulated buses out of service because they don't operate as well, but we're also operating local and express bus service. We have our commuter railroad that goes to the north, to Westchester and other northern counties, that is operating on a reduced service. And we had to take one of our services, the Long Island Railroad, out of service. We put it on suspension because, as your video just showed, Long Island is getting hammered. But the New York mass transit system is operating. This is a New York thing, and we like to just keep going even through extreme events like this.
Yeah, no kidding. When you think about it, a lot of people could say, when are we going to get a big snowstorm? We got it. And before this one, we had one in January. So did that help you all get ready for this blizzard we're going through right now?
Absolutely, Craig. I mean, I talked to Governor Hochul about this yesterday. We operated through that first storm, and she said, just, do it again. And she asked, us to obviously emphasize to the workforce. We got 70,000 employees, thousands of whom are working on this, that we want to do as well or even better than we did last time when we did operate service. So we had a lot of support from the state of New York, from Governor Hochul, and our workforce has been amazing. So we've been able to keep it going even in this blizzard, and we're very proud of that.
Yeah, we appreciate all you're doing and all of the team out there. Now, people are asked to stay home, but essential workers have to get there. What advice would you have for them to get through the morning commute today?
It's just what you said, Craig. If you can remote work, if you can stay home, and especially if you have kids who are on snow day and they want to go sledding, do that. But if you have to get to work for whatever reason, the MTA is here for you. We got subways, we got buses, we got a lot of our commuter rail system, and just allow extra time. The bottom line is the frequency is going to be a little less than usual. Look at the MTA app. We got social media. We have an app. We have our website. All that information is available online, so you can time exactly when you want to make for your bus or your subway station.
Staffing, is that all okay? I know you got a lot to cover. I mean, it's massive. Are you guys doing okay with staffing and the hours?
Good question. Listen, we got workers who are coming in from some of these places which are getting hammered. So we're definitely, that workforce has been impacted. But there are a lot of people who came in and worked overnight and who stayed at the rail control center, at our bus command center, and people have been out on the roads all night. So our workforce has been unbelievable, and we're very proud of of how they've performed under these difficult conditions.
We're proud of you, too. And power outages have been a concern. Are you guys prepped in case there is some kind of outage?
Yeah, I mean, in New York City, most of the power, the power is underground. It's protected. There are some isolated areas in the outlying regions where there are above ground power lines that have been impacted, but that's more of a suburban issue than a New York City issue. So far, that has not been a big impact to our service, although some communities are feeling that power outages and thousands of people out.
All right. Well, listen, we appreciate your time. I know that you all are busy. Thank you to you and all of your staff for keeping us moving. That's Jana Lieber, Chair and CEO of the MTA. We appreciate you this morning. Best of luck to you, and thanks for all that you are doing out there.
You bet. Thank you, Craig.
You got it. And we also want to thank you and ask you to share your photos and videos. If you see it, share it. Scan the QR code on your screen and send us your photos and your videos. New York City records some of the most snow that we have seen in 5 years. We will continue to see scenes like this all morning long. In Montauk right now, visibility is poor. They even had an 84-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier today. Winds will be a concern through the day with more snow. Stay with us here at Fox Weather. All right, as the snow comes down, it does pile up. And when we get so much snow, it can get dangerously heavy. And we want to talk about that right now because take a look at some of the video. You see a lot of the tree branches weighed down by the weight of the snow piling up on some of the power lines. When we talk about snow, man, if you had a light, fluffy snow, that's one thing. But what we're seeing is a wet snow. And you heard, a lot of our reporters and correspondents out there talking about the consistency and how heavy it is. Let's talk about the weight of the snow because this is significant, especially for anyone who doesn't have a pitched roof on their home or their business. We have a lot of warehouses and all that snow piles up on warehouses. I would say we're average to wet snow, more on the wet snow side of things. So let's talk about a 12 inches on a typical roof, which is 2,000 square feet. We've got some heavy snow. Whenever you've got plenty of snow, heavier snow, let's take it to this category here because this is where we're about. When we've got heavy snow like this, the weight of this can easily add up to about 25,000 pounds. Or when you think about that, what is the weight of this? That's several small trucks on the weight on your home. When we're talking about 12 inches of fresh snow, so again, the first one we talked about here was for 12 inches here, and that's significant. Let's go to the 24-inch mark, and that's what we're dealing with right now. With a lot of spots up and down the Northeast, we're talking about 12 to 24 inches of fresh snow. I should say more like 18 to 24 inches of fresh snow in some cases. That's like adding 50,000 pounds of weight on a 2,000 square foot home. And at that, having said that, when you're talking about that kind of weight, if you don't have the pitched roof that you see here like that will eventually let that slide off, that's the concern. And think about all of the buildings and, say, warehouses that are just flat. And if you've got a massive warehouse, which we have all over the Northeast, because it is a major place for commerce and a lot of shipping that comes in here, those are going to be a concern because if you can't get the weight off of that in a certain amount of time, it starts to add pressure to the roof. So we'll watch closely with that. Be safe with that. If you do have a pitched roof, when that melts down, that comes down hard and heavy, and you don't want to be underneath that when you think about all of that weight that could fall on your head, as well as the chance for icicles as things start to melt down. Stay with us. More Fox Weather continues. This storm is far from over. Let's check out some of the conditions and see what we can expect across the Northeast as the day continues. Overnight, Sunday into early Monday morning, lots of snow coming down. This is from New York City and Times Square. We're not done yet. When you think about the snow still to come, and a lot of us are about a foot, some of us are over a foot. We're likely going to add another 5 to 8 inches of fresh snow for a place like New York. Long Island, especially the eastern half of Long Island, adding potentially another foot on top of what they have already received through the rest of the day. Some strong wind gusts are still a concern, and that is going to blow the snow around. And anytime you get these bands, these squalls, you'll see the snow start to blow sideways. I was out with dinner with some of our friends here, a couple of meteorologists behind the scenes, Matthew Blue and Stephen McLeod, and we were watching as we were looking out the window. And it's just impressive to see your snow's coming down and then starts going sideways, and these winds are doing that, bringing the visibility down, and these bands come in, and those bands, when they do come in, you go from 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour to easily 3 to 4 inches per hour. So as we go through tonight and into tomorrow, not only for Massachusetts, but Long Island, we could still see wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. That will likely lead to more in the way of power outages. For New York, we're talking about, these blizzard conditions going through about 12 o'clock in some cases. Listen to this stat. Take a look at this. So we've got these blizzard warnings, 40 million or so, but New York City it's been 3,266 days since our last blizzard warning. The most recent warning was March 14th in 2017. And New York City, guess what? We have a windy, snowy morning. You can see why people are asked to not get on the roads, aside from essential workers. Let the crews get out there. They have been on top of it. And then you also have to worry about the side streets. Public transit also having problems last night and saying, hey, we need to call it a day. Even Broadway went dark for the shows last night after the matinees. We'll see across portions of New England. Look at P-Town, 53 mile per hour gusts right now, sustained at 38. You put some heavy snow on top of that, you can see why we're likely going to be dealing with power outages. As far as the storm, as it lifts to the northeast, now we're talking about places like Massachusetts, Rhode Island. You're going to be getting in on the action that we just saw over portions of New York and New Jersey and into Delaware. Over to Boston, 12 to 18 inches of snow to come on top of what you already have. Same for New Bedford, about 24 inches. So you can see some spots, 1 to 2 feet of snow still in the forecast. If a lot of you were wondering, man, is this going to be the storm? Are you sure? Well, here we go. This is it. And we've got another day of it right through the rest of the day today.
This is one to take seriously. It's going to continue through the day tomorrow. It's a strong, long-lasting storm.
State of New Jersey, all 21 counties is under a blizzard warning for the first time in 30 years.
These are blizzard conditions. New York City has not faced a storm of this scale in the last decade.
New York City is bracing for one to make some history, be in the top 10 worst winter storms in the last 150 years.
Yeah, it's a tough stat to take in. We've got it here. States of emergency declared in many states across the Northeast. We continue to watch the snow, the wind, and coastal flooding for the rest of the day today. Our team is fanned out, ready to cover it, bringing you the very latest. Thanks for staying with us on Fox Weather First. We'll be right back.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner,
Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
Hello and welcome to a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command inside Studio W. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Thanks for joining us on this Monday, February 23rd.
It's a Monday, but I don't know if it feels like it. This blizzard, boy oh boy, blizzard of 26 as we're calling it, blasting the Northeast with near hurricane force winds, incredible amounts of snow. Just got updates from some stations in the Northeast. Blizzard warnings remain in effect for more than 40 million people. We have that risk also of whiteout conditions, so that has forced leaders to truly shut down major cities.
Appropriately so, and so necessary as we continue through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. We had governors in 7 states issue those states of emergency. Rare travel bans also instituted in major cities, including New York City, where Americans are also hunkered down this morning.
And if you think it's bad at home, just be happy you're not trying to take a flight. Air travel is at a standstill. Nearly every flight canceled from Philly to Boston. This late season nor'easter knocking out power as well to nearly 500,000 customers. That number is going to continue to climb. Our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app, it's activated as weather news breaks throughout this storm. You'll find it on the blog. You can check it out. It's been rolling all night.
And you can bet Fox Weather, we have a fully deployed team across the bullseye of the I-95 corridor, delivering live nonstop team coverage as this historic storm unleashes its fury. We're not done yet, and we're going to be checking in with everybody throughout the day.
In fact, we're going to spend more time out there than in here, rightfully so. New York City among the cities getting dumped on this morning. Central Park coming in now with more than 15 inches of snow. Officially, that report coming in 15.1 and climbing. This marks the city's most significant snow since February of 2021. It's been 5 years. Back then, more than 17 inches fell.
And speaking of the Big Apple, a live look into New York City right outside of Fox Weather HQ, where we are also hunkered down for the day. We do want to take it out, though, just around the corner to Times Square, the crossroads of the world, where we have Fox Weather meteorologist Haley Meyer. Haley's been camped out in Times Square throughout the early morning hours, watching everything deteriorate. And I think the biggest thing is the wind. It's the consistency of the snow, Haley. How you holding up out there? What do you think? The new total coming in from Central Park, 15 inches.
You know what? I mean, as much as it's been kind of a pain in the butt sometimes when you're so cold doing live reports outside, I will tell you, 15 inches, I mean, that is what a nor'easter and forecasting is all about. Seeing a forecast verify like this, this is a true classic nor'easter. And if all of these people who have been doing the snow dance saying, what is wrong with New York? Why can't we get snow? Here you go. Mother Nature's delivering on a silver platter for you. 15.1 inches of snow coming out of Central Park. And clearly, we're not done yet. I mean, we are still looking at snow through the better part of this afternoon and even through the early evening before that low finally starts to pull away off the northeast coast. So the wind gusts overall across New York City have not been bad. There have been a couple moments where you're like, oh, okay, and you check the METAR data and it's showing you about 39 miles per hour gusting, sustained winds close to 8, 10, upwards of 15 at the height of this event. We're now just starting to calm down. I would say right before sunrise, about 6 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, that's when this event was full force for New York City. We had a very strong convective band of snow. I would say near whiteout conditions. That was how fast it was coming down. Visibility still at this point about a quarter mile to a half mile, but this is a true winter storm for the Northeast and a true snow day for many people. I mean, just look at how quiet the streets are. And this is a Monday morning. I mean, the subways are usually chock full of people. You can't even get into a subway car at this hour as folks are making their way to their 9 to 5. And right now, it's just a slow pace for the city that never sleeps. And this is the most people I've seen out in Times Square since this time yesterday. So just to put that into perspective, I think a lot of New Yorkers and people who are visiting, they're really taking heed of the warnings that were issued by Governor Kathy Hochul and also Mayor Mamdani at this point. Here in Times Square, this may be a little bit of a deceiving shot for people who are tuning in because this is the best probably some of these New York City roads and even across all the 5 boroughs are going to look. New Yorkers, they know that this is a very heavily trafficked area, and so they put a lot of resources into making sure that this spot is as clear as they possibly can. I was catching up with some of the Times Square Alliance members. They've been out since 7 p.m. last night, consistently shoveling the few blocks that encompass Times Square. That just goes to show how much snow we've had and how fast those snow rates have been coming down. We still have the travel ban in effect, although there are pretty good amount of cars that are moving down Broadway here, so maybe some people not following those rules, but for the most part we've been pretty quiet along the interstates so far. But yeah, 15.1 inches. You head further north up into the Bronx, we've had reports of 17 inches, and we're still not done with this event. New Jersey definitely taking it the worst, and especially with the power outages, so thankfully power's still intact, clearly, with all of these lights behind me, guys.
Well, Haley, what a storm. And to be there in the overnight hours when that burst occurred, I do think, based on radar, we've got another burst that's going to be setting up. That band almost being right over Manhattan. Yeah. Maybe some pockets of some lighter snow, but it's going to continue to dump. So fascinating to see. Haley Meyer for us in Times Square in Manhattan. Appreciate the update, Haley.
All right, let's head about 2.5 hours, 2 hours to the south. We'll take it out of Manhattan and into New Jersey. Right along the Jersey Shore this morning. Ocean City, New Jersey, up on the screen for you there. Very snowy look at the boardwalk. Also included in that blizzard warning, we have the coastal flood advisory in place for places like Neptune, New Jersey this morning, which isn't too far from Ocean City.
Not too far. We want to check in with meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. He's up this morning as the snow continues to fall. And we heard it from Haley, Bob. Jersey's really taking it on the chin this morning.
Yeah, getting pounded right now, Stephen. And you were talking about that snow band that set up shop. That's according to the NWS out of Mount Holly, outside of Philadelphia. This band that I'm standing in is producing 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour. And it's not that bad until the wind starts, right? And it drifts it all around. But what I'm noticing is the rain switched over to snow. And I was over in Manasquan, New Jersey yesterday about 1:32 p.m. It was a real heavy snow that didn't stick. Then by about 5:30, it started to stick, and then when the temperatures dropped down, it stuck even more when the sun set. But it's interesting because if you look at how much snow has fallen, officially in Freehold, it's about 22.2 inches worth of snow. That's north of here by about 5-6 miles. This right here, the top layer, it's not packable, right? It's really, really light and fluffy. The bottom layer, though, where it started snowing first yesterday, and when it's still warm, this is totally packable. I mean, that's Snowball City, but above it, it's not. And it's interesting, how are you supposed to measure how much snow we fell? Because the winds, they've been screaming at 40 miles per hour all night long, and the snow hasn't stopped. I mean, you can see this right here, but this was plowed last night right before we went to sleep. We're in a hotel right now. Now you got about 6 to 8 inches on the ground here. The drifts, I guess I could try and see how far I can get into the drift itself. Because, yeah, now you're drifting, and now it's going a little bit deeper than that, right? It's going up a hill, yeah. So now it's up to my knee. So it's really hard to see exactly how much snow is falling because you got to measure essentially once every hour to 3 hours or the snow's just going to get blown off the board itself. Look at that. So it's all about the drifting, the blowing of the snow. We have got the blizzard warnings in effect until 6. 4-wheel drive, man, it's the only way you can get around, you guys. No question about that. But yeah, we're looking at the blizzard warning till 6 p.m. Winds are supposed to be subsiding later today as that low peels out, but you guys, what a night last night. It was like we were in a snow hurricane because the winds were just screaming the entire time.
Wild. I think, is it Bob that calls it black and white season? Because I'm looking at that backdrop, Bob. I think you introduced me to that phrase. I'm like, are we sure that this is the different colors? It's just black and white. It's wild.
No, the only thing is the stop sign. The stop sign and the fire zone thing. That's it. Everything else is in black and white. Yeah. And it's amazing. Once everybody's like they're done with winter. We've got this blockbuster nor'easter comes peeling up around here, reminiscent of 30 years ago when all 21 counties in Jersey were under a blizzard warning. That's the last time that happened, was 96. Seems like it's on the sixes every time we get slammed.
It's on the sixes, so we're all waiting for 2036 for the Jersey Shore to win out again. Yeah, typically
Hopefully I'll be done by then. You know?
No, you never quit, Bob Van Dillen. You know, I do think, though, when we think of a big snow, we think, okay, get into the mountains, get into the Poconos, you know, head west, head north. But not this time.
Yeah.
This time, it truly is about these coastal areas, including the Jersey Shore. So we'll be watching. I know you were in Manasquan yesterday. You're up in Neptune, just a little bit to the north today. So,
By the way, that drive, I got to tell you about that drive.
Oh, yeah,
that drive was terrible. We knew it was going to start coming down pretty hard, and all of a sudden, when you got a little darker at night, it started sticking at about 5:15. Our last hit was about 5:30. We took off, and we were going up the Parkway, and it was getting bad. There was hardly anybody out there. There was already 3 inches of snow on the ground after about an hour and a half, and then it just kept on piling up from there. That commute back here to Neptune, we're like, all right, well, let's try to get back to Manasquan this morning. That ain't happening. The travel ban's been lifted for Jersey at 7 a.m., but still, you got plows out, but that's about it.
You know, that's a good point. I saw the travel ban was lifted at 7 a.m., and we're going to be checking in with the governor of New Jersey, Mike O'Sherrill, and I'm curious, because I looked outside and things still looked
I know.
not
rough.
great. Yeah,
it's
not
been 30
great.
years, though, as Bob said, as she has said, all 21 counties under that blizzard warning in the state.
So, all right, Bob, we'll be checking in with you throughout the morning. Appreciate that update out of the Jersey Shore, Neptune, New Jersey. Fox weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen.
Yeah, and I can't stress it enough. The fact that we're dealing with these snow rates between 2 and 4 inches an hour, it is something that you do not see. Not even with every nor'easter. This one is particularly strong. We've seen it rapidly strengthen, dropping 40 millibars in 24 hours. This is a live look in Montauk, New York, where snow totals are coming in. We're seeing closing in on 2 feet of snow, and we're still seeing it whip around. Where Bob was in Neptune, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matthew and Marissa, you guys might know, Lincroft, a little closer to Lincroft, south of New York is where Neptune's at. Toms River, one of the cities also taking it on the chin. That band setting up right over Manhattan. It's been interesting to watch because the boroughs across the East River, you have Queens and Brooklyn, I've seen some slightly lesser, at least intensity snows, but still it's piling up, and we've continued to watch this thing. It's a wild ride. I mean, you look at how significant these snow rates could be, and while we're sitting at 15 inches in New York City right now, it's not out of the realm of possibility that we get upwards of 2 feet if that band stays overhead, but it would have to. Blizzard warnings have been extended. They extend all the way into Maine, close to or near the Canadian border, and then Delaware. It's a big swath that we have, and we had mentioned and shown you what we've seen in Jersey, the entire state of Jersey. We even have the entire state of Connecticut under blizzard warnings.
I was trying to find the stats before I came down for Connecticut the last time the entire state was under a blizzard warning.
I believe 2017, don't quote me, but I think it was 2017.
Okay, yeah. Matthew Blue's shaking his head. Yeah, it's considerable from the Delmarva all the way through down East Maine, up through Portland. I mean, this is a considerable stretch, and it does get tough in terms of forecasting where you get the higher convergence, where you get some of these deformation bands, where you can get some of the higher precip, right? But within those zones we knew, and that's why you get this range of forecast totals, because where those bands set up, it's a narrow band of even more intense snow, as Bob said, 2 to 4 inch per hour snowfall rates.
And if you're watching from anywhere, it really is this unique Northeast New England phenomenon to watch a storm like this strengthen. It's nothing more than an area of low pressure, but its position over that benchmark that we talk a lot about, that 40 degrees north, 70 degrees west, having that low cross that benchmark is what often brings those big snows from Boston down to New York. And even look at it, lightning detected out in the Atlantic. There's a lot of energy with this thing still.
I'm excited to check in with Melanie Black, who's out in Boston, to see if that lightning was confirmed.
Look at that wind north at 52 in Boston.
Yeah, very strong winds. I think the pressure at last check was 972 millibars. 12 hours ago, Surface Analysis said 1,000 millibars. So
we got to watch this too, right? With
outages.
That pressure deepening, outages are going to climb.
Big wind, heavy snow, and outages a concern. Hey, by the way, we've gotten just hundreds of photos from all of you watching from home. 3 great ones that we chose out of the pile. This is out of the Bay State to show you as we head to break. Take a look at this one from Nick in Brimfield, Massachusetts. The flag is flying, the snow is falling, and the snow's been piling up. Thank you, Nick, for sending that one in. We've got another one from Joseph out of Westport, Massachusetts. You get the idea. Looking outside your window, perhaps from the porch, everything blanketed in that deep, heavy snow. And we're not done yet. Thank you, Joseph. And then the final one, we'll show you this one from Clark out of Fall River, Massachusetts. The sun at this point hasn't come up yet. I'm wondering if any of you heard any of the thunder from these early morning hours as we've had some thunder snow. We'll have an update out of the Boston area coming up in a little bit, by the way, but we appreciate you sending these images, these videos. If you see it, share it with us if you can safely do so. Scan the QR code on your screen, or you can visit us online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more coverage of this massive blizzard taking aim at the Northeast. We'll be right back.
It's 2026, and Medicare Advantage plans are available in zip codes across the United States. So what are you waiting for? Find out if you're eligible. Call now to check your zip code. If you don't have a Medicare Advantage plan, also known as Medicare Part C, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're confused about Medicare and want someone to help make it easier and simpler to understand your options, call to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period. Call to check your zip code. If you recently lost coverage and no longer have the coverage you need, now is the time to check your zip code. If you have Medicare and you live in the United States, now is the time to check your zip code. If you qualify for a special enrollment period, now is the time to check your zip code. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, so you should find out what your options are now by checking your zip code. Medicare Advantage plans are available to nearly everyone on Medicare, but enrollment isn't automatic. Call to check your zip code and see if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to speak to a licensed insurance agent. They are standing by to help people in your zip code. With just your zip code, they'll be able to determine if plans are available in your area. If you're tired of wondering what benefits you can get and how much it will cost with a Medicare Advantage plan, now is the time to check your zip code. You may be eligible for a special enrollment period, so call to check your zip code. Enrolling in a Medicare Advantage plan is not automatic. It's up to you to call and check your zip code. Our licensed insurance agents are standing by to help determine if you're eligible for a special enrollment period. Call now to check your zip code and get your free Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-698-9806. 800-698-9806. That's 800-698-9806. Call now.
Residents of group homes and their families. An important alert from Pentis & Mullins Law Firm. Every year, thousands of group home residents suffer from abuse, neglect, and injuries. If you or a loved one experience sexual abuse, physical assault, neglect, or any other injury in a group home, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call us today and speak to one of our attorneys or paralegals for a free and confidential case review, or go to grouphomeclaims.com.
Marley drank 2 quarts of cooking oil. I called my vet and they were like, you need to bring him here immediately. I used to constantly avoid going to the vet because I knew that it was gonna cost me a bomb if it weren't for Fetch. So it's been the ultimate peace of mind, and the feeling that I get when my claims are reimbursed is this winning moment. If you have health insurance for your kids, why wouldn't you for your pet?
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
We're back here on Weather Command, and we head live to Dedham, Massachusetts this morning. It's just south of Boston. Blizzard warning in effect. That temperature 30 degrees, but when you factor in the wind, northeast at 27, it's a hallmark of a nor'easter. A northeast wind feels like 16 degrees. The Bay State now leading in power outages for the Northeast and New England, with more than 170,000 without power.
That went up quickly, right? We do want to take it into Boston, where we have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie camped out in Boston for yet another snowstorm in the past, 3-4 weeks? I don't even know if it's been a month. But Melanie, getting a look at some of the totals so far this morning, Boston putting out 5 inches so far. Obviously, Boston getting the snow a little bit later of a start than New York City. But cranking up in the wind, I mean, that's been such a big part of this story.
Yeah, I mean, yes, we're going to get a lot of snow, but I think always my biggest concern was the wind, and right on cue, there you can see that gust. So where I'm standing is in Long Wharf. Off to my east is going to be Boston Harbor, so that hallmark northeast wind, it is pushing in from the coast, and you can see as it picks up, it's just like whipping against me and blowing that snow sideways. So this has been something where we've been in and out some of these strong gusts over the past hour with visibility that has been greatly reduced. I mean, at now, and even at some points this morning, I can't even see farther than 150 feet off to my east. We've been watching those conditions closely for Boston. Does it meet the criteria for a blizzard? Visibility was at one point down below a quarter of a mile. We had the gust criteria met, but then we rotated back up to about half a mile visibility. Now I think we're back down to a quarter. So we're watching it. It's definitely, even if it's not meeting the blizzard criteria or not, your visibility is impacted and that wind is a concern. As we go through the morning, that's when we continue to expect some of the most prolific snowfall rates, anywhere from 2 to 3 inches. Mesoscale discussions have really been highlighting this heavy band that's going to be working on through, allowing that snow to dump. So yeah, at 7 a.m. was when we got the snow report out of Boston Logan, about 5 inches, and I'd assume out of this point, we've accumulated maybe at least an inch or two more since then. The gusts, though, have been the main concern. 55 to 75 mile per hour gusts. Some of the strongest have been across Cape Cod. And when you talk about the power outages that we've had across the state, Massachusetts leading the country with the most power outages. Gusts have been near 70 miles per hour and higher across Cape Cod. Barnstable County is the county where Cape Cod is, and that has really been leading the pack across the state in terms of power outages. You guys may have a better number for it, but at my last check a few minutes ago, we were at 156,000 customers across the state without power. And that's a number that every time I go back to that, it continues to grow exponentially, especially since I got up this morning. So going through the rest of today, we do expect that later on, the conditions won't be as heavy in terms of those snowfall rates, but we're still expecting accumulating snow all the way through this evening and tonight. And I think a good majority of our day, we're just going to be under some of these strong wind gusts. So if Boston maybe doesn't make the blizzard criteria, definitely I think across Cape Cod, we will have some spots that do reach that. The system's going to get out of here by tomorrow, and then we'll really start with the cleanup process in terms of snow removal. Any tree limbs or trees that come down with these powerful gusts that are whipping around. Boston schools closed for today, and a lot of the city officials are talking about how the snow removal process could last not only through the rest of the week, but into the weekend. Stephen and Marissa, you might be able to see behind me that we still have those snow piles from that big storm back in January. The visuals here are really good too, because you can see the low visibility, the snow that's blowing, the drifting snow, it's all whipping around here.
Yeah, one of the big questions, Melanie, coming in is what are we going to do with all that snow? By the way, we did put up the power outages. You had mentioned Massachusetts, 172,000 customers without power. But,
it's growing, yeah.
It's growing, yeah. I mean, it's the wind, it's the weight of the snow, and I think the consistency of the snow, very different, right, than what we had before. With temperatures hovering around freezing, if not right below it, it's a wetter snow. Regardless, though, it's still something that people hopefully are going to be able to keep up with cleaning, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, at this point, the best bet is just to stay inside, maybe wait until tomorrow to clean. I know at least when it's a heavier snow consistency, it's a little bit trickier. You have to really plan out when you're going to shovel your sidewalks, because as it continues to stack up, it does get heavier. But I have seen a lot of the plows that have been out. I hear one behind me. There you can see one of the snowcats that's working to clear this area. Boston's always pretty good about making sure that the streets and sidewalks are clear. A press conference yesterday that was held, they're also saying that people that own property where you have sidewalks, you have to clear those sidewalks by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, just to ensure that it is going to be clear for the public to use and that those areas will be wide enough for the public to use. So they have some good intentions to make sure the snow will be removed.
Yeah, and I know it can be heavy and difficult, and a lot of times they do put in provisions where if you need help, you can call into the city and say, hey, I'm not physically able to do that.
That's a good
point. And they can send somebody out. But all things that we're monitoring, Melanie, appreciate that out of a very snowy Boston this morning. We'll be checking back in with Melanie throughout the morning. In the meantime, we know that travel has been more than disrupted, Stephen. I mean, it's at a halt. So we're talking about more than 10,000 flights across the country because of this nor'easter.
And it matters. I mean, I was checking on flights. I had family that was trying to fly back to Dallas. The flight from Dallas to New York yesterday was not taking off from Dallas because of this nor'easter. So it does have ripple effects. And you look at the numbers, just a stark difference to what we were dealing with just a couple of days ago. In Boston, where Melanie's at, moderate snow, heavier snow off the Cape, and that's spiraling in. And so Boston's going to remain a mess. I mean, we've got, when you look at this, don't look at flight delays and think, all right, well, just 1%, because the majority of these flights are canceled. We got 90% of all scheduled flights in Boston. They are canceled today. And you look at some of the other issues. New York City, no question, with that intense snow band right over Manhattan. And we've seen impacts in LaGuardia. In fact, Newark in New Jersey dealing with some of that heavy snow. Bob was mentioning that snow band that's anywhere between 2 to 4 inches an hour. That had set up shop right over the airport. Boston, too, a problem. Even as far south as D.C., been really paying attention to how things have been faring. Overall, Baltimore, things are okay. There are some flights that have been canceled or delayed. No question, though, that when you look at areas that have been snarled the most, it's New York City. And when you look at the flights that were scheduled, I don't know if you can see it on the banner here, the top canceled airports across the entire country, JFK and LaGuardia, you can imagine those more than 1,000 flights, those were scheduled for today. None of them are going to be taking off today, as we have collectively with the 3 major airports nearly 3,000 cancellations. Just a few delays, but as we know, those are likely canceled. And so when you look at the numbers, these numbers much higher yesterday, but it's a new day and a fresh start. But it's going to be similar to what we saw yesterday with 815 delays across the country, 6,700 cancellations. These numbers are wild, but anytime you see the canceled column greater than the delayed column, you know there's a big problem. And that's what we have, 948 canceled flights in Newark and across the Northeast. As we head through the afternoon into even Tuesday and Wednesday, we could potentially still deal with some issues. We actually have another system, Marissa, that we're going to be watching as we head into the middle part of the week. It won't be as impactful as the one we're dealing with right now, but it might be a while before we can all come back online and back to normal following this nor'easter.
Time to come out of this. The good news is we don't have that deep freeze like we had in the wake of the last system.
Right.
So gradual thawing, hopefully, that helps in that cleanup effort, right?
But to try to melt 24 inches of snow,
it takes time.
It's going to take a little bit.
It takes time.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen will be checking travel, but also let's check in on the state of Connecticut. In fact, we have a look right now into Rhode Island. So this is Warwick, Rhode Island. You know, Rhode Island, one of the winners when you talk about some of the bigger totals. Rhode Island out of Providence, we had a snow total of, I want to say 16 inches. Let me say, no. Yeah, I think it was 16 inches. I'm going through all my totals here. I believe that was the winner that was posted by
16.3.
16.3, thank you, Matthew. I knew it was somewhere around there. But you'll notice the winds are the other part of this narrative, right? You have sustained winds out of the Northeast at 29 miles per hour. And then gusting even stronger than that, Stephen. So visibility, obviously, it's not great.
This is another look, Ocean City, New Jersey, as we're just showing you the cameras. So many cities dealing in the Northeast with this snow, and states as well. We welcome in Connecticut Emergency Director William H. Turner this morning. William, good morning to you. I would say roads, they're a mess, trying to figure out where it's worst in Connecticut. We're taking a look right now in Winsted, Connecticut. Barely can see anything. How are things this morning in the state?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me. You know, we're certainly in the peak of the storm right now. We've been here activated in Hartford at our State Emergency Operations Center since last night. But really understanding the peak of the storm really ramped up around 3 or 4 this morning. Those real blizzard conditions and the high winds. Fortunately, it seems the winds are underperforming a little bit, but nonetheless, they're still very high, and we're starting to see an uptick in those power outages, low visibility, and very treacherous travel conditions. So we're continuing to monitor the situation, but we're certainly not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, and yesterday, one of the things we saw, Connecticut following suit, as many have in the Northeast, with the not just the state of emergency, but also the travel bans that have been in place, I know for commercial vehicles in particular. And I saw that it was until further notice for Monday. But wondering, have you seen that help in those efforts to clean the roads? It maybe perhaps faster when you compare it to the most recent storm and able to keep some of these cars off the road for this morning and out of last night?
Yeah, that commercial vehicle ban certainly helps a lot. It also is a close coordinated effort amongst our surrounding states, New York, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts, where we all get together and try to time that. We know some other states have done full travel bans, but even just getting the commercial traffic off the roads really helps. But the reality is, while we don't have a full ban, we're really telling everybody to stay home and stay off the roads. The rate that this is falling, sometimes up over 2 to 3 inches per hour is very difficult to keep up with. So we really need to keep the roads clear so our DOT and public works crews can do their job.
And when it comes to that, William, I mean, today it's a good day to stay inside. It's recommended. It's the thing to do with this snow. You had mentioned how the winds maybe not as strong. I was looking at power outages. 12,000 currently without power in the state of Connecticut. What is the plan for the rest of the day? You expecting snow to perhaps pick up more? Maybe those winds will increase as that low gets a little closer to the Cape of Massachusetts.
Yeah, we're certainly keeping an eye on it. We expect the blizzard conditions to continue up until at least noon, but really the snow is not going to wrap up here till later this afternoon or early evening. So we have our utility partners here embedded with us. We have a Make Safe protocol and an energy restoration task force that we have ready to go that we fully understand as those winds continue and these conditions continue, we're likely to see those outages continue to increase, and we're prepared to respond to them. But we're also messaging the public that they need to be patient because of these conditions. It's very difficult for our power crews to operate up in their bucket trucks, and it could be a couple days before power is fully restored.
And just for perspective, too, we were talking about for the state of Connecticut, the first time since 2017 that the entire state is under a blizzard warning, right? The concern for the wind with the heavy snow that is falling and a lot of it. How would you say, from your perspective, this compares to prior storms when it comes to how many crews that you're utilizing to be out there, how often they're working around the clock, that sort of thing?
Yeah, it's pretty comparable. One of the differences we're seeing with this is the consistency. So the heavier wet snow, so it takes longer. Obviously, those crews need breaks in between. But we're also seeing with the winds being a factor now, the potential for the power outages. So working with our mutual aid partners, we've actually have our utility providers bringing crews in as far as from Canada. So they've pre-staged crews throughout the state and the region really to be able to prepare and respond to these outages. You know, one good thing that's a little different about the storm, if any, is while there is some minor to moderate coastal flooding forecasted, we're not seeing any major coastal flooding or not anticipated to see that. So that's certainly something that's really going to help in the situation that we don't have the snow wind coupled with that major coastal flooding, fortunately.
Yeah, that's an added element that when you have these very strong areas of low pressure, and William, looking at how strong this thing has been able to get, it's nearly 970 millibars. I mean, that's comparable to a Cat 1, Cat 2 hurricane. We were showing you satellite imagery of that thing. It looks like a hurricane. I mean, obviously it's fueled much differently, but still can be just as ferocious. Long overnight. Going to be a long day ahead. Thank you for carving out some time and talking with us. Connecticut Emergency Management Director William Turner. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Connecticut, one of several that we're keeping a close tab on this morning. New Jersey, as we take it down the I-95 corridor, right to the Jersey Shore. Wildwood, that's the spot to be at the peak of summer for the 4th of July. But I'll tell you what, in February, as we navigate a nor'easter, it is very quiet. Just the snow, just the wind howling at 30 miles per hour, feeling like 16 degrees. This is an area where we have and expect some of the heaviest snow totals throughout the day. We'll check in with the full forecast when we come back after this.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology. Plus, Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do. The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to CopperFit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
We asked women one simple question. What makes a man a gentleman?
A gentleman always pays for dinner. Always. A gentleman looks like they put in some effort. They can't have just rolled out of bed. A gentleman always holds open the door. It's just good manners. A gentleman saves himself for marriage.
These days, being a gentleman can be challenging, but smelling like one, that's easy.
Wow. Ugh, that's what a gentleman smells like, okay? Yep, that's it. What are you doing tonight? If he smells this good, he's got my attention.
Gravite. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off.
Can I keep this guy?
Trygravite.com.
All right, and we are back with a new half hour here on Weather Command. We remain on alert mode. Taking a look at Ocean City, New Jersey, the Jersey Shore, where the snow is piling up. We're expecting some of the bigger totals out of the Garden State right along this area here. Could be more than 2 feet in some spots.
Incredible, right? When you look at how many people have been affected by it and the snow we've seen continue to fall. It's the shortest month of the year, but it's the biggest snowstorm in years for millions of Americans this morning. This late season nor'easter leading to blizzard conditions.
And arguably feeling like the longest month of the year. Totally. Compliments of this latest snowstorm. Let's take it out of New Jersey and head over into Long Island, the eastern end of Long Island. This is a look into Montauk, where we have the snow that is falling in big old flakes, visibility cut down, and the winds that have been quite atrocious at times. Long Island is one of the spots that's getting really battered, along with Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel.
It's incredible to see. Mike, if you can hear us, those winds, ferocious.
Can you see me waving?
We can see the wave.
Good morning, everybody. Well, we knew this was going to happen, and we promised you some good shots, some good visuals, and hopefully you're watching from the comfort of your home. But unfortunately, we do have power outages. Not horrible out here in Suffolk County. This is the far eastern county on Long Island and in New York State. 6,500 customers, but to put that in perspective, that's 1% of the power base. So if you're without power, you're one of the unlucky 1 in 100 here in Suffolk County. Boy, the snow has been amping up all night long. The winds too, I could hear them hitting the window. Again, much like in Minnesota, I couldn't get out on my patio, and it was the balcony in Minnesota here on the patio because everything is drifted shut. There's about 2 feet of snow in front of my door. So that's what you're looking at. And look at the visibility right now, 1/4 mile or less. For a while, islip was 1/8 of a mile. So we have verified a blizzard because we've had this for 4 to 5 hours all night long. Our snowfall total, last check in Montauk, 22.5 inches. That's pretty darn healthy. Not too shabby, I'd say. The other thing are the winds, which have gusted to 53 miles an hour. That's the highest gust I've seen in Montauk, sustained at 25 to 30 miles an hour. And with the heavy wet snow, we're not getting the drifting that we would normally see. But let me show you. Over here, it's about 6 inches because the snow's been blown into drifts. I'm going to walk over here and show you how it increases almost double, triple, quadrupled up into this drift here. And I'm not getting all the way down to the ground. So this is right up to about my waist. And it does take the wind out of you. By the way, if you were watching last night, we were showing you this tree. outside of the Manor Hotel here. There it is this morning. The heavy wet snow has brought it down on the ground, a lot of it on the ground. And that's what's causing the power outages. Limbs and trees snapping from the weight of the snowfall, and those power outages are only going to go up. But some pretty pictures will be had tomorrow because of all the snow just basically just congealing on everything out here, and then we're going to have the blue skies and the sunshine. So Stephen and Marissa, yeah, it's one for the record books, and we've got a ways to go. The blizzard warning goes till 6. I just looked at the latest HER model, and it looks like the snow is going to wind down and end by about 4 to 5 p.m. this afternoon. So based on that, I'm looking for another 4 to 6 inches of snow. So that'll put us over 2 feet, and I think I'm almost certain somebody's going to come in with 30 inches with this particular storm. The only thing right now that we're not missing are the hurricane-force wind gusts, although we did get one report west of here over at Stony Brook of 74 miles an hour earlier. So there are some pretty ferocious and frisky winds, but so far in Montauk, we're only about 53 miles an hour. That's enough. But if you want to throw me a hurricane-force wind gust while we're on camera, that'll work.
You're halfway buried in the snow, so I think that snow would probably help keep you up. I can't. He's wading through snow. That's a wild sight. 2 harbors last week. 2 harbors, Minnesota.
Right.
Montauk today. Mr. Seidel. Take your time.
If it's up to
I'm stuck. Boy.
Be careful. You don't want to lose a shoe.
No, the shoe's not going anywhere.
Okay.
I'm going to get back here to where it's only about 8 inches deep.
Yeah, I was going to
That's
ask
the
you which
difference.
one's more memorable, but I think the picture speaks for itself.
This one more memorable at this point, I'd say. That one, I had the snow nados. That was pretty cool. But no, this, I mean, by far the impact here across a bunch of states, that was a very localized impact on several counties between Duluth and the U.S.-Canadian border. So this is going to be one maybe generational. Don't know about that, but certainly New York City will likely, it'll be more than 5 years. That was 17-1. We were 15-1 at 7 a.m. They'll no doubt get more than that. So we'll see how this falls in the records over the past 10 to 20 years.
Yeah, wild stuff. And if anybody remembers it, I'm going to bet on you.
Yeah.
2 blizzards in the span of a week from, the Arrowhead of Minnesota to the Twin Forks of Long Island. Mike, we'll be checking in with you later. Catch your breath. Take a moment. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel.
I'm fine. Thank you.
He's out of the 30-foot snowdrift.
Yeah.
Just into 8 inches now, which is much better. Massachusetts also in the thick of this now. It's Massachusetts that's leading the charge with power outages. We've eclipsed 170,000 customers. This is a view in Dedham. As we talk about those winds, though, Mike was mentioning some reports. Get this one. A 73-mile-per-hour wind gust in Chatham, 71 miles an hour over in Martha's Vineyard. You think of those winds, this is nearly hurricane force.
Yeah, and this morning we want to bring in Undersecretary and State Highway Administrator from the Massachusetts Department of Transportation. We have Jonathan Gulliver joining us this morning. Appreciate you taking a moment for us on Weather Command because I'm sure it's been a very hectic, a lot happening over the past 24 hours, and we're still very much so in it across, especially eastern portions of Massachusetts. So wherever you want to begin, where would you say you're really focusing a lot of the effort right now and some of the impact?
Yeah, so you just said it. Southeastern Massachusetts is really getting hammered right now, but this is one of these storms where the entirety of the state is seeing something. So we have about 3,000 pieces of equipment out right now across the state. Visibility is very, very poor on pretty much every highway in Massachusetts right now. From the Berkshires to Cape Cod, this is a very, very tough storm. So it's a challenge. Things have really intensified over the last few hours. We expect them to stay that way for most of the morning and into this afternoon. But our crews are ready, and we are expecting to be back to a normal commute tomorrow morning.
It's incredible what we're looking at right now, Jonathan, those locators showing where we have verified blizzards. And there are several locators throughout the state of Massachusetts. It's not just one area, but certainly the snow rates being most impressive in the southeastern part of the state. 2 to 4 inches, I mean, speak to that, because when you deal with trying to treat these roads, if you get a 2-inch-an-hour snow rate, that's nearly impossible to keep up with. We're doubling that with this storm. We're seeing 4 inches an hour. That's almost unheard of.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anything over 2 inches an hour is impossible to keep up with. It doesn't matter how much equipment you throw at it. It is not something that you can get down to, you can scrape down to black pavement easily. It's going to take some time. So our strategy here is we have a full call out going right now. We have a pretty sophisticated system with both GPS and roadside weather information systems. So we can see exactly where we have the biggest needs and where our fleet is. So we can redeploy as we needed to. But in a storm like this, where it's everywhere all at once, it's really hard to keep up. And it's the visibility being as low as it is, that's a challenge for our plow drivers as much as it is for the general public. So it's going to be challenging for some time. But again, our crews this is the kind of stuff we train for all year round. You know, snow and ice is not something that we just do as a pastime. It's something that we have dedicated staff that this is all they do, because we do get some of these severe storms. And it's been a while since we've had a really intense winter like this one, but things have been going pretty well. We're very proud of the work that we do. And again, I expect that tomorrow morning, things are going to be back to normal if this forecast keeps up and things blow out of here by this afternoon. But it's going to be a lot of work. We are grateful for the public for staying off the roadways. Governor Healy put a state of emergency in last night, and we have a truck ban that's in place right now won't be lifted until the roadways are clear again. But it's a challenging storm. Our crews are doing a great job keeping up with it, though.
And real quickly, Jonathan, because we're out of time, but I wanted to ask, a lot of people have been asking, what do we do with all this snow? We had some melt out of the pass system, but when it comes to the new snow coming in and a big total, what is the mechanism then? Because that's getting things back open by tomorrow morning. Though I know it's possible for sure, it's a big task.
Yeah, so this is especially challenging for those local and secondary roads. On the interstates, we have enough space behind most of our guardrails that we can push this. But we will be in a snow removal operation for the remainder of the week. So after hours, we're going to have a lot of crews out, just picking up the snow, putting it in the dump trucks, and bringing it to various snow farms that we have across the state. And cities and towns are going to be doing the same thing. There was about 18 inches of snow on the ground in most of the state. I'd say in the Boston area, a little bit less, closer to a foot, but that's a lot of snow. There's not a lot of places you can put that when you get into city streets. So it's going to take some time to get things really cleared up.
Got your work cut out for you for the rest of the week. And as you described it, this thing blowing out of here by later this afternoon into the evening. We still have a long way to go, though, with it. Appreciate your time this morning, Massachusetts Department of Transportation, Jonathan Gulliver, for us. Stay safe.
All right, thank you.
All right.
All right. Well, we've gotten hundreds of photos from you at home, and we do appreciate it. We're going to go through some of them. This one out of Springfield, New Jersey, from Raj. Thank you for sending this one in. Looks like you're taking it from the window, watching people try to navigate that heavy snow out there. Someone skiing, in fact, down the street. You shared that with us. Cross-country skiing. Probably easier than walking. Thanks for sending that one in. We've got another one from from Nolan out of Quincy, Massachusetts there. And much of the same, right? The deep snow that continues to pile up. And then a final one, we'll take it into New York. This one's from Jimmy. Also a shot from the inside looking out. I believe that's the grill, covered in snow, along with the rest of the backyard and the balcony there. Thank you for sending in these photos. It helps us better tell the weather story in the forecast. The more we can show it, the more we appreciate it. If you see it, share it with us here at Fox Weather. You can scan the QR code on your screen or visit online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more coverage. Keep it here.
The crisis inside Ukraine has reached a catastrophic level, with the elderly Jews pushed to the very limit.
Go inside. She's freezing cold. There's no electricity, no heat, no water. Winter is now a weapon of war used against the elderly, the mothers, and the young children.
They've been lined up here for hours. These are precious people who are hungry, and they have nothing. If someone doesn't do something soon, a humanitarian disaster is coming. So many Jewish people who are just waiting for someone to care enough to pick up the phone.
Fears are growing that without an emergency, full-scale response, thousands will die this winter.
The International Fellowship of Christians and Jews needs your $25 gift now to help rush a winter survival food box of emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine. Time is critical. Please give now.
They felt the shaking of missiles. These are people who have already endured so much suffering and disaster.
The fellowship has been here and across the former Soviet Union for decades, but the need has never been more urgent.
Taking out power, taking out water, simple water to drink. We're talking about the difference between life or death. Christian, Jew, standing shoulder to shoulder, saying, we're here to heal, we're here to help.
Your gift of only $25 helps rush a winter survival food box filled with life-saving emergency food for elderly Jews and families in Ukraine who are struggling daily to stay warm and fed. Please call or go online while there is still time.
You know, there is something different about you today. Is it your makeup?
Not quite.
Did you do something to your hair?
It's not my hair.
Did you start a new job?
I did start a new job, but it's not that.
Became a father?
I've always been one.
Money problems?
Who doesn't have them?
What is it then you have to tell me?
Yeah, okay, well, it's my skin. I've actually been using a new face cream.
Oh, really?
I really am. It fights my eye bags, dark spots, and wrinkles.
Which face cream?
I use Particle's 6-in-1 anti-aging face cream for men, and I've never looked better.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the coupon on your screen to get 25% off your order. Plus, free shipping and a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Something illegal?
Nah, I'm good, fam.
Go to ParticleMen.com.
All right, as you come back in here, joining us on Weather Command on this Monday morning, navigating a pretty nasty nor'easter that's been targeting parts of the Northeast since late last night with some of the more intense snow. The storm has already disrupted more than 10,000 flights across the U.S. We're looking into Dedham, Massachusetts. It is snowing, but it is also about that wind that's been cranking throughout the early morning hours. That wind sustained at 27 miles per hour, but gusting stronger, feels like 12 degrees. We're getting some snow reports coming out of eastern, southeastern Mass. They're starting to pick up. I think Boston, the last total there was around 5 inches, but Providence, Rhode Island, we know, above 16 and may have verified in the blizzard criteria. We'll see. Either way, Stephen, the travel situation, especially by flight, is at a standstill.
Nearly impossible. Yeah, we're looking at maybe a couple of flights, but in Boston at this rate, throughout the afternoon, it's just going to get worse and worse. We look at the numbers, and they do speak for themselves this morning. Not all the time do we have a story that writes itself when you look at the numbers. You got visibility right now in Philadelphia, 1.25 miles. We talked about Boston a little bit ago, so I want to spend some time south of New York City. Even with that snow a little lighter, we have a really intense band actually very close to the airport, maybe just off to the east. It's that same band that continues to wrap in, bringing significant snow even to portions of New York this morning. Look at the cancellations. 604 cancellations. This is out of Philadelphia. 1% of the flights delayed. Don't get caught up in this because these things aren't taking off. We've got most of the flights. The misery index, it can't get any higher. We're at a level 4. And as we've been looking at those numbers, the delays and cancellations just across the Northeast are significant. Now, you head south into, let's say, D.C., a little better. D.C., a few flights are able to make it out. So we've seen those conditions improve. But north of D.C., Philly, Newark, Boston, you see the numbers canceled way higher than the delayed. And we're going to continue to watch as these threats will ease. Tomorrow could be a better day, but we'll have another system that we're dealing with come Wednesday with maybe a little bit of snow and some ice. So it's a mess, Marissa.
It's a mess. And then trying to play catch up, it's going to be a very long week for a lot of folks trying to get somewhere. Okay, let's go ahead and take it into Massachusetts, into Eastham, Massachusetts. That is out of the Cape of Massachusetts. We have Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler standing in the snow, in the wind. Kaylee, whenever there is a coastal storm, especially one as strong as the one we have this morning, the Cape can experience some of the worst of the conditions. How are you doing out there?
Hi, Marissa and Steve. You know, I thought I had experienced a really bad snowstorm in my life, and then this storm hit, and I realized I haven't experienced anything like this before. We are just getting shaken up with the snow that's falling and the wind gusts that are just blasting. You can see one is hitting right now, just blowing the snow all around, and this snow is really heavy, wet snow, so everything is just getting soaking wet. And I want to kind of walk this way a little bit just to show you kind of a wider view of what the visibility is looking like, really, when this wind starts to blow the snow around. I mean, the visibility is just horrible out here. Now, it kind of ebbs and flows. Right now actually isn't the worst that it has looked, but visibility is definitely less than a quarter of a mile. I mean, you look how crazy this is, and it just kind of smacks you in the face, and you can't see anything right now. All I can see are some car lights that are over here now. So yeah, this is kind of what we're working with here. Officials are telling people to certainly not get on the roads. We talked to some plow drivers earlier who worked overnight. They said while they were driving, they actually saw transformers blowing up. And so that's kind of the big concern here as we move forward throughout the day. And this isn't going to let up anytime soon, is the power outages. So right now on the Cape in Barnstable County, more than 80,000 people are without power. Full transparency, we're going live in front of our hotel right now. Our hotel doesn't have power, and so that's a big concern because right now, people, if they left the rooms, the key cards aren't working, so people can't get into their rooms. The hotel couldn't make breakfast. A lot of the power crews are staying at our hotel, and they're just having to stand by because right now with these wind gusts, the trucks can't go up. So all these people are just having to sit in the dark. The good news is that it's not too cold. It's kind of hanging out in the lower 30s, but with these wind gusts, it feels like it's in the teens. So you can see people are just trying to clean up while they can right now. Here at the hotel, we have some people who are shoveling out. Actually, we just had some plows out here in the parking lot trying to clear it up. But I mean, as soon as they plow through, the snow is falling so rapidly, it immediately gets covered. I mean, you can kind of see in the parking lot here. It's not too slick right now, Steve and Marissa, but we have to keep monitoring those power outages because they are going up drastically hour by hour.
Yeah, I mean, you combine the weight of the snow. It is a heavier snow than we last saw, compliments of the temperature right around the freezing mark. And also the winds are going to make things even worse. But we saw people shoveling behind you. What a tough morning. And it's going to be a long day for everybody out there out on the Cape. And your photographer's doing a great job trying to keep up with, by the way, there he goes, trying to wipe it away like wipers. All right, we'll be checking in with you later. Appreciate that update. Kaylee Schuyler, Fox News multimedia reporter, out in the Cape of Massachusetts for us.
As quickly as it's cleaned, it comes back on. This is what you deal with. Well, we've got this historic nor'easter perhaps hammering the 95 corridor as we watch. Does it make history today? The snow falls and those winds howl. Our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app, it's activated this morning. And as those weather news headlines break, you'll find it on our blog. You can check it out. It's been rolling all night long. There it is for you, Times Square.
All right, and Fox Weather is fully deployed across the bullseye of the I-95 corridor. We've got live, nonstop team coverage as this powerful storm unleashes across the Northeast. There's a look at our crews, our meteorologists, our correspondents that'll bring you those real-time updates and observations from the ground. Fox Weather, we'll be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today,
we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. When you call right now, you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin.
And backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need
in one bottle. If you've had enough of those eye bags,
dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Hello and welcome to a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching us live from Studio W in New York City. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. We do appreciate you joining us this morning. It is Monday, February 23rd, and I have a feeling this February day in 2026, it's going to be one for the record books.
Going to be remembered, no doubt about it. The blizzard of 2026 blasting the Northeast with near hurricane force winds, incredible amounts of snow. Blizzard warnings remain in effect for more than 40 million people. And the risk for whiteout conditions forced leaders on Sunday to shut down major cities in the path of this storm.
In fact, governors in 7 states have declared emergencies as a result of this storm system. Rare travel bans, those are also in place in major cities, including New York City, where Americans are hunkered down this morning.
And if you think it's bad at home, just be happy you aren't taking a flight today. Air travel is at a standstill. Nearly every flight canceled from Philly to Boston. This late season nor'easter knocking out power to more than 500,000 customers. That number from last hour just shot up more than 70,000, and it's going to continue to climb. We also have, it just showed up there, our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app. It's activated. As weather news breaks, you'll find it on the blog. You can check it out. It's been rolling all night.
All right, Fox Weather is fully deployed for you across the bullseye of the I-95 corridor, delivering live nonstop team coverage as this historic storm unleashes its worst fury. And for some, we're just getting this started. Let's go ahead and take a look into Montauk on the eastern end of Long Island. Long Island, it is getting battered with those blizzard conditions. Coastal flooding, heavy snow right now. Islip, New York, picking up more than 22 inches of snow. That's just off to the west of Montauk. But regardless, the wind, the snow, look at that visibility. It is greatly reduced as a result.
All right, let's bring in Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel. He's out there. You're out there too long. It starts getting rough, Mike. Thanks for joining us here. I mean, the visibility crazy low as we're looking at, what's been verified a blizzard you were telling us just last hour.
Yes, officially, because we've had these winds gusting 45 to 55 miles an hour for 5 or 6 hours now, and we've also had the heavy snow. The visibility has not improved at all. It ebbs and flows down to a quarter mile, down to an eighth of a mile, and then when the wind blows like this, I can see estimating a football field or maybe midfield. That's about it when the wind blows and gusts over 40 miles an hour. Sustained winds running about 25 to 30. So the wind chill, not horrible. You know, I have to put this in perspective of over all my years I've been out in storms. I've been in a lot colder storms, but so that takes the edge off the coverage. If the wind chill was 20 below zero, it would be much, much more uncomfortable. The wind chill, though, is a rather balmy 19 degrees and the temperature at 31. So we're, you know, if it was 5 degrees warmer, I'd be home in Georgia. That's, you know, basically we're on the cusp here. And so it's cold enough to snow, obviously, all the way from Delaware. I just saw in Long Neck, Delaware, over 19 inches. That's just inland from Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, my old stomping ground. Salisbury's had 1.5 feet of snow, so good snows on the eastern shore. And then you come up here, and we've had 22.5 in Montauk and counting. That was about an hour ago. I'm thinking we're going to get another 4 to 5 inches of snow before it winds down. It should end completely before sunrise. And the blizzard warning goes until 6 p.m. So kind of about the same time. And the winds will die down overnight as the storm pulls away. And by the way, Stephen and Marissa, through 4 a.m. Eastern, the pressure on this bomb cyclone had dropped 37 millibars in 21 hours, 1,009 to 972. So that's very, very impressive. Basically pushing twice the rate it needs to verify as bombogenesis. So we've done that too, and it's just going to be interesting to see how these snow totals top out. How many states get into the 20-inch club? And how many locations get 30 inches? And also, how many major reporting stations like New York City, LaGuardia, how many of these stations verify blizzard? Because you can put out a blizzard warning till the cows come home, but, you know, you got to walk the walk. It's got to verify.
No doubt. Mike, a little bit of news. It was analyzed at now 968 millibars. It dropped. We just got the analysis at 7 a.m. from WPC. 968. So what is that? We had 4 millibars. 41
millibars in 24 hours. The bottom fell out on this sucker. And now the wind is, you know, remember, we're up here about 100 feet above the beachfront and the harbor. So we're getting a little added wind. You know, wind generally, in meteorology, we always say wind increases with height in the atmosphere. That's basically true, but this is just the wind coming up the hill here, the northeast winds blowing the snow around. And again, if it was 25 degrees, 24 degrees, we'd have a lot more drifting because the wind would pick up the snow. As it is now, it is picking up some snow, and we've had some drifts, as I've seen walking through here, some 4-foot drifts. Cars are buried, and the power, by the way, the power outages are amping up just slowly. Now 7,100 here in Suffolk County, and that is 1.1% of the customer base. So even though it's over 7,000, it's still a small portion of the total customer base out here. But if you don't have power, you got to stay warm on a day like today. Even though it's 31, it's still cold out here. I've got 3 layers under my 2-layer jacket, and I'm feeling pretty good. Gloves are heated. And, you know, I don't want to stand out here.
Okay.
I think we just
lost it. He's like, I don't want to stand out. If you can hear us, Mike, we just lost your audio, which is understandable. Just, yeah, you can get inside because it's rough.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. You're just a shadow in the white haze, but we'll be checking in with Mike. We'll let him take a little bit of a break. These conditions are very challenging to be out in, so we appreciate that from Mike Seidel. Go ahead, I'll let you take that one.
You want Ocean City?
Oh, wait,
New
I can take it away. I can take it.
It's all yours.
Let's take it into New Jersey. Another coastal area, right? Out of the Twin Forks of Long Island and into the Jersey Shore. This is Ocean City, New Jersey. You know, there are some coastal flood concerns, maybe minor to moderate, depending where you are, maybe a little bit of tidal piling. But the bigger concern is the wind, it is the snow. And by the way, further inland, Newark Airport, Newark International, now tallying up to 23 inches of snow, with some of those snow rates at 2 inches in the past hour.
Not to be outdone, meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Bob's been watching that snow. What do you make of that? 2 inches in the past hour at the airport. I mean, we know nobody lives at the airport. Well, some might be living at the airport right now against their will. But the fact, 23 inches, incredible.
It makes sense because that's the band that's been over them that stretches all the way down middle parts of Jersey, right across the shore where we're located. We've been in that band now, you guys, for the last 3 hours, and it is about 2 to even 4 inches of snow per hour in some of these areas is what we're watching still, according to the National Weather Service out of Mount Holly. and I can verify every part of that. It has been snowing like a banshee for the last several hours. We got here early this morning, and I've been standing here for about 5 minutes. All right, here's the mic flag. When I turn it into the snow side, gone, right? You can't even see it. So the snow is piling up very, very well, and it's also blowing around. So I've got the drifts right here. This, by the way, was not here when we got here last night, the snow drifts. So now it's getting up to, oh, yeah, it goes all the way up to my knee. So the snow drifting is another part. But it's interesting, too, the way the snow has been sticking to everything. Look, it's right here earlier on. Last night when it started falling, the temperature was 33, 32. So it was sticking to everything like paste. Now that the temperature's been dropped down to about the upper 20s, by the way, the wind chills are in the teens right now, so it's not a cupcake ride out here by any stretch. It's not that warm. But now that the temperatures are actually in the upper 20s, now you're starting to see less of that water content in the snowflake itself. So it's a drier snow, it's a little more fluffy, it's not sticking, but it is drifting a little bit more. So the top layer, you can't really pack it, right? I mean, it's just too dry, it's too fluffy. You punch down towards where the grass is, and now you can make the snowballs because it's just a denser snowpack on top below the less dense, which is what you would expect when the temperatures really begin to drop down. But you talk about winds, 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Stony Brook, Long Island. I mean, I'm surprised there aren't more power outages in New York State. I'm glad there aren't. But when you get to New Jersey, we've had, 130,000 customers without power at this point. In fact, there are some people that are staying in this hotel now because of Neptune in the city, some of the neighborhoods, the power is out. So we got some people at the hotel staying with us as well because the power's out right there in their home little neighborhood, which is just a couple miles away. Now, you talk about 23 inches of snow. I just got a report from Freehold, New Jersey, which is about a 10-mile walk from here to the east, 24 inches of snow. So the 2 feet has verified for New Jersey for sure. And with this band, it's going to be overhead for the next couple of hours, maybe 1.5 hours, producing another 1 to 2 inches of snow per hour. We might top back into the 2.5-foot range before it finally peels out of here by later this afternoon. But winds, last time I looked at it, 37-mile-per-hour gusts, and it comes in gusts. It's not a sustained wind where I'm located. You look right now, it looks like the snow is beautifully falling down, but every once in a while that wind comes whipping around the corner of the building, and it cuts you right down. The wind chills go from the upper 20s, no big deal, right down into the lower teens. It's like getting hit in the face with a frozen fish, man. It is. Sometimes you get caught off guard and you're like, what am I standing in? Oh, by the way, Marissa, next week it's a Fox Weather Beach House. I can't wait.
The timing
I really
is impeccable.
cannot wait.
But before that, Bob has to get himself out of the Jersey Shore, head to Maine for the ski house, and then we get to go down to Florida and thaw. Except imagine that it's sand.
You just reminded him about the ski house. Give this man a break.
The ski house, I got to drive to Maine through this? How am I going to get up there?
You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine.
We'll do it somehow.
Hey, don't take the 95 corridor. If at all possible.
Really? So should I cut into... I'm going to be the first one going to Maine via Illinois.
A big loop-de-loop. Okay, well, you hang out there, Bob.
Yeah.
You hang out there and rest. We'll check in with you in a little bit. And don't fall asleep.
All right, y'all.
Don't fall asleep.
Verified blizzard, Bob, at JFK. That just coming in.
Yeah.
The airport, we have seen winds for 3 hours plus reach 35 miles an hour. Visibility less than a quarter of a mile. This is Warwick, Rhode Island, and we've got those winds howling still. A north wind at 30 miles an hour. If you wonder why these things are called nor'easters, you have to look at the wind. That wind is predominantly out of the northeast, and it is strong. We have a very strong area of low pressure, even compared to what we were just talking about with Mike Seidel. This thing is now down to 966 millibars. 966, remarkably low. Watching this thing strengthen more than 40 millibars in less than 24 hours, it's bombing out. Yeah. And the fact that we did get that 966 millibar threshold reached, and we see the winds that really Mike Seidel is dealing with. He's located on the very eastern end of Long Island, where the X is. Bob is in Jersey, which is also under a blizzard warning. JFK is on Long Island, where we had that verified blizzard. So this is, in a lot of ways, the worst that the storm is featuring as we speak.
It's just wild to see it playing
wild,
out.
Isn't
wild
it?
To see it tightening up. 41 millibar drop in 24 hours. It is wild to see that as a result, you look at the isobars, the closer they are together, the stronger the winds are. And that's what we've been bringing to you. JFK, by the way, where those conditions just verify the criteria, the blizzard criteria, 15 inches of snow is the last tally. But again, we said it wasn't so much about the snow, but don't get me wrong, that's a lot of snow.
It's a lot of
It's
snow.
the wind that's coming with it.
And we're, by 2 p.m., still dealing with that as this area of low pressure is departing. We should see things by sunset improve west to east. In Boston, that snow might hang on the longest, but then by Tuesday, this thing's out of here. But as far as how much snow is still to come, there will be pockets where we still could see more than a foot of snow, mainly through Massachusetts, but even down the Jersey Shore where Bob Van Dillen's at, 5 to 8 inches, certainly a possibility. Around New York, we could see maybe another half a foot or so of snow. A remarkable storm.
Newark, New Jersey, 23 inches right now.
Crazy.
That's almost 2 feet exactly.
With more on the way.
We've got some photos from you, by the way. Take a look. This photo out of Portland, Maine. Portland, by the way, also in the blizzard warning this morning, as we said, from the Delmarva through down east Maine. And so that's the view there. Thank you for sending that one in. That one was from Owen. We've got another one from Seema. Seema sending us video out of Boston this morning. Bostonians wondering, where the heck are we going to put all the snow? Well, we heard from somebody with emergency management out of Massachusetts saying, we're clearing today, but we'll be getting that snow to the snow farms in no time. So people hard at work trying to clear those roads and keep up with the snow. And then the final video we have, this is from Steve. This is from East Greenwich, Rhode Island. A nice little pan for us to show us the snow falling this morning, quickly coating those trees, those shrubs. It's a wet, stickier snow, and that's what's going to add to the weight of those power lines. So be ready to lose power. We have more than 500,000 customers already without power where this storm is striking. And if you have anything else you want to share with us, you can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can visit online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more of this live coverage of this massive blizzard slam in the Northeast. Quick break. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology. Plus, Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free muddy mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own muddy mat today.
All right, we are back here on Fox Weather and watching this blizzard unfold across several states. No doubt each state has its own issues this morning, and Massachusetts really topping the charts from the power outage perspective. We have seen now more than 200 customers go into the dark this morning. In Dedham, Massachusetts, with that temperature of 27 degrees and a northeast wind at 29 miles an hour, it is a mess. When we came online this morning, we had about 150,000 in the state. So just within the past couple of hours, 50,000 more customers are without. Keep things charged, have a way to stay warm too. You know, looking at Montauk, the sites are all the same. It's unbelievable what we're seeing with this area of low pressure, still strengthening this morning.
Yeah, Suffolk County, where Montauk is located out on Long Island, did meet the blizzard criteria, but you're noticing across the board here. The snow is falling. It is a heavier snow. It's a wet snow, so it's really sticking and adhering to a lot of the power lines and a lot of the trees and bushes outside of Fox Weather. Here, Fox Weather HQ, which is in Midtown Manhattan, we do have the travel ban till noon today, so only essential vehicles, emergency personnel that should be out on the roads. Otherwise, people are walking. Yeah. You got to walk because they don't want the cars out there.
No doubt. And if you guys want to take Max 3, I have some graphics we can talk about too. We're waiting on Melanie Black. So she's up in Boston. Her shot just went down, but she's going to be joining us soon. You look at some of these winds. Look at that wind out of Nantucket, 72 miles an hour. And that arrow coming out of the northeast, that's why these things are called nor'easters. We don't have just a brisk northeast wind the whole time, but that's the hallmark of a storm like this. That area of low pressure still located south of Nantucket, and it continues to move off to the north. What we have seen, though, is a really intense band try to set up shop. It's been affecting Connecticut. It's dropped down into New York City. It's also been dropping into New Jersey. In fact, that's where we want to head right now. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill has been urging residents in her state to stay off the roads. And you can understand why. Toms River this morning, a 30-mile-per-hour wind gust. We got winds sustained at 16 to 20 miles an hour.
Yeah, the winds have been very problematic, especially in regards to power outages, as we mentioned, noticing that we have well over 500,000, now over 580,000 total U.S. outages, but a good chunk of those are in the Northeast through the Delmarva, noticing Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Delaware currently leading the pack with outages at this time.
And these numbers are automated. They will be updating as we work through the morning. So it's fascinating to see what some of these are showing us. The airport and ice slip, 22.5 inches. That's close to the National Weather Service office, right? That's where it's at. 24.2 in Freehold, New Jersey. That's the first place that has eclipsed 2 feet. South Kingston, Rhode Island, also picking up 2 feet of snow. Rhode Island really has been getting a lot of it. I mean, Coventry, small state, right? It's the smallest state in the union, but it's still remarkable to have a 22-inch, 23-inch out of there. But as I had mentioned, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill urging residents to stay off the roads. Governor Sherrill posting on X, saying that New Jersey, we haven't seen a storm like this in decades. We're expecting blizzard conditions, heavy snow, high winds across the state, as well as coastal flooding. She urged New Jerseyans to stay off the road so crews can do their job and stay safe. And the governor was right. We have a confirmed blizzard in the Garden State. There's her post.
And let's go ahead and welcome in the governor this morning, New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill. Thank you for joining us
Thanks so
here.
much for having me.
Yeah, I'm sure it's been a lot over the past 24 hours. So let's check in. You know, as anticipated, the storm performing with big snow amounts. We have outages. We have intense wind. What are you assessing from your perspective right now?
Well, I just really have to thank all of our emergency workers, our state troopers, our utility workers, the Department of Transportation, the Department of Public Works. we have had everybody coming together over the past several days to assess this upcoming storm and make the best possible preparations. The Weather Service has been great. They unfortunately were right. Usually you want correct weather reports, but man, I think a lot of us had hoped this might pass us by somehow. But they were correct, so we had a good heads up. We knew this was going to be heavy, wet snow, and a lot of it. We knew that there were going to be really high winds. So the concern immediately to me became power outages, trees downed, and the danger of whiteouts. And we saw all of that, but because we were able to push out all that information, all of the departments worked so well together. Once again, we had a little prep from the last storm. That was only the storm of a decade, so now this is, the storm of a generation, really. So we were prepped for it. That's why we had over 5,000 public workers already pre-positioned here to really help with utilities. And it's why we were able to make such strong decisions on travel bans to keep people safe. And we did, in fact, and are, in fact, seeing whiteout conditions on many of our roads, especially south of Driscoll Bridge around that Perth-Amboy area. As you mentioned, Freehold had the unfortunate distinction of being the first town to reach 2 feet. Perth-Amboy is not far behind, so we're still working to get the Garden State cleared. Below that, we're seeing snow drifts, whiteout, and then branches, trees and branches coming down. A lot of that is in the JCP&L area. They've surged workers from Ohio with mutual aid, and then PSE&G has released some of their workers to go aid in those areas. So across the state, everyone's working together to get people restored as quickly as possible. They've already restored over 130,000 people to power, back into power, those are pretty amazing numbers given the over a foot of snow everywhere across the state, but they're continuing to work hard for everyone who hasn't been restored yet.
It's remarkable to hear those numbers of restoration, Governor, because we still in Jersey now have 135,000 that are without power. And this has been a statewide thing. You said it yesterday during one of the press briefings. We've not seen the whole state under a blizzard warning in 30 years. You've not been governor for just a little over a month, and here we go with this storm. Wondering, as this system evolves throughout the day, what are the concerns and where will you guys be targeting? Because this is really a statewide response, it seems.
Exactly. So the concerns remain making sure that the trees are cleared, that the branches are cleared. We're seeing this heavy snow with trees overhanging, presenting some real danger. So we have tree cutting crews out, making sure people are aware of where those whiteout conditions are so they stay home and remain safe. But we're digging out as quickly as possible. And then a real concern is getting everyone's power restored. As you mentioned, as the trees come down, some of those numbers continue to grow, and we keep fighting back. The municipalities have been great. Mayors and councilpeople across the state working incredibly hard with the BPU. As you may know, in a lot of our towns, some of the back roads are still under a foot or more of snow. So really helping make sure that they are targeting services in the municipalities so that they can get those public utility workers where they need to go to restore power to people.
I mean, the Garden State gets its name for a reason. It's a wooded area. It's a beautiful state, but all that heavy snow has got to land somewhere. So we'll be paying attention to that. I did see that the mandatory statewide travel restrictions, those were lifted at 7 a.m. And then you have also New Jersey Transit Rail. You have other things that the rail, I don't believe, under its own jurisdiction, but ultimately the roads seem quite empty. How are you seeing in terms of the day progressing in terms of, with the travel restrictions already lifted? At this point,
I actually have not lifted the travel restrictions.
Oh, okay.
The initial order was until 7. That was moved after our early morning brief until noon today because of those dangerous conditions. We're continuing to monitor that. And so we can make sure people are kept safe. The number one concern I have, as you can imagine, is keeping people safe. And then the second concern is getting all of our emergency crews around as quickly as possible so they can restore people to power, so they can get the roads cleared. And so I just, people have been great. I have to say, people here in New Jersey, they've taken this seriously. They've stayed off the streets, so all the emergency workers who've been doing, I mean, they were working around the clock. They've been working throughout the night in horrible, horrible conditions, doing such a great job. And in spite of all the hard work they did, the one thing they asked me to do was pass along their thanks to people across the state, because they said this really tough job was made just a little bit easier by having people off the streets so they could get those plows through, the salt through, and the utility workers through.
Yeah.
When you have bi-state cooperation, it's remarkable. We had even mentioned on the way in how a lot of the roads were cleared on the way in. That helps. I mean, it's still snow packed and snow covered in spots, and with these rates, it's been wild. We appreciate your time this morning. New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill joining us. Best of luck to you, and thanks again.
Thank you so much. Take care and stay safe.
All right.
Yeah, you too. You too.
2 feet.
Governor Sherrill was sworn in January 20th. I don't think she'll have another winter that compares to the one we've
First
seen
month.
in the past month alone.
It's crazy. Dedham, Massachusetts is another state. Well, Massachusetts and the city of Dedham, the Bay State, now leading the charge with power outages. But coming in a close second is New Jersey with 135,000, as we had mentioned. But in Massachusetts, those without power now climbing to 216,000.
So let's go ahead and take it right to the ground. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black, who's been camped out in Boston. The numbers will go up, right? Boston, snow started a little bit later. I think the last total we had out of Boston was around 5 inches, Melanie. But I mean, the snow hasn't stopped falling.
No, and we're in the peak of things right now in terms of some of the heaviest snowfall rates we're going to see. I think that heavy band is just south of where I'm standing, but it has been dumping across parts of southeast Mass. I'm getting some of the latest reports coming in that there was a spot in Plymouth County, Rochester, that picked up 19 inches of snow, and another spot in Norfolk County that picked up 14 inches of snow. That's just near Sharon. So we have surpassed a foot of snow in parts across Massachusetts, even if it hasn't been here in Boston per se. You're hearing some sirens behind me, and it is hard to make out exactly where those cars are going just because of the reduced visibility. But it's important because one of the things that crews have been hammering home is for people not to be on the roads, but they are making sure that the roads are going to be clear for some of these emergency vehicles that you hear behind me. There have been plows that have been out in this vicinity working to push more of these snow piles up. You already have snow that's accumulated from that big storm that we had back in January, nearly 2 feet. So on top of this, we have more snow that continues to accumulate. Some of the strongest gusts, though, have been down across the Cape and the islands, with gusts pushing over 70 miles per hour. And I think here, maybe some of the strongest gusts we have felt 40 to 50 miles per hour in this spot that I'm standing. So it just goes to show you the whiteout conditions they are probably dealing with across the Cape and the islands. And really for areas south of Boston, across southeast Massachusetts, that was the area we were really concerned for power outages, and it unfortunately looks like it's panning out. It's that part of the state that's going to be dealing with a heavy, wet snow consistency for a longer period of time. That plus those wind gusts were also forecasted to be stronger. Here you can see a gust just picked up. Off to my east, that's Boston Harbor. So the wind that you're seeing, given the nor'easter, it's that onshore wind. So this wind is just blowing this snow sideways onto me, and that's how it has been going off and on over the past few hours. We're pretty much in the peak of the heaviest snowfall rates over the next hour or two. As we get into the afternoon, there's still some spots that could be picking up snowfall rates around 2 inches per hour. Once we get past tonight, though, we'll be done with the snow accumulation, and then this storm is out of here. But we'll be turning our attention tomorrow to the storm cleanup. Stephen and Marissa, this is a heavy, wet snow, so it's a good thing to maybe go out and shovel it in waves today. Then by tomorrow morning, we'll really turn our attention to clearing more of it, and possibly even clearing some tree debris, as well as maybe even some trees that get knocked down from these powerful winds.
Those crews that are out there, the sanitation crews, the DOT crews, have a lot of work cut out for them. Stephen and I spoke with somebody with the Office of Emergency Management, correct, out of Massachusetts, saying right now we're just trying to clear the snow to make a path, and then in the days following we'll get that snow lifted and take it to the snow farms so we can actually get it out of the way. Oh, look at that wind.
Snow removal for the rest of the week.
Yeah. We'll let you get a break from that wind, Melanie.
Rest of the weekend, I think even into the weekend. So it's going to be a long process.
Yeah, and it's going to be a very long day. for many folks through Boston. All right, Melanie, appreciate that. Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black will be checking in with her again throughout the morning. And we've also been able to check in with many of you because you've submitted hundreds of photos from wherever you're watching this storm. Take a look at this video out of Harrison, New York. This is from Gil. Gil, thank you for sending that in. You had the snowplow out there trying to clear the road, but you look like you are safely tucked away inside your home, watching everything as it falls there. Then we have another one out of Nutley, New Jersey. This is from John. A look at the patio furniture covered in that very deep snow. Give this what? Give us 4 months and it'll be a much different view. We'll have the flowers, we'll have the green grass. But that snow, it is very heavy and it has been falling very quickly for so many of you. Also, we have this out of North Situate, Rhode Island. Rhode Island also showing off with some of the totals that we've been seeing there. Around 2 feet of snow for some of you with blizzard criteria met within the past few hours, meaning it's very treacherous and not the morning to be out on the road. We do appreciate you, again, helping us tell this weather story as we navigate this nor'easter. If you see it, share it with us here at Fox Weather. Scan the QR code on your screen, or you can visit us online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more live coverage as we continue to monitor this nor'easter. We'll be right back.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy. I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
This is the story of the one. The one knows that when the big game is days away, the unexpected can put everything on the line. But with a solid game plan and a teammate like Grainger that she can rely on to deliver the product she needs when she needs it, she's confident that she will always win the day. And her team will do the same. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Not the most inviting look into Boston this morning. We're back at it with a look at the conditions in Massachusetts, across the I-95 corridor. Brutal start to the day coming out of the overnight when the wind really started picking up.
Right on cue. With that wind that's howling. It's wild to see. February can be a month where we know nor'easters take shape, and no doubt that this one is going to be a storm to remember. It's impressive what we have seen throughout the Northeast this morning. And with still several snow bands that we're watching, there are snow rates that we have in Rhode Island right now approaching 3 inches, maybe even 4 inches an hour. It's remarkable. Boston, to a recent wind gust out of Boston of 52 miles an hour.
Yeah, the winds have been cranking, and some of these snow totals will blow your mind. We're talking about over 2 feet in spots. We do want to take it into Long Island, the eastern end of Long Island, into Montauk. In Suffolk County, this is a part of the state that's just getting battered with both the wind and the snow. There is the concern for minor to moderate coastal flooding, depending on where you are across the island, on the north side, south side. Regardless, we have out of Islip, New York, so just a little bit off to the west, now confirming more than 22 inches of snow. So that snow, by the way, it's still falling.
Mike Seidel, Fox Weather storm specialist, joining us again. Mike, as far as the conditions are concerned, I know the snow totals are a big deal, but some of these winds, this is the worst part of the storm, it seems.
It is. Just before we came on the air, we got hit pretty hard with some sustained winds. Had to be close to 40 miles an hour, and it picks up the snow, even though it's a heavy, wet snow, and throws it downwind. The saving grace here, it's not bitterly cold, but if you don't have power, it's an issue. 7,200 customers here in Suffolk County. That's about 1.2% of the power base. So a minimum impact so far, but trees and power lines going down. Got a report of trees down at the bottom of the hill. The snowplow operator trying to get up here got stuck trying to get up here. It's basically, a truck with a plow. It's not a real big, like, highway snowplow. I don't know if he's back in here. They've been trying to get the snowblower to clean some of the walkways in front of the building here at the Manor Hotel. We're up high above the water, so we're getting some really frisky wind gusts. Our snowfall total about an hour ago was 22.5 inches, and we've easily picked up another inch or two. So safe to say we're in the 2-foot club here in Montauk as the wind just continues to howl, and it will through this afternoon. The blizzard warning officially at this point ends at 6 p.m. Based on the latest radar forecast, the HUR model, the snow is going to end by sundown. We'll see if that happens, but it'll lighten up. But this band, you can see it right over us and arcing all the way back to Jersey. We've been in this for 5 or 6 hours. It's unrelenting. No change really in the visibility, a quarter mile or less, and then it goes down to less than, say, 50 yards when we get these strong wind gusts and blows it around. I'm going to show you why this is an issue because of the heavy wet snow. If you were watching last night on Fox Weather, this tree right here was upright. Now this half here, the left half on your screen, is down on the ground. So incredible amount of weight on the trees. I'm looking around, there's a big tree in front of the front door, and those limbs are down to the sidewalk. And normally you can't even get close to them, 10, 15 feet up. So eventually they crack under the strain of the weight of the snow, and that's why we have these power outages now. Last time I checked, with the blizzard, about 575,000 flights. Forget it today in the Northeast, but tomorrow, check your air carrier because flights aren't getting in today. They won't be there in the morning. About 1,500 flights already canceled for Tuesday. So that's how we stand on the flights. But it's unrelenting, this wind and snow here in Montauk. Stephen? Marissa?
All right. I mean, we're just talking about, you're getting the various offices, New York included, that's now verifying a lot of the blizzard conditions that we're seeing. West Hampton Airport, the latest in there. Verified between 3 to 8 and still going, Mike, and verified, in fact, just by looking.
He's walking uphill both ways. You can see, goodness. Look at that drift.
There's the drift.
Up to your waist.
Gosh.
Wow.
I think I'll just relax here until 10 a.m.
Snow's an insulator.
It is a lot of work.
Over time.
It's a good workout for your quads and your cardiovascular system walking through the snow. But what I did is I shoveled a path out of my patio on this side of the building, and then I can walk out here. It's a shorter walk and an easier walk than walking around the front. So I'm trying to cut down and conserve a little bit of energy out here this morning on Fox Weather.
Yeah, sure does look easier.
Quite the storm, though.
Looks like
It'll
an easy
be
walk.
one that will go probably in the top 10 of my storms covered in the past 30 years as far as the snow and the wind and the consistency of how long, how many hours are going to be in these blizzard conditions.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you that, your perspective, because I know you've covered a lot of similar systems, but how this one ranked. It's tough to even see you, Mike. We don't need a measuring stick. We'll just keep Mike out there and see how the snow continues to pile up. And we can barely see you, so we're going to give you a second
I want to show radar. I want to show radar where he's at.
Yeah, we're going to get to radar and the latest on this nor'easter. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel in Montauk.
I mean, clearly what we're seeing there in the sights are just something to behold. This is Warwick, Rhode Island, which we'll make a quick pit stop in Rhode Island. What we're seeing across the state here is unbelievable amounts of snow rates, an unbelievable snow rate right now. Montauk, you see it there on the eastern end of Long Island. Within this band, we just had confirmation of a blizzard in the Hamptons. So with that confirmation, Marissa mentioned that as we were talking to Mike, this is the band that he's talking about. Yes, it does extend all the way down into Jersey, but taking a look at what we have, and stay with us because next hour we're going to be live in Rhode Island. I think Asher Red is in Providence, Rhode Island. The intensity that we have. I mean, here's our legend, right? And seeing the white show up like it is, and the fact that this is a huge swath, it's almost covering the entire state of Rhode Island right now, a snow band, the entire state.
And remembering when you get these snow bands to set up, it can be very tricky and difficult for forecast models to do it before the storm arrives. But the deepening of this area of low pressure, you get it typically on the backside, the northwest side of these lows, and where they set up those snowfall rates are much more enhanced. 2 to 4 inches per hour is what we are seeing in them.
And that area of low pressure, as it's been analyzed to be down to 966 millibars, no wonder it's a storm that Mike Seidel is going to remember, having a tough time getting that report out of Montauk with the winds, but they've been consistent. New York City has a northwest right now wind of 39 miles an hour. Mike had mentioned 563,000. That was probably the last time he checked. They're just going up so quickly, the power outages, and it's really Massachusetts where we're seeing this very quick climb. 236,000 customers were approaching 250,000 without power in Massachusetts, and I hate to say it, but this low will be getting closer to the Cape as we head into the next 10 hours or so, meaning power is going to continue to drop for some. We're going to see this number climb.
And remembering the winds working in conjunction with the very heavy snow, and that's going to make it very easy to take out more tree limbs, more trees, and even some power lines. And within this zone of orange, a lot of climate sites verifying, meeting that blizzard criteria that was forecasted.
At least, 4 states.
I mean,
we have so far confirming that.
Okay, we're going to keep an eye on the forecast. We're going to continue to bring you live views. But in the meantime, you've been helping us tell this story. This is a look from West Point, Pennsylvania. This is from Lexi, Hope, and Harper. Thank you. This is out of Pennsylvania. And look at the snow. You know, I wonder, are your dogs like my dog and just staying on the back porch, doing all their business back there because they don't want to venture into the yard?
Yep.
It's possible. Thank you guys for sending that one in. We've got one more. This is from Glenn in Staten Island, in New York, one of the 5 boroughs that's really getting slammed by some of the heavier snow. We've been watching the bands cut through the boroughs. Staten Island, you're one of the spots that's been picking up some of the higher totals, and you can see just how high that snow is piled up on the railing there, out on the cars. A lot to clean up. Keep up with it if you can. A little bit each time helps alleviate the weight of that snow as you shovel it. We do appreciate you sending in these videos and these photos. If you see it, share it. Simple as that. You can scan the QR code on your screen, or you can visit us online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more of this live coverage of this massive blizzard slamming the Northeast. Keep it here.
Hey there, Nick Kosa here. We're back. It's time for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking, as we're always here to help you save on products that'll keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. To start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Courtney Kaysen, our resident lifestyle expert, is back with another super cool, kind of futuristic product.
Oh my gosh, and they're from Minolta, which you guys know, a digital optics brand, but so much respect in the category. You've probably had their products in your home for years. These are their 4K HD binoculars, and you can choose to look through the traditional way, or you can look through on the screen, which is awesome, because say right now you're looking at foliage, but when the weather turns chilly, you're looking at wildlife, you can actually snap a picture of what you're viewing, and because these are 12 times the magnification, you're seeing seeing what's 120 feet away almost as if like crystal clarity 10 feet away, which is awesome. There's an SD card here so you can transfer it out to your computer, which is lovely. And these just fit a lot more comfortably in the hand. They're lightweight. You can travel with them, camping, cruising, you name it, and have your memories for a lifetime stored and saved.
I love it. An LCD screen on binoculars is something that's been a long time coming, I think.
Absolutely. Our deal price today, phenomenal, $149.99, saving you 50% off.
That is a deal. Courtney, thank you so much. We appreciate that. To purchase one of these and so much more, scan the QR code on your screen or check out foxweatherdeals.com. Happy shopping.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, endless cleaning? Your floors never seem to stay clean. Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber mat that traps dirt instantly. Engineered with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats. Muddy Mat doesn't just catch dirt, it locks it in. Whether it's mud, snow, sand, or water, every step on your new Muddy Mat leaves your floors spotless. And its reinforced rubber backing keeps it firmly in place. No more slipping or sliding. Perfect for your entryway, kitchen, bathroom, or even under your pet's food bowl, Muddy Mat absorbs up to 5 times more water. And when it's time for a cleanup, just toss it in the washing machine and it comes out looking as good as new.
Dog parents, this is a must-have.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling.
I've got muddy mats all over the house. I even use one as a bath mat. It feels so good under my feet. It's so soft. Non-slip backing makes it safe too.
With multiple dogs, I've always struggled with having dirty paws on the floor, but with this mat, I can finally stop stressing out about it because there are no prints anywhere.
It's so soft and squishy, I've even found my puppy sleeping on the mat instead of his bed. They work so well, I bought 3 more so I could put them all over my house.
You just place the Muddy Mat in front of the door and you'll save up so much time cleaning the floors. Go get one. Thank me later.
Imagine the relief of coming home to clean floors every day. Call the number on the screen or visit trymuddymat.com or simply scan the QR code right now to claim an incredible 70% off and get your free Muddy Mat today. But hurry, this exclusive offer is available only for a limited time. Once they are gone, they are gone. Don't let dirt dictate your day. Join thousands of satisfied customers who have already transformed their homes with Muddy Mat. Act now. Clean floors, happy home.
Call 1-800-707-4122.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
You are joining us here on Weather Command on this Monday as we navigate this nor'easter of February 2026 right here, Fox Weather HQ. Fox Weather headquartered in the heart of Manhattan. That is Midtown. That is 6th Avenue. That is heading north. Few cars that are out there, but not forgetting New York City has that travel ban till noon today. Some subways still running, but a lot of the transit, the rail that gets you into and out of New York City, like New Jersey Transit, LIRR, Long Island Railroad, those shut down last night. So life in a city that never sleeps has been halted. But it's not just the roads, the rails, the subways. I mean, it's also all about the flight, Stephen, and that impacts a lot of people.
We saw this start yesterday, too. You know, Sunday was a day that a lot of these flights just preemptively canceled, heading into the Northeast, heading out of the Northeast. And this morning, we're doubling down on it. In fact, when we look at the numbers, this is updated regularly, but through the day, we've got 10,000 cancellations. There's a lot of delays, too. And you think of across the country and these types of numbers, it's a reason why that Northeast corridor is so important for travel across the country, because a lot of planes winds move in and out of this part of the country. Cancellations, as we've been watching just today alone, continue to rise. Look at the airports. So these are the 3 in New York City. We were just taking a live look, as Marissa had mentioned, the travel ban that's in effect unless absolutely necessary. Newark has been getting clobbered by snow. The airport, the latest update, 23 inches of snow. JFK, within the hour, confirming a blizzard, meaning we've had for 3 hours visibility is down to a quarter of a mile. Winds have been gusting to 35 miles an hour or greater. And so that blizzard confirmed there at JFK. LaGuardia has also been a mess. We got another band that's rotating in from central parts of Long Island that will be moving into LaGuardia. But you think of that, you look at the conditions, you don't need somebody to tell you that it's a huge mess. And just for the New York City airports, more than 3,000 cancellations today. If a flight's delayed, it's not getting out. That's just the reality of it. In Philadelphia, the story a little different, but not much better. We're still dealing with those very strong winds, a recent gust at the airport of 33 miles an hour. Our misery index, it's the highest that it can go. That extreme 604 flights have been canceled at Philadelphia International alone. You look at Boston, you look at Newark, as we were just showing you. I mean, these numbers are wild. Essentially, every single flight that's been scheduled today likely canceled. Don't think that there's going to be one that makes it out. So through the morning, we continue. It's so fascinating, too, because we've got this powerful low in the Atlantic, and you look in through the interiors, a little bit of snow in Buffalo, Syracuse, Burlington. Things are fine, maybe a bit breezy. It's that 95 corridor, but boy, with that snow falling, it's intense, and it will remain in Boston up into Bangor tonight as we see from west to east that drying out and this system beginning to exit. But I think tomorrow also is going to be a mess. We do want to take it live now out to New Jersey. We just spoke with New Jersey's Governor Mikey Sherrill. Governor Sherrill informing us that from a perspective of at least delays and cancellations, that travel ban that she implemented, it is in effect until noon. She's extended that until 12 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, and rightfully so, right? The roads are still really treacherous for anybody trying to get out. It's not recommended. We do want to take it to the ground. Not too far from Atlantic City, we have Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Greg Payne joining us out of Woodbine, New Jersey. So, Greg, I was able to look at some of the snow totals. So Atlantic City coming in around 7 a.m. with just over 14 and a half inches of snow. Not bad, over a foot. And there in Woodbine where you are, I mean, how's it looking with the wind and the snow combined?
Over a foot. Yeah, so I would say with Woodbine, it's just over a foot as well. And like you can see, there are people that are out and about, you know, doing some work. Now, my guy, he was literally just here. He was snow blowing, and you can see the great work that he actually did to clear out this driveway here. Now, the person whose house this is my main man, Jermaine, right here. I mean, Jermaine, how you feeling about this this snow?
I'm saying it ain't really bothering me too much, man. I'm in the house for the most part anyway. So, you know, I just came out to, you know, a little entertainment for myself, that's all. Other than that, man, I'm chilling.
Now, I mean, we just had a snowstorm, what was it, like 2 weeks ago? I mean, are you starting to get sick and tired of this, or how you feeling, or do you like the snow?
Nah, I'm a summer baby, but I'm ready for this weather to break. I ain't coming out in this. I ain't gonna see me out too much. It's over. I'm good on the snow. How about you?
I mean, listen, I'm kind of over this snow. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, I got to ask you, because the gentleman that was snow blowing, he looked like he was older than you. I mean, why you got him out here, old man out here?
I ain't got him out here doing nothing. He came out here to do that on his own. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man, got to get the kids out. You never know what they might want to do. So, hey, man, shout out to Jeff, man. Yeah. Poppy.
How do you feel about the road conditions and everything out here?
Hey, man, if you got to come outside, be safe. That's all I'm saying. I ain't going nowhere.
Do you think this is going to be the last one?
I hope so. I hope so, man. I'm tired of the snow.
See, and that's the attitude a lot of people have, to be honest, is we're starting to get tired of this because we literally just had this 2 weeks ago. Now, this snow, I will admit, it's not as bad because it's that type of snow that you kind of pick up and, you know, throw snowballs at, unlike the last one that we had. But, you know, guys, I think we're done with Mother Nature dumping snow on, you know, this area.
Yeah, I always say, Greg, snow, it's very divisive. Either you like it or you don't. Right. You're here for it or you're not. And this has been a very profitable winter with that snowfall so far. Appreciate that update out of Woodbine, New Jersey. Fox 29 Philadelphia reporter Greg Payne.
A bonus live shot, right? When using our affiliates, Fox 29, with this nor'easter hammering the 95 corridor, could make history as the snow falls and the winds howl. Our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app, it's been activated too. So as the weather news breaks, you can actually find it there and you can see it for yourself. You can check it out. It's been rolling all night long.
Fox Weather is fully deployed across the bullseye of the I-95 corridor. Keep it here, Fox Weather. We'll be right back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Hello and welcome to a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Thanks for joining us Monday, February 23rd.
We are live in New York City, and sometimes that weather makes headlines in your own backyard.
Yeah.
That's what we've been seeing this morning. The blizzard of 2026 blasting the Northeast with near hurricane force winds, incredible amounts of snow. We have blizzard warnings that remain in effect for more than 40 million people, and that risk of whiteout conditions forcing leaders to shut down major cities in the path of this storm.
In fact, we had governors in 7 states that did declare emergencies. Rare travel bans, those are also in place, including major cities like New York City, where folks are hunkered down and will be for a good remainder of the day.
And if you think it's bad at home, which in a lot of ways it is, just be happy you're not traveling, trying to take a flight. Air travel is at a standstill. And this season's nor'easter, this late season one, knocking out power to more than 600,000 customers. Those numbers continue to climb this morning. We also have, and we're showcasing it, our live new blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app. It's activated as weather news breaks. You can find it on the blog. If you want to scan it, that QR code there, it'll take you to. And with any sort of piece of information that comes with this nor'easter, we'll let you know.
Fox Weather, we've got a fully deployed team across the I-95 corridor from the Delmarva all the way in through the Northeast. We have team coverage as this historic storm unleashes its fury, correspondents and meteorologists.
Yeah, and there are plenty of places to be, plenty of things to see. Montauk, New York, we've been taking a live look there. Obviously, the blizzard warnings stealing the headlines. All of New Jersey under a blizzard warning. We've got that 95 corridor heading into the state of Maine under it, and that does include portions of New York, like New York City. 6 p.m. today, that travel ban is in effect, and when it's all said and done, we could be closing in on 2 feet of snow in New York City before the snow wraps up.
So let's go ahead and take it into New York City. We're going to take it just outside of the Fox Weather headquarters and head into Columbus Circle, Central Park, where, by the way, we have Fox News national correspondent Alexis McAdams. Alexis, glad you're hanging out with us here on Weather Command. It just took, what, over a foot of snow to get you with us this morning. I think Central Park now measuring 15.1. Does it feel like you're in a nor'easter?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a lot different than it was just the other week, right? We already dealt with a situation where we had that snow piling up. This is different because it's that bomb cyclone that you guys have been talking about. So the wind is also the issue, along with kind of this heavy snow. So last time we were out in Central Park just the other week, it wasn't really packing snow, right? It was that powder that was blowing all over. Now it's coming down hard, fast, and it's kind of like the perfect mix to make a snowball, except, you know, I'm going to step out of the way so we can show you what's going on here. But the area that it's not perfect for, you know, is the issues going on with power outages. So we've been looking at that throughout the morning all across the Northeast here, and it's heavy, it's wet, and it's knocking down those power lines. 500,000 homes without power across just the East Coast, 100,000 outages in New Jersey alone. And the winter storm is slamming this area. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds or more in most locations. Like you mentioned, 15 inches here with those blizzard warnings in New York City, but we're expecting quite a lot to still come down in some parts. I know earlier we saw what was going out on Long Island where there was some issues as well. I mean, it was like you couldn't see anything. So that's going to be what we're seeing in New York City. In terms of what happened last time with the cleanup, it took a little bit because of those below freezing temperatures. It's not warm by any means, but it's warmer than it was just the other week. So that's what's helping them kind of get those crews out so they can get this heavy, wet snow out of this area. But you can see it's just piling up and piling up. And then underneath it is still what we just had the other week. So New York City's been slammed yet again. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, don't touch that snow that's underneath the fresh stuff. I'm looking at that through Central Park.
I won't eat it either.
Don't eat it. There's plenty of things that have been eaten in that pack. I am wondering, Alexis, just from your perspective, the wind or snow, which element is worse this morning? Because we've got gusts at Central Park that have hit 39 miles an hour, 40 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's the wind. I mean, being from Chicago, I'm used to the snow, right? We get it. It's cold in the winter. No one's complaining about that, but it really is that wind that whips it around into your face. And that's what's creating that lack of visibility. So that's why they're calling it, a blizzard. That's why they're calling it these whiteout conditions, because once you get on the roads, you can't see. And it can be very dangerous if you're walking or driving, obviously. So that's why they have this travel ban in place here in New York City, because of the winds that just keep whipping around.
Yeah, well, be safe out there. Thanks for bringing us the shots. Wild to see. Not a blade of grass evident on the ground.
No.
Plenty of snow. Alexis McAdams for us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, well, I know winds are certainly an issue right along the Jersey Shore. That's where we have a live look now. Stone Harbor, New Jersey. You watch the wind, you watch the snow, but also to note, we do have some coastal flood concerns. There's a coastal flood advisory in places like Stone Harbor, New Jersey. And also when it comes to the snow totals, if you head further inland into Newark International Airport, 23 inches of snow. Snow rates around 2 inches per hour and still under that band.
Yeah, let's get on the ground into New Jersey. What do you say? Meteorologist Bob Van Dillen's there. Bob, the snow picking up. Has it just remained consistent since last hour?
Yeah, I would say consistent, you guys. It's that same snow band that is rotating down from Newark Airport right down to Perth Amboy and smashing us in Neptune, New Jersey. And you talk about the coastal flood advisories. We've got a high tide at Manasquan, which is nearby here at noontime today. So minor coastal flooding again. Yesterday it was moderate to almost major when the winds were really peeling in out of the northeast. The winds have shifted around a little bit. Now it's out of the northwest for us, but still 24 mile per hour sustained. And we're gusting easily over that. And what does gusting wind do when that snowpack begins to dry out? It gets a massive drift. I want you guys to look at this. It's the parking lot at the hotel we are in Neptune. All right, so hardly anything there. And then you start walking into the drift. Look at this poor dude that's right here. This guy in a car, he's not going anywhere, right? I mean, look at the drift right here. It's getting up to over 3 feet. So now we're looking at the snow drifting as a major concern. As soon as the wind begins to die down later this afternoon, obviously the snow drifting is going to come to an end. But it's been this snow band that's been plowing into us for the last 4 hours. Now, last night, trying to sleep in here, you could hear the wind roaring. We were worried about some trees coming down. There are a couple of people that are staying in this hotel whose power outage happened to them early this morning in Neptune. So we got some power out around Neptune itself. People are staying at the hotel. I think we've got a generator or something. Here comes that wind right off the roof. But if I could assign a song to this nor'easter, it would be Freebird. And why not, right? When it cranks up, I mean, this thing is going ballistic like the USA hockey team. Just Freebird. That's the song title for this storm right here, you guys.
I am just impressed by these snow drifts.
Yeah.
I mean, because you have so many components to this nor'easter, Bob, and at last check, it had dropped down to 966 millibars. So this thing rapid incredibly fast. It strengthened. Did you see 966 millibars? Yeah, that was the update we last got.
Wow. So you know what? That's a big problem too, because yesterday it was 1,004 about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jane and I were on the air. We're talking about it. 966. So clearly it's cleared that 24 millibars in 24-hour threshold. But then you add to the fact that we've got a 1050 high plowing right through Ontario. That wind gradient is going to be, the pressure gradient's huge between that 1050 right on shore and then offshore. You got that 966. You show those isobars, forget about it. Those things are packed tight. That means the winds are going to be a big issue. And you saw some of the wind gusts out there in Long Island, right? 74 mile per hour wind in Stony Brook, Nantucket. You guys up there, 70 mile per hour wind gusts. That's pretty intense for this nor'easter, and it's still cranking up for New England. So we're not anywhere near done. We're not done here either. If you look at the radar picture, that band just keeps on plowing down from north to south directly over us, and that's 2 inches of snow per hour. And you can see the snow drifts as well. I mean, I remember watching Robert Ray a couple days ago in the Sierras trying to walk through that stuff, and he was all winded. I'm like, yeah, it's a workout. Just walking and trying to cut through the snow.
Bob, the update out of Nantucket, 83 mile per hour wind gust. That's the strongest gust that we have seen so far out of this system. 83 miles an hour. It's hurricane force.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that wind just comes in unabated right off the Atlantic, and forget about it. They get smashed. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah, well, we'll be checking in with you. I don't think you're allowed to go anywhere yet, and we'll check in on the very latest when it comes to where that snow is falling. I'll give you a little bit of a break. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen out at Neptune, New Jersey, right along the Jersey Shore.
Hope they weren't planning to use that car you were showing us, because to dig out of that snowdrift would be an impossibility. Warwick, Rhode Island, 29 degrees, feels like 14. That wind out of the north, American flag, that thing there has been blowing all morning. And the snow has been relentless. What we're seeing play out in Rhode Island is remarkable. Some of the most intense snow out of this entire system falling there as we speak. 2, 3, even 4 inches of snow per hour. Here's that area of low pressure. As Bob and Marissa were talking about, 968, 966, that pressure dropping. It was above 1,000 millibars yesterday afternoon, and now at 966. And where Bob's located on this map, I'll mark it with the blue so we can see it a little easier if that works. Right here. It's roughly where Bob's at. And where that 83 mile per hour wind gust occurred, a little closer to that area of low pressure. But you see how this system is so dynamic, and then you get caught in these snow bands. I mean, we're not seeing this widespread snow through the entirety of the Northeast. It's really for the coast. I mean, you have some of it working in close to Albany, but not even seeing much there. I mean, this is a coastal storm. This is for the immediate coastline, but Boston is in an ideal position for snow. Even New York City hanging on. Philly It's kind of been on the western periphery all morning,
Yeah,
right?
western periphery, still a big snowmaker. I think Philly now over a foot. But yeah, it is a coastal event. And when you look at those snow totals and realizing a lot of these areas are still under, if not some of the heavier snow, at least some of the snowfall rates that are still around 1 inch per hour. So we will be seeing these numbers more than likely go up.
We're approaching 30 inches. We got 4 more inches to go, and there's no doubt we'll have that in Rhode Island. This is at least a 30-inch snowstorm, no doubt.
It's the storm that has you saying, should have got that snowblower. Should have got it. I didn't want to spend the money, but now I'm feeling like I need some help. But, you know, also, and in addition to all of our reporters, correspondents, and meteorologists in the field, we also have all of you helping us tell this story this morning. Hundreds of photos and videos from you at home. This is from Pauline out of Cranston, Rhode Island. We talked about Rhode Island a second ago. That's where some of the bigger totals are coming out of this morning that have now surpassed 2 feet. And it looks like it. How about this one? Another one from Heather. This is out of Comac, New York. Always fun, right, when the dogs can get out there, especially when their hair, the snow sticks to it like an adhesive. Then it gets all knotted up in there. It's actually really hard to get it out. But look at that. The furrier dogs are more susceptible to that. But thank you for sending that in. And then another one. This is from Judith in Norwood, New Jersey. I can see that Judith is, I believe, taking a video through her glass door. Oh, the birds are out. Is that a cardinal? Judith, can I tell you, there is nothing more than I love than a cardinal. Given the white backdrop and the snow, there's something magical and really special about it. But the birds are still out there. Thank you so much for sending that in out of Norwood, New Jersey. Hey, if you have something at home that you want to share with us, something that you're seeing that you want to take a video of and share it with us, it's easy to do so. Just scan the QR code on your screen or visit us online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage of this massive, historic blizzard slamming the Northeast. Keep it here.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
And we are back here on Fox Weather, and we're taking a live look at Dedham, Massachusetts, where from the time that we started, it looks the exact same. The only thing is it's a little brighter because the sun's up. 27 degrees, and we've got strong winds and very heavy snow. We have more than 230,000 customers in the state of Massachusetts without power.
Yeah, tough day to be without power. And it is cold, so being able to get that heat on is going to be critical. But we do have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black also in Boston this morning. Melanie has been out there through the morning hours. I mean, the wind is just so notable, Melanie, especially the winds coming out of the Cape of Massachusetts, well above 60, 70 miles per hour in spots.
Yeah, I was just looking at some of the information we were getting in. The strongest wind gust so far reported from the storm coming out of Nantucket, a wind gust of 83 miles per hour. And here in Boston, we've seen some strong gusts. I think upwards of 55 miles per hour might be one of the highest we've reached so far. You can see how strong the wind is really rocking. Where I am is Long Wharf in Boston. So off to my east is going to be Boston Harbor. And to get a nor'easter, you need that onshore wind out of the northeast, and that's definitely what we are getting, blowing this snow sideways. And we are really still in the peak of the event with snowfall rates that have been pretty heavy. I was looking at forecast models leading up to today, and it looks very impressive when you're seeing that we were expecting snowfall rates anywhere from 2 to 3 inches per hour, and it verified. There was a spot in southeast Massachusetts, Swansea, that has reported 2 feet of snow already. It's one of those spots that's in that heavy band that's also in line with Providence, Rhode Island, that's getting dumped on as well. And those snowfall rates in Swansea were reported 3 inches per hour, which is just incredible when you think of the strength of this storm that we have. So this morning, we still have some heavy accumulations with those snowfall rates around 2 inches per hour, and that could actually continue for parts of Massachusetts into the early afternoon. Snow is expected to continue to accumulate through this evening, and then the system is out of here come tomorrow. But the wind continues to be a concern, and I think the wind is going to stay strong pretty much through a majority of the day. You mentioned those power outages. They just continue to grow, and really the concern has been for areas across far southeast Mass. That's where you're getting the heavy wet snow combined with the strong gusty winds for right on cue. There's the strong gusty winds hitting me with the strong gusty wind for a longer period of time. So that's where the power outages were always going to be one of the most concerns. And that's where you're seeing those counties that are across southeast Mass, Barnstable County as well as Plymouth County, really leading the pack across the state in terms of those power issues. This snow removal process likely going to take through the weekend. At least that's what city officials estimate. They have had snowplows that have been out behind me all morning long, already getting a head start on clearing some of this. You can see, though, behind me, we still have all these snow piles from the last storm that we got dumped on in January when there was nearly 2 feet of snow. So now on top of that, not only do you have piles of snow from that, now you're also going to have all the snow that we are getting with this storm piling up. Visibility continues to be a concern, as it would be when you're tracking some blizzard conditions. It looks like there are a lot of spots across eastern Massachusetts that will ultimately verify as being under a blizzard, waiting the official word that Boston is under a blizzard, and looks like I'm just getting word from our producer that we can classify Boston as being under blizzard conditions. And you get the idea why when you can see these gusts that are really blowing on me, Stephen and Marissa.
I know they're rough. I'm wondering behind you, because that pathway, parking lot, I'm not sure. It looks like it's been getting plowed, but are we seeing this like every 30 minutes from some of those plows? Because it looks like you can almost make out the ground behind you.
Yeah, no, there have been a lot of plows that have been out here behind me. I think this is an area that is easily plowed. I haven't been able to see some of the other major roads, but I would imagine in some of those spots where you don't have the plows coming through, it's really starting to stack up. This is an interesting spot too, because you have this park behind me. So this is a place where a lot of people have been out. I've only been seeing dog owners really coming out with their dogs. But as you can see, this dog behind me. But yeah, they've been doing a pretty good job of plowing this immediate area.
I love I love all the dog owners. They're like, all right, well, we gotta get you outside to go for the walk. And then we just saw a Bernese mountain dog, behind you, and they love the cold, and they love
probably
the snow.
loving it.
Right?
Yes, I've seen owners come out with their ski goggles on. You know, they're all bundled up, and these dogs are just as happy as can be. I mean, if anyone likes today, it's going to be the dogs.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I mean, to be quite honest, this already has proven to be not just a significant storm, but I think in many ways a historic one. So to be out there to see it unfold for portions of New England and the Northeast, I don't know, pretty special thing, in my opinion. But appreciate you checking in with us, Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. I will be checking with Melanie out there in Boston, where the wind is rough and the snow, it is continuing to fall. There goes another gust. No shortage of those. No shortage of those this morning. Also, no shortage of flight disruptions.
Yeah.
And you can thank a lot of those winds for that, too.
I mean, Boston is one of the many airports that has at least every flight canceled. The numbers are showing maybe a few delays, but don't take that as they might get out later today, because they're not. Look at that recent wind that we had out of Boston. This is the airport. 60 miles an hour. So we're talking tropical storm force, even that sustained wind of 37 miles an hour. We're getting to tropical storm force sustained winds. 90% of the flights have been canceled today. The majority of them are. I would imagine that every single one by the day's end will be canceled. Philadelphia is a little different story, but it really affects every city along the 95 corridor. That's the unique thing about a nor'easter, with those winds that are out of the northwest this morning, and they continue. Visibility has improved some in Philly. We've actually seen that snow band or some of the drier air trying to work in, but we still are locked into it just east of Philly through Jersey. In fact, that could be where some of the highest snow totals come from. Rhode Island's going to be competing pretty closely, though. So will Massachusetts. It'll be fascinating to see, but you notice how the airports really just not taking, the airlines not taking any risk and canceling all the flights today. A lot of these flights, too, were canceled yesterday, and operations likely not really going to get back to normal until sometime Tuesday. We got a lot of snow to get through, and also the wind. The wind will be the biggest factor here. Look at the canceled flights. We're talking 12, 13, 1,400 flights have been canceled. That includes JFK, LaGuardia, Boston, as well as Newark. So a lot of flights affected. And when we look at it, I know that the airplanes are green. Tomorrow, in a lot of ways, will be a better day. So in theory, things will be improving, and we're not expecting any issues. But you know how it works. It's that trickle effect, and we're going to have that happen. Then we'll be watching midweek for another much weaker system, but it will have some wintry stuff to it. It will be moving through, and it could affect the Northeast and New England again. Might be warm enough for us to see rain in D.C., but other than that, Wednesday into Thursday, those problems could persist. So that's going to be a storm to watch, but by no means, at least the way it looks like right now, it's not going to be anything compared to what we're dealing with this nor'easter. This thing's going to move on out. Windy conditions behind it. Look at Washington by tonight, 40 degrees. So technically, it's warm enough to start melting some of that snow, even in New York City as things depart. But that is a dense, very compact type of snow, Marissa. So I think it takes some time to melt, especially when we're talking maybe 20, 23, 24 inches of snow.
You know, I was thinking, though, I love a melt that is, what's the word? Not progressive. What's the word? Gradual.
Gradual.
Because when you get the rain on top of the heavy snow, that's when you get flooding. That's when you get problems in the basement.
Yeah.
Did you mention later this week the renewed shot for more activity?
More of it, yeah.
Wednesday into Friday.
There could be some issues. Yeah. I mean, we'll have to see. It's not going to be as strong, but it does look like more wintry weather, you know. With a temperature of 40 degrees, though. So it's going to be an even warmer system than this one, I think.
It is, and it's going to be messy. Yeah. And everyone's like, no.
Yeah.
I don't allow it. All right. Well, as you know, Stephen, we've got hundreds of videos, photos from everybody joining us from home. Take a look at this one from Melissa. Melissa sending this in from South Toms River, New Jersey. That is her back porch, her deck, I'm assuming. There's the umbrella waiting for summer to arrive. The chairs are coated, the porch is coated, and I do see a couple of footprints out there. Wondering if Melissa has a dog that maybe had to get out there. Oh, yeah. Oh, there's the husky. Thank you. Thanks, Jess. I just guessed that there was a dog because those are usually the only ones brave enough outside of kids to head into that snow into the backyard. All right, thanks for that one, Melissa. We've also got this one from Jay. Jay sending this in from Chalfont, Pennsylvania. I hope I'm saying that right. But another porch, another coated table waiting for summer to arrive. And a lot of these photos just kind of showing off all of the snow that we've been getting. And I really love this one from Staten Island, New York. One of the 5 boroughs that's picking up some big old snow. Joe, thanks for sending this in. Whoever has to clean off that car Hope you have a real good, you know what I like? I like a broom because I can't reach the top of the car. So the broom helps me clean the top, which by the way, it is generally a law, a state law to clean the top of the car before you drive. Okay, not that you're driving anywhere anytime soon. If you see it, share it. You can scan the QR code on your screen or visit us online at foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back with more of our live coverage of this massive blizzard slam in the Northeast. Keep it here. We'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour workdays.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
I can't. I'm stuck.
This is a New York thing, and we like to just keep going even through extreme events like this.
I didn't know it felt like 4 degrees. I just know it feels cold. What really has been getting me so far this morning has been the strong wind.
Really the big concern throughout today is going to be the wind gusts. I mean, I'm sure you can just see the snow that is blowing around right now.
It is a lot like a hurricane. It sounds, you just hear the whipping of the wind.
All about the wind. That was our storm tracker, exclusive storm tracker, Brandon Kopic, who was driving around in the elements earlier. It really is a story about the wind. And in some cases, we've seen some of these winds come out of eastern end of Long Island, New York, across the Cape of Massachusetts, 60, 70 mile per hour winds. I think the strongest wind was Nantucket, right?
83.
At 83.
Yeah, looks like it.
This morning.
Yeah, the threats too, I mean, we're in the thick of it. I mean, not everyone, but if you're along the coast from Boston to New York, you're feeling those winds, and you're also seeing a lot of snow. And that extends even south of New York into Jersey, just to Philadelphia. Philadelphia's seeing some flakes flies, too.
Yeah, I think around a foot for Philadelphia. So, okay, let's go ahead and take it into New York. We'll kick it off On the eastern end of Long Island, out near the Twin Forks, we have Montauk out here. A look for you at the very snowy scene into the harbor. Visibility isn't great. We've achieved blizzard criteria, so we've had reduced visibility to under a quarter mile. We've had winds still at 35 miles per hour, but even surpassing that. So it's been a rough one. And there he is.
Mike Seidel, hey, back at it. Snow's still falling pretty heavy, right?
No change to report. Now back to you.
Yeah,
oh, okay,
exactly.
I'll keep going. I mean, really, hashtag inhumane. No, really, this is one for the record books. We're going to probably hit 30 inches here. I shoveled my patio. We picked another 3 or 4 up. The observation was 22 and a half a couple of hours ago. I feel pretty confident. The band is just sitting right over us, not too far offshore. It's drier, but right over Long Island, arcing back towards Jersey, and it goes all the way up to the Cape. And you mentioned that wind gust over 80 in Nantucket. Our wind gust peaking as of 7 a.m. at 53 miles an hour at the Montauk Airport. But guys, I noticed that Montauk is not reported since about 7 a.m. So I don't know if the snow and ice froze their anemometer and wind vane or what's going on out there, but they have not reported since 7 a.m. And I'm sure we've had gusts over 60 miles an hour based on all the observations in the area. I checked the buoys, by the way. The Block Island buoy, which is north of here, northeast of here, had wave heights an hour or so ago, 21 feet. They're now down to 19 feet. So the ocean has churned up with these massive winds and wind gusts out over the Atlantic. Blizzard warning until 6. That has not been updated. The wind is going to die down eventually, and the snow should be over with by sundown. If that's any glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. But boy, there's going to be a huge dig out. I'm just looking at the parking lot. So I'm going to have to shoot some video and send it in because we can't get over there trying to keep the camera protected and keep the lens dry. But it's hard to even see where one car starts and the next car ends. It's just like a big wall of snow over all the vehicles out here in Montauk. Temperature remains right around 31 to 32. Wind chills are running 19 to 20. So again, not a bitterly cold day, but it is obviously cold enough to snow. And keep in mind, based on research, the biggest snowstorms occur between temperatures of 24 and 32 degrees. So that's kind of the benchmark where you get your biggest storms. Like the blizzard of 78 in Boston, February 4th through the 7th. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of comparisons to that. That also hit New York City. And I was in the previous snowstorm. I was in Queens in January, I think 26th, 27th of 1978. And boy, that was a busted forecast. Weather Service is going for 1 to 3, 2 to 4. They kept ramping it up. Next morning, I wake up and about 30 inches of snow on the ground. And I literally had to have 3 or 4 guys carry my 1974 powder blue Ford Pinto out to the Belt Parkway so I could get back down to the Maryland-Delaware coast. So that's 1978. Again, this is going to be compared to that one in Boston. We'll see how it goes once we get the snow ending and how many inches we get and what kind of drifting we get out there, say, on 495. But, boy, it just doesn't change out here. I've been in a lot of snowstorms, but this is blizzard conditions now for going on 7 or 8 hours. That's pretty amazing that you can hold on to the visibility for that long in this part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, when you consider, I know islip is 75 miles or so, 70 miles off to the west, Mike, but 2 feet of snow, over 2 feet of snow that's been reported there. I think 27 inches was the final update that we had. But I mean, but then you include the snow drifts, and you showed us that earlier. You were buried up to your hip, so it's just, it's really tough to be out in these conditions, and that's why we have so many travel bans.
Yeah, you know, yeah, it's a good thing you're not out here because it'd be up to your neck.
It's actually not that far off. Yeah, when you stand around just over 5 feet tall,
yeah,
it hits it hits a little bit harder.
A 5-foot snow drift.
Here we go.
Would almost bury.
Here we go. We're going to go into the drift.
Let's see it.
Okay, right now Marissa would be about here.
You'd have to put a flag on me.
Let's see it. The reports we're getting into, Mike, 26 inches in East Islip. So that's not quite to you. We know that. But, yeah, it's been hard to get numbers out of Montauk.
Well, there is an observation 22.5, but that was a couple of hours ago.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, I think we're easily over 24, 25 inches. And I think we're going to hit 30 inches here because this band is not moving. And at an inch or more an hour, it just keeps adding up. It seems a little brighter out here right now, but let me see if I can. No, I still can't see down the hill towards the harbor. So our visibility has not improved really at all throughout the morning hours since we got out here at daylight, first daylight.
Well, I can say, Mike, you're so out of breath. We can see you a little bit better, visibility a little bit better as you make your way through the. You don't just sit.
I can't get up.
And then he disappears.
I've fallen
into the
and I
white.
can't get up.
It's wild.
Mike, incredible stuff out of Long Island, out of the eastern end of Long Island, out of Montauk this morning. You know, so we had a few months. Spring will be here in no time, and you will thaw out. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. We'll be there shortly, Mike. We'll be there shortly.
Well, Long Island, no doubt, is right in the thick of this blizzard. It has historic written all over it. Scenes across Long Island, like we just saw with Mike. On your screen, we've got several counties battling these whiteout conditions and also the power outage risk. That continues to grow, too.
So we do want to bring in Ed Romaine, an executive for Long Island, Suffolk County. Ed, thanks for joining us this morning. We just talked about some of the totals, surpassing 2 feet for much of your county. How are you guys looking out there so far?
We're struggling with a lot of issues. We will get through this, but we are struggling because we got to have very heavy snow and very heavy wind. You may not have got the wind report from Montauk, but I did the last time they checked in with us. It was 85 miles an hour.
Oh, you're kidding.
Montauk.
85 miles an hour.
85 miles an hour. But elsewhere throughout Suffolk County, the wind is blowing between 30 and 45 miles an hour with gusts over.
Yeah.
Looks like we're having some connection issues. Ed, do you still hear us? So we may have to work on that interview.
So
but
it's the wind, the snow, and the accumulation, and trying to.
Okay, we'll work on that. But we do appreciate Ed Romaine joining us out of Suffolk County. Okay, it looks like we have you back.
Okay.
You broke up a little bit, Ed. I'm wondering, that 85-mile-per-hour wind gust, did you get that from the National Weather Service? Is that what they relayed to you?
No, I got that from someone at the Montauk on the very top level of the Montauk Lighthouse.
Okay, that's great perspective. Thank you for sharing that. We were just watching. Our Mike Seidel is out there, and I mean, those winds are relentless. It feels almost like a foolish question to ask about the roads because given the current conditions, I mean, this snow band that we have set up, it's impossible for crews to maintain it. But what's the biggest message that you're trying to send out? You may have said it, but you broke up.
I will say it again. Stay off the roads. We have a travel ban in Suffolk County until noon today. And the reason we have a travel ban is in Western Suffolk alone, there was 130 accidents as a result of this storm in the last few hours. 130. And that number will grow. And I don't have the number from the eastern part of the county because they have 5 different police departments. But obviously, travel is difficult. And we would encourage everyone to stay off the roads, stay home. And although the plows are working and doing a great job, the snow is being blown right back on that road. So it'll be a while. Yeah. And you don't want to be out in a whiteout with these type of conditions.
Yeah, I mean, when looking at the clock, noon is less than an hour and a half away, and it's still quite brutal out there. So hopefully, and I don't think it looks that appealing anyway, but the hope is that people stay off the roads and crews can do what they need to do to clear things out of the way and be safe. We do appreciate you checking in with us. We have no buses. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we have no buses in Suffolk County, but I appreciate what Fox Weather does. Thank you for keeping us informed.
And thank you for joining us, helping us share the message. Ed Romaine, Suffolk County executive out of New York. Good luck as you navigate the rest of the storm.
Thank you very much.
We'll take it out of New York and off to Rhode Island. Providence, Rhode Island, East Providence, Rhode Island. Also seeing very impressive snow totals coming out of this part of the I-95. Compliments of a slow-moving, if not just kind of stalling band of very intense snow. Providence now more than 16 inches. Actually, I believe we've surpassed that. Are we now at 16? That might be the last one. You know what it is? I updated this. I should remember. 16 inches of snow, but the National Weather Service office out of Boston. Did they give another update?
24 inches of snow.
Matthew Blue on the microphone.
Providence, Rhode Island.
24 inches of snow. Okay, thank you. Because they had said maybe they'd be holding off till later with some of the updates.
Well, let's bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red. He's joining us from Providence. I've been looking forward to your shot, Asher, because that's out of the entire system. The snow band we're dealing with right now has the most intense as far as snow rates are concerned. Hard to fathom what you're dealing with.
Yeah, Stephen and Marissa, right now we're dealing with like 46-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and as you just said, 24 inches of snow at least. We're even having to wipe out the camera lens because it's just coming in at all different angles and different ways. So all that's falling here, I mean, you can see it's all just soft snow, and I'm having a hard time walking in it. That's why I'm staying as close to the sidewalk, which has been blown all day long. We also have, if you go back this way a little bit, if we're able to walk, see, it's really hard to really know where you're going. All these cars right here are blocked in. They're snowed in. Snow plows coming through the parking lot every like 30 minutes or so, and they are really just trying to keep the parking lot clear. Now, right here in Providence, Rhode Island, the governor of Rhode Island says that there are 60,000 pounds of salt that is ready to use in a moment's notice. There's also 200 salt trucks, snow plows rather, that are on standby, an additional 300 vendors that are on call. A lot of these power crews that are in the area are staying at hotels around the city, and just on the other side of the parking lot that we're on, there's power trucks lined all the way to the street, and they're ready. Once this storm is done with, they're going to go out there, restore power as quick as possible. They just got to wait on the local utility companies to call them and say, hey, we need you to come here. But as you can see, snow is still blowing. It's been like this for quite a few hours already, and now it's still going strong, and it will continue to go strong for several hours after this. So right now we're monitoring all of this and seeing kind of what comes of it. There's a travel ban in place, and I see one car on the road over there. You're not supposed to be on the road unless you are emergency vehicles or if you're law enforcement, of course. And this car, it looks like a person in a Hummer. So yeah, you shouldn't be on the roads in this. You can't really see. It's whiteout conditions. Visibility is about a quarter mile, so it's extremely dangerous to be out there. And it's also important to know, once it gets more than 2 inches of snowfall per hour, they're not going to be plowing the roads here in Rhode Island. The crews came in last night, and they've been working and staying at work until all the roads are cleared, and that includes after the storm as well. So they're still working out there, and hopefully once this ends, they can get it all figured out and cleaned up soon. Stephen and Marissa?
It is just so wild to see finally getting eyes into Rhode Island, because it truly has been at the brunt of some of the worst of the winds and some of the heaviest of the snow. So Asher Red joining us out of Rhode Island this morning. Appreciate that update. And in fact, we're going to be right back after a quick break. Thanks, Asher.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There's still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Welcome back into Weather Command this morning, heading right outside into Dedham, Massachusetts, to the South Shore, just south of Boston. Feels like 9 degrees, so you do have the cold element, but also the snow that's been falling down very heavy throughout the early morning hours. Air temperatures safely below freezing, and those winds have been a problem. Places across eastern, southeastern Mass meeting the blizzard criteria very early this morning.
Let's get out to Eastham, Massachusetts. Fox News multimedia reporter Kylie Schuyler is standing by. In Eastham, if it's the Cape, right, you flex. It's like the forearm. I think that's where you're at, Kaylee. And some of those winds, we had one from Nantucket, like 83 miles an hour.
Yeah, Stephen and Marissa, it's just absolutely brutal out here. And, you know, earlier I felt like we were experiencing blizzard-like conditions, but now we can't officially say we had blizzard-like conditions here on the Cape with wind gusts in Wellfleet reaching up to 77 miles per hour. That's just about a 10-minute drive from where we're standing. So if we just walk around a little bit, I mean, you can see some of the biggest concern is this blowing snow. It just absolutely smacks you in the face. And that's really the big concern here, are the wind gusts that we've been talking about, because with the power outages and then the snow, it's a wet, heavy snow. And if you just look, you can see it blowing all around. The visibility, I would say, is less than 1/4 mile. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. It just depends on kind of what's happening outside and how much snow is really blowing around. But I want to be honest, kudos to our first responders. We are staying in a hotel with a lot of our power workers and plow drivers, and they have been working around the clock. We talked to one guy who started at 10 p.m. last night, worked into the early morning hours, and then he was just sitting in our hotel with us. The power is out here, and he had to get back out, and he said he's probably not going to be home until Wednesday. And then with some of the power workers, we have a lot of contractors who are working with Eversource, and they're telling us they're just sitting in the hotel lobby as well, waiting until they can go out, because they can't get out and work on these power lines until the winds get below 35 miles per hour. And right now, the sustained winds are kind of around that 50-ish mile per hour range. And so he kind of talked to me a little bit about, you know, the problems they're facing when getting the power restored.
Rules of engagement, and one of those rules of engagement is the trucks, the bucket trucks, do not uncradle if the winds are higher than 35 miles an hour. And sadly enough, we're here to put the lights on. We want to go to work. We want to do our job. We want to help everybody out. The sad part about it is when we get that wind, we can't go nowhere, and then people see us sitting around, and they're like, well, how come they're all sitting around? It's a safety thing.
So right now, nearly 130,000 homes are without power here on the Cape. And like I said, our hotel doesn't have power. The generator isn't working. So a lot of these first responders, they're having to get out here in the elements, and they're coming back and they're having to sit, in a dark, cold hotel. That's the same for a lot of people sitting in their homes right now, having to experience this. It's very cold out. It's hanging out. The temperatures in the low 30s range, but with this wind, it's feeling more like in the teens. And so, here at the hotel specifically, people weren't able to get into their rooms for a while because the key cards weren't working. And the front desk told us they're estimated to have power restored within 3 to 5 days. Steve and Marissa.
Yeah, I think it's a challenge, right, to get the power back on, because you're up against very active storm that's making it difficult for the bucket trucks, and who knows how much cleanup is also needed when those power lines go down. So there's just a lot of things that we have to manage and get through today, and it's going to be a long day for the Cape because we're still waiting for this area of low pressure, this very strong area of low pressure, to maneuver off to the north and east, but getting really close to the Cape there as it does so. So we'll be checking in with you, Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler out of Eastham, Massachusetts, out on the Cape. Thanks, Kaylee. And this storm has been incredibly disruptful, no doubt about it. When you look at the roads there in New York City, there's one of those, what is that, like a snowcat, or would you call that just I see you looking at it, Steve. Is that just like
the new total out of Rimsburg, New York, 27.5 inches.
Ah, that's what you were looking at.
We're closing in on 30 inches.
That more than 2, we're going into the 2.5 feet mark, right?
Yeah. And there's still time. I mean, where Kylie's at, closest to Boston, but if you're out on the Cape, you're staying put today. Not going to be moving much. We've got very heavy snow that band. So yes, it's heavy snow in Boston. I don't want to discount that, but when you consider the snow rates, it is way more intense south of Boston, right through the Cape, closer to that 95 corridor, and winds, they're howling out of the north, 60 miles an hour. So a significant wind event alone, when you don't even factor in the amount of snow, hard to keep up with the plows. We've got 90% of all flights. They are canceled out of Boston today. A similar story farther south in New York City. Heavy snow. We have seen that report all morning long since 8 o'clock when we started the show. JFK, LaGuardia, Newark remain in that. Out of the three, Newark is really cashing in. Newark has been persistently under one of these bands, and with that convergence zone that we have set up, I mean, the snow rates have been anywhere between 1, 2, 3 inches an hour, and we're already closing in on a foot. I bet Newark has more than a foot, maybe closer to 30 inches before this is all said and done. Wouldn't be surprised if maybe we get above it. LaGuardia and JFK, too, dealing with some significant, really bad conditions. JFK, in fact, confirming there's a blizzard there as we were looking at the stations. 4,000 flights canceled. So if you are hoping to head out today from one of the major airports around New York City, that's not going to happen. And given the sheer number and volume of delays, it's going to take a while before we come back online. Fortunately, tomorrow, we should have a better day as this low is going to be departing. But Philadelphia, similar story, farther south, right? Heading along the 95 corridor, that's just what we're continuing with, and it's going to remain an issue. 604 cancellations, 75% of all disrupted flights. So when you look at this section of the country and you understand the numbers, canceled 1,400 at JFK alone. You add the 1,300 at LaGuardia and Newark. That's why we're getting that 4,000, 5,000 flight cancellation number. Tomorrow, as I had mentioned, going to be a little better, so we will see some improvement. But then as we head into the day on Wednesday, another system, and this system could be an issue, bringing maybe a wintry mix. It doesn't look like it's going to be a very heavy event with big-time snow totals like we're looking at. By no means is it going to be a nor'easter, but some of that moisture sliding in from the plains could make matters a bit dicey. Not as ideal as you would like. After a system like this departs, you would like some quiet conditions, but it will be departing later today. We are going to see conditions slowly improve. But until then, from D.C. to Boston, expect conditions to be rough. It's wild when you're looking at those temperatures, 39 degrees, right? So you would think, in theory, this snow is going to melt, but as the snow continues to fall, all it's really doing is compacting. So it's a very dense snow, and the temperatures of the roads around Boston solidly in the 20s and the low 30s. So anything that's falling, it's mostly sticking to the road. High water content snow, though, especially if there was some pre-treatment down, it's pretty effective at this kind of stuff. But the rates, the snow rates, that's the big deal. The other big deal, and the reason why we talk about it being a blizzard, visibility. And visibility expected to improve as we head through the afternoon. To technically have a blizzard, you need quarter-mile visibility or less. So it's good that we're going to see it, but we might have to wait till 2 or 3 o'clock before things really improve. So something that we'll be following. No doubt about it, though. This nor'easter, it really does have some historic earmarks to it. It really looks as if we'll be watching this thing hammer the 95 corridor for the next several hours. We've got our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app. It's activated as weather news breaks. You're going to find it on that blog. You can check it out. It's been rolling all night.
If you know, Fox Weather is fully deployed across the bullseye of the I-95 corridor, delivering live nonstop team coverage as this powerful storm unleashes its fury. Fox Weather will be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube. Yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Hello and welcome to a new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan. Thanks for joining us. What a Monday, February 23rd. We got a nor'easter on our hand. You can call it the blizzard of 2026. Could very well be the worst snowstorm we have out of the entire year. And yeah, I'm talking about even November and December of this year, which we're still a ways away. But this one's been a doozy. Hurricane force winds we've seen, incredible amounts of snow, blizzard warnings remain in effect for more than 40 million people. And the risk of whiteout conditions, as has been forecasted, led leaders to shut down major cities in the path of the storm, including New York City. We had governors in 7 different states declaring emergencies. These travel bans are in place, and they remain in effect, some until 6 o'clock tonight. Others, like Jersey, perhaps noon is when that travel ban will be lifted. But Americans, no doubt, hunker down, and if you think it's bad at home, just be happy you're not trying to take a flight. Air travel is at a near standstill. Every flight canceled from Philly to Boston. This late season nor'easter It's knocked out power now to more than 600,000 customers. We're closing in on 700,000 this hour, and that number will continue to climb. One way you can stay informed is there. The Blizzard 26 live updates. It's our new live blog. It's on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app. It's activated, and as weather news breaks, you'll be able to find it on that blog. So check it out. It's been rolling all night. Speaking of rolling, we're out in the storm. From Philly to Boston and everywhere in between, we've remained live since Sunday morning, all day, all night, and that coverage, it continues. So let's kick it off in New York City. The Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. If you were awake all night, well, you're probably telling yourself, what a nor'easter, what a snowstorm. 15.1 inches so far measured at Central Park. There's no way you can see it with this vantage point this morning, but sometimes looking right down Avenue of the Americas, you can make it out. But look at that. Perhaps as a result of the travel ban, we've got those roads maintained well by the sanitation department. But let's head out to Columbus Circle, just about 10 blocks north of where that live cam is, and bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott. Caroline, good morning. 15.1 inches at Central Park. We're laughing because we know that several more inches has fallen since, but it might be a little bit before we get the update. I'm wondering, what do you make of the oh, it looks like you're outside Fox headquarters. You're not at Columbus Circle. My bad. You were going to correct it.
Yeah, Stephen. So we have been out here all morning right in front of headquarters, and this snow is stacking up. We are currently getting hammered really for the last 24 hours across the Northeast. Right now, it is cold, it is wet, and you can see that snow is quite sticky, sticking to my jacket, sticking to my hair, and sticking to my face as well. We do want to mention also this storm really hitting a lot of travelers across the region. We've seen airports cancel tens of thousands of flights. It looked like just today, thousands of flights were canceled, and some of those disruptions are now going into Tuesday. And this is where we want to bring in some of these travelers to just talk about impacts and snow overall. So right here, I've got some ladies I just met from London. I first want to say I love the coat. I love the fashion. You guys look amazing. But what do you make of this? What does this feel like out here?
It's actually a dream because in London all we get is rain, so it's so nice to experience the snow. We love it.
Yeah, and I don't know when your flight is leaving. Anytime soon, you might have trouble getting out.
Wednesday, yeah. So we're hoping for it to settle down. If not, we get more days in New York.
So this doesn't happen in the UK very often, in London. What's it like being in New York City during such a historical blizzard?
The lifestyle's different. We've never experienced anything like this. We just have straight rain basically all the time.
And what do you make of all of this, being here possibly for the first time? What do you think about this?
I think it's amazing, honestly. This is probably something I'm always going to remember. And I'm just hoping I manage to get home on Wednesday.
Yeah. No promises. By then, hopefully airports will clean up a little bit. We will tell you, though, later this week, we're now hearing the possibility of some more snow in the forecast. So again, this is quite difficult to be out here. You guys know this is usually not this clear, a sidewalk here in Midtown. But again, when you're seeing this much snow, we're seeing a lot of people stay home right now, Stephen.
Which is the thing to do, because given the amount of snow that we've been seeing throughout this tri-state, I mean, it makes sense why we're inside, and you should be too. So get on inside. Fox News multimedia reporter Caroline Elliott in New York for us, looking at the sides. Crazy to see. Thank you, Caroline. The storm itself, I mean, from all vantage points, if we look at it from the ground, if we look at it from space, it's impressive. This is Jamestown, Rhode Island right now, where the temperature feels like it's just 9 degrees, a northeast wind of 38 miles an hour, and that temperature of just 27 degrees, visibility in Rhode Island. This is one of those snow bands that might be one of the biggest features of this event, where we have seen impressive rates of 2 to 4 inches of snow an hour. And so where we have 26, 27 inches of snow, getting a little closer now to 30 inches soon. This system, we talked so much about it and wanted to show what it's doing as we speak about that benchmark. This line is 40 degrees north latitude. This line of longitude is 70 degrees west. That intersection right here is what we call the 40/70 benchmark. And when you look at where that low is, it is barely, Matthew Blue doing the math, barely just east and south of that benchmark by about 45 miles. So when you see a low cross over that benchmark, that often optimizes or maximizes the snow along the 95 corridor from Boston down to Hartford into New York City and Philly. With it just to the southeast, we're seeing some of those totals a bit different, but you get the picture, right? You understand that this snowstorm that we have for the 95 corridor does have all the makings of being historic. And judging by how quickly we have these snow rates and the snow piling up, wouldn't be surprised if maybe some spots pick up a little closer to 40 inches as opposed to 30 inches. It's that type of storm, and it's remarkable to watch on satellite. But of course, when we look at this thing and know that it's been strengthening since, 3 p.m. yesterday, this area of low pressure was at about 1,000 millibars or so. And then it just deepened to about 966 millibars is the latest reading. And that just indicates, when you look at a pressure that low, a stronger system. And with it being so strong, we've been able to see that snow enhance. And also it's persisting. These bands have been very stubborn, but that's often the case. This is for the entire sector that's being affected by the snow. Boston down to New York, and we're showing you the automated totals of where the highest numbers are coming in from. Long Island, Rhode Island. Those are seemingly the spots that are taking the cake at the moment. 27.5 inches. We got East Islip, which is clocking in at 26.5 inches. Remarkable, and several reports, no surprise perhaps, through Long Island, where there have been accidents reported. Farther to the southwest, we're sitting at more than 2 feet of snow. These reports coming in, and that includes parts of Jersey. Newark going to exceed 2 feet of snow before this storm is all said and done. We've got Richmond, Rhode Island at 26 inches, closing in on 30 inches of snow because those snow bands are continuing, and that's just snow. You factor in the wind, we're seeing snow drifts, which have already, as Mike Seidel in Montauk, closer to East Hampton, where we have a confirmed blizzard, those snow drifts are a little closer to 4 feet. And that's just the beginning of these winds that are going to be whipping throughout the afternoon. Really an impressive system, and perhaps the most intense band that we're seeing right now, a little closer to Rhode Island, just to the south of Boston. And as this snow has been falling, we've been getting the photos, and we appreciate them, hundreds of them, from you at home. We've got several to show you. We'll cycle through them. This is David in Washington Heights, New York. As that snow was falling, visibility reduced just a bit. Another one was from Robert in Little Egg Harbor. That's in New Jersey, where the entire state is under a blizzard warning. First time in 30 years that we've seen that. One more from Charlie in Seaford, New Jersey. Charlie's fence, he told us, broke in the wind. And if you look closely, you can see a part of that fence which has been broken. No surprise, because the winds here have been howling. So thank you for sending in the pictures. If you want to see yours, share it with us, and perhaps we'll be able to show it to you. All day long we will be doing this. Scan that QR code on your screen. You can visit us on foxweather.com/connect. We're going to be back more with live coverage of this late season blizzard. We'll be back.
Mom, we're so glad you're feeling better. You gave us such a scare.
I know, honey. Me too. But I want you to know I'm at peace with my homegoing when my time is up. And did I also tell you that I got coverage for my funeral so you and your brother would not have to worry about expenses?
I didn't know you were saving money for your final expenses.
I haven't. I called Open Care, and with one phone call, I was eligible for $30,000 for my funeral and final expenses.
That's wonderful, Mom, but how did you pass your medical exam with your health condition? Oh, that's the best part. No medical exam is needed.
That's right, and my rates can never increase, my benefits will not decrease, and my coverage will never be canceled.
Mom, I'm so glad you called.
You can now get up to $30,000 in life insurance coverage to help pay for your funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be enrolled with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how a final expense life insurance plan can help you. We don't want to leave our loved ones with debt. The cost of a funeral can be $10,000 or more. A final expense life insurance plan will pay up to $30,000, which can be used for funeral and other final expenses. Call 800-260-2598 now for your free information. You can now get up to $30,000 in life insurance coverage to help pay for your funeral and other final expenses. There's no medical exam, and you can be enrolled with just one phone call. Your rates can never be increased, your benefits can never be decreased, and your coverage can never be canceled. Call the number on your screen now and see how a final expense life insurance plan can help you. There's no obligation. Call 800-260-2598. That's 800-260-2598.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
All right, we are back here tracking a winter storm. Hard to even make out. This is Loudon, New Hampshire. Matthew Blue, where's that at? Southern New Hampshire? The Lakes region. Okay, the Lakes region. He's from New Hampshire, so central part of the state. Feels like 6 degrees, a north wind. Visibility has been reduced, and there's no doubt about it. Visibility has been a huge component with this storm, this blizzard, because it has to be technically to become a blizzard, 1/4 of a mile or less. Now, I don't know all of the dynamics at play here. Maybe we've got a little fog on the lens, but if that is blowing and drifting snow, goodness. New Bedford, Massachusetts, that's also a wild sight. In fact, close to Boston is where we're focused on. It's where our Melanie Black is right now, working to get a live shot up, and we'll be talking to her in a little bit. That very intense, I know that this is a graphic that shows us airports, but I've actually been preferring how this looks from a radar perspective mostly this morning, because those intense bands are really what make or break huge snows in the Northeast and New England. And that's a decent band that looks like it's about to move in to Boston. I mean, south of Boston, y'all have been getting hammered, and that will continue. A 61-mile-per-hour wind out of the north. That was a recent gust. Just wild winds. A sustained wind at 35 miles an hour. We get that for 3 hours, and we have a blizzard. But it's kind of old news. We already have one. This is just adding to what's been a very dangerous storm, and this thing strengthening. You see all of the flights, the majority of them canceled. No one's getting out of Boston's airport this morning. And the same can be said from Newark, JFK, or LaGuardia. If you know anyone who's been able to get out, I'd be eager to know, because it seems as if every single flight has been delayed or canceled. I should say canceled, with just a very small, thin 1% slice of this pie that the flight has been delayed, but ultimately that will lead to a cancellation. Newark, see those bands that we've been talking? Newark has been dealing with very heavy snow. In fact, Matthew just saying we've gotten to 26 inches at Newark. So we are over 2 feet at the airport there. And Philadelphia, the farther south we head away from Massachusetts and New York, those numbers have trailed off, at least from the main big cities perspective. Philadelphia, things are a little better, but not from a flight standpoint. If you were hoping to get out of Philly, it's the same story. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening. So you consider this system and this storm, this blizzard that we've been dealing with, a lot of these flights, this is not breaking news, right? This was something that was announced yesterday. Flight operations hopefully starting to get back to normal tomorrow if you're optimistic. Maybe as this area of low pressure departs late tonight, maybe the tail end, a better shot of things getting back to normal in Philadelphia compared to Boston. I think Boston's in for it the whole day. New York City, it'll be shortly after sunset that I think things begin to improve. And then we do have on Tuesday an okay day, maybe some light snow showers, but nothing too difficult. This is Wednesday, though. There's another system. It's not going to be strong like the nor'easter. In fact, it's totally different. But we will have the possibility of maybe dealing with some wintry precip. It's something that we need to pay attention to lingering into Thursday, as temperatures will still be hovering close to freezing or just a little bit above. I said we were going to get to Massachusetts, so let's do it. You saw this camera, and it's an impressive one. New Bedford, Massachusetts, as that snow is falling, a northeast wind of 32 miles an hour. The Bay State, for well, the vast majority of this show, have been leading the way with power outages. More than 250,000 customers in Massachusetts alone without power. We bring in Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Watching that band, Melanie, I don't know, but from a perspective of Boston, that thing's spiraling in. I think it's going to go from bad to worse here in about 30 minutes for you.
Yeah, I mean, the wind gusts are certainly here too, and we also still have that snow really coming down. It has been quite impressive to watch. I don't know if you can see me here, but we've got the Bobcat. I think you guys were asking earlier, have the plows been out? And yeah, you see the Bobcat really working, pushing a lot of this snow into piles behind me, not only from this storm, but the last one. But yeah, you mentioned the snow, and you can see it's still really coming down, blowing sideways. Off to my east is going to be Boston Harbor. And we have that onshore northeast wind that has just been driving the snow sideways so far this morning. Gusts continue to be pretty aggressive here, and we've had some of the strongest gusts reported with this storm. In fact, Nantucket, 83-mile-per-hour gusts so far this morning. It's pretty impressive when you see some of what the computer models were spitting out and that they verified, and some of them even higher. But how about some of the snowfall rates we've been seeing across southern New England? You mentioned that band. It has just been setting up across parts of southeast Mass and just dumping. Swansea, one of the spots that at least as an hour or two ago had picked up 2 feet of snow, and I imagine since then that has just continued to increase. And to get 2 feet of snow with this storm, they were reporting 3 inches of snow per hour. Just prolific snowfall amounts coming down each hour. Now, as we continue to go through the rest of the day, there's still signals that some towns could be picking up 2 inches of snow an hour, continuing to tack on those amounts that we overall projected. And accumulations are going to continue until we get to tonight before this is all out of here by tomorrow. But, you know, it is a lot of snow, and it's worth to talk about, right? But also it's that wind that has been so strong. I mentioned that wind gust in Nantucket, and you can definitely see the wind that is blowing through here now. Temperatures have significantly dropped too since we were out here this morning, now dropping below freezing back into the 20s. So when you factor in the wind, it's certainly adding a little bit of that extra bite, you know, right on cue. When you're on these live shots, it's always nice to get those nice little gusts coming through. I don't know if you could hear that one that just picked up, but I think that was probably the strongest one I've felt so far this morning. Not all nor'easters are the same. This one has definitely been different. I've never experienced winds like this. It really certainly is something, Stephen.
I mean, I'm looking at that site, and it's wild. Bob Van Dillen calls it black and white season, where that's all you see, and that's basically the makeup, what you have behind you. I am impressed, though, those skid steers, that Bobcat, being able to keep things mostly plowed. I think it's been something that has been shared, and perhaps you can understand people who are out there in the middle of this event shoveling because of the snow rates. What was once cleared is snow covered in a matter of 15 minutes.
Right, and to your point, it's a heavy, wet snow initially that we've seen so far, given the temperatures. So when it's that consistency, it's always best to get out and shovel in waves, even though it does continue to pile up, because it would be horrible. It would be very difficult come tomorrow morning if you hadn't shoveled yet and having to do that all tomorrow.
Gosh, yeah, it's going to take the whole week, as you had mentioned. All right, well, stay warm. It is a warmer storm compared to the previous one that you were at in Boston, but that doesn't really help because those winds
that is
make
the
it
positive
feel brutal.
note. Yeah, I'll take your perspective from that warm studio, Stephen.
I know. I feel bad, but hey, Melanie, doing great. Thank you for the shot out in Boston. What a season this Boston has had, and they're about to get even more snow as that band's rotating in. Now, south of where Melanie's at, you'll head into Rhode Island, and this has also been the location of a very significant snow band that has been dropping incredible snow rates all morning. Providence, Rhode Island, a blizzard there. I mean, it's slamming parts of New England. We have seen those numbers in East Providence also rise, easily surpassing a foot. The question is, do we get to 2, maybe even 3 feet? Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red joining us again. Asher, looking at what Melanie's dealing with, it's the same band, the snow band that we've been watching that is just set up over Rhode Island. It's possible that the storm totals, the highest snowfall totals, could come from Rhode Island.
Well, Stephen, a lot of the folks I've been speaking with, especially in the hotel that we're at right now, they're pretty, in shock about this because they haven't seen snow like this. And some of them are saying a decade. And we, of course, have to keep wiping off the camera lens because it's coming in like a snow globe, really from all directions. But looking around right now, we're dealing with about 24 inches of snow. It's really... We're talking whiteout conditions, so less than a quarter mile of visibility, and winds in some places, especially the airport, about 60 miles an hour in some spots. So we're getting those gusts, they come through and then it calms down for a little bit. But if you're looking over here, this parking lot's been plowed just once about every 30 minutes. This pile right here is just from last night. I took 3 laps around this parking lot last night when it was starting to snow, and this was not here. So this is all new, if you can even see it, because everything kind of blends together at a certain point. Now, right now, there are 200 snow plows on standby from the state, 300 additional vendors that are on call. This hotel particularly has a lot of linemen staying here, and just as we're talking about it now, the wind's starting to pick up, and it's coming really hard from this direction. So we're looking at 24 inches of snow, a lot more to come with this system. And of course, when we're talking about this much snow, you really shouldn't be out on the road. That's why the governor here in Rhode Island has issued a travel ban. Starting last evening, no one is allowed to be on the roads. Now, every once in a while, we of course see someone on the roads, and once that snowfall reaches over 2 inches an hour, they can't plow the road. So it gets really dangerous at that point. And right now, we're really in this whiteout condition where you're not going to even be able to see the road. I'm having a hard time even seeing the bush that's about, I don't know, maybe 40 feet in front of me over there. So it's really dangerous to be out. The governor's telling people to stay in. Here in Rhode Island, you can't even park your car on the street because they'll tow it, or they'll give you a citation because it's just dangerous for that, because it gets in the way of the snow plows and the salt trucks. Every once in a while, we'll see one of those salt trucks go by trying to do what they can. We'll see a snow plow too. There's one at the bottom of this parking lot right here. It looks like he's waiting for us to wrap up before he comes through, and all of this is gone. And it's literally 10 minutes ago that he came through here last time. So looks like he's moving this way now. So you might see him coming up in the background here in a second. But Stephen, it is really coming down out here in Rhode Island.
I can't imagine. I mean, even seeing a soul out there, I think, is a bit of a surprise, because it just looks like the Arctic has moved into Rhode Island, and that wind too, Asher, I'm sure it's relentless, it's persistent, and we've had confirmed blizzards in Rhode Island. So, all right, stay safe out there. Don't want to delay it anymore. Making sure that those roads get cleared. Appreciate the perspective, Asher Red for us in Providence, Rhode Island. That plow moves on through. Snow rates are going to remain intense, folks. And as it does, if you head out, be safe. We love to see the pictures. The kiddos outside enjoying it. This is Stephanie from Middletown, Rhode Island. Speaking of the state where that travel ban's in effect. And wow, look at that snowdrift. That's going to be one that she remembers for her life. One more, Ravi in Somerset, another photo that we're getting in. Listen, the photos have been coming in, and that snow has been piling up. One thing that's tough sometimes is measuring how much snow, but you can get a nice perspective when you're looking at on a patio or a deck, maybe where it's a little protected from the wind. Stick a ruler in there. A lot of people in Jersey measuring 12 inches of snow, 15 inches of snow. I think one of the top totals out of the Garden State right now is actually from Newark, 26 inches. Appreciate the images. You can still send them in. Please do throughout the day, because we're covering this nor'easter all day. Scan that QR code. You can also visit us online, foxweather.com/connect. Much more on this blizzard when we return.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
I can't. I'm stuck. This is a New York thing, and we like to just keep going, even through extreme events like this.
I didn't know it felt like 4 degrees. I just know it feels cold. What really has been getting me so far this morning has been the strong wind.
Really the big concern throughout today is going to be the wind gusts. I mean, I'm sure you can just see the snow that is blowing around right now.
It is a lot like a hurricane. It sounds, you just hear the whipping of the wind.
And that was as this area of low pressure was strengthening. And this hour, it's the strongest that it has been in its entire cycle. It's down to 966 millibars. This area of low pressure, the surface low responsible for incredible snow rates in parts of the Northeast and New England, some of those sights and sounds. And we're in the thick of it right now, and we're going to be continuing with our coverage throughout the afternoon. In fact, one of the guys, it's who we kicked it off with, was in that snow about waist deep. Take a listen.
Better. Visibility a little bit better as you make your way through the. You don't just sit.
I can't get up.
And then he disappears.
I fall
into
in
the
and I
white.
can't get up.
It's wild.
Mike, incredible stuff out of Long Island, out of the eastern end of Long Island, out of Montauk this morning. You know what? So wait a few months. Spring will be here in no time, and you will thaw out. Fox weather storm specialist Mike Seidel.
Big question is, has he been able to get up? I bet he has been. Let's bring Mike Seidel back in. It's wild, Mike. Looking at those relentless winds and that snow rate, getting reports closing in on 30 inches in Islip.
Yes, indeed. The thing that has increased here is the visibility. That's a good thing. I can see the harbor now looking out towards Block Island Bay. And so it's nice to see that. Our visibility is probably up to about 2 miles as we scan the horizon. But the wind is still howling, gusting over 50 miles an hour. And so we're still getting the blowing snow, and it is still snowing, but that band has finally left us alone for at least a while. And easily over 2 feet of snow out here. We had 22.5 from the observation here in Montauk, but that was 3.5 hours ago. And no doubt we're over 2 feet, approaching 30 inches of snow. Temperatures holding steady all morning, 31, 32, wind chills around 20. So it's not a bitterly cold air mass, but it's cold enough, and when your power goes out, that's a problem. Fortunately, here in Suffolk County, despite all the wind, we only have, 8,600 customers, 8,600 customers without power. That's 1.4% of the power base. So a low percentage of the customers without power. I shot some video. I sent it in. We'll get that on the air as soon as possible, showing the bobcats, the snowblower, trying to get some asphalt and concrete that you can get down there. But boy, the snow is deep. We're talking 2 feet of snow without the drifting, and they have to find some place to put it. This is not like a 4 to 6 inch snowstorm where you just push it out of the way. What the Bobcat is doing is removal, moving it from one part of the parking lot, getting it out of the way to an area that's not needed, basically off the asphalt. These winds just howling out here. It's just, it just never stops howling, but thankfully the snow has eased off here in Montauk. By the way, flight cancellations tomorrow now up to about 1,700. Even though the snow is going to be long gone, it's the memory that lingers and the flights that can't get in this evening for the morning flights out tomorrow, in addition to additional flights. But a lot better than today. Today, right now, I think we're at about 5,600 flights canceled, and just about all of those between D.C., Philadelphia, New York, and Boston.
It's a wild ride. We were talking to one of the executives from Suffolk County, Mike, as we let you go, Ed Romaine, and he had mentioned it was an elevated wind report from the lighthouse in Montauk, 85 miles an hour. Don't know if that's been verified by the National Weather Service, and with it being up above a little higher, you would imagine that those winds are stronger, but whipping around. We appreciate the report. Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel for us. That was on the lighthouse in Montauk.
That's what I did.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we're as Mike's there, Brandon Kopic is in Plymouth, Massachusetts. Talk about another area that's been dealing with some really heavy snow. In fact, this band has been wanting to work into downtown Boston, but as it's been in Plymouth, we've seen a blizzard there. Exclusive Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic with the shots, and clearly you're looking at that reduced visibility. One of the things with a blizzard is you have to have visibility down to a quarter of a mile, and no doubt that we were seeing that. East Hampton, a 26-mile-per-hour wind gust out of the north. In New York, we got that northwest wind, 32 miles an hour, a recent gust. This area of low pressure, it's to the east, passing very close to that benchmark where that area of low pressure moves over can oftentimes supply the greatest amounts of snow for the Northeast and New England. And Boston is certainly getting in on it. Nantucket, too. Nantucket actually had an 83-mile-per-hour wind gust, one of the strongest wind gusts that we have seen that was verified. Block Island into Bridgeport, those winds remain gusty. You see how it's, with this storm at least, easy to achieve a blizzard. You just need that for 3 hours. Those winds sustained or gusting upwards of 35 miles an hour with reduced visibilities, and you'll have it. Here's the low, and this is the area of low pressure that has continued to strengthen this morning. We'll see how it behaves later this afternoon. But one thing to note, too, because we've got the lightning strikes up there, none reported at the moment, but closer to that area of low pressure, sometimes an indication that we're still dealing with a lot of energy. You'll see some flashes of lightning, or at least those lightning strikes, and had that. This is the band that we were talking about, where we've seen Brandon Coppock, south of Boston into Plymouth. This thing is just spiraling in, moving right toward Rhode Island, and then moving a little farther to the south, which is where Mike Seidel is in Montauk. But if that thing wobbles just a little bit, a little farther to the west or farther to the east, we'll see visibilities, at least in Mike's case, improve. But the winds, that's one thing that uniformly are problematic. While we might not have intense snow along the entire 95 corridor, the winds are certainly strong, and we're going to continue to feel it. Look at that recent wind gust. That's hurricane force. Nantucket out of the northeast, 55 miles an hour. Well, New York City continues to get walloped by this winter storm. Plows working around the clock to clear major structures like the New York State Thruway. That infrastructure important, especially in a city home to millions of people. As the conditions get worse before they get better, the New York State Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Services has sprung into action. They posted on X this update. This was from yesterday, some older news, but in support of the nor'easter downstate, the State Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, has been activated. They go on to say the division's staff are working closely with local, state, and federal partners to monitor the situation and support local requests for assistance. So let's welcome in Terry O'Leary, Acting Commissioner of the DHSES. Terry, good morning to you. Appreciate it, Commissioner. What a storm. Good morning. And we're looking at how things are playing out. I mean, the State Emergency Operations Center, the EOC, how have they been adding to support some help for people, let's say, in New York City?
What we've been doing is coordinating with all of our partners, with DOT, with Thruway, as well as the counties, Suffolk County, Nassau County, New York City, and Westchester in particular is where we've seen requests come in from. What we're doing is tracking all of the different needs. A couple of things that have come in where people have asked us for help is the Shinnecock Tribal Nation asked us for help with plowing out in Suffolk County, and that was something our Department of Environmental Conservation was able to help out with. We just deployed our state fire folks as well with a Haglund device that can go over the snow and out in blizzard conditions, and they're rescuing folks off of Sunrise Highway in Suffolk County right now. But all of those requests come in throughout the state through our emergency management partners, comes in here, and we figure out the best way to solve it and then task out the resources.
From a supply perspective, are you able to offer supplies to people that have been affected by the storm?
So yes, we work through the counties for the most part, and what we focus on in the first instance are critical infrastructure, whether it's hospitals. We've helped out a couple of hospitals with transporting staff so that they can bring in clinicians when needed. We also helped out a couple of hospitals just with supplying them with cots for staff who are going to be working extra shifts and they can relax. We send out generators as well to the Department of Transportation so that they can help restore power to signals that may be going dark before utility crews can get out and fully restore the grid.
Really important work when we've watched all morning long the power outage tracker, and the numbers are going up. It's worse in Massachusetts, but still we're dealing with tens of thousands of customers without power in New York. You had mentioned even Long Island, and I wonder if perhaps where your team is observing the greatest need right now. Suffolk County, we were talking to one of the executives there saying that there were more than 100 crashes. I think he said eastern parts of Suffolk County, telling people don't get out on the roads. But are you seeing a greater need somewhere in particular?
So we've been talking with the county exec for Suffolk County, Ed Romaine. He's a great partner, and his staff, led by Rudy Sunderman at Frez. We talk with them nonstop. I've been talking with them this morning, and we talked about the different car accidents. And one of the things Suffolk did was extend their travel ban until noon, right? As this storm has lasted a little bit longer on the eastern end of Long Island, they extended their travel ban. And I've noticed you've been showing that clip from the throughway of the plows working, plowing off the Tappan Zee Bridge. It's important to note, stay out of the plows' ways. Don't crowd the plow, allow them to do their work. I think some of those cars they're following a little close for us. It's important to keep the roads clear, and to do that, we need people to stay off the roads. But Suffolk right now has been hit pretty hard. Nassau is seeing a lot of the same, as did New York City. I think we may be setting a snowfall record for Staten Island. They may be over 24 inches, which would be a record for them. We'll wait until the storm's over for the actual totals. But this is a really significant storm. And as you know, it's the winds. It's not just the snow. These winds are really something. We saw gusts on the North Shore, on the North Fork of Long Island, up to 69 miles an hour. And within the city, we saw a couple of gusts well into the 60s as well. But thankfully, this is something we prepared for. Governor Hochul deployed the National Guard ahead of time. They've been doing some of the critical transports. She also deployed State Fire down to Long Island, and working with our partners on Long Island and, County Exec Romaine in particular has been a really strong partnership to help those in Suffolk who are trapped.
We're going to weather this storm and make sure that those roads are clear. Has been impressive even to watch in the city with that travel ban in effect. The sanitation department really able to get out in New York City and clear those roads. We appreciate your time this morning. Terry O'Leary, Acting Commissioner for the DHSES. Thanks again.
Thank you very much.
All right. And from the Empire State to the Garden State, this is the live look along the Jersey Shore, Ocean City, New Jersey. Spots like Long Branch are under this blizzard warning. They join the rest of the state under the blizzard warning. Wild to see. Katie Byrne, Fox Weather correspondent, joining us in Long Branch. Katie, we've been watching this one snow band. It's very close to you, producing incredible amounts of snow. You've been out in your fair share of storms. How's this one stacking up this morning?
I think it's just one I'll never forget because of the fact that we have the ocean right here and a completely white beach covered in snow. I mean, this is a place that I spent the summers growing up here in Long Branch. I worked at a number of the restaurants here, so I know it very well. Can't say I've seen it looking like this. And that's really the sentiment from a lot of folks that I'm meeting in the area, too. People have been coming out. One man I just met, he says, this is disrespectful. That's what he thinks about the weather that we are seeing here at a place you typically see a boardwalk. That's what would be under my feet, and tons of people out having maybe an ice cream cone. Not the situation today. All of these businesses here in Pier Village are closed. That's been the case since about early afternoon hours yesterday. They shut down as conditions really deteriorated. None of them are open. I'm desperate to find a Jersey bagel. I'm going to keep my eye out, my ears out. If anybody knows of anything, let me know. But we have been just amazed by the sights here, live until 3 o'clock in the morning. You know who else was out here until that time and probably later? Crews clearing this area. Those crews worked through the night. I think they felt they had to because of the fact that that snow was coming down so consistently. In order to keep up with it, they just had to stay with it. They couldn't take any breaks, so they didn't. And Pier Village is looking pretty good because of that. I haven't seen the main drags on the other side of Pier Village, which is really the boardwalk area, to see how those are looking. But it's certainly been a lot to keep up with. I did speak with the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office this morning. They say they believe most people are heeding the warnings to stay off the roads. We still have a statewide travel ban in effect until noon today here in New Jersey. But some places are actually extending that. Places like Hoboken, New Jersey, they're extending that travel ban until 4 o'clock. So we could see towns and cities make that call as we get past that noon time frame, but we'll have to wait and see. For now, the closest spot to us with an official blizzard so far is Newark, which is pretty incredible to think about, but we'll have to wait and see what Long Branch ends up with. I will tell you that Monmouth County, where we are, is home to the most snow from this storm so far in the state. That's Freehold, New Jersey, about 20 minutes inland from us. Here it's looking like we've got right around a foot, Stephen. It's
a wild thing to see. Katie, you from a proximity standpoint, I mean, what's the closest thing to you that's actually opened? Every shop has to be closed down today. I hear there's a nice tiki bar close to where you're at.
Oh, there's everything. I mean, they have everything here. That's why this is such a great spot. There are a couple folks, it looks like, out right now, but most of the people I'm meeting, they live in these apartments right around here, and they're just stepping out to go for a walk, see the sights, take the dog out, something quick. But as for the businesses, there is absolutely nothing open here in Pier Village right now. So we'll have to wait and see. Maybe that changes after noon. but I don't think I'm getting my Jersey bagel.
I'd imagine you'd probably have to wait till Wednesday for that. Maybe Tuesday. We'll see. Things can recover pretty quickly. This low is on the move out, but appreciate the shots from Long Branch, New Jersey. Katie Byrne for us. Thanks, Katie. From winter to spring, summer, even fall, when we talk about these storms, preparedness is key. Fox Weather's Steve Binder spoke to a Florida resident who actually made the decision to protect his home from losing power.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're going to take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that at 22 kW, we'd run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration, and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to carry lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. With having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on our mind at all.
Well, as we watch this nor'easter continuing to crank, more pictures coming in from you at home. We appreciate those. And this is one from Laverne in New Jersey. Perhaps something that all pet owners are understanding this morning. Animals that typically would go outside not really wanting to because of that snow. You got to shovel a little bit before they feel comfortable enough. But what a sight. Look at that snow piling up several inches. Some spots in Jersey measuring feet, multiple feet of snow. We appreciate you guys sending in those pictures throughout the morning. We will be showing them. You can scan the QR code, upload those pictures, even videos, and leave us a note. Let us know where the picture's coming in from, and we'll try to get it on air. We'll be right back with more live coverage of this late winter season nor'easter when we come back.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit GoNDR.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
We are approaching 12 o'clock on the East Coast. That's when travel bans, some are going to start to lift. But judging by the looks, this is Plymouth, Massachusetts. What a storm. This live shot courtesy of exclusive storm tracker Brandon Kopic for us. Actually got Storm Tracker, Storm Chaser of the Year in Boulder, Colorado just a month ago. So doing what he does best. The shots that we've been seeing have been incredible, especially considering the fact that parts of Massachusetts seeing a snow rate right now more intense than they've seen this entire event, 2 to 4 inches of snow an hour. Let's get out to Massachusetts, East Ham, with Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. Kaylee, the snow, it just keeps coming, and I don't think it's going to quit anytime soon.
Yeah, Stephen, everyone living here on the Cape is in for a long day, and the biggest concern are power outages. Since we spoke an hour ago, they've climbed more than 14,000. So now there are more than 144,000 people here in Barnstable County that are without power. And I just want to show you kind of what that looks like. If we zoom over to the power lines a little bit, right now you can see how they're swaying in the wind a little bit. You can see there's a layer of snow and ice that are laying on them, and that's really the biggest concern. But right now, crews can't get out to do anything about it because of these wind gusts. We know about 10 miles away, wind gusts have reached up to 77 miles per hour over in Wellfleet. The sustained winds are kind of closer to the 50s, but the power crews, they can't get out unless the winds get below 35 miles per hour. So they're actually at our hotel right now, just kind of standing by. They said they're waiting if there's something like an emergency, like a car accident, they'll head out on the roads. But right now they're just waiting, kind of hanging out. And our hotel doesn't even have power. It just came on, some of it, maybe about an hour ago, and the lines have been ringing nonstop with people asking if there's a room because their homes don't have power. They're hoping the hotel does, and it just doesn't. There even were some people coming in, walking to see if there were rooms, and there's nothing. But the good news is, here, I'm going to walk over here a little bit if I can. I'm going to hop over some bushes here. The good news is that a lot of people are staying off the roads. Really, all we've seen are plows. We've talked to some plow drivers who said they were out overnight. They actually saw some transformers blow, and it took them a second to try to figure out if it was lightning or if it was a transformer, and unfortunately it was a transformer, but they've been working nonstop. But even our parking lot here, I mean, it was plowed maybe 2 hours ago, but you can just see all the snow that continues to pile up because plows just can't keep up. Now, unfortunately, we haven't received any snow totals for this system just yet. It's kind of hard to tell because there was still some snow laying around from the storm just a few weeks ago. But I mean, everything is covered. The visibility is horrible. I mean, you can just see behind me all the snow that is just blowing around. Now, things have gotten
a little bit better. Earlier, you almost couldn't see anything. At one point during a live shot, all I could see were some car lights in front of me. Now I can at least see a little bit around, and it seems like the snow is letting up a little bit. But, I mean, Stephen, it's expected to fall for most of the rest of the day.
And let's imagine, okay, the snow tapers off. We're still waiting on this coastal low to make its closest approach to where you're at in Eastham, Massachusetts. And so those winds are going to be picking up any of that freshly fallen snow and blowing it everywhere, as it's been doing all morning. Behind you, in front of you, side to side. What a storm. Appreciate the sights. Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler for us. Thanks, Kaylee. The system is so strong and so powerful that from space, we have these mesmerizing shots. And also, if you look at the beginning of this loop, lightning strikes, how powerful it is. This is enhanced color imagery from NOAA's GOES East satellite showing the lightning over the Atlantic with that blizzard and winter storm warnings stretching from coastal Maine to Maryland. This historic nor'easter hammering the 95 corridor could make history as the snow falls and winds down. We've got our new live blog on foxweather.com and the Fox Weather app. It's activated, so from live shots to what you can keep track of on your phone, on your laptop, you can do it. The blog's been rolling all night, and as this snow moves on, it'll continue to provide those updates. Fox Weather fully deployed across the bullseye of the 95 corridor, delivering the live non-stop coverage. We kicked things off yesterday, and we've not stopped since. We'll be back.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
Weather is part of the American story. Under stormy skies, down snowbanks, even at Little League. From the first heat wave to the first frost, Fox Weather is there for you. When the storm breaks.
Just wreaking havoc here.
And after it passes.
There is a lot of work to get done, but there's hope to move forward.
We're with you every step of the way.
I'm going to go see if I can help this lady out.
For all seasons, for all America, Fox Weather.
And thank you so much for joining us right here on America's Weather Center. I am Michael Estime. We are continuing to track our massive bomb cyclone nor'easter that continues to impact hundreds of thousands of millions along the I-95 corridor. We literally have over 500,000 customers without power right now. And the snow totals, they keep coming in. Check out this view from Atlantic City, New Jersey, right along the Jersey Shore, where if you've been following our coverage here on Fox Weather, we've been talking about how this could actually be the bullseye reason for an incredible amount of snow. Listen to this out of Newark Liberty International Airport, right? One of the big main hub airports surrounding the New York City area. We have picked up over, get this, 26 inches of snow so far. That is over 2 feet of snow. You can imagine what that will do to flights. It's one of the reasons why we have not just hundreds, but thousands of flights in and out of Newark Liberty, JFK, LaGuardia that have been canceled, a number of delays that will most likely lead to cancellations as well. You look in New York, where we've picked up over 27 inches of snow here toward Rensenburg, and then even towards central Islip, that's right on Long Island, New York, we've picked up over 27 inches of snow. What a performer of a system, and here's the problem. It's not done just yet. Over the past 24 hours, even in Rhode Island, it's over 2 feet of snow there. Over toward Narragansett, it's 26 inches that you've picked up within the past 24 hours. Massachusetts, Somerset 23, but let's head out live to Massachusetts in Boston, where Fox Weather's very own Melanie Black. Melanie, you have been tracking this every step of the way. You had a foot of snow on the ground before all this even started. How much more have you added to that?
Hey, Michael. Well, we are waiting for another snowfall report to come in at 1 p.m. As of 7 a.m., Boston had picked up 5 inches of snow, but we've been under some heavy snow since then, and some of these snowfall rates have been pretty impressive. So I imagine we've accumulated much more. Now, I can tell you that there have been some spots that have been under this really heavy band that's set up across southeast Massachusetts. One spot in particular, Swansea, has picked up 2 feet of snow. Very impressive snowfall totals per hour. The rates were coming down at 3 inches per hour. So that just goes to show you the intensity of the storm that we've been dealing with. The gusts have been a big story too. This morning, one of the strongest gusts we've reported from the storm, if not still the strongest gust, has been in Nantucket. 83 mile per hour gust, and we've had winds that have been gusting 70 miles per hour across the Cape. Meantime, we can officially say that it's been a blizzard in Boston. In fact, there have been numerous sites around southern New England that have been confirmed blizzards. You can see the reason why as I'm talking. This gust is just blowing the snow sideways here and into me. But the gust, let's see, what other observation sites did we have? Blizzards that confirmed. Chatham was one of them. Worcester, so in central Massachusetts too, as well as for Beverly. So quite a few, and at least 20 so far spots across the U.S. have been confirmed blizzards. As we go through the rest of today, there's still the chance that we have some heavy snow that's going to fall about 2 inches or hour into the early afternoon, but I think then the pacing of the snow is going to wind down. We will still continue with the snow accumulation through late this evening, but then by tomorrow, our storm, it is out of here and moving its way northeast for the Canadian Maritimes. But at that point, we'll definitely be talking about the cleanup process. When we've had these wind gusts that have been 50 to pushing 80 miles per hour plus across Nantucket, but pretty strong wind gusts, 50 to 70 mile per hours have been for a lot of spots across southeast New England. This is a damaging wind potential, and so that has led to tree limbs coming down. I've seen reports of that across parts of Plymouth County, and maybe even possibility of some trees that have come down. So we'll have some storm cleanup to do tomorrow, plus all the snow removal will be continuing. Initially, the consistency of the snow was a heavy, wet consistency. It's still pretty wet here, but it's going to transition a little bit as our temperatures continue to plummet back down into the 20s. I think for spots across far southeast Mass, you're definitely dealing with that heavy, wet snow a whole lot longer. That all to say that it's best to be shoveling this in waves through the day rather than waiting until tomorrow to get it all, because it is going to be heavy and likely near impossible. But one thing that we do also continue to watch for will be how long will all this snow removal continue. Michael, you mentioned that I have about a foot of snow behind me. Initially, I know we had talked about that. I believe that was yesterday, and you can see these snow piles. This is actually an interesting spot because you look at me right now, and it looks like not that much has accumulated, but this has been a spot where we've had plows coming through. We've had the snowcats doing the removal, and all of it's been pushed off to the back here. But, I mean, even off to the back, you can see that drop off in visibility, the reason that we have confirmed some of these blizzard conditions. And the city says that it will likely continue not only through the rest of the week, but into the weekend to remove a lot of this snow that's been falling from this storm.
Yeah, real quick, Melanie, question for you. I think a lot of folks in Boston are like, they're feeling like there's been too much snow. They're feeling claustrophobic. They want to know, when exactly is this going to end? So what are your thoughts? When do you think that we can wind down this snow machine in Beantown?
Well, at least for today. This evening, tonight, but then it looks like, down the horizon, just this week, we'll have another clipper system that could bring some more snow here. So we'll have to dive more into some of those models. I've been focusing a lot of just what's going on in this storm, but all that to say, winter is just not letting up yet. It has been one for the record books here in Boston.
Oh, it has been. Down around Foxborough, just south of you, over 20 inches of snow measured there. So Fox Weather's Melanie Black for us. Melanie, thank you. From a very, very snowy Boston, we go down south now to the Jersey Shore, and that's where we find Fox Weather's BVD, Bob Van Dillen, a man of the people. And my gosh, I'm looking at Neptune, New Jersey, right around where you're at, almost 2 feet of snow. BVD, have you ever seen that much snow in Jersey?
It's been a while, Mike. I'm thinking, Michael, it's been since 1983 where I get this kind of snow up there. North Jersey's gotten it, but I moved away when they got the Blockbuster in 96 and the other one 10 years ago, right? But that radar picture really tells a tale. If you look at the sign, we have got that huge squall that's been over us, and that's really a snow band. It's been over us in Neptune for the last 5 hours, and it's been dumping between 1 and 2 inches of snow per hour, at 1.2 to 4. It's not over for us. In fact, nearby, 10 miles east of us, Freehold, New Jersey, officially 24 inches of snow. But that was taken 3 hours ago. So I know it's got more on the ground than that. So let's go up to Montauk. Let's go to Long Island. Mike Seidel, our storm specialist, is up there. My buddy, he's been getting lambasted, but not just snow, but wind too. Mike, it's great to see you this afternoon. How are we shaping up in eastern Long Island?
Well, things are much, much better now. We were in that band, Bob, for about 6 hours, and now the snow has lightened up considerably, and the visibility has improved dramatically. We're still getting wind gusts well into the 40s, close to 50 miles an hour. Temperature's still running right around freezing, and the wind chill's still right around 20. I'll have Lincoln, our ace photographer, pan off towards the harbor here, and you can see the harbor for a change, and huge waves and whitecaps out there. I can see those from a distance. I bet it's quite remarkable down on the beaches here in the Hamptons and out here in Montauk. But you can see what's going on, and I'm also looking off camera that you can't see the shot, how the wind is picking up the snow, and I can see the snow blowing through the trees in the forest. It's not snow coming down anymore, basically. It's snow being picked up by the wind. Our snowfall total as of 8 o'clock in Montauk was 22.5, but we have picked up quite a bit more snow. I'm thinking we're going to be close to 30 inches as we get the next report in. I've been trying to keep a measurement here, but it's hard to do because of the blowing and drifting. I started out with 18 this morning. That was at 7 a.m. Eastern. And so at that point, it was snowing 1 to 2 inches an hour. Other thing, power outages here see, there goes the wind, and there's the visibility coming down with the snow being picked up. This is all snow that's not falling. It's being picked up from the wind. So that's another thing you have to be concerned with, even if it stops snowing. We've seen this out many times in the Dakotas. It stops snowing, and for 2 or 3 days, the wind blows, and they have to keep an interstate shut down. Back here, though, roads, forget about it. They have plowed this parking lot a little bit, but it's a lot of work. You got to put the snow somewhere. It's not like a 4 or 5 inch snowfall, Bob, where you can just push it off to the side. This is going to be kind of a removal setup in some of these areas to get it out of these enclosed parking lots. Other thing we want to talk about, I was going to mention the power outages. They've been running at about 7,500 to 8,000, and that's about 1.3% of the total customer base. So most everybody out here in Suffolk County has the power on. And earlier we had an interview on and a report of an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust at the Montauk Lighthouse. And for the life of me, I cannot find that online, but that wouldn't surprise me because of the elevation out there and the fact that we've had wind gusts to hurricane force on Long Island and out here in Suffolk County. Brookhaven had a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust. So, Bob, quite a storm. We were in those blizzard conditions for about 7 or 8 hours, just unrelenting. And the only saving grace is the air is not bitterly cold. The wind chills aren't 20 below zero. But other than that, this is not your quintessential beach day in the Hamptons. Give it a few months, though, and this will all melt eventually. We hope.
It's a good point, Mike. And by the way, Michael, I just wanted to let you know, Seidel, we have a Fox Weather Beach House next week. So stark difference between then and now, I understand.
Where?
It's down in southern Florida. It's, what is it? It's near Fort Myers.
I guess my invite got lost in the mail.
It's a Captiva. Yeah. Oh, your invite, it should get there within the next few days. It's in Captiva Island. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Right about the time it ends.
Exactly, Montauk.
Okay,
we'll check
Bob.
back in with you again, Mike. Great to talk to you. Listen, we got live reports all up and down the I-95. We got stuff from Camden, even New Jersey, east of Mass. We got Providence, Rhode Island. We've got you covered with a storm. We're Fox Weather. We are your Winter Storm HQ, everybody. This is Blizzard 26, continuing coverage. Atlantic City, what a nightmare. I mean, you talk about poor visibility. Blizzard warnings, they go till 6 p.m. While the full details on a track coming up right after the break.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology. Plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
And welcome back to America's Weather Center, everybody. Bob Van Dillon here. I am Neptune, New Jersey. At this point, we're locked in. We're not going anywhere, but we just saw our first plow go by across the parking lot right here, which finally looks pretty good. But you can see the snow drifts. I mean, these things are up there. We're watching some snow that was left on the ground from the storm from 3 weeks ago. But now you add the fact that we've got 2 feet of brand new snow on top of it. When you try to plow it, you can see what it looks like. It is going to be a mess. It's going to take some time to dig out, no question. I am in Neptune, New Jersey. I was in Manasquan, New Jersey just about 24 hours ago, and it has been snowing steadily for 16 to 20 hours, depending on where you're located. Not just here, but all along the coastline in Long Branch, New Jersey, which is north of Manasquan, Monmouth County. And we're reporting all kinds of power outages in Monmouth, Ocean, Atlantic, down to Cape May County because of the winds that have been screaming right off the water. So let's get some boots on the ground. A live look out there in Long Branch, New Jersey. Katie Byrne is out there right now. And I'm imagining you're seeing just about the same stuff I am because it's about the same band hitting me that's hitting you right now.
Yes, Bob, that band actually just started including us maybe in the last 10, 15 minutes or so, and a big difference. We're getting a lot more snow. Visibility dropped down quite a bit, so I've got the beach behind me. It's a little harder to make out there. We do have some crews actually out here in Pier Village. That's the boardwalk area here in Long Branch. They have been working so hard. They actually were out all through the night. We were live until 3 o'clock in the morning. These crews were out trying to keep the parking area here and the streets here in Pier Village clear of the snow. I think they just made that call to keep going with it and keep going all night long because this is the type of snow, like you mentioned, Bob, if you take a break, it just continues to pile up. And it's that wet, heavy snow. I could tell some compacting has happened. It's going to be tough to deal with if you're out trying to clean it up today. You got to be really, really careful. Definitely take those breaks. But I spoke with the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office just a little bit ago. They say they believe most people have been heeding those warnings to stay off the roads. Of course, we had a travel ban just expire in the last 15 minutes across the entire state, though some individual cities and towns are taking it upon themselves to extend a travel ban. Places like Hoboken are asking people to stay off the roads until at least 4 o'clock today. So we'll wait and see what happens here at the Jersey Shore, but pretty unbelievable to see the amount of snow we have in Long Branch. We've got about a foot, but about 20 minutes inland in Freehold, we have at least 2 feet of snow. So absolutely wild. Monmouth County just got totally battered. So like we expected, and we still have more snow coming down. So this is not over yet. I'm curious to see how much snow we end up with this when all is said and done. The sheriff is actually on his way to meet us, Bob, so we're hoping to get an update from him. I know last time I talked to him yesterday, he was saying it's going to take at least a day to dig out from this, but I wonder if that's changed, if it could take even longer. Bob?
Yeah, great. That's a good get right there, Katie. I can't wait to hear what he has to say in Monmouth. I'll tell you this, so it's hard to measure the snow when the wind is blowing that quickly, and now it's blowing into drifts.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you measuring, right, Katie? So, yeah, you're in about the same boat I am, and this snow band is going to be over us for at least another few hours. Snowfall rate's about 1 inch per hour at this point. Before they're 2 to 4 early this morning. So, Katie, we will get back with you again in just a little bit. She's in Long Branch, New Jersey, along the beach there in Monmouth County. We go back up to New York. Let me show you Michael Estime, who is in the studio. You're in Studio N, and you're driving a show right now, Michael. And I have to tell you, she talked about Freehold, New Jersey. It's about a 10-mile walk, if you wanted to my east. 24 inches of snow, but that measurement was taken at least 4 or 5 hours ago. So this snow band you're watching right there, it has been over us since dawn. It's beginning to wane just a bit, but I'm watching it circulate back around where I live up there in northern part of New Jersey, Madison area, around there by Morristown. They're picking up 3 inches of snow per hour earlier this morning and last night. So we know this band has just been sitting there focused like a snow blower of snow, like a torch right over us.
Yeah, Bob, it's been outrageous. You look at Newark Liberty International Airport, again, in New Jersey, and they have picked up 26 inches of snow so far.
Wow.
It's been absolutely incredible. So let's talk a little bit more about what we have going on. Thanks to this historic blizzard, over 130,000 customers, of course, without power across the Garden State of New Jersey, where a state of emergency has been in place. Places like Freehold in Monmouth County have totaled, as Bob just mentioned, over 2 feet of snow. And it's not that light, fluffy stuff. We're talking about that heavy, wet, dense snow, not to mention the over 50-mile-per-hour winds snapping trees and power lines like twigs. Power crews, of course, doing everything they can to restore power. So let's talk a little bit more about the situation on the ground. Paul Toscarelli, Vice President of Electric Operations for PSG&E, joins us. Paul, thank you so much for your time. I know that you guys and your crew certainly digging out. Give us a quick little primer on where we are right now, what the current situation on the ground looks like for you guys.
Sure thing. So since this event started, we've had about 31,000 customers that have been interrupted and restored. So our crews are working really hard since yesterday through the night and through to today to make sure we can get these customers back. We currently have about 4,000 customers still out. The customer outages continue to slowly but surely come in, and we slowly but surely get around in these tough driving, blizzard-like high wind conditions. And our crews are working hard to make sure we continue to just slowly chip away at these outages as they come in. So really just a great testament of the hard work that's going on out there.
Yeah, you guys are doing an awesome job. And I got to ask you, Paul, because obviously we're not done just yet. We still have bands of heavy snow that are plowing through New Jersey as we speak. Are there certain conditions that you wait for before you actually send crews out into the storm to try to restore this power?
So first and foremost, the safety of our crews is paramount, and right there up there is with the safety of our customers and the public at large. So we will respond to emergencies, wires down, and any type of public safety, and also work on outages and prioritize that the best that we can based on conditions. The high winds do make it a challenge from a safety perspective to get up there on those poles in our bucket trucks, and also just the low visibility with these blizzard-like conditions as well. So our crews, it's definitely case by case, job by job. And I would also offer, as we can see, that all of this heavy, wet snow that's been landing on these larger trees, that's a danger and a hazard to in itself, whether it's to our workers or also to the public, and we have to watch out for that as well. It makes things slow moving. It makes things very cautiously stepped. throughout the whole storm restoration process. So we just appreciate everybody's patience in these tough times.
Absolutely. Patience is a virtue, especially in moments like this. But I know that some people, Paul, not as patient as we'd like for them to be, and they're just asking, is there any ideas at this point, although the storm isn't quite wrapped up just yet, but when everyone's power could be or should be restored by?
Well, speaking for PSE&G here in New Jersey, we have to get through the next few hours of this storm system to really have a good assessment. We will continue. We are fully staffed. We have over 3,000 personnel that we have working actively for restoration efforts in the field, and we'll just continue to trickle this through. But clearly throughout the day today, time will tell once this thing clears through how much longer that's going to take based on the conditions and the outages. And again, just it's really slow moving out there.
Absolutely. Paul, any words for residents and customers right now that they need to keep in mind, especially during and as we're still in the midst of this blizzard?
Yes. So, like I said, patience is that virtue. The other piece of it is if you can stay indoors and stay off the road, that's the best thing you can do. Let the utility workers, municipalities, other any kind of emergency services be able to utilize those roads, plow everything, get all these roads cleaned up, get essential services restored. That's the first and foremost. If you see a hazardous condition, don't go near it. Call it in, either dial 911 or go on to pseg.com. You can call 1-800-436-7734, or if you register for the app, you can log in and register that way, those outages and those hazardous conditions as well.
Absolutely. Stay away from the power lines and let the experts do the work is what I'm hearing you tell me. Paul, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. We really appreciate it. And I know that the dedication that you, your electricians, and everyone on the PSE&G staff do right now is life-saving. So thank you so much.
Yes, thank you. Big shout out to all of our workforce.
Absolutely. You guys are keeping the lights on, as they say. Paul, thank you so much. We'll check back in with you in just a bit. BVD, my goodness, you heard what he just said. In parts of New Jersey, we still have over 130,000 customers without power as we speak. Curious what the power situation looks like where you're at. Noting, too, Bob, that we're just now receiving word we have falling ice from New York City skyscrapers right now. So another big concern that we're tracking in the city. But where you're at, though, those winds have been howling, too, right?
Yeah, you know what? We were just talking off air before. The winds were worse this morning when we first came on air. It was just a couple of minutes before sunrise. We were out here scoping the place out, and it was howling, Michael, and you could hear the winds all night long roaring around the hotel that we're staying in. It's still breezy, but the winds have come down a little bit, so it's not quite as brutal as it was early today when we were out here, when the snow was whipping us in the face. In fact, now you got some plows that are working in here as well, so we're starting to get that going on, which is pretty good because we desperately need it. Some of these cars have been blitzed in, but if you look at the wind and you look at that snow band, it is still over us at this point, Michael. I got to tell you, it has not loosened up snowfall-wise. The winds have come down a touch, but that band that's over Newark goes right down to Perth Amboy into Monmouth County. That's where I'm located right now. You asked about the power outages. There are a couple of people that are staying in the hotel with me here at Neptune because they lost power in their neighborhood, in the neighborhoods that are just behind the hotel. So there are some power outages around here in Monmouth County, and you can see they go all the way down through Ocean County too, because that's where the winds have been the strongest, right off the water, right? So that's why not much of a slowdown once it comes right off the water, Mike.
Yeah, you know, wild, Bob, 83-mile-per-hour wind gusts reported in Nantucket. Of course, that's in Massachusetts. And here's, as of earlier this morning, 15.1 inches of snow reported in New York City's Central Park. That was as of 7 o'clock. Bob, we're expecting another update within the next, say, 30 to 45 minutes out of Central Park. I wouldn't be surprised if that pushed closer to 20 inches by the time everything is said and done, Bob.
Yeah. That'd be interesting. I want to see how much we got down here, too, as well. Last time I saw Freehold was 24 inches worth of snow, 25 up there in Perth Amboy. All right, listen, we got more reports on this blizzard. It's moving up from the Jersey area through New York and Long Island into New England. We've got live reports up and down by the places that are getting hit the hardest. We are Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, everybody. Blizzard 26, still tracking. This thing is not dead yet. In fact, it's still strengthening. We'll talk about that coming up after the break.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn life insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Welcome back to America's Weather Center. Great to see you this afternoon. It is a Monday, and it is a blizzard-sopped one. You talk about heavy snow. It started yesterday with rain, switch over to snow right here in the Manasquan area. Neptune, same thing, about mid-afternoon hours. It was game time for heavy snow. If you look behind me right here, we're finally getting some of the plows coming in here around the parking lot, which is some good news. But I walked across the street right here. This is a hotel where I'm staying at. Some of the snow drifts that are out there, and keep it in mind, we had snow that was here 3 weeks ago, and the piles were still in the parking lot from that. Then you add another 2 feet of snow on top of this. They're trying to plow it across the parking lots, and you can imagine, the snow drifts are starting to look a little bit more like something you would find in the Rocky Mountains. At least, well, maybe not this year, but in years past. You can see it right there. Another great thing, we've got the live updates. We've got it on our blog. It's a live blog. It's on our app. And if you want to get the up-to-date latest on the breaking news, you can click onto that. And that, I think, to me, that has been one of the coolest things that we've upgraded with our storm coverage. So Blizzard 26, check out the live blog. It is fantastic. All right, let's get up the line a little bit farther. Another spot that was in a blizzard warning, it was up in New England, south of Boston, getting towards Providence, Rhode Island. They're getting the heavy snow as well. It's been in bands, just like it has been here. Asher Red has been up there, camped out, and he's in the midst of this, and it looks like, at least on a radar shot, he should be getting blasted right now, too. Asher, what's it look like?
Well, Bob, thankfully we are pretty guarded by this wall right here, but we'll go down there and show you the wind tunnel that is to be here in a little bit. But check this out. This is how much the snow has piled up on this window. This is at a hotel, and I'm standing on top of what should be a bush. I walked through here last night, so I know that, but I'm going to try to get down here without falling. You can see how deep the snow is all the way down to my knees, kind of walking the footsteps that I made earlier. But let's walk on over this way, and I'll show you what we're dealing with. So right now, latest we got 24.5 inches of snow, 60-mile-an-hour winds in some places here in Providence, Rhode Island. And also, it's worth noting that right now visibility is pretty lackluster. We're talking about less than a quarter mile of visibility, and we have to keep on wiping the camera lens because snow is really coming in like a snow globe from all areas. And here any minute now, the wind's just gonna come ripping from this direction, from the left of your screen to the right of your screen, and it's just gonna slap us right in the face. So right here you can even see there's a bench that's been blown off a little bit. Maybe someone sat there earlier before the storm came in. Hopefully they're not planning to sit out there anytime later today because it is a little cold. But I will say right now, I was just speaking with some power crews inside the hotel. We're looking at the possibility of 42,000 power outages right here in the state of Rhode Island so far. And you can see those power trucks are lined up, and it goes all around this parking lot. Right now, there's still a travel ban in place. People shouldn't be driving. We've seen some emergency vehicles going by here and there, and they're really taking it slow, as they should, because right now you can't see. The roads could be pretty slick. Once it starts falling 2 inches or more per hour, they can't be plowing those roads. It just gets super dangerous. And one thing I also want to mention, check out these icicles right here. That is on top of these windows. That is, if we're able to, the wind was so strong the icicles are kind of growing in sideways, which I'm from the South. I've never seen that before, so that's a new thing for me. But yeah, and lastly, check this out, Bob. This is how much snow we're talking about that's been blowing off this sidewalk since last night. I walked 3 laps around this parking lot last night, and it was not like this. This is up to right at about my hip. So I'll send it back to you, Bob, in New Jersey. But man, we're about to get hit by another band of this possibly, and it could just dump even more snow on us.
Yeah, sure. And being from the South, now you realize when you're walking through drifts and trying to report, you get winded, right? I mean, it's an actual workout just to reporting this kind of a stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to stand in it right now, actually. Yeah, look at this. Up to my hips. So I'm not used to this, but it is. We were trying to walk around earlier, and we were trying to stay on a sidewalk, and you look down and everything's white. You don't know if you're on the sidewalk or not until you're falling over yourself. Right. It's a little too late by that point.
Yeah, looking good out there, Asher, though. Listen, a true Southern gentleman, and you put him in the worst conditions you can imagine for the poor guy. There you're up in Providence, Rhode Island. Asher, great stuff, my friend. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit later on. Let me bring in Michael Estime. Michael, not from the South. You're from Michigan. You've seen this stuff before. But New York City metro area doesn't get it very often like this, do we?
No, we sure don't. By the way, Asher is based in Nashville, if you're wondering where he's at. So, yeah, Nashville, I'm not used to this type of stuff. You know, Bob, it's interesting, though, because DoorDash, by the way, we're just learning, has now extended their suspension through 2 p.m. So, NYC, if you were thinking about getting lunch and trying to call it in, if you had to go to work today, well, don't do it through DoorDash. They're suspended through 2 p.m. You're looking live, by the way, at Brandon Kopic's camera. Bob, I don't know if you can see it, but the visibility out where he is, he's just southeast of Boston, Massachusetts, near zero. This is definitely defined as a blizzard.
You are not going to be able to find the rock in that picture, right? I mean, look at that. That is near visibility. It's less than a quarter mile. So we've seen so many cities verify with a blizzard warning, right, including Newark, New Jersey. I mean, you had winds of 35 miles per hour, visibility like what you're seeing right there, and steadily falling snow for 3 hours at least. This is something that was forecasted, and it looks like it was a pretty good forecast, especially down across central Jersey, Michael, where we've had over 2 feet of snow so far, and it continues to pile on. When you zoom into that radar picture, the leading edge is way far out across the ocean. The back edge is working through the Delaware Valley, but we still have some upsloping going on for the Poconos, for northern Jersey as well. But the main batch, and you can see that white band right by the Jersey Shore. So I'm located where you see Howell right there. I'm close to Howell, near Neptune. We've been in that band, Michael, and it's only now starting to loosen up a bit. Even if you look behind me, ground truth showing the snow still coming down pretty well. it really has not ebbed yet. I mean, the radar picture looks like it's trying to, but ground truth, no, we're still getting blasted. It's that one band you're pointing at right there, exactly.
Yeah, and Bob, what are your thoughts? I'm thinking that from where you're positioned, you're kind of on the back end of the system. I'm thinking by around, 2 p.m.-ish or so is when we'll generally start to sound a clearer signal where you're at. What are your thoughts?
Right. Yeah, I'll agree with that, and I'll tell you that because the winds have come down, and we're still getting the gusts, but they're not strong like they were before. We're still getting gusts, no question about it. You saw the power lines that were out. You saw the power outages also. I think we're going to start losing some of the steam with the storm around here within the next few hours. And then by later on this evening, we'll still get the flurries and the windy conditions will be there. Tomorrow, we're only going to get to 32 degrees. So whatever's on the ground is going to remain in place. We do have that clipper, though. Did you see that dropping in for Wednesday? Another light shot of snow is a possibility. It's a quick mover. It's nothing like what this was, not even close. But it's just going to add to the misery of the poor people down here. This is, I mean, we had a storm that was bad 3 weeks ago. This was tons worse.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, Bob. You mentioned before that you already had snow on the ground from the storm system that moved through back in late January. I almost feel like this new fresh powder is almost like putting a lipstick on a pig, right? It looks beautiful today, right? But down the line, this snow, a lot of folks are asking on social media, I'm looking at on our YouTube stream, asking, when is this snow going to melt, Bob? And it's certainly not going to melt by tomorrow.
We're going for 40 degrees. Not by tomorrow, and you say lipstick on a pig. It's not even the front end of the pig at this point, right? It's the other side. I mean, that's just the kind of winter it's been. But, I mean, there's no question about it. We're going to see temperatures closing in on 50 towards the end of the week. So you let the sun start doing its work because we're getting into March in another week, right? So hopefully, fingers crossed, we don't see another storm like this in the pipeline. I don't see anything like that, but I see round after round of light snow shower action moving through the Northeast over the next few days, the next few weeks, really. Looks like they're clippers, though. I don't think they have that big coastal connection at this point.
Right. No, hopefully. Very true. Very true. Bob, we're looking at newest snowfall totals coming in, and it's just unbelievable to me because you think about the three main airports around New York City, both JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark, and JFK, 19 inches, but I think that actually may edge up here real soon in our next update. So almost all three airports well over, or at least Newark, Liberty, over 26 inches, over 2 feet of snow, Bob.
Yeah, you're right. And 15.1 in New York City, that's at Central Park. And that, you're right, that's going to go up because look at the surrounding reporting stations. You've got 6 inches on top of that. Islip, though, big winner. 28 inches worth of snowfall, and then at Central Park, 15.1. It'll be interesting to see how much it does go up because you were under that band also. The band is really focusing on North Jersey down through the coastline. It's moving away, but some of the other reports, look at that. Central Islip, 27. Babylon, almost 30 inches of snow, 29.5. I would say the forecast verified, would you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We were calling for the 18 to 24 as that big old cloud behind you gets to work, that's for sure. Bob, a lot of folks want to know how much more snow is on the way, and at this point we're going with, around the New York area, maybe an inch or so, and then up toward the north, perhaps a little bit more. Where you're at, Bob, I'm curious, in Neptune, I mean, I think that with that band moving through, you could possibly pick up another inch or so.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, the fact that it's still snowing like this and it looks like it's trying to thin out. Remember, this band, National Weather Service out of Philadelphia, said it early this morning, 2 to 4 inches per hour. Now, it's thinned out since then, but if it snows for another couple of hours, we're going for another 2-3 inches worth of snow before it finally ends up. Not that, you could even tell at this point because it's like insult to injury. The plows are just hitting it. They're starting to catch up, at least around here, but it's covering up just as fast as they are plowing, so it's been tough. But, Michael, stick around for me, my friend. We've got live reports all up and down this northeast corridor. You talk about I-95 getting a blitz. We were talking about it earlier this fall. Would we see the big one? We are, and we're not done with it yet because it's moving up the coast into New England. Power outages, we've got them as well. New Bedford, Massachusetts. Look at that wind chill. Feels like 15 degrees with a northerly wind at 33. We have got live reports coming up for the rest of the afternoon until the snow ends, everybody. We are Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We are following Blizzard 26, and we're going to be right back.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
You know, I used to be afraid. I couldn't go to the grocery stores, I couldn't go to malls, I couldn't do things that I like to do. My arthritis, my knees, my mobility just isn't what it used to be. I started to feel like I was losing my freedom, I was losing my independence, until I found the Otto Sport mobility scooter. It's changed my life.
Introducing the Otto Sport Foldable Mobility Scooter, where style, freedom, and convenience meet. It fits in any car trunk. It folds and unfolds in seconds, going from a suitcase-sized, ultra-compact fold to the largest travel scooter.
I can use it virtually anywhere. It maneuvers so easily through stores. It's given me the ability to fly and see my grandkids. I can even take the scooter right onto the plane and put it in the overhead compartment.
Whoever designed this is a genius. Wherever I want to go, I can get on Otto and go.
Call now to schedule your test drive and get a second battery with a 25-mile range free, an $899 value.
And that's the nice thing about the Otto. It breaks apart into two pieces that I can lift. It folds up very quickly, and the more I practice, the faster I get.
This fits our lifestyle. It fits the way we move, the way we travel.
It's just absolutely changed my life. It's amazing.
Built for any terrain, the Otto travels effortlessly and provides a smooth, stable ride with puncture-proof tires and high ground clearance. Whether it's a casual stroll or exploring new places, Otto Sport moves with you.
Otto helps me to be free.
Regain your independence in style with the lightweight Otto Sport.
Move freely with the Otto Sport from Moving Life. Affordable financing is available. Call now to speak to our mobility experts and schedule a test drive now. And for a limited time, receive a free XL battery with purchase. Call 888-511-4050. 888-511-4050.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
I work with HomeLight to get the best deals for my clients. Whether you're looking to sell for the right price or hunting for that dream home, let's make your real estate experience smooth and rewarding. Start your journey at homelight.com today.
Welcome back, everybody, to Fox Weather. Appreciate you being here on this Monday afternoon. And you talk about a blitz. We've got that with the snow. We are pinned in right now in Neptune, New Jersey, with over 2 feet of snow on the ground. We're going to get an update to see how much snow is actually falling within the next few minutes. But so far, the last report we had in Freehold, which is 10 miles behind me in that direction, 24 inches of snow on the nose. But that was about 3-4 hours ago, and it's been snowing steadily ever since. So I know those numbers have gone way up, closing in on 30 in some areas by New York State. We'll show you those numbers coming up also. But behind me, the snow has not ebbed, not much. The wind has come down just a bit. The visibility is up. So the blizzard warning, I know it goes in effect, and it ends at 6 p.m. this evening. The snow is going to be heavy over the next few hours, at least for central Jersey. Then we're going to see the blowing snow, and then finally later on this evening, things will get a little bit more tolerable. But let's go to the west a little bit farther. Let's go to Camden, New Jersey right now by the USS New Jersey, the battleship. I love it. Nor'easter Nick, you are out there. You love this kind of stuff just like I do. You're a Jersey guy. And this is the kind of storm that really, it goes down in a memory because we'll be talking about this one for years.
Oh, 100%. You know, it goes back 30 years, the last time we had a statewide blizzard warning. I mean, it was absolutely incredible to see. 1996, that was the storm that did it for me. So kind of reliving those childhood memories. Last night, there was some thunder and lightning. As that storm was undergoing bombogenesis, we saw it dip down below 980 millibars, and we knew that it was going to rapidly explode. And it was something else, just listening to the wind whip everything around. Even this morning, the snow here in Camden was coming down at such a quick pace, you couldn't see Philadelphia. If we look at the skyline over there right now, you can actually see the buildings. So that's a good sign, that the storm is starting to wind down, at least on the western side of things. Now, I want to talk real quick about how much snow is on the ground right here. We have about 8 or 9 inches. Now, in a normal circumstance, we would say, hey, this is a lot of snow, right? My house is about 10 miles to the east of here, and we measured 18 inches in Washington Township. So there was a very stark contrast, a very sharp cutoff from northwest to southeast. And it's just really cool looking at those snowfall totals across our area. But the winds right now, picking up every now and then, they have shifted out of the northwest. It is cold. We've got the heavy wet snow. It is it's certainly a packing snow. You can make snowballs and snowmen. And are you having any fun there in Neptune?
Yeah. No, this is great. Actually, I've been dodging the snowplow for the last hour. I'm trying to stay out of their way so they can get the business done. But you're right. I'm looking behind you. First of all, you've got the Hurricane Schwartz bow tie on. I appreciate that, being a Philly guy, right? But it's packable. Early this morning, it was like the snow was in layers. I don't know what it was like there, but we started out rain over the snow, and it was a pasty snow. It was heavy, it was wet, sticking to everything. Overnight, temperatures dropped down into the upper 20s, and you got that layer of lighter, thinner snow that was easily blown around. We got snow drifting, but now temperatures are back to close to freezing, and it's a little heavier. So the layers, the strata in the snow itself, kind of interesting, at least here.
Oh, yeah. I mean, absolutely. We were going through a transition period of the consistency of the snow. We've been on TV for the past several days telling everybody this is heavy, wet, heart attack inducing snow. And it was at the onset. And then around 11 o'clock last night, I had viewers telling me, well, why is it light and fluffy? You're lying to us. No, you have to understand the dynamics of the atmosphere and the temperature profile and whatnot. And yes, the snow tie bow tie. So this is a superstition of mine. A viewer gave this to me at the beginning of my career 17 years ago. I wear it every time that there's a major snowstorm. And yeah, you know what? Hurricane Schwartz, he was the inspiration behind this. We were on a live chat the other day. He also was wearing his snow tie bow tie. So I was very excited to see that. But we still have issues here. We have power outages. In New Jersey, there's over 100,000 residents without power. I was speaking to the governor earlier this morning, and she was telling me that there are areas that are back up online, but they have done everything. They are continuing to do everything to get the crews out on the roads. There's backup help, supplies coming in from other states to help get everybody up online as well. So it is a whole of government approach. It's everybody coming together to get us back up online and back into the daily rhythm, hopefully by tomorrow.
Yeah. Hey, great information, Nor'easter Nick. I appreciate you out there in Camden, still on the Jersey side. So, Bombogenesis Bob signing off to Nor'easter Nick. Good to talk to you, my friend, and we'll check back in with you again in just a little bit.
All right. Sounds good.
What do you think, Estime? I don't know. Bombogenesis Bob? It just doesn't roll off the tongue as easily as Nor'easter Nick. I don't know.
No, but I do really appreciate his snow tie bow tie, though. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I liked that one quite a bit. Hey, Bob, we're looking live real quick at Radar, and it's so interesting because I'm looking at that band that you were talking about. It's hard to see, but I just want to point it out real quick that from north to south, it basically stretches from Albany, New York, cuts right through and just over NYC, where the snow is coming down fast and furious, and basically where you're at. So it's like a burst of heavy snow. Are you kind of seeing that?
Yeah, we are. It's still coming down. It hasn't ebbed. In fact, it looks like the consistency, as I look at the radar, it's commensurate to what we're seeing on the ground. It has not changed in the last since sunrise. So yeah, Michael, I'm gonna let you go with that because I'm gonna get to talk to Sandra Smith on Fox News in a couple seconds. But I will be back with you.
Sounds great. Sounds great. And of course, we want to head out and actually join with Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler. And Kaylee, you are joining us live from Cape Cod and east of Massachusetts, not too far from Hyannis and Hyannisport, 31 degrees. It's super windy, 54-mile-per-hour gusts. I saw a gust earlier today at 83 on Nantucket. How are those winds doing where you're at right now?
Hi, Michael. Well, just about 10 miles from here in Wellfleet, the wind gusts reach up to 77 miles per hour. And the wind gusts, that's been the big factor here all morning. They have just been gnarly. It blows you around. And my photographer and I were actually just talking about it. It seems like it's changed a little bit. It almost feels like the wind is kind of blowing in like a swirling motion now. Actually, if you look back here behind me, you can see how those trees are just swaying in the wind. And it really kind of ebbs and flow. Sometimes you're standing out here and it doesn't feel that bad, and then all of a sudden one of the wind gusts comes and then it feels like it wants to knock you over, and then it slaps snow in your face. But as far as what we are seeing and feeling, overall, there is some improvement here. It looks much different than it did even just 4 hours ago, but I'm not saying that as telling anyone who is living on the Cape that it's okay to go out and about. That's certainly not the case. There's still the commercial travel truck ban, and officials are still advising to stay off of the roads, but it is feeling slightly better out here. Now, the concern moving forward is going to be the power outages. And you can see in the parking lot here is that this MTV Solutions. I talked to one of the supervisors. They're a contractor basically for Eversource. They have 150 to 180 trucks here on the Cape right now. So that's around 300 men that are working on these power outages. But right now they're at a standstill because of the wind gust. They have to wait until the winds reach below 35 miles per hour. So right now they're all just standing by. Unless there's an emergency, something like a car crash, they're just having to wait. And right now there are more than 140,000 homes without power in this area. And that's including the hotel we're staying at. We've heard calls, people calling nonstop to the hotel, seeing if there were any rooms available because people who are in their homes don't have power. People have been walking in, asking if there are any rooms. And unfortunately, there aren't any here because basically Eversource kind of has this whole hotel covered. But there is a high school just down the street that's going to be an emergency warming shelter. But you can see the roads, they really aren't looking too bad. They're just a little bit slushy. It's a huge improvement from what we were seeing earlier. Plows have been out around the clock just working. We even talked to some plow drivers earlier. They said they're working about 30-hour shifts. Some work overnight, and they had to get back up and get back at it. And they said they're probably not going to be going home until Wednesday. So a shout out to our first responders who are out here on the Cape. But for now, the snow isn't letting up. It's still blowing around, Michael. So it's going to be a long day here on the Cape.
Yeah, at least through this afternoon and into the early evening hours before things begin to wind down, we're learning that this historic blizzard causing more than 300 crashes in Maryland. Curious, from your perspective, have you seen a lot of people out on the roads?
There really haven't been too many. I will say this morning, there were a couple people, and then when we were kind of in the thick of this storm, there weren't many people out on the roads. But now, as visibility has improved a little bit, and the roads, I'm shocked, really aren't looking too bad. They're just a little bit slushy. We're starting to see more and more people out and about, which is what officials don't want, because again, some of the plow drivers I was talking to earlier, they said they saw a lot of fallen trees. They actually saw transformers blow right in front of them. They said at first they didn't know whether it was lightning or if it was a transformer. So we're going to hope for the people who are out on the roads, they're driving safely, but a lot of schools and businesses were closed today, so there aren't many people who have to be out on the roads here in the Cape.
It's interesting, too, where you're at on the Cape. I'm looking at snowfall totals, and I'm seeing snowfall totals ranging between 4 inches, that's down toward Chatham, which is at the very bottom of the Cape, and then up toward the northern tier of the Cape, it's about a foot. I'm curious, when you look at the snow around you, what's your guesstimation at this point?
You know what? I've been thinking about that all morning. It's really tough to tell because there was still snow on the ground from the storm just a few weeks ago. So it's tough. Obviously, some of this has been plowed, so I'm going to walk in some of this just to show you what this is like. Now, this, again, some of this is plowed snow, so it's not actually this tall, but it's been a crazy amount of snow. And even this sidewalk over here, this was shoveled. I would say maybe about 3 hours ago. So you can see, I don't know, at least 5 inches is my guess. That is not official, but I'd say we've gotten at least 5 inches here. Probably more, but I'm playing it safe here with this guess, Michael.
Yeah, but it makes sense though, because when we look at the snowfall reports on the Cape, it's not as generous. But of course, you guys also saw over 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts, so a lot of that snow was blowing around. But my thought is, when you end up driving back to Boston and you're driving along Highway 3 toward Plymouth, you will literally go from famine to feast, because you're going to run into snowfall amounts over 18 to 20 to 24 inches just south of Boston, Kaylee. So hang on tight at the end of your reporting duties, because the ankle-high snow that you have right now is about to become like knee-high, if not waist-high, sooner than later as you're trekking out of town. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joining us live from Cape Cod in Easton, Massachusetts. Meantime, you're looking live in Boston, where Boston Logan International Airport, still thousands of delays and cancellations that we're fighting through. It is going to be days before all of this snow melts, that's for sure. Boston, your metro region, picking up over 27 inches of snow.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Tired of struggling with that heavy leaf blower? Introducing the Bullseye Power Blower. It delivers a massive blowing force, and yet it's so compact and lightweight. Just lock and load the rechargeable battery for long-lasting runtime. The secret is the compact turbocharged motor with jet burst technology that blasts out 21,000 RPMs of airflow. Watch this. The sheer force propels this woman across the pool. Look, use Bullseye to blow up a huge jump house. Now that's power. Even blows snow right off your vehicle in no time. Turbo clean your porch in a flash or tidy up your dirty garage floor in seconds. Get it today for just $99.99. But wait, act now and get a $20 discount. So it's only $79.99. Plus, you'll get the adjustable extension tube, yours free. And it all comes with free shipping. Order now.
Call 1-800-329-4803 or go to bullseyeblower.com. That's 1-800-329-4803 or order online at bullseyeblower.com. Order now.
And we are back now on Fox Weather. Check this out. You are looking live right now as we speak in Boston, Massachusetts. We're at Boston Logan International Airport. 23 degrees. It's windy. We have wind gusts over 59 miles per hour. And we have blizzard warnings that have been extended through tomorrow morning on your 24th day of February. That extension until 7 a.m. tomorrow, just meaning that today, another day that we are fighting through. Lots of snow. It's going to be a rough go of things. Here's the thing, that blizzard warning, the National Weather Service also noting that at times we could be talking about wind gusts up and over 75 miles per hour at times. In fact, in Nantucket, if you're familiar with where that island is next to Martha's Vineyard, we had wind gusts over 83 miles per hour. It has been super disruptive. Over 20,000 flights have been disrupted because of our powerful blizzard that has been taking shape, right? We take things and turn things on over, and want to just give you an overall perspective on what things look like. And of course, we're going to check in right now with Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, who is fighting through it all. Brandy, you know, you were, we had you in Miami at one point, New Orleans is home base. You are in the midst of a blizzard as we speak. Give me your first thoughts.
Well, Michael, you mentioned Florida. Yeah, I was on the beach about 2-3 days ago, and then now I am in a blizzard. Talk about weather whiplash. But yeah, Melanie Black, she's been live in the overnight hours doing a great job. I'm picking it up now. So this is my first taste of the weather here in Boston today. I've been watching it from my window. I woke up, I don't know, maybe 9 a.m. I looked out of the window and I couldn't see a thing. It was just white. I thought maybe my window was covered in snow, but no, you just couldn't really see anything. Visibility has been down to about 1/4 of a mile for most of the day, and that continues as we are still feeling the impacts as snow is still continuing to fall here in the Boston area. It seems like the size of the flakes, if anything, have probably decreased, but the winds, it's still blowing it all around. So the wind speeds right now are pretty persistent in the 30s. We've got a pretty good gust coming through right now, but we have had some strong gusts. The top one was just at 61 miles per hour. That was just before 11 a.m. And one of the main impacts that we're going to be keeping an eye out for, and that's already impacting us, is just how this snow, it's wet, heavy snow, and it's basically sticking to a lot of things. It's going to weigh down, you know, some of the trees. As we can take a look behind me, you can see the snow is pretty much smacked to the side of the trees in this area, the street lights and everything. So it can weigh down those, including power lines. So the city, they have already said that they are getting multiple reports of trees that are down across the city and power lines. And across the state, we've had over 283 customers at this point that are 283,000, customers that are out of power. So as you can imagine, the crews, the utility companies, they are trying to get the power turned on for folks, but we are still in an active storm. We are still experiencing blizzard conditions across the state. And by the way, Boston was confirmed to officially have blizzard conditions here. So it's an ongoing day. So far, we have 6 to 7 inches of snow reported in Boston, but you know, there are some locations that have seen even more. Dayton, Massachusetts, they had 27 inches of snow, and around this time is when we're supposed to get more snow reports, so that number may have gone up as well. But you know what, it's definitely a day to stay inside. I can tell you that much. You can't see very far. You do not want to be out on the roads in the city. They're just still asking people to stay home, stay inside, do not get out there and drive. Let the plow teams do their job, and you know, don't have to deal with the hassle of cars also on the road with them in this low visibility. Michael?
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Brandy, I'm looking at what our local Fox affiliate has to say out in Boston, and they're literally saying that some roads are being described as quote-unquote impassable in parts of Boston, the greater Boston metro area. You know, I'm assuming that you're right outside your hotel, but just looking at the roads, how are road crews managing and holding up to this blizzard?
Yeah, well, you know what, just looking outside of my hotel, you know, last night and this morning, they have been coming through with those plows very consistently. So they've been trying to keep them clear, but as you can imagine, with the snow just continuing to come down, they clear them and then more snow packs down. So it's just consistent work for them. And not even just the city crews, but some of the private companies who are hired to clear properties like where we're standing right now. They've had crews out since last night before the snow even started. They are just out there shoveling, and it's nonstop for them because the snow is also nonstop too for us so far.
Yeah, boy, Brandy, it's been a real tricky day in parts of Maryland, that's for sure. Unfortunately, we're also learning, Brandy, as you know, just because of the power and the intensity of the storm, that not only have 2 deaths been confirmed, but also at least 1 critically injured in parts of Maryland, just because of a large tree that crashed onto a pickup truck on Route 2 in Sutherland. So, again, a 3rd occupant, by the way, had to be extracted from the vehicle. So, unfortunately, this has turned deadly in parts of Maryland. And so it looks like for where you're at specifically, things should begin to wind down later on this evening. But again, that blizzard warning is still up through 7 a.m., right?
Yes, that's correct. And I mean, regardless of how long it goes on, I think it's just a safe bet to just stay home because here in the city, they've already said yesterday, depending on how much snow we get, it could also still take them some time to even clear the roads and clear all of the snow that we do get. Because, Michael, it's not just snow that we have here. This is fallen on top of snow from previous snow events. So when you see these big piles of snow, they're basically just getting a fresh coating. So the city, they've dealt with a lot so far this winter, not really allowing what's fallen to melt. They have huge snow mounds at 13 different snow farms across the city. It's been a relentless winter here in Boston.
Yeah, it sure has been. Melanie Black saying that the snow mounds before were about a foot high, and then you just added in another foot and a half to 2 feet on top of that. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell for us live in Boston. Brandy, we'll check back in with you in just a moment. First, want to get back out to Bob Van Dillen. And Bob, kind of piecing this storm together, especially where you're at. Listen, we're not out of the woods just yet, my friend. You still have ongoing snow where you're at.
Yeah, you know what I'm watching, though? The isobar is getting pulled out across the ocean. So now, as that happens, the strongest winds are getting pulled out also. But I'm watching the banding snow, and it's still on us. Michael, I keep on looking at the radar, and honestly, I love it. I love the snow. If you're in it, I want to be in it to win it. But this is too much. This has been snowing like this now for over 18 hours. It started out as rain around Manasquan yesterday. It switched right over to snow. It was a chunky wet snow, rain, snow mix, nothing in between. And all of a sudden at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, boom, it was all snow. And it really started piling up about sunset. It was a tough drive back from Manasquan to Neptune because we left at about 5:30. Sun was setting, things were getting colder, and it started sticking on the roads. And as soon as that happened, it piled on. It was so quick when it happened. The roads were black to white in an instant. So that's what we were concerned with. And it happened right around sunset like we thought it would happen. And it was been roaring with snow and wind the entire time since. The winds have come down. They settled just a touch. But the blizzard warnings, Michael, go till 6 p.m. because we still have blowing snow and drifts of it all across the region. I'm in Monmouth County right now in New Jersey, and it really has not shaped up to be a great day. I'll be honest with you. It's still crap right now.
Yeah. I mean, it certainly doesn't look good, Bob, where you're at. I'm going to throw the radar on where you're at, specifically toward Neptune. It looks like the snow itself should begin to wind down in the next couple of hours, again, where you're at Neptune. But you mentioned something kind of quick, Bob, and I wanted to go back to it, is the fact that the blowing and the drifting snow is going to continue late this evening, overnight, and possibly even throughout parts of tomorrow. I'm seeing wind gusts toward Atlantic City at 35 miles per hour as we speak. So where you're at, still plenty breezy, even when that snow begins to wind down.
Yeah, you know the reason. I think you're right. We've got that storm that deepened down. At the last point, I didn't see what the latest was, but early this morning, the pressure at that center was 966 millibars. That is an ear-popping low-pressure region out across the Jersey coast, moving up towards the New England coastline. You factor that we've got high pressure coming in from Ontario that's a 1050 high. The difference of pressures, that is steep. So we've got that pressure gradient strong. That's why we got the winds. The winds have shifted around a little bit, Michael. It's no more northeasterly for us. It's more of the north and northwest the last time I saw it. But that's helping to draw that cooler air into the mix. And that's why the snow that's on the ground now, we're only going to get to 32 degrees tomorrow. It's not going to melt too much. And you get the solar radiation, sure, on the streets. That should help out. But on your lawns, on the grassy areas, that snow is going to be sticking around as heavy as it is now for the next, I'd say, 2 to 3 days.
Yeah, this is going to be at least 72 hours that we're going to be fighting through all that snow. This is not, to your point, Bob, melting anytime too soon. We're looking at what looks to be at this point near blizzard conditions, not quite blizzard conditions where you're at currently. Winds over 25 miles per hour. Visibility is less than a mile. Typically, we would want those visibilities to be less than a quarter of a mile, and those winds over 35 miles per hour. But still, I'm curious, just when it comes to the traffic around you, Bob, I was assuming that a lot of folks probably heeded those warnings to just stay the heck off the roads.
Yeah, and the Blizzard Verified for so many cities. We showed that before, Michael, which is it's such a good map to show also, but that radar is great. Michael, a heck of a job, man. I love listening to you break it down the entire morning, yesterday as well. Listen, we're going to have a good time covering this because it's all across the board, up to I-95. Fox Weather's been all over this thing. Blizzard 26. We've got more live shots. We'll show you what it looks like, ground truth, where it goes from here, the whole schmear. It's coming up, you guys, right after the break.
Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney as I looked and my wife was at my side and my kids had me surrounded. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This could be all there is.
Not having him around for Riley to grow up with and have that papa figure in his life, that would have been hard.
This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. And that's why I'm asking you to become a monthly donor for just $19 a month. When you do, you'll help fund the next medical breakthrough that could save your life or the life of someone you love. You'll also provide life-saving CPR training and help certify hospitals to give the best care to those who have had a heart attack or stroke. When you give $19 a month, we'll send you a t-shirt just like this one. From the moment you put it on, you'll help raise awareness for heart disease and stroke. It's so simple to change life. If I'd went through what I went through just, 30 years ago, I would have been out of options.
We're very thankful for everyone who is a donor because it gives us more time.
Every 40 seconds, someone has a heart attack. There are so many fathers like me who don't survive, and that's why we urgently need your help today. Become a monthly donor today by calling or going to helpheart.org.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Welcome back to America's Weather Center. I'm Bob Van Dillon here. We just got this stat coming in from Providence, Rhode Island, right off the presses. 32.8 inches of snow has fallen in this snowstorm. That breaks the old record of 28 inches. And it's still snowing now. Providence, Rhode Island right now, jackpot, almost 3 feet of snow, 32.8 inches worth. And that's huge. It's the biggest snowstorm they have ever seen recorded. And it's still coming down. So we got a live reporter up there also. We've got the Asher Red. We'll talk to him in a little bit. But it's still snowing here in Neptune, New Jersey as well. We're going to get some new updates on the New Jersey totals. Remember, the entire state is under a blizzard warning till 6 p.m., and that includes Monmouth County, where I am. I'm a little farther inland. Let's go a little closer to the coast. So how about right on the beach? Let's go to Long Branch, New Jersey. That's where Katie Byrne is located now. Blizzard warning still in effect, and she still has that snow band that's over her. Katie, how's it look this hour?
Hi, Bob. We still have heavy snow right now. It's the wind really picking up, too, so that snow is coming down at a sideways slant going this way down the boardwalk. You could see it's really nothing but white wherever you look. These crews have been out throughout the night since the snow started around 5 o'clock last night. They've been trying to keep up with plowing the roads right around Pier Village here, the boardwalk area of Long Branch. But you can tell all the businesses are dark. None of them are open because of the conditions. Many of them shut down around early afternoon hours before conditions got really bad, just to get their employees home safe. I just did a little research trying to see if there are any delis, anything out there, anything open. it's a no. There's nothing open out here. So total ghost town. I think, of course, these businesses are keeping their employees in mind, trying to keep them safe, plus the fact that we had this travel ban impacting the entire state until noon today. But I just spoke with the Monmouth County Sheriff, Sean Golden. He just stopped by. He was on a drive for the last couple hours. He's been assessing damage around the county, and he was telling me that even though that travel ban ended, they still don't want people on the roads. And they think they're likely looking at another round of closures tomorrow because of these conditions and how long it's going to take crews to get out and keep these roads passable at some point. It's not only getting rid of the snow on the roads, but they've actually been hauling snow out of here. They've got dump trucks and they're taking snow somewhere else because there's just too much of it. He was talking a lot about the outage concerns that we have. We've got 120,000 plus customers across the state without power. Of course, most of those outages are in coastal communities like Monmouth County, where we are, Ocean County, another one that's been hit hard. He says it's going to take some time for those utility crews to get out there because of these conditions. Listen.
The county continues to work as hard as I've ever seen them work of late. We have 25,000 customers in Monmouth County without power right now. The JCP&L crews are still, the linemen are still staged. They're not working until the wind calms down a little bit.
Yeah, they've got to wait for those winds to get under the 30-mile-per-hour range, which we haven't seen just yet. So keep an eye on that. He also did say that they've activated some of their high water rescue trucks to be able to respond to cars that have pulled off the roads because of the snow. And they've had to respond to a couple dozen of those incidents already of drivers that ended up somewhere off the roads because of these conditions out here, Bob.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's good ground truth behind you. You can see the snow coming down still in Long Branch. So that's a little farther east where I am. Katie Byrne, thank you so much on there at the shore. Appreciate you. We'll be back to you in just a bit also. Let's head up the line a little bit farther. Let's get to Central Park, New York. Alexis McAdams has been out there for the entire morning. I've been watching her live on Fox News. And Alexis, 15 inches of snow, but that report was a while back. I'm thinking you guys got more.
That's right. I know. We've been out here all morning, and it's really been piling up. So this is what 15-plus inches of snow looks like here in Central Park, Bob. You can kind of see it here piling up. This is the deal, though. Last time when we were checking in just the other week for that other major snowstorm we had hitting the Northeast and specifically New York City, it was like powdery. It wasn't really packing snow. That's not the case, right? I'm sure the same thing over where you are in New Jersey and some of these other spots. It's perfect snow to make a snowball. But the issue is this also then kind of presses up on the sides of the roads. It's harder to push off and shovel off. So that's why you can kind of hear it behind me too. They've got these crews coming for the past 12 hours and counting to try and really clean up this mess. I do have to say, I know the bar was low last time for New York City, but they've done a lot better of a job this time trying to clear the snow. They're really focused on the roadways, the sidewalks, and also the bus stops because, as you know, it's been really underneath all of this snow now, Bob, right? It was all the inches and inches of frozen snow that they weren't really able to do so well with clearing off. So also, because it's that heavy mixture, it hangs on the power lines. It has created major outages all across the Northeast. So it's become a dangerous situation. I want to show you over here just some of what we're seeing in Central Park. So it's pretty. That's the thing. People are like, wow, what a beautiful sight. Sure, until you got to get to work, until you got to, pack it in, go to the grocery store. Then it's not so fun. But it is pretty here in Central Park. Pretty and lots of snow coming and counting 15 plus inches. So we'll keep an eye on it, Bob.
All right. Alexis, great stuff. I'm hoping you don't have a target in mind with that snowball, but we will check back in with you again in a half an hour.
If I could get
let's
you,
go
I'd
live
get
to
ya.
the mayor of the. Yeah, you don't have a good enough arm for me to reach in Jersey. Let's go to the mayor of New York. He's in a live press conference and see if we can dip in on that and take a listen.
Gusts are expected to remain as high as 40 miles per hour into the evening. New York remains in a state of emergency. The travel ban has ended today at noon, but a hazardous travel advisory remains in place through midnight tonight. I continue to encourage all non-emergency traffic, cars, trucks, scooters, and e-bikes, to remain off the roads. We are plowing streets and doing everything we can to keep our roadways clear so that emergency vehicles can get through. Every vehicle that stays off the road makes that work that little bit easier. These are dangerous conditions. Not only is snow continuing to fall, accumulated snowfall and refreezing have made it hazardous to travel. If you can, remain indoors. If you must leave your home, please rely on public transit. I am grateful for our tireless agency teams who have been working nonstop to prepare our city for this blizzard and to keep New York running. This has been a full-force winter weather response operation, with 2,600 sanitation workers deployed on every 12-hour shift and over 2,300 plows, including 700 salt spreaders mobilized citywide. In addition, DSNY has employed 575 emergency snow shovelers across our city last night, with more than 800 shovelers on the morning shift today. Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift. Due to the historic nature of this blizzard, we've increased pay to $30 per hour. You can walk into any DSNY garage until 8 p.m. this evening and then starting again at 9 a.m. tomorrow. All you need to bring is 2 forms of ID to ensure you get paid. In addition to DSNY, the DOT has also cleared over 1,300 sheltered bus stops so far. All of this is managed through DSNY's Blade Runner 2.0 system, which monitors plowing and salting in real time. You too can track their live progress via our plow tracker at nyc.gov/plownyc. As of 12:30 p.m., DSNY has distributed over 50 million pounds of salt and plowed over 99.5% of city streets at least once. As heavy snow continues to fall, every single street in every single borough will be plowed as many times as necessary to make it safe for emergency travel. As I mentioned earlier, parts of Staten Island are being hit hardest by this winter storm. In addition to existing efforts, DSNY is deploying 65 further pieces of equipment to Staten Island, and the NYPD Tow Truck Task Force is now operating especially heavily in the borough to free stuck vehicles, which include MTA buses. Our teams will continue to salt again and again throughout the day. This work has been a testament to the whole of government coming together to tackle a shared challenge. The NYPD Highway Patrol will continue escorting DSNY to facilitate the salting and plowing of our streets. And the Down Trees Task Force has been coordinating across the 5 boroughs. Again, I'm imploring New Yorkers to stay off the roads. The fewer passenger and commercial vehicles need to be assisted, the quicker we can respond to plows and emergency vehicles. And if you can cook at home, please do so instead of ordering food to be delivered, given the conditions. I hope our students enjoy their snow day today and stay warm and safe throughout, but I do have some tough news to share. School will be in person tomorrow. You can still pelt me with snowballs when you see me. Alternate side parking will be suspended through the week. NYC Ferry remains suspended for the rest of today, while the Staten Island Ferry is running half-hour service through the day. A decision will be made on tomorrow's service for both the Staten Island and NYC ferries later today. All public libraries across the city remain closed today. An update on reopening tomorrow will be made and shared later this afternoon. City buildings will be back open to the public tomorrow for in-person city services. Code Blue remains in effect, and an enhanced Code Blue has been extended through Wednesday morning. Throughout this storm, our outreach workers have continually canvassed all 5 boroughs, helping homeless New Yorkers find shelter. Last night, outreach workers made 79 placements. I want to be very clear. If you need warmth and shelter, it is available to you. This morning, our Department of Social Services accelerated the opening of another 100 low-barrier stabilization beds in Upper Manhattan, building on the additional capacity we added during the historic cold snap a few weeks ago. Across our city, we have had 22 warming buses, 11 health and hospitals warming spaces, and 13 school warming centers open. Our health and hospitals mobile warming units have been redeployed to provide clinical assistance, warm food, and clothing. By this afternoon, we will have 15 mobile warming units citywide. Our on-point overdose prevention centers were also open all of last night and will remain open today and overnight tonight as well. I continue to ask New Yorkers to check in on those who may be struggling. If you see someone in need of warmth or shelter, please call 311 immediately so outreach workers can assist. In a Code Blue, these 311 calls will be rerouted to 911. You can also call 311 directly from our Link NYC kiosks or use them to find the locations of warming centers across the city. We are aware that there were power outages across the city, including over 11,000 New Yorkers in the Rockaways who were without power this morning. NYSEM dispatched field personnel to check conditions and make repairs. Power has already been restored to more than 8,000 of those New Yorkers. As a contingency, NYSEM has opened warming centers at Far Rockaway High School, Beach Channel High School, and PS 43. For New Yorkers dealing with heat or hot water issues, call your landlord immediately. If you do not hear back promptly, please call 311. HPD staff is working overtime and is on call to help. NYCHA has deployed additional staff this weekend, including technical teams, to respond to elevator, heat, and any other repair issues that may arise. If you are a NYCHA resident dealing with a non-emergency issue, please call 718-707-7771 or submit a work ticket through the My NYCHA
All right, that's New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani giving an update on what New York City is dealing with right now with a blizzard of 26. By the way, Central Park, new number for you, 19.7 inches of snow currently, and we still have snow in the forecast for the afternoon, everybody. You are following our coverage of Blizzard 26. We are your winter weather HQ, everyone. Oh, full updates on where this thing is going, how long it's going to last. It's right after the break.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet. With built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology. Plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
I have an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth. 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth. 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
This is the story of the one who doesn't just see a broken dock. He sees lost revenue, a late night, and work stalled to a halt. Thankfully, he has the experience to handle whatever comes his way and has Grainger on his side, offering access to technical product specialists and the scale to deliver fast, so he can keep his business in gear and always moving forward. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, welcome back to America's Weather Center, everybody. Temperature right now in Newton, New Jersey, it's up. We're at 32 degrees, and now the snow it's got a little more packability to it at this point. So it's not light, fluffy like it was earlier this morning where it was getting blown around and drifted. Not only that, the wind has edged down just a hair as well. They lifted the New Jersey travel ban, which obviously is some good news. So if you want to try to get out of town, I would still suggest probably hold off a little bit, even though the travel ban is over. But, Mike, I just want to show you this real quickly. It's a little more packable.
Heavy, wet, dense snow will do for you, Bob, for sure.
You know what? It is pitchers and catchers are down there, and the whole MLB, they're all spring training right now. See that thing right there? Going to hit that with a strike.
Listen, Bob, I'm telling you, that is when you get that good packable snow and you get that heavy, wet, dense snow, that's exactly what you can do. Listen, Bob, this is one of those moments where you're like, put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. Bob, did you happen to see the snow totals in New York?
Yeah, I was looking at it. It's pretty amazing when you see some of these that are coming in. We just got the new one from Central Park, right? Yeah. And Islip belted as well. So some of those totals are pretty intense. And we knew the forecast was a strong one, right?
Yeah,
we're going over 2 feet in some of these areas. It's verifying. I mean, it's verifying with more beef than what even I thought was going to happen.
Yeah, how about this, Bob? 19.7 is what we're calling here at New York City Central Park. This now makes it the 9th biggest snowstorm ever measured in Central Park. How about that, Bob?
That's pretty good. And we've got some readings that are over 30 inches up there in Providence, Rhode Island, right? What are they, 32.8 biggest snowstorm ever for Providence? I mean, that is absolutely stunning when you're thinking about that because the snow's not even done with them yet. Islip, that's the one I was pretty impressed with that one. That's close to 30 inches of snow right there in Islip. The Newark EWR, Michael, you sneeze and you get a delay. How about you throw close to 30 inches of snow on them? That is going to be a nightmare travel scenario for the next 2 or 3 days.
Absolutely. You look at Boston Logan International Airport, their official numbers now at 14.4 inches of snow in Boston at Boston Logan. And then you look regionally wide, and we're talking over 25 to 27 inches of snow in Massachusetts. These numbers are impressive, Bob, even in places like Connecticut, for crying out loud. We've had over 2 feet of snow measured.
Yeah, but they were under blizzard warnings also, right? You're talking about those areas. And it is fun to watch the banding come in, and now it's starting to work its way back down again. Michael, the band that's over us, it's loosened up a touch, but it still has not completely stopped. It is still snowing out here in Newton, or Neptune, I should say. Pretty amazing. Madison right there, it's Connecticut. Looking at the airport in Newark, still 27.1. That's a big one. These snowfall totals, they verify, but it wasn't just the snowfall totals, Michael. It was the wind that came with it. 83-mile-per-hour wind gust up there in Nantucket earlier this morning. It was 74 in Stony Brook right there on the island. Those are amazing stats, too, and that's why we've got the power outages that we're looking at, too. Delaware, what have we got right there? 20 inches of snow right there in Woodside. Yeah, that was one of the bands that came through here and drifted right over the Delaware Bay and smashed and blasted right into Delaware and gave them a Titanic number 2. Bethel, 19.3.
Yeah, unbelievable. And then when it comes to the winds, to your point, Bob, we had over 80-mile-per-hour winds in Nantucket. That led to a ton of down trees, ton of down power lines. And even as of this point right now, Bob, we still have over 650,000 customers without power. And, of course, leading the pack would be the state of Massachusetts. And then followed by where you're at in New Jersey at just over 140,000. And I don't know, Bob, if you have had a chance to like run to a nearby restaurant to grab anything, but I'm just curious, how's power looking in and around where you're at?
Yeah, it's a good question. There are some people staying at the hotel with us, Michael, that don't have power in the Neptune area. So they're here because there's no power in their neighborhood in the town of Neptune. Hopefully that comes up pretty soon. So that's the situation currently. Let's get some ground truth out there by eastern Long Island. How about out there in Montauk? We've got our storm specialist, Mike Seidel. He's been out there. The video he showed me yesterday, he was getting pounded with heavy wind, a lot of snow also. Mike, it's great to hear you reporting your aspect. What are you seeing out there now, my friend?
Well, things have improved quite a bit from a few hours ago, Bob. We had the blizzard and the blizzard conditions for 7 to 8 hours. We picked up over 2 feet of snow, and the wind is still howling. The snow is lightened up. There's some bands either side of us here, way out on the far eastern end of Long Island. I don't know what word I was trying to pronounce there. But let me talk about the airports, because we know today is a no travel day. Just about everything's been canceled. But what I've been really watching is the number of flights canceled for tomorrow, Tuesday. Even though the sun's going to be out, the wind's going to die down, and it won't be snowing. Right now, we're at 1,755 flight cancellations. And to give you an idea where they're occurring, all three New York City airports, LaGuardia, Kennedy, Newark, and Boston's Logan, they have already canceled 40% of their departures tomorrow at those three airports. More than likely, most of those flights are in the early to midday portion, and then they can get equipment back in and hopefully get flights out in the evening, because I would like to go south and migrate for a few days. So that's where we stand right now. So just because the snow is going to end, the memory will linger tomorrow here in the Northeast. Let's pan out to the harbor, Block Island Harbor. By the way,
all right.
And I saw a wave at the buoy south of Breezy Point, Bob, off Queens, New York, earlier, up to 15 feet. So there were some pretty big waves there going into New York City Harbor earlier today, and still ramping up. I can see the whitecaps. What's going on right now, just a lot of blowing snow. Temperature's still running 31 to 32. It's been stuck there since last night, and the wind chill's still around 20. So nothing has really changed from the temperature perspective. The winds are not quite as strong with the peak gusts, but they're still gusting in the 40s to near 50 miles an hour. And although we had a few peaks of sun through the stratus overcast, that is gone for now. The big challenge now is to get dug out. A lot of snow here, and there's a lot of snow everywhere. And if you're in a major metropolitan area, you have to put it somewhere. This is not like a 3 or 4 inch winter weather advisory snowfall, Bob. It's one of these big deals. And even Bobcat was trying to figure out where to put the because you just can't plow it to the left and right, because then you don't have enough room. So that's the concern.
All right, and of course that is Fox Weather's Mike Seidel for us in Montauk, New York. And Mike, your signal, obviously, with all the wind that you're facing, is kind of going in and out at times. I'm not sure if you can hear me, but my goodness, it has certainly been a feisty sort of morning. That is for sure in parts of Long Island, New York. Meantime, you look at Camden, New Jersey, where current temperatures 37 degrees, feeling like 28 degrees, but the problem is that those winds are still going to be really gusty through the afternoon. Things should begin to settle as we head through the evening and eventually the overnight hours. But this system is going to linger more so, I would say, in the Northeast. So friends and family, Boston, right along the Cape, I think that you're going to be dealing with the effects of our big nor'easter and our blizzard conditions through the better half of the afternoon before things finally begin to start subsiding by late this evening. Same sort of story, just because it's such an appendage out into the Atlantic, would be Long Island, again, where Mike Seidel is located. And what you'll note is that as we put things into motion for you, it's still super windy. You're looking at wind gusts over 40 miles per hour there. That's, of course, compromised power in so many spots. We have over 140,000 customers in New Jersey that are without power. Visibility is still down, although the threshold for blizzard criteria has actually went down, which is good news. Typically, we look for visibilities less than a quarter of a mile. At this point, it looks like visibilities look pretty good. But just keep in mind, with those winds gusting 35, 40, up to 50 miles per hour, that can create a lot of blowing and drifting snow. And look at all those reports of heavy snow. My goodness gracious. The winds, generally speaking, right now from the north, again, near blizzard conditions, not necessarily blizzard criteria being defined in and around Long Island, New York, but many areas, though, going to experience a real tough go of things. If you are one of those essential workers, you're a nurse, you got to be up and out the door, right? It's going to be a more difficult sort of parlay for you to get to and from the hospital if you're a third shift worker, if you are an emergency manager or someone in that role that has to, again, be at work. I'm going to switch the graphics here for you real quick and just do a quick little radar dive around and just show you that, again, this system, as we zoom things out, still impacting many areas up and down the 95 corridor. So we are certainly not done just yet. The images, the videos have been so impressive from our blockbuster nor'easter as we speak. As you look live here in New Bedford, Massachusetts, snow still coming down fast and furious with blizzard warnings still in effect through tomorrow morning for Boston, Massachusetts. Much more on this blockbuster blizzard when we come back right here on Fox Weather.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Snow has not ended yet. I mean, we're talking about the snow lines themselves trying to dwindle down a little bit when you're talking about central Jersey. Are they dwindling? Yes, but it's still coming down. And we've got the blizzard warnings in effect right now. I'm in Monmouth County. It's more like central Jersey outside of the shore by about 5-10 miles. Just to the east of me by another 10 miles, Freehold picked up over 24 inches of snow, and it's still coming down for them, too. So the snow has been epic. It's been real close to 30 inches, close to, around Newark at the airport. Pretty amazing for the state of New Jersey. We're still under the blizzard warning right now until 6 p.m. The winds have come down a touch. The snow is still out here, no question. But they lifted the travel ban for the state of New Jersey. That's the good news. So if you want to try and get out somewhere, I would suggest you take it easy for sure. But cars are on the move, and they're hitting it pretty well with all the plows. But if you look behind me, the visibility is up, but the snow continues to come down. All right, what about Haddonfield, New Jersey? That's a city where they found the very first dinosaur bones, if you can believe that. Yeah, in Jersey. We've got Nor'easter Nick out there. He's been scouting around the western part of Jersey, southwest Jersey, kind of close to where you grew up. You're talking about the Philly area and off to the west. Good stuff, though. Nor'easter Nick looking great.
Hey, Bob, thanks so much. Yeah, so I'm shocked that you would know that little known fact right here. This is the Hadrosaurus. This was the first pretty much all put together skeleton of a dinosaur found in 1858. I think that is really, really cool. I learned more about it at the fossil park, the Edelman Fossil Park, about 25 or 30 minutes from here. Another cool spot to go. But most people want to retire to Florida, California, so on and so forth, a nice warm spot. No, I want to retire right here to Haddonfield, New Jersey. It is beautiful. Just take a look at the streets. Now, this is the quintessential 1950s throwback old Americana town, and it is relaxing. They've got amazing restaurants. The vibe here is really laid back and awesome. So, in a few years, this is where I see myself. It's not that I'm retiring anytime soon, but I can tell you that the wind has come way down. So this is the first time I'm doing one of these broadcasts that I'm not being blown around or hit in the head with snow. Well, at least not yet. It's starting to melt off of the tree branches and whatnot, but it's actually kind of comfortable. And our temperatures right now are marginal. So the snow is starting to fall off of the branches and whatnot. Now, PSA, for anybody that is driving or planning on driving now that that travel ban is lifted, please, for the sake of all things, move the snow off of the top of your car, because it is very dangerous that it can fly into the car behind you. I might have experience with that. Do that. Also, if you have any kind of cardiovascular issues, this is still pretty heavy snow, because remember, at the onset, our temperatures were 34, 35 degrees, and it's just a very compact snow, and you can work up your heart rate very, very quickly. Overnight, we had 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts at the Atlantic City airport. That was the highest I could find. So as that storm was bombing out, the winds were just wicked all over the place. Luckily, as that low pulls away up into New England, they're getting battered up there for sure. But here, we're starting to wind things down. The snow is very fine. We still have a couple light showers left. But right over there in Monmouth County, where you are, in Ocean County, usually when there is a big blizzard thing like this, you get the Long Island sound effect, the Raritan Bay effect, and that mesoscale banding sets up from north to south, and you get absolutely pummeled. That's what it was like here overnight. And it finally moved off to the east. I'm kind of jealous that you're still having beautiful snow falling from the sky, because it is, again, winding down here, shutting down, and kind of quiet at the moment.
Yeah, I was gonna say don't be jealous. You can have it if you'd like to come over here and share it with me, because you're right. You talk about the Raritan Bay, the ocean enhancement that we get off of there, and it's still going on up to the north as well, Nick. But for us, it's starting to wind down. Temperature's 32 degrees. When I was looking over across the state line into Pennsylvania, some of those temperatures were in the upper 30s. So you can see the warmer air is trying to edge back in, but with that nice northwesterly breeze, we're still right around freezing. So this is all snow. Right. I mean, for you, I'm assuming it's all snow too, right? You know it's light?
Yeah. No, it's very granular, but you can tell that it's the tail end of it. What's really cool is they are very good at clearing the streets. Last night, I was driving home from Atlantic City. We were like this. We were just that death grip on the wheel, because it was horrific. But all the streets that we've encountered so far, the Expressway 42, all the local roads, it's warm enough where it's all just kind of melting, and it's coming down in chunks off of the trees.
Yeah, you got to love it. Jersey, we do all right here. We invented the light bulb. We invented the dinosaur. Obviously, you're right there by Haddonfield.
100%.
I love it. Nor'easter Nick, great to talk to you, my friend. This is your kind of storm. Mine, too. I love it. And we will check back in with you again in just a bit, man. Great to see you.
Sounds good. You too.
All right. Michael, let's bring it back to you up in NYC. First of all, what was it like this morning early when you came in? You had to stay in the city, right? Because you didn't swim across the Hudson because the Jersey trains were all down.
Bob, let me tell you something. I wanted to say that I walked to work from my hotel, but I think a better description would be I climbed to work, because I was climbing over snow mounds right here down 6th Avenue. We've picked up tons of snow. As you know, Bob, in New York City's Central Park, how about that? 19.7. It is the 9th snowiest day that we've seen in Central Park. How about that?
Slow clap. I'll give it to you. 19.7, slow clap. Not bad at all, right? A little bit farther to the west, you picked up, Newark Airport? It seems like Newark Airport gets the slam no matter what. You're talking about excessive heat. They're always 2 to 3 degrees warmer than they are in NYC, because really the water effect out there. Snowfall, hammered. What, they got close to 30? Was it 27 something?
Yeah, it was 27
unreal
inches
at the
and some
airport.
change. Yeah, you're not getting out of New York Liberty anytime soon. But also, Bob, you look at JFK, if you had any flight plans out that way, or even LaGuardia, and we're talking like over 20 inches in spots. It has just been, I'll pull up the exact number here in just a second. It has been really, really impressive. By the way, Bob, if you wanted to see a Broadway show, they're going dark again for the second night in the row just to keep everyone safe and free from harm. But yeah, these snowfall totals have been so impressive, Bob. All over the place. Yeah, JFK 19.8, LaGuardia 22.2. Let's get you out toward Providence, Rhode Island as we speak, because Providence has set an all-time snow record for, get this, 32.8 inches of snow. Want to hand things over to Asher Red. And Asher, what I think is so interesting is a lot of people always compare, oh my gosh, people compare like snowstorms to what happened in 1978. This beats it.
Yeah, this is officially a record setter, and as you can see, we're getting hit by another gust of wind right as you started to toss to me. And right now, we're talking about over 30 inches of snow. That's 4 inches taller than what we saw back in the 1970s. So this is definitely one for the books here in Rhode Island. And I'll play a little game with you. I spy with my little eyes something with 4 wheels, and that would be these cars lined up right here. Wow. And they are really, I mean, I can try to walk through to this.
Oh my God.
Possibly.
Oh
my goodness.
You're like getting buried.
There we go. Yeah, so this is up to my hips, and I'm 5'9". My wife gives me a really hard time about that, but that's, to put it in perspective for you, what we're looking at. This is up to these cars, I would say their hoods, maybe even their trunk level, up to their windows. So if I step out of here and try to crawl myself out, there we go. Thank goodness for ski pants, because I would be drenched right now. There are more than 42,000 power outages here in the state of Rhode Island. And if we look back over this way, you can see they're lined up. These power crews are lined up. They're ready to go. Looks like someone who might be going back to one of those power trucks right there just to make sure his truck's all right, because we see them come out every once in a while to blow the snow off their truck, and they're ready to go. And it's really important, if you're going to be driving in this, you shouldn't be driving right now, of course, but once the travel ban here in Rhode Island is lifted, you got to get that snow off your car. It could be dangerous to have that just hanging out on the top of your car. Hop on the interstate and that stuff's just flying right off. It's really important to know that right now here in Rhode Island, the governor says that there are crews that are out there on the roads right now. Only things that should be driving are cars that look like that, ambulance or any sort of emergency vehicle. The Rhode Island governor says that there are plows out there right now. They're only plowing if they can see a certain amount. When we hit more than 2 inches of snow per hour, they're not allowed to plow here in Rhode Island. For a while there, we were seeing 3 inches of snow an hour. So that was, to put that in perspective, that's how much this stuff has been rising all day. We've got a plow that's been going through this parking lot once every, 10 or 15 minutes or so. And you can still, it's a good, maybe, let's see here, good inch of snow there on the ground, and of course some packed down there because cars have been driving through here. So Michael, I'll send it right back to you, but here in Rhode Island things have calmed down a little bit, but you're still getting those gusts of wind that come through here and nearly blow you off your feet.
Unbelievable. Just a 2-second question, Asher. Is it a heavy snow or is it a light, fluffy snow?
This morning it was light, fluffy snow that was coming in really hard. So you had those really big snowflakes that were just hitting you in the face at 60 miles an hour, and it didn't feel the best. And then now it's the lighter snow, and you're like, right now you can probably tell it's just coming in very delicately, kind of smooth, and then all of a sudden, like you saw at the beginning of this live shot, that wind just ripped through here, and that's the whole reason I'm still wearing these goggles, because I like to see, and it's important to do that. So it's just important that people stay vigilant, they stay aware, don't go outside if you don't have to. But right now the snow is still falling, the wind has died down a little bit, but you're going to get those gusts that come through really hard.
Asher, I give you and your photographer all the props in the world to be out there in over 32 inches of snow. You guys are doing an excellent job with great coverage. My goodness gracious, that is historic snow that they're seeing, record-breaking in Providence, Rhode Island. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Rudd. Asher, thank you. Meantime, Boston, Massachusetts, where 14.4 inches of snow as of the 1 o'clock hour has just been logged at Boston Logan International Airport, with almost all flights being canceled, significant delays. We'll talk about just how much more snow is on the way. We, of course, have blizzard advisories in effect in Boston through tomorrow morning.
Chances are your home is contaminated with unpurified air.
Did you know you take over 20,000 breaths a day? And this is what you're inhaling.
Did you know the air inside your home is 5 times more polluted than outdoor air?
I had no idea. This is what I was breathing.
Meet Barnacle, the world's first ceiling fan air purifier that's lab tested and scientifically proven to reduce airborne pollutants by up to 99% in as little as 3 hours. No plugs, no bulky machines, no noise, just smart, effective, quiet air filtration that works in harmony with your fan's natural airflow. Look, ceiling fans just push dirty air around. With Barnacle, it's not just spinning, it's cleaning the air. The all-natural coconut carbon filters go to work capturing airborne mold, dust, allergens, microplastics, even dangerous gases, all while neutralizing odors.
I feel better, I breathe better, I sleep better.
These filters have been a game changer for my allergies.
I love my dog, but definitely not my house smelling like him.
I dust half as often. Seriously, these filters are amazing.
If you have a ceiling fan in your home, you need this product.
Think about it. You filter your water, so why not the air you breathe? Candles and sprays only mask odors. Barnacle's porous design not only traps odors and other dangerous particles, it eliminates them.
I never thought to use my ceiling fan as an air purifier, but now I can't imagine living without it.
Join the millions of families already breathing easier with Barnacle ceiling fan filters. Yours for only $21.99. As part of this special TV-only offer, order now and we'll send you a second set absolutely free. Every order comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee.
Barnacle is worth every penny for a cleaner, healthier home.
Plus, find out how you can get free shipping. Stop breathing this. Enjoy fresher, cleaner air with Barnacle.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jumped from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. I'm glad you're here with us this afternoon on a Monday. This is Blizzard 26. Snow hasn't ended yet. In fact, here comes the wind one more time, too. Blizzard warnings in all of New Jersey and up the line through at least 6 p.m., depending on where you're located. All Jersey should expire at 6. But the snow has not ended. We still have one band that's just been persistent over us. It's weakening, but you can see in the air it is still here, and the wind is still up there. You're talking about 20-mile-per-hour gusts at this point, down from the 63-mile-per-hour gusts we had earlier last night and this morning around the Jersey Shore. So those winds are coming down as the storm moves away, but you're still getting blasted in some areas for eastern New England, which has been pretty incredible. Right now, Newton, New Jersey, it's Monmouth County. Look at the size of the banks of snow. Those banks of snow were not here about 12 hours ago. Actually less. At 10 o'clock is when the snow really began to pile up last night, and this is what it looks like now. I mean, it's pretty epic. You talk about 24 inches worth of snow in less than 24 hours. That's what we got. So snowfall rates, Yeah, they were up there between 1 and 2 inches per hour, depending on where you were. All right, that's New Jersey. Let me take you up to New York a little bit. We are in Times Square. What's a better place to be in Times Square after they picked up over 19 inches of snow at the park? Nick Hoster is out there. It's almost like your second home out there, Nick, especially when the weather is terrible.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, Bob, you're right. 19.7 inches of snow recorded just a few blocks that way, actually. At 1 o'clock, that was the official report from Central Park, making it a top 10 snowfall of all time. I believe that places it at 9th highest total for now. And as you can see, the snow is still coming down. It's not coming down with the ferocity that it once was, and I think it's going to continue to let up here as we go through the rest of this afternoon and into this evening. But as you can see, Times Square doesn't usually look like this. I mean, you don't normally see an 8-foot snowman here in the middle of Times Square, in the middle of the universe, and everybody has been out taking pictures, getting video, goofing around, just honestly acting like kids out in the snow. I was walking around Times Square late last night and early this morning, and everybody's been throwing snowballs and making snowmen. This snow is way different than the snowstorm and the snow that actually fell from the sky, about 3-4 weeks ago now in January. That snow did not pack. It was way too dry. This snow is extremely packable. We're going to be seeing snowmen all over the whole area, I believe, that got hit with this nor'easter. And unlike that snowstorm in January, I want to show you that we don't have any ice to worry about, at least as of right now. This is kind of a heavy, wet snow. Temperatures have been a little more mild. Bob, somebody drew this little heart here on this barricade, and I want to dedicate that to you, my friend, because I heart
Thank you.
Bob Van Dillen. And so I also want to show you kind of the slushy mess that we're dealing with this time around. Now, last time it was all the crazy ice and that snow that was so high and just didn't melt. And you can see the slush right here. And I think this could possibly refreeze overnight, but it's a nightmare to walk through, especially if you don't have big, nice boots. And yeah, this stuff here is going to be, I think, maybe a concern moving forward until we see those warmer, milder temperatures here later on in the week. But we're right along Broadway, and for the second night in a row, Broadway has gone dark. You remember last night they had the matinee shows that ran at 3 o'clock, but at 6 o'clock everything shut down, and guess what? It's all dark yet again for today. A lot of shows typically don't run on Monday, but the ones that do called it, and that's sort of an unprecedented move. We haven't seen anything like that since, you guessed it, the blizzard of 2016. Something about these decades with a 6 at the end of them here that lead to these big giant blizzards, I guess. But yeah, I see a snowball fight happening over there in Times Square, a few more snowmen down the road. I'm actually impressed, Bob, at yeah, hi guys, how are you enjoying the snow?
Very good. In French.
Oh yeah, oui, oui. Bonjour. So I'm actually impressed at how the travel ban has worked so well. I don't really see a whole lot of people on the roads whatsoever. You know, this is Times Square, it's the afternoon time. Typically you'd see all kinds of traffic. People would be honking like crazy, and that is definitely not the case. So I'm proud of New Yorkers this time around. It looks like everybody's kind of heeding the warning, staying at home, hunkering down, maybe having their snowball fights in their backyard or in the front yard and making their snowmen as well. So what an event, Bob. And I'll tell you what, it's been a long, long time since I've seen anything quite like this. Excuse me, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been a long time since I've seen a snow like this. Actually, I was talking to somebody and they said earlier, this winter reminds them of winters in the 90s, back when they were kids, you know? So I think the snow, especially this packable wet snow, brings the kid out of everybody.
Yeah, it does. Nick, you look good out there. I'm trying to decide, do you look like Luke Skywalker on the planet Hoth, or do you look like Yukon Cornelius? One of the two. I think you look more like Luke Skywalker on Hoth and Empire Strikes Back. What do you think?
I'll take it, you know? I've been called much worse. I've been compared to much worse. So either or is good in my book.
Yeah, so what is it? Do you think they smell bad on the outside? And go right into the monster. Anyway, Nick, great report out there in Central Park. I can't believe it's actually moving like it is after all that snow coming down. And we're still getting it, by the way. Nick, we'll talk to you again in a bit. We're south of here, Michael Esme. I want to bring you back in because I just want to look at the radar picture one more time with you, my friend. I want to analyze this because this snow band has been over us for a long time. If you loop it, it's like it had its eye set on Newark, New Jersey, and it was like, yeah, forget about it. I'm going right down the Parkway, and I'm going to smash all the way down to Cape May. That's what it looks like it's been doing before it winds up. And with the bright band that we have out there south of Boston, that's where the real jackpot was. That was Rhode Island and now Eastern Mass.
It is so impressive, Bob, because where we're seeing it almost to me, when you look at this broad scale picture, this is almost like what I'm kind of considering a snow-a-cane, where it almost has like outer bands, and it's almost as if those outer bands where you have those deep and dark blues and the whites that are popping up, those are the ones that are producing the prolific snowfall rates. Bob, we were talking before how in Providence, Rhode Island, 3-inch snowfall rates per hour, and that's what's driven up these snowfall totals to literally historic levels.
And I'm looking at Connecticut, too. It looks like there might be a little bit of a dry slide out there. Central Mass, just outside the Berks, going in through Hartford into Long Island, too. But then on the other side, you got another band that looks like it's dropping right out of southern Vermont down the lower Hudson Valley, and that's the one that's striping in through New Jersey, too. But I'm looking at the pressure field, too, Michael. Does it look like it's still dropping pressure? It was 966 the last I looked at it. I don't know what it is at this point.
Yeah, I'll look it up, and I'll get back with you on that in just a second. But yeah, you can see it right there. All of those concentric dark rings that you're seeing are lines of constant pressure. The more rings that you have, typically it just indicates the deepening of that area of low pressure. Bob, either way, though, this was a powerful nor'easter that we're seeing. And the video that we're seeing, even in places like New York City, Bob, so impressive. I'm not sure if you've seen this, but literal chunks of snow and ice are falling from the huge skyscrapers in Manhattan right now. Bob, for all those folks that are walking the streets along, 6th Avenue where we're located, 5th Avenue, this is just another threat that you have to watch out for, not to mention the icicles that are going to form.
I mean, listen, it's been a minefield for the last several weeks in New York City. First of all, the plows didn't really do their job. The last storm was 3 weeks ago. Then you had the minefield, the literal one left by the dogs. You saw the sidewalk that was covered right there. Now you're dodging the snow. Now you're dodging stuff that's getting blown off of the skyscrapers. Look at that. Listen, that's not fun at all. That is something you need to be mindful of, especially since the winds are still above 20 miles per hour at times.
Yeah, I mean, that's what 19.7 inches of snow will do. And again, in the days ahead, Bob, given the fact that temperatures will be hovering right around freezing, not tonight, we're expecting a hard freeze overnight tonight, but by tomorrow and the day after, temperatures are above freezing. You get the melting, and then you get the slippage of that 19.7 inches of snow off the roofs, and you need to keep an eye to the sky for falling snow, Bob.
I'm watching that, and the temperatures are right. We're going to get that back down to below freezing tonight, all around the tri-state area, all the way up to New England. So whatever is falling on the ground is going to be there tomorrow when you wake up. I think we're finally going to hit about 40 degrees by Wednesday here in central Jersey, which should help melt things out. But you talk about playing catch up. All those airports up there, from Boston down through New York City metros to Philly to D.C., this is a storm that listen, it hasn't really happened like this in about a decade. So when you try to catch up with all the planes that have been diverted or just outright canceled, it's going to be a clogged logjam for several days, depending on where you're going.
Yeah, and Bob, we were talking about how at Newark Liberty International Airport we've picked up almost 30 inches of snow. So you think to yourself, if you got a flight out of Newark Liberty, maybe it was supposed to take off last night. Well, it certainly hasn't taken off today. I'm curious, Bob, what your thoughts are. I guess we should probably talk to an airport representative, but do you think that by tomorrow morning you got a 6 a.m. flight out of Newark, that's even going?
Ooh.
After almost 30 inches?
It's a good point. I know they run those plows constant, right? I mean, they're going all up and down the tarmac, up and down the runways for sure. But when you're dropping 2 inches of snow per hour rates, and that's why it was so bad last night to early this morning, we're playing catch up. Now, I'm looking at the snow right here. You wouldn't know it, but the snow is starting to thin out. It hasn't here yet, but on the radar picture it has. And the temperatures are above freezing in a lot of these spots, so hopefully you can catch up right there. New Jersey, right now, the travel ban has been lifted. I still don't know what I'm going to do today, Michael. I don't know if I'm supposed to be up in Maine, if the ski house is going to go on. I've got four-wheel drive. I got a Ford Bronco. We'll see what happens, but listen, it's touch and go even for me. I don't know what I'm going to do. And you look at the roads right there, they're slick. That's all there is to it.
Well, some talent is telling me, Bob, that you may not be catching a flight out. That's for sure, especially since you're around Newark, New Jersey area. So I would probably not bet my bottom dollar on flights being able to get back underway later on today, or possibly as early as tomorrow morning. I think tomorrow afternoon things definitely probably getting back into gear. But either way, though, when you look at the different airport delays that we have, the cancellations, it is so far and wide. This is going to have widespread impacts, not just locally along the 95 corridor, but really, Bob, all over the country as well. Fox weather,
and I'm looking at Phoenix. I'm looking at Fox Phoenix, their volume delays, because everybody wants to go to Phoenix right now out of New York. I was like, no kidding. Anyway, Michael, stick with me, buddy. We got more coming up over the next 45 minutes. We're going to be running through all the statistics, the snow. We've got live reports from the heart of the beast. It's all coming up on America's Weather Center, everybody. We're going to be right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. You can see what we're looking at right now. We've got a lot of snow still coming down in Newton. No, I keep on saying Newton. There's a Newton, New Jersey, which I was actually grew up by. Michael, I want to bring you in on this because Neptune is where I am right now. The heavy snow continues to fall. Look at this. It's still on the way down. I'm looking at cars trying to go behind me. It's not very easy. And don't forget, if you want to see the live updates of all the breaking news, you can look at our live weather block. You can see it right there on the side of your screen. You can scan now to get the updates. And it's a wonderful thing to look at because even if we're not hitting it on the air right away, you can see the Blizzard blog right there for Blizzard 26. That live streaming has been going on since the snow started. So it has been absolutely fantastic thing to use. So the snow is not ended right now in Monmouth. You talk about the county region itself just getting pounded. We've got other live reporters out there also. Who are we going to next? Let's go to Brandy in Boston. Brandy, I have not talked to you yet this afternoon. I got to know, how is Boston faring with this? Because it seems like Boston has had a kick me sign for every snowmaker for the entire year so far, whether it's been a clipper, whether it's been a nor'easter, whether it's been a blizzard. They've been getting it in Boston. How's it look up there right now?
Well, I mean, for one, we're getting a gust of wind. The wind has been pretty persistent throughout the day. You know, I'm going to actually try and see if I can measure this. I have a little anemometer that I've been playing with throughout the day. Okay, I think I missed it. But I'm sure you guys could see it. The snow just blowing around is still drifting here in the area. The wind gusts right now, they are still in the 20s and 30s. But so far, we have had our top wind gusts in the upper 60s. And that is what was forecasted. Now, when it comes to the snowfall, as of 1 p.m., we've had 14 inches of it reported at Boston Logan International Airport. And of course, it's still snowing, so we're not done. I know yesterday we were saying we could see up to 2 feet of snow. It was somewhere between 18 to 24 inches of snow reported. So we're still not done. We'll see if we do end up in that range. But Bob, you mentioned Boston has just been getting smacked with snowstorm after snowstorm. And in fact, I think what tells the best picture of it, and you guys might not be able to see it, but right now I'm standing in some pretty deep snow, right? We're at a park, and when I look down, it's like you can see the different snowstorms, because I see the fresh snow and then I see some dirty snow beneath my feet too. So I'm just stepping through the different snowstorms here in Boston because it's been so cold here that once they have one snowfall event, it doesn't melt. So we're just adding on top of old snow basically here. So I do want to say, while we're still dealing with the conditions here, we also have some impacts in the area. Here in Massachusetts, we have just over 290,000 customers that are out of power right now. In fact, in the city, they've posted most recently that folks are reporting trees have come down along with power lines. So it makes sense why we're seeing all of those outages across the state as the conditions here just persist. And so one thing we're hearing from leaders, and we heard it yesterday, they were asking people to stay off of the roads. Visibility is down to half a mile. That's improved. Earlier it was a quarter of a mile, but still, nonetheless, it's not safe. Their police department just announced that they're bringing out their all-terrain vehicles instead of their usual cop cars to get around on these roads. So I think that says enough if the police are using alternative methods to get around and respond to calls during this time. If you're looking to do air travel in the Northeast, you can forget about it. I have a flight that was scheduled for tomorrow early afternoon, and I just got a text saying it was canceled. So if I can't get out tomorrow, can you imagine trying to get out today with the conditions like this? Likely not gonna happen. So for now, we're just here. We're experiencing this with all the residents and people who are visiting Boston. I actually caught up with 2 locals walking their dog. Here's what they said.
No, this isn't fun.
And your thoughts on that?
Ready for a vacation.
Yeah, we couldn't look out the window because our entire window had snow on it. So because of the wind, and we've never had that before where we just open the shades and you can't see anything. I'd be inside if it wasn't for the dog, but nature calls and we got to come out. Yeah.
I did the morning walk and my morning reaction was, this is going to be a long day.
And a long day it is. I'm told we should or could likely see snow going into the night here. And again, the winds, they persist. But, it's pretty interesting with this snowfall because the snow isn't coming straight down. And you can tell just by looking at the trees, all the snow is just smack dab on the side of this tree, and you just have to like rub it off to get it. It's just caked onto the side. So that shows a true picture of how things are blowing here, the snow, how it's falling, and just how wet it is. It's like, I don't know, if you throw a wet noodle to a wall, right? That's a thing to see if the noodles are done cooking. That's what we're doing. The snow is done cooking. It's sticking to the side of the trees here. And of course, it's accumulating here on top of old snow. So I don't know if I trust just laying back in it, but we're going to do it. Feels pretty good. Nice, comfortable. Little, seat for now. You never know what actually, I should not have laid in this, Bob, because dogs frequent this area. So I'm going to get back up. There have been dogs in this area all morning. So we're going to send it back to you.
I get it. Brady, when dogs are signing their name in the snow, you know you're in the wrong spot. By the way, if you're throwing noodles against the wall, that's a sign of a bad restaurant. You don't want to see that. That's college style. That's not the good restaurant you want to be at. No, and the other thing, Brandy, which is amazing, I like what you said before. If when you look at your footprint down there, it's like a core sample of the entire winter. You've got December storms on top. You got on top of November. Then you got the January. Now you got the February storm. The strata is just amazing out there. Beautiful stuff. Great report, Brandy. Entertaining as always, by the way. I love talking to you. Brady Campbell up there in Boston, Massachusetts.
All right.
Don't sit down again. Estimate, what's going on, man? Let's get back to you up there in New York City. And it's been fun to watch this, right? I mean, the coverage has been spot on. Sometimes, hey, listen, you got to have a little bit of fun. I get it. I'm watching that storm itself, though, rocket away from Jersey, and it's about as close as it's going to be to Nantucket at this point, right? So now you're going to start seeing the back edge of the bands around New Jersey, New York State, Pennsylvania move away finally. But it has been a solid 24 hours of heavy snow around here, Michael.
Bob, you've been asking, right? Asking, you shall receive. So that surface low pressure center, its barometric pressure right now, you were wondering, it's at 968 millibars right now, 968.
So it's up a little, okay.
Yeah, so it is certainly deep. By the way, in Boston, where Brandy Campbell just was, Bob, even before this nor'easter, they were already in a surplus of over a half a foot. It was like 7.4 inches in surplus. And now we just stacked up another 14.4 inches in Boston on top of that surplus.
Yeah, it's been the season for them. I remember it was 10 years ago or something. Their snow pile finally melted by August in Boston. I don't think it's going to be that epic, but yeah, they had over 300 inches of snow. You could see the bands, though, and I'm also interested in looking at the winds because I'm still concerned with the power outages. Now, it looks like we're still stuck at about 130 to 140,000 customers in the state of New Jersey, but it's been about the same. I'm worried it's going to start going up again for Eastern Mass because those winds have not calmed down, Michael.
No, the winds, in fact, gusting right now at Boston Logan, close to 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that's right on the water. And to your point, as the system itself continues to cruise up the East Coast, more people are going to be experiencing that wind as you kind of parallel the coastline. It's one of the reasons why it's so windy, it's so snowy, that even without the snow, Bob, even if, say, for example, it was just a dry area of low pressure, the winds themselves would have created havoc on travel. So I think, so I think that's going to be a huge concern. You asked about power outages, and there they are for you, Bob. Over 100,000 in, in and around Boston.
Yeah, I was looking at your plane map, too. One plane. Who's that maniac that's circling right around Logan with a blizzard warning? But, yeah, you're right. You get the power outages. Unfortunately, it's still 102,000. The wind, it has been pretty epic. 83-mile-per-hour gusts, right, in Nantucket, which is, just south of Cape Cod. I think those winds are going to start going down now. The pressure of the center of the circulation is starting to go up just a hair, and it's only 2 millibars. But that's also a sign that it's either flatlined out, and it's probably going to start weakening a bit. But we've got high pressure building in behind it that's equally strong, and it's that difference of pressures, pressure gradient. We saw the winds that are really screaming around that east coast of New England. Now, the winds have shifted direction around where I am in Neptune, New Jersey. It's now out of the northwest, but that's still drawing in some cooler air.
Yeah, and you'll certainly feel that wind chill, if you will, when you factor in all that. Temperature is going to slip and slide a little bit, Bob. You know, unfortunately, in places like Boston, not as warm as New York City, not as warm as Philadelphia. And so I think that 14.4 inches of Boston that was on top of, here's another little stat. We were talking with Melanie Black yesterday, and she said there was about a foot of snow from the last big snow that they had. I was telling you before, it's like putting lipstick on a pig, right? It was a messy foot that they had on there. They just put on that new 14.4 inches. And yeah, you have yourself a big royal mess out that way, and it's going to stay there at least overnight tonight and through tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I said. Lipstick on a pig. It's on the other end of the pig here in Neptune, New Jersey. You can't make it look pretty. You just can't. I don't care what you're doing. Anyway, Michael, listen, stick around, my friend. We got more coming up. We've got more on this epic blizzard. It's still cranking. We still have the blizzard warnings. They got till 6 p.m. at least, depending on where you're located. We've got you covered. We've got live shots, ground truth to show you what's happening. The beaches look pretty nasty. Look at Montauk, New York. All right, that's all the way out there. Temperature 29 degrees, feels like 12. Winds are still north of 38. We've got live reports coming up, everybody. Stick around. We'll be right back.
I love what I do, which is help people make the switch to consumer cellular, like our customers Courtney and Jackie.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Consumer Cellular gives you access to a fast, reliable, nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
My previous provider was terrible.
Why are we paying this much for our cell phone bill? It's crazy, right?
Dropped calls or missed calls. To me, that was just normal.
We wouldn't get to talk to a person. Now with Consumer Cellular, no problems.
Our reception is so much better with Consumer Cellular. It's been amazing.
I just made a road trip across half the country, and I did not have one dropped call.
Better customer service. They tell me exactly what I'm paying and why I'm paying for it.
And here's my favorite part. You can save up to half on your bill.
It's within $1 of being half of my old bill.
With Verizon, I was paying about $150 a month. With Consumer Cellular, I'm paying about half that.
As AARP members, we get 2 lines for $55 a month.
I'm getting the exact same coverage for half the price. That's a beautiful thing.
Done deal.
We'll set you up with the best plan for you and help you wrap things up with your old provider. It all takes about 20 minutes.
Switching over took about 20 minutes. That's it.
Consumer Cellular customer service reps are A1, top notch.
They are so nice. You get a human being to talk to.
It's month to month, very simple.
You're not locked in.
I got to keep my phone. I got to keep my number.
If you're thinking about switching providers, do it.
If I can do it, you can.
That's why I love Consumer Cellular. They've made it easy.
We'd love for you to enjoy our reliable nationwide coverage and the best customer service in the business. Give us a call now and start saving up to half on what you're paying now. It only takes about 20 minutes.
Call 800-755-8061
to switch and save up to half with Consumer Cellular. Plus, new customers can save $25 when they switch today.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour work days.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you here. It's a little cold right now, 32 degrees, but the wind chill, when it does pick up again, it gets down into the upper teens. So we are right now in Neptune, New Jersey, which is Monmouth County, away from the shoreline, but the snow has not ended. You can see it right now. This has been like this for the last several hours. Yeah, snow bands are coming down just a bit, but I want to show you the size of the drifts, too. So they just plowed this part of the street. And you can see the drifts this was not here. None of the snow was actually here last night when we came in. There were a couple piles. That was earlier from a storm about, 3 weeks ago. But now you can see the snow. It's on top of it. It's just totally overtaking everything. So they plowed it. It's 32, so the snow that's falling right now is starting to melt when it hits that black pavement, which is some very good news. But we're not done with it yet. We still have another few hours until that collision warning actually expires. Now, they lifted the travel ban, which is nice for New Jersey, but it is still pretty tricky out there. No question about it. So that's New Jersey. Snow's out here. Let me take you out to Montauk, Long Island, in New York. Mike Seidel has been out there, our storm specialist. He showed me a video from just the other, a couple hours ago when you took that, Mike, and sent it to me. It looked like it was roaring pretty well. I guess that was last night.
Either that or this morning, because it was roaring this morning. We got a break for about an hour, Bob, and now the snow band is back, or visibility is back below about a half a mile. We've lost the visibility. We can't see the harbor. We can see some of the homes down near the harbor, maybe about 3/4 of a mile, but certainly the snow intensity has picked back up. Winds are still gusting over 40 miles an hour. Temperatures are around 30, and the wind chills are hovering between about 15 and 20 degrees. So it is a cold, blustery day out here. By the way, as far as power outages, let me see. I just got the latest numbers in my pocket. Trying to get out here, I just have to tell you that trying to get out here has not been easy. Just trying to walk through the drifts. There's no way to avoid the drifts. Where I'm standing now, it's only about 4 inches deep. Here's the latest on the power outages. About 16,700 statewide. Most of those are out here in Long Island, no kidding, because of the wind gusts to 74 miles an hour at Stony Brook, and many areas getting gusts upwards of 70 miles an hour. Here in Suffolk, 6,800 customers and about 1,900 in Nassau County. So about half of the total power outages in the state are out here on the island. By the way, those are small percentages overall because there's just so many people out here. That's only about 1.3% of all customers here in Suffolk County. And we just got an updated snowfall total from Montauk, 28.1. Another cooperative observer checked in. The other observer was at 8 a.m., and that was at 22.5. So this is 28.1, and I suggested earlier that I was confident we'd make it to 30. We'll see how it goes. As far as flights being canceled, over 800 flights are canceled tomorrow in the New York City airports, Boston, Logan, all the airports, over 1,800 flights canceled, but that does include most of those in the tri-state area and at Logan Airport. 44 to 49% of all departures from those 4 airports tomorrow. So even though the snow and the wind will be out of the way, the memory lingers. They've got to get the aircraft back in. Flights that don't get in this afternoon tonight can't go out in the morning. So if you have a flight tomorrow morning through, say, midday, early afternoon, good chance that it may have already been canceled and your airline is following up, and hopefully you'll get home as soon as possible, as soon as you can. It's no fun being stuck. It's not like you're in the Caribbean on a vacation, right? Meanwhile, as far as, I was going to say, Bob, meanwhile, as far as the snowfall goes, it's going to wind down this evening, certainly by this evening. Last check, the blizzard warning still goes till 6 p.m. Let me check to see if the National Weather Service in nearby Upton, where they've had over 2 feet of snow, has updated that. But for all intents and purposes, tomorrow's going to be a bluebell day. But who's going to be on skis? That's the question, Bob.
Yeah, I know. Who's going to be out there surfing, too? You're going to get a little offshore wind by tomorrow with that swell that's chopped up. But you know what? I know you don't surf that much, Mike. I know. But, they developed the wetsuits where you can go in the wintertime. I don't think I'd do it. But you can if you wanted to.
Last week, 5 days ago, I was in a blizzard up in Minnesota off Lake Superior, and they surf up there with the water temperatures 32, 35 degrees. They do, seriously.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they're wearing that new kind of, is it neoprene? I'm not sure if it's neoprene, but I don't know if they're wearing the wetsuit you're talking about.
Yeah, and they also put the Vaseline on their face so they don't get the wind chill effects or frostbite. Yeah, it's crazy. Mike Seidel out there, our storm specialist in Montauk. Yeah.
One quick point on the Vaseline. I covered the playoff game between the Giants and the Packers in January of 2009 at Lambeau, okay? And I think it ended up being like one of the top 3 or 4 coldest games on record. By the way, the Giants won the game, even though it was at Lambeau. And the temperature was at kickoff was like 6 below or something. Wind chill was 20 below. And I put Vaseline on, and it didn't help me one darn bit. I mean, it was just a freaking mess. I don't, I see coaches do that on the sidelines when it's really cold, but I didn't feel like it did anything for me. Just my little scientific experiment. I wanted to try it to see what all the buzz was at that point, but it didn't do anything for me.
Yeah, it's people telling you to do something and you do it anyway. It's a peer pressure. It's not a good thing, Mike, but good report out there in Montauk. I appreciate it. We'll get back to you again in just a bit.
Okay, Bob.
Mike Esteve out there in NYC, going from one part of the state to another part of the state, and Mike. I think Michael Esteve has the nicest conditions at this point. With it's a cool. What do you put the thermostat on there? That's Studio N. I'm always on 68. What do you put that thermostat?
I like it a little cooler, Bob. I have it on a 63, so I'm comfortable doing. As long as you're inside where we want you to be, you're doing just fine in New York City. That's for sure. And, Bob, let me take you out to Philadelphia right now, because the city of brotherly love, as we speak, we're talking temperatures right now in Philadelphia at 38 degrees. There's a little bit of light snow and rain being reported at Philadelphia International Airport. Wind chill at 30 degrees. But it's been brutal, especially once you head toward the shore. That's where we've had wind gusts up and over 50 miles per hour. There's also been flooding concerns right along the water as well, making travel real difficult, if not impossible at times. So we want to check in Philadelphia and check in with our friends at Fox 29 Philadelphia. Chris O'Connell. Chris, great to see you, and great to finally actually see a little bit of pavement out where you're at. I heard that some spots picking up almost a foot, if not a little more.
Oh, definitely more than a foot. We are in Cape May, New Jersey, almost the most southern point of the Garden State. We're here along Washington Street Mall. Tourist friendly. This place is bustling during the summertime. Take a look right now. It is the big dig out. We haven't had an official reading from here, but nearby we got about 15 inches of snow, so we're definitely starting that. We're definitely up to that. And it is not just the snowfall. It is because it is a wet snowfall. Very thick, heavy, moisture-filled snow that is not only causing a kind of a tough time to shovel it and use the snow blower, but it's also bringing down power lines. We're here in South Jersey, and I want to show you a little bit about what we're talking about. Almost a lot of this block is without power right now. It's because you can actually see it on the trees. That's what's weighing down the power lines. So about 60,000 people here in South Jersey are without power. And look at that over there. There's you can see the awning, the heavy snow just bringing down that awning along with the wind last night. We had 40-mile-an-hour sustained winds throughout the night. Complete blizzard conditions throughout the night. They had problems with beach erosion, which they do often here along the Jersey Shore, especially when these nor'easters come. Every wave that comes onto the shoreline just washes away that precious beachfront here in New Jersey. So the next couple days, they're going to kind of assess the beaches down there to see exactly how bad it got. But this is what we're dealing with, a huge, piles of this snow left over. And keep in mind, we just got done about a month ago, a major storm here that we were in the deep freeze in the Philadelphia area, and stuff like this was just like a big pile of ice. Now, watch it here. Let me see if I can get up here for you. See how high we can get up. This is like we're almost up 2 stories here. I don't know how they piled it, but, you know, it's a lot of snow. And for the Jersey Shore, this is a shore town. This is summertime, lying on the beach. They don't get this kind of snow. Once in a while, they certainly don't get blizzard. They certainly don't get a foot of snow on a regular basis. And we see our friends here. But this is what it's all about. Piling the snow up, getting it out of the way, and making sure the power is back on, because we're still getting more power outages throughout this area here in South Jersey. It's the wind, that heavy snow. But luckily, temperatures here in Cape May are about 35 degrees right now, so that is definitely helping with the snow melt. Mike?
Chris, I am mind-boggled by your shot right now, just thinking to myself, that Himalaya's worth of snow that you just crested, you just summited, that's going to take weeks to melt, is what my thought is. I mean, you guys are going to be in the 40s soon, but that's going to take a long time for all that to melt. Just 20 miles north of where you're at, by the way, you guys picked up 18.2 inches in Summer Point, where you're at.
Summers Point, yeah, that's not too far from here.
Yeah, so real quick, how was the drive getting to Cape May?
Well, we stayed here last night, so I got here to Cape May, and I can tell you, it was 1:30 yesterday on the dot when I was pulling in to Cape May in a rainstorm, and it was like a light switch. It turned to that very heavy, wet, thick snowflakes, and it just continued for almost 24 hours straight. The snow ended here about an hour ago, so we almost had 24 hours of snowfall. But it's that thick, wet stuff, which is really hard to shovel. They call it, of course, they call it the heart attack snow. So if you're out shoveling it, take lots of breaks. We're telling everyone, take lots of breaks if you're out shoveling this stuff.
My goodness, that is words to the wise right there. Chris, I'm going to let you go, because what I want you to do is put your microphone in your pocket so you can climb down and use all fours to get down that mountain. No. Yeah?
No, I'm not gonna. No, this is how we do it.
Wait, hold up.
This is how we do it.
Oh.
There we
That's
go.
How you know what? I didn't even think about that.
That's how we do
Just
it.
sled down.
It's not my first rodeo.
You know what, Chris O'Connell, I love that. That was fantastic, because I was thinking to myself, I don't know how he's going to get down that thing. You made it look easy, and it was. Oh my goodness gracious.
That's what we do.
Chris O'Connell for us, Fox 26 Philadelphia. I love it. Thank you so much, Chris, for that report. We really appreciate that. Let me take you out toward New Bedford, Massachusetts real quick, where obviously the only people that we want really on the roads are emergency vehicles like what you're seeing in front of you in Plymouth, Massachusetts, where again, in parts of Philadelphia, we've picked up 14.4 inches of snow. You can, of course, see the power crews doing everything they can to restore power. Literally in areas, we have hundreds of thousands of customers still without power because of our massive bomb cyclone nor'easter. We are back with so much more for you right here on Fox Weather. You're watching America's Weather Center.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet, with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to CopperFit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you on this Monday afternoon. Still following that nor'easter as it barrels away from New Jersey and just offshore from New England. It's pretty close right now to Nantucket, to Cape Cod. It's at its closest point. The winds continue to peel in off the Atlantic. So does the snow. I am in Neptune, New Jersey right now, and this snow won't stop. It's still coming down, if you can believe it. It's been a solid 24 hours of heavy snow. Now it's more like light to moderate, but it's still there. We've got one final band to clear right through New Jersey, northern Jersey, all the way down through Cape May, and then clear through Manhattan into Long Island before finally we'll start calling the all clear. But it hasn't happened yet. And some of the snowfall totals, they've been epic. 27 inches plus around Newark at the airport. You got into Manhattan, looking at Central Park, 19.7 inches of snow, the fifth biggest one ever. So, yeah, we're talking about a major league snowstorm that has legs and keeps on going. Now, the bulk of it is right around eastern Massachusetts, down through Rhode Island into Long Island. Let's go up there right now. Plymouth. How about that? We got Brandon Kopic, our exclusive storm chaser, and he's up there right now. Brandon, you've been driving around in this stuff, and you've been coming across some situations, huh?
Oh, yeah, it's been chaotic out here, Bob. I'm actually in my hotel room right now, but we don't have any power at the hotel, so came upstairs to grab a few things. It's absolute chaos out here. Thankfully, not too many people are out driving, but the city has hired, landscaping companies and places like that to try and help alleviate the overwhelming amount of snow there is to help with the plowing. And I'm seeing a lot of those trucks getting stuck as well. So it's pretty chaotic out here, to say the least. I can't even get into my hotel parking lot because there's power and utility trucks that got stuck on the road next to it, a plow that got stuck in the only entrance and exit, and now ambulance and fire is here, unsure why, but they can't get in.
Oh my goodness. And so my question for you here now is, Brandon, you just said that you were without power. How long have you been without power now?
Well, we haven't had power, I'd say probably since about 8 o'clock this morning. The hotel and most of the town of Plymouth is without power right now.
I'm looking at your pictures too that you had before. What was your visibility at the time? Was it bona fide blizzard-like conditions?
Oh, it's been nonstop blizzard. The whole reason, you guys know how I do things. Yeah. I like to stay out and about, but in the situation like this, honestly, it was the point at which I'm out here with a fellow chaser, Jaden Pappenheim. We're tag teaming it. That way we can help each other out if one of us has a problem. And I told him, I was like, all right, we need to stay within a couple mile proximity of the hotel because the roads are getting that bad. that plows are getting stuck. So I would rather not have to risk going too far, getting stuck, and, you know, being stranded and being another issue on the roadway.
Brandon, I'm looking at observation reports around Plymouth, and what I'm seeing is between like 18 to 24 inches of snow in and around Plymouth. What have you seen?
Oh, I'd say we definitely have at least a solid 2 feet here, but it's getting hard to measure, of course, with all the blowing snow, especially. I mean, I was out on a road that parallels the lake shore right, and there was 2 plows stuck and 3 cars stuck in between them, and the drifting was so strong that it was over top of the hood of a Chevy Suburban that had only been there 45 minutes.
Wow, man. Yeah, holy cow. Brandon, what's the plan for the rest of the day? I always have to ask you.
Well, right now I am going to head back out to the car, kind of continue to assess what we're going to do here. I did have a backup hotel that I booked for tonight that has a generator. So I've been trying to get a hold of someone over there to confirm it's still intact and everything. But we're probably going to be out here for at least the next couple hours. But it gets extremely difficult, I can say, because situations like this, you know, I've been out helping people most of the day, and even I had a point where I got stuck. After pushing 2 cars out of an intersection, I tried to pull straight through real fast because there was a firefighter EMT crew that had a patient, and me and the EMTs got out and pushed these cars out of the intersection, and they were like, "We've got a patient in the back." And I was like, "All right, let me blow through this light, and I'll get out of your way." So I went through the light and went onto an unplowed road and slid to the side of the road and was stuck there for a little bit. But thankfully, again, that's why I tag team these events with another chaser, because Jaden was able to come out and give me a small tug before I buried myself, and we were just out helping people again.
Brandon, you are a heart of gold. You always are. You always have preparedness with you, and you've got a partner or two. Good luck for the rest of the afternoon. We're going to check back in with you again a little bit later on, Brandon, but it's always good to talk to you. And again, great work up there. Your visuals always great.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. All right, Mike. Some live cameras out across the region, and you can see, I mean, just beating that windshield because the snow has not ended for them either. Snow's still going on across central Jersey. I'm in Monmouth County right now, still getting some snow. The live cameras, though, show the scene. People are still out on the road, but it's hard to keep up when the snow has been coming down so quickly in such a long period of time.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about Providence, Rhode Island, where it was literally 3 inches per hour. That's why you see from Braintree, Massachusetts, those snow-covered roads like that. Bob, interestingly enough, toward Plymouth, where we were just talking with Brandon Kopic, 24 degrees generally speaking, but the wind chill is only 7 degrees outside. So can you imagine, Bob, when you've just lost power? He said that he lost power this morning, so he's been without power for about, I guesstimated 6 to 7 hours. The wind chill is 7 degrees outside. There could be a problem.
Right, and if you look at the radar, that's where the heavy snow is coming down right now. So within that snow band, you're also getting the gusty winds, just like you said. But that band starts out there, blasts right south of Boston into Plymouth, and then gets down into Martha's Vineyard. So you're getting some heavy snow here, and you're right, those winds, they're still up there as that low skirts away from the region, but high pressure tries to build in. That bright white shaded area is the heaviest band of snow that we have. What would you say, Mike? You going for over 1 inch per hour in this point?
Absolutely. I think that they're still getting it. They're absolutely still feeling it right here, right along the coast. And you can see where, again, the brighter bands are toward Middleborough. And then you can see where New Bedford is. This is a region where, you know, Bob, we're saying that the system is going to wind down soon, but it is going to take some time right here before that really begins to wind down completely. Providence still seeing that snow, and so they're adding to their, 32-plus inches of snow. Bob, check out this imagery coming in from New Jersey and Rhode Island.
Oh, here we go. Rhode Island, yeah, this is some of the stuff that our viewers sent us in on the megaphone. If you do the old little scan, got the QR code that pops up, and you can send us your pictures. If you can't do it safely, that's what it looks like down here as well. The patio furniture, it looks like everybody put a white cap on the top of it, and that's it. You're not doing any patioing for the next 24 to 36 hours, man.
Not at all. You look at parts of Rhode Island, and again, they have picked up feet of snow in spots. Bob, I look at this and I think to myself, man, the weight that those branches are carrying, because this was it started as a really heavy, wet, dense snow. Watch out when you're walking underneath some of those tree branches.
Yeah, you're right. And when you have the winds that are gusting to still over 45 miles per hour in some of these spots, and you're causing these tree limbs to kind of snap and come down. And, of course, that's why we got the power outages. Look at the peak of the storm right there. Also from Rhode Island, they got blasted. Connecticut blasted. Eastern Long Island blasted. I mean, it came down pretty well. And that low-pressure region's beginning to fill a little bit. It's starting to weaken a touch. But even now, Michael, it is still a potent storm, and it's not over by really any stretch. Give it another 12 hours, and we're still going to be following this.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why, the blizzard warnings, especially up toward the northeast, you think about Boston, don't expire, Bob, until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. So because of that, although New York City public schools, it sounds like Mayor Mandani's ended up instituting a day of school tomorrow, up toward Boston area, watch out. I think that, there could be a couple, at least another day of a snow day in and around the area.
Yeah, I'm looking at that. That one video looked like a luge track that somebody carved out right there in their backyard. Beautiful stuff. Michael, it's always a pleasure doing the storms with you, my friend. You're back there in New York. I'm in New Jersey. I'm in Neptune. I'm in Monmouth County. We've got more live reports. We're going to be following the storm the entire afternoon. I think Ian Oliver's coming up at the top of the hour. He'll be taking us through the rest of the next 3 hours. But we've got live shots peppered all across the danger zone, and we're talking the I-95 from Jersey through New York, right on into New England. So stick it with us, everybody. We appreciate you being here. We're following Blizzard.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. When you call right now, you'll even save an additional $25. Just use the code SAVE25. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Muddy paws, dirty shoes, and endless cleaning? Are your floors always dirty no matter how many times you clean? Now there's a simple solution. Meet Muddy Mat, the ultra-absorbent microfiber chenille mat that keeps your dog's paws so clean, it's like they're wiping them at the door. Muddy Mat is designed with thousands of advanced ultra-soft microfibers that are 5 times more absorbent than ordinary doormats.
My floors have never been so clean. I mean, both Ruby and Blue came in covered in mud, and this anti-mud mat left their paws sparkling. They step across it just once and it completely makes their paws completely clean of mud. This is the best mat I've ever found, and we have tried many. There is still a sale going on. I wouldn't wait too long before they're gone.
Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code to claim your 70% off and your free Muddy Mat. What are you waiting for? Call or go to trymuddymat.com or scan the QR code and get your own Muddy Mat today.
Right now on Fox Weather, a historic storm for parts of the mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and New England. By all accounts, truly staggering snow totals, intense wind gusts, and widespread power outages from this generational East Coast blizzard. Tens of millions of Americans getting over a foot of snow driven by high winds. Nobody getting left out of this one along the I-95 corridor. Blizzard warnings continue for New York City and all of coastal New England. The storm knocking out power for more than 500,000 customers across the region, and those outages could last for days. The heavy and wet snow also weighing down not just power lines, but roofs and tree limbs. And even as the heaviest snow and the strongest winds slowly diminish from south to north, travel will continue to either be dangerous or impossible. Just got word from Massachusetts Governor Healy. There's a travel ban now out for southeastern Massachusetts. We'll talk about that. Thousands of flight cancellations. The national airspace system facing days of recovery. Let's get out into this record-breaking blizzard of 2026 right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. Crazy numbers out of this blizzard now. You look at Kingstown, Rhode Island, 35 inches of snow. They're coming up on 3 feet of snow. Providence, not far behind. This is the snowiest storm on record. The official records in Providence go back to the early 1900s. Yeah, this bested in Providence the blizzard of 1978, which is the storied storm for that region. The wind, too. You look at places like Nantucket, an 83-mile-per-hour gust. Wellfleet out at the beach, 77-mile-per-hour wind. So this is problematic, and we're not done with it just yet. You're starting to see some of that coverage of snow breaking up across the tri-state area. But look at coastal New England still getting smoked, not just with heavy snow, but those strong winds as that potent area of low pressure passed within 40 or 50 miles of the benchmark, which is the textbook overall setup to produce a gigantic snow on the I-95 corridor. Yeah, what you see is what you get. The results out of this one. Nantucket, this hour gusting to 62 miles per hour. You look at some of these buoys offshore. We've actually lost some of our sensors either to damage from the strong winds or power outages in some of these places. You look at P-Town, Plymouth isn't reporting anymore. These are the areas where we've got that travel ban in effect. Plymouth County, Bristol County, and out into Barnstable County. And the live radar shows we still have this heavy ban, these bright blues right over all those places. There's the Cape Cod Canal right there. So for Rhode Island, we mentioned Providence, this being the all-time snow. They're still adding to that. So a record and counting at this point, 32.8, but that was as of 1 p.m. Eastern time. We're 2 minutes after 3 o'clock. We'll have to see what this looks like when it's all said and done, likely somewhere up around 3 feet. The biggest snowstorm on record, besting, as I mentioned, there it is, the blizzard of 1978, which was 28.6. So yeah, this is a record-breaking storm by all accounts, and it's not done yet. Get a live look at the conditions in New Jersey as the state remains under dangerous blizzard conditions. We've got some of that snow blowing around. You can see the camera bouncing around, the wind out of the northwest, 24 miles per hour. Newark, Liberty International Airport recorded 27.1 inches of snow today, which is only 0.8 inches away from an all-time record, and the snow is still coming down. So we're making the all-time record nervous at that location, too. Let's bring in Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen, braving the storm from Neptune, New Jersey. Bob, this is generational type stuff that we're talking about here. I know your plan was originally to get out of New Jersey, right? And the storm said not so fast?
Yeah, that's a great way to put it, exactly. And it's that one band. It just won't stop snowing. It just won't stop. It's been doing this since yesterday at this time when I was talking to you. It's a solid 24 hours of snow, Ian. It's been just reshaping the grounds out here. None of the snow was on the ground when we first got here last night. Just want you to look at the size of the drifts. And they just hit this with a plow. Temperatures are about 32 or 33. So what's falling right now is not sticking and it's starting to melt, which is good news, but it's making it for packing snow. These drifts are all from the snowplow that just went by about a couple hours ago. So plenty of snow, like we said, about 10 miles over to my east. We've had so far 24 inches of snow. That was out there in Freehold, but that measurement was taken a while back. I think it's probably more like between 25 to 28 inches of snow out there. Either way, it's been over 2 feet of snow falling. And Governor Mikey Sherrill, the new governor of New Jersey, she did a press conference earlier today. Now, here's what she had to say about it.
This is not a typical snowstorm. It's nothing like we've seen for almost 30 years. The last time we had all 21 counties under a blizzard warning was 1990.
Yeah. 1996. I mean, unbelievable. So it's still coming down now. It's not quite done yet. That one major band is finally lifted up. It's moving on, but it has done the damage already. Now, I'm going to try to move back on up to North Jersey. We'll see what it looks like. The travel ban has, in fact, ended. So, Ian, some good news right there. You can travel on the roads in New Jersey, even though it's discouraged at this point because the snow is still coming down. At the rate this morning, this band that's over me right now, it's thinned out big time, but it was 2 to 4 inches of snow per hour, according to the National Weather Service at Mount Holly, New Jersey. That's epic. I haven't seen anything like that in New Jersey since, 30 years ago.
Right. So, Bob, as a New Englander, I say this with love and respect. I consider you and Jane my two authorities on New Jersey. Where do you put this on the list? It's got to be close to the top, if not at the top.
Yeah, for me, because I missed the one in 1996. I was already on my way out the door from Jersey. Yeah, this is the worst one I've ever seen. Yeah, no question about it. Blizzard-wise, when you're talking about blizzard warnings for all 21 counties at once, that's pretty epic. That's pretty amazing. This is the worst one I've ever felt in New Jersey as a not lifelong resident, but half my life.
Yeah, speaks to the magnitude and the extent, the scope, how big this storm was. Fox Weather's Bob Van Dillen live in Neptune, New Jersey. Bob, thank you. Safe travels, too.
Yeah. See you.
New York State also on high alert as we follow this generational storm. We've got blizzard and coastal flood warnings that remain in place into southern parts of New England. Those are going to go all the way into tomorrow morning. Power outages have been on the rise there. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel out braving the storm in Montauk, New York. Mike, great to see you again. It's been amazing to watch your reports. You and I spoke last night as this was just starting to get rolling, and that was some night you experienced.
Yeah, certainly it has changed. We spoke yesterday. The ground was bare and the wind was barely blowing, but now we've got wind still gusting over 40 miles an hour. The snow backed off for a while. Then we had the band come back over us. And right now we've got some light snow. Visibility is about a mile and a half. So we've improved dramatically from that point. But let me show you what it looked like. This is from basically about 3 a.m. until about 11 a.m. this morning, 10 to 11 a.m. this morning. Look how hard it is snowing and how fast it's going by horizontally. Sustained winds up to about 30 miles an hour. Some of this video over 50 miles an hour. The Montauk reporting at the airport didn't report after 7 a.m. I don't know if their equipment got frozen. There was a power outage. Power outages here in Suffolk County, about 1.3% of all customers. Been running around 7,000, 7,500. So not a huge power impact, but get the sense of all that snow coming down. And then the cleanup gets underway. Slowly but surely, the Bobcat out in the parking lot here trying to figure out where to put the snow. That's the issue. When you have this much snow, you just can't push it off to the side. We're not talking 3-4 inches. We're talking 2 to 3 feet of snowfall, or 2 to 2.5 feet of snowfall here. And as a result, he was picking it up and moving it and doing the best he could. But many of the roads here are still impassable because of the snow and the blowing snow, where you plow the road and then it drifts shut once again. I talked to one young couple. They were trying to get out of here, and I said, you should just wait till tomorrow. But I see they've cleaned off their car over here, and I guess they're going to make a run for it. But this is certainly not a good day to travel. You've got to have all-wheel drive. You got to take it easy and take it slow to get back, I guess, back towards the city. Airports, forget about it today. Tomorrow, about 1,800 flights canceled so far at the airports coast to coast. Most of those, obviously, in the Northeast, Ian. And as I've been mentioning, about 45 to 50% of all departures out of LaGuardia, Newark, JFK, and Logan and Boston have been canceled tomorrow. Most likely those flights the first half of the day. Yours truly hoping to get back to a lower latitude sometime tomorrow night, where it's
yeah. After two blizzards in less than a week's time, I think you've earned a lower latitude. So, Mike.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, we got to thaw you out.
You know.
There's time.
Yeah, exactly. Put me in the warmer.
Yeah.
Get rid of the buffet and just put me in a warmer.
I love it. Yeah, one of those things you can crack. They have you screw off the top and the flame comes out. You can put it under the warming tray. We need that for you.
Oh, the sterno.
Yes,
you mean the sterno?
Yes, we need that for Mike Seidel. And I heard you talking to BVD. Let's get you down to the Fox Weather Beach House. You have most certainly earned it. Mike, we'll see you again in a little bit. Thank you. A blizzard condition still pounding portions of Massachusetts. Major power outages there. Massachusetts is leading the way. Strong winds, coastal flooding are all major concerns. Visibility hovering around a quarter of a mile. And with a live picture right there from Plymouth, Massachusetts, from exclusive Fox Weather Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic, we can confirm that with the old eyeball test. Brandon joins us by phone. I know you can't see us, Brandon, but Dylan, right behind me in Weather Command, is from like 3 minutes where your camera is pointed. He's been watching your shot throughout the day today and just telling us all the places in town where you've been. New report just came in, he told me, 25 inches of snow in Plymouth.
Yeah, that doesn't shock me one bit. You can tell Dylan to take this snow back with him. It's been pretty remarkable out here, to say the least, though. I mean, this has to be one of the most extreme winter weather events I've covered. You know, it's not bad when you're chasing lake effect because it's like 10 miles wide. Sure, you might get 4 to 5 feet in a day or two, well, in 2 days, but, you know, you can get out of it by driving 10 miles south. This has just been nothing but chaos. The power's out everywhere, and that kind of creates a little bit of a social anxiety for everybody. Our hotel lobby is just going crazy right now. And, man, I can't tell you what an experience this has been. You know, we went out and helped a bunch of people today. We still plan to do so. I ended up needing help. Like, it was just a really chaotic day.
Wow.
And being awake since 3 a.m. is not doing me any favors.
No, this has been a long haul here, and I'm looking at the radar, Brandon, and I know you are too. That band above you is healthy, and it's kind of just pivoting overhead. And I've never considered that. You just said, there's no way out of a storm like this. You know, you can just drive straight in a lake effect snow band with your gear, at least, and get out of it. As we move forward through the next several hours and add to the snow in any significant way, how do you think the area is going to hold up to that?
Honestly, I'm not sure. It's already been pretty rough. You know, they're doing the best that they can with the resources that they have. A lot of people are taking heed of the warning, you know, staying home, and that's fantastic. But they've got plows out that are from landscaping companies trying to, you know, help out with the city's clearance of all these roadways. And we've seen plows stuck. We've seen cars stuck. I can't count the amount of vehicles I've seen stuck today. And you guys know me. I love going out to help people, but there's just been so many of them that are just lost causes that there's not even a hope for them, that I'm just like, hey, you want to ride somewhere? And if they want to ride, you give them a ride. If not, you know, the local PD is on it and is getting them a wrecker as fast as they can. But the problem is everything's getting so backed up that by the time you would go to help somebody, their vehicle is plowed in by snow taller than their vehicle.
Yep. And due southwest of you, you head down to the South Coast. That's where I'm from. My family group chat is lit up describing all the things that you just did. My parents, my aunts, my uncles, all talking about the Polaroids. They're pulling out from the blizzard of 78 as this one approaches, rivals, and exceeds that in many locations. Be safe out there. That's exclusive Storm Tracker Brandon Kopic. And Brandon, get some rest when this is all said and done. I know you've been working hard. Thank you.
Thank you.
And much more on this East Coast blizzard clobbering areas from New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware, all the way up through New England. We'll have much more when Fox Weather Now returns.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Air traffic coming to a straight-up standstill across much of the Northeast as this powerful blizzard brings heavy snow and strong winds across the region. You're looking at some of the numbers. This is through tomorrow, the amount of canceled flights approaching 11,000 flights canceled and just about that many delayed. So to call this disruptive isn't doing enough. This is shutting things down. When you look at the misery map, all of the 3 New York City metro area airports, Logan up in Boston, the misery meter cranked. I mean, you look at LaGuardia, it's all the way over. I'm not sure that we've seen that outside of maybe a time or two in the history of Fox Weather over the past 5 years or so. So this is disruption on an entirely different level. these are the cancellations for the next couple of days. And we show you this to get into the cascading impacts of a storm like this. It's Tuesday, Wednesday, so weather conditions will be improving as we move into the day tomorrow considerably, but you still see the canceled flights in 4 figures. The entire national airspace system, because of the ripple effects across the country from the Northeast, it's going to take days to recover from this. I'd be surprised if we're fully rolling again before the end of this work week. And then you consider what's happening on the ground. Massachusetts leading the way. Governor Healy in Massachusetts issuing that travel ban for Plymouth, Bristol County, and Massachusetts, and out to Barnstable County, too. Almost 300,000 customers without power in Massachusetts, and then down the coastline, all the areas that were beat up, not just by the big snow totals, but all that wind. In total, it's more than 600,000 customers across the region. And the Big Apple continues to brave this historic storm, blasting the city with a very dangerous snow and wind, as we've been tracking some blizzard conditions across the area. We've been seeing all of it today. Those roads, though, I gotta let's get out into this and talk about it. Joining us now from the ground is Fox Weather meteorologist Nick Koser. Nick, LaGuardia, more than 22 inches of snow. I was looking at the streets, and I gotta say, the city's doing a pretty good job with this one. What are you seeing out there?
You know what? I was going to say the same exact thing, Ian. I'm down here live in Times Square, just a few blocks that way behind me. They measured 19.7 inches of snow, and that's a top 10 snowfall of all time in Central Park. Actually, right now, it's at number 9 on that list. And there's still some snow coming down, but if you see the sidewalk right over here, just off to my left, it's totally bare. Everybody's walking. It's just a little bit of wetness, and that's it. And so I would agree the city's done a great job clearing and plowing everything. I think the residents have done a great job of staying off the roads. In fact, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani had this to say in a press conference earlier today.
DSNY has employed 575 emergency snow shovelers across our city last night, with more than 800 shovelers on the morning shift today. Despite the active blizzard, they were able to clear over 1,600 crosswalks, 419 fire hydrants, and almost 900 bus stops overnight. And that does not include what they have cleared since this morning. Amidst this, DSNY has been hard at work to expand their supervision capacity for the snow shoveler program. And as of today, they can now deploy 1,800 New Yorkers per shift.
There you have it. There's the secret sauce. That's why things look so good out here. And the areas that aren't plowed, Ian, at least here in Times Square, covered in snowmen, because this is a nice packing snow. There's a couple snowmen, actually a family of 3 right behind me. Probably would be tough to see. Everything's camouflaged in the snow here if it's all white. You've got this little guy right here, but the showstopper, Ian, the biggest snowman that I've seen out here in Times Square, stands about 6'4". Sorry guys, I don't want to ruin your picture here. I'll go behind the snowman. I want to interview the guy that actually made the snowman. Jacob, right here. Yep. My friend, how does it feel to be the creator of the most popular photo op in town?
I couldn't be more honored to be out here in the middle of the snow and watching everybody come and take pictures. So it's a great opportunity.
People are actually lining up for this thing. I got to tell you, this is a big snowman. It's probably, 6'4", this base. How long did it take you to work on the base?
Just the base itself, I would say about an hour. And then it took me about 45 minutes just to get that second part onto the base itself. So.
Now listen, I gotta point this out. Earlier, there was a bird sitting on here. I thought it was a carrot nose. That's a kebab. You use the kebab for the nose. Walk me through your artistic process there.
Yeah, so the inspiration really came just from, the landscape here, and there's a local vendor about 2 seconds away. So I went and found a shish kebab.
I mean, not to be overlooked are the aluminum foil ball eyes and the coffee cup. I mean, one of a kind right here. This is some fine work, my friend.
Thank you. Yeah, I would say it's a one of a kind.
It's your Jackson Pollock. Yeah. Well,
exactly.
Take it easy. Thanks for chatting with us. And are you going to make any more snowmen, or are you going to go home and just rest?
I'm gonna rest for the rest of the day. I think I might come back out here tomorrow and try to one up this one.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Jake, appreciate your time, my friend. Yeah. And Ian, by the way, real quick, I do want to mention this. We're on Broadway. Broadway's dark for the second night in a row. So yesterday, the matinees ran, but they shut it down at 6, and they went dark again for tonight. You never know. You gotta keep your head on a swivel. There's snowball fights everywhere out here, Ian. You never know when you're gonna hit with some friendly fire.
Nick, February the 23rd. Snowman with a kebab nose. I don't think I'm going to see something I love more on our air in 2026. Straight up.
It's the most New York thing in the best way.
Because it's Times Square, though, do you have to grease that snowman like $5 if you take a selfie with it?
Yeah, he quickly learned a thing or two from Mickey and Minnie Mouse. They corrupted him already, you know?
Yeah, that snowman has a QR code on the bottom. You have to take a picture, slide a couple bucks over. Nick, we'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you. And those blizzard conditions pounding parts of New Jersey and points off to the north and east. It's a live picture from Eatontown. 35 degrees, feels like it's 23. The wind is still up, even as, looking at the radar here, the strongest snow band just starting to pull off the shore at this point, but the wind is still up. Farmingdale and Long Branch still reporting some snow. So let's get out that way. Monmouth County has already reported 2 feet of snow. Newark recording its second highest snow total on record, and they're still adding to it. They're awfully close to this being the all-timer there. 116,000 customers without power across the Garden State. Let's head down to Long Branch, New Jersey. That's where we find Fox Weather's Katie Byrne live on the scene there. Katie, you've seen every aspect of this, every chapter of the storm, and you've got some history in that area. I guess it doesn't really matter how much history you have. Most folks have never seen anything like this.
They're going to remember this one, Ian. I mean, here in Long Branch, we're right on the water, and we've got snow coming down on us still. That heavy band of snow lasted quite a while. It kind of slowed down, and it stuck around, bringing us heavy snow for a number of hours. That's all on top of just the regular snow we've been getting for almost 24 hours at this point. But like you mentioned, this is already one of the biggest snowstorms in the state. And then when you look at some locations, by the time we're all said and done with these final measurements, it could be the biggest for some. But as you can see, the snow is still coming down. So we don't have that final measurement just yet. Here at Long Branch, we've got the occasional folks out and about on the boardwalk. It looks like there's a couple behind me. They've got a little mug in their hand. I met a couple people yesterday with their spiked hot chocolates. Nobody's got work, of course, because of the conditions out here. So people have been occasionally coming out trying to see what it's like, maybe going for a walk with the dog. And now I'm starting to see a lot more people, I think, now that the snow, that heavy band has kind of moved out and tapered off for us. But we did get the chance to take a drive around the area. We actually went to Eatontown. That's the nearest place you can find somewhere open to eat right now. Everything's shut down in Long Branch. So we hit up a Wawa and got a sandwich, but on the way there we saw downed power lines. We saw more than a few cars stranded in the snow. We saw dozens of people digging out. I mean, I wish we had a drone so I could show you the streets lined with people shoveling snow. And of course, we're going to be talking to those folks throughout the day, because it's not only going to be today dealing with the cleanup, but likely tomorrow too. Monmouth County Sheriff's Office. Good morning or afternoon, guys. Oh, come on over. Come talk to us. We're live right now. Okay, a Diet Coke. So this is G-rated. We love to see it. You guys are out and about. You got your ski goggles on?
Yeah, it helps with just walking around. We're just trying to be able to find our spot on the beach for the summer. You know, we're just preparing.
Marking our territory real quick.
Well, today you'll have it all to yourself.
Yes. We're just trying to move our legs a little bit. We were locked up for the last 48 hours, but they've been doing a great job cleaning the roads and everything. So really great job. I think everyone should stay off the roads until tomorrow morning so that they could clear it, and your emergencies aren't as much as everyone else's emergencies.
Great points. Thank you so much. You're so right. Those crews have been out.
Keep Fox News.
All right.
Thank you. DJT.
DJT. We love it. Have a good one. Stay safe out there. As they were talking to us, a truck actually just passed with all of the snow that they're hauling out of here. So not only are they plowing it, but they're hauling it offsite because there's just so much to clear, you guys.
Yeah, got to put it somewhere, and the best spot is somewhere else because of the amount of snow that we're seeing across the region. Katie Byrne, thank you. Everybody at home has been doing an awesome job of showing us these immense snow totals. What do we got here? This is Wall, New Jersey. Caroline sent that in. Yeah, I mean, a lot of patios, tens of thousands across the region look exactly like that. Westerly, Rhode Island. Stephen shared this one with us. Wow, that's even deeper. We know Rhode Island has gotten some of the absolute worst of this. That's where we've seen the top snow totals. And with those drifts, that's about as high as the railing. Remember, if you have a photo or a video you'd like to share with us, you can simply scan the QR code on the screen, tap into the Share It tab, or just head on over to foxweather.com/connect. You can upload it there. More Fox Weather when we come right back.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. As we continue to track this historic blizzard of 2026, at a bunch of vantage points for you. Providence, where we're going to go in just a moment. This is now the all-time storm, the biggest snow on record. Plymouth, Massachusetts, that's Brandon's shot. They've gotten pummeled. Out in New York City, where we're at a top 10 snow on record, which those go back into the 1800s. And another place with very old records in Boston, they're still adding to their snow totals. And the latest update from Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee. The state is dealing with over 40,000 power outages today, and things are far from over. Now we're headed to Providence. The city reported an all-time record snow, as I mentioned, 32.8 inches of snow and counting. Just crazy numbers. That broke the most notorious storm across the region, the blizzard of 1978, now bested by the blizzard of 2026. So let's head to Providence. There we find Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red. Asher, you've been braving the storm. I've been watching your reports, man. Just wild that we've seen snow up to about your hip. I know you're Nashville-based. Were you prepared to see feet of snow, an all-time snow in a major Northeast city?
No, totally not. I actually didn't know there was a ski shop in Nashville until I had to buy the equipment to get here. And I'll tell you, it was really hard to get where I'm standing right now. This is a spot that was not plowed. And you can see it's up to, I'd say that's my mid-thigh right there. I'm gonna try to get out of this just to show you a little bit more of what we're looking at. This is a road right here. Plows have been coming through here, and if you look far enough down that way, you'll see why the reason why we have these travel bans in place. Someone's stuck down there. This car came through about, I don't know, 3 minutes ago or so, and now they're trying to shovel themselves out. And there's another one right over here to the right of the camera. And we've got plows that have been out here. They weren't supposed to plow unless it was 2 inches or more of snowfall per hour. They weren't supposed to plow because the visibility just wasn't there. And now they started to kind of get out and plowing, and we even saw a plow truck coming through here not long ago that also got stuck. And we even have to keep wiping the lens off the camera because the snow, even though it's not as windy as it was, it's still coming down really kind of like a snow globe. You know, every once in a while we'll get a gust of wind that just comes through here and just about knocks you off your feet. But this is a road, and where I was standing earlier, I'm pretty sure was a sidewalk, but don't quote me on that. But right now, we're talking 42,000 people without power, and there are power trucks right over here on the other side of the camera. There are power trucks lined up at this hotel, just ready to go. They're gonna get a call from a utility company, hopefully soon after this storm starts to blow through here, and once it starts to die down a little bit, we'll get some of these crews that are starting to go out there, restore power. There's 106 linemen staying at this one hotel alone, and there's crews just like that scattered across other hotels in this area. So they are ready to go. The state has 200 snowplows at the ready, an additional 300 vendors that are on call. Looks like this car is still spinning its tires. They almost got going there. I was gonna hopefully show you guys, but yeah, this is what we're dealing with. I mean, these travel bans are in place so people don't get stuck and they stay safe. And of course, this is what happens when you're not equipped for it. If you're going to be driving in this, state officials are telling people, you know, get the snow off your car so you don't cause a bigger accident. And Ian, this is definitely, the storm of a decade for people here. I've been hearing from people inside the hotel who are trying to just ride out the storm in case they lost power. And they're saying they haven't seen anything like this. And of course, a few hours ago, we figured out this was indeed a record-breaking storm. So definitely something people are going to remember for quite a while now. And as you can see, snow is going to keep accumulating because it's still falling pretty consistently. Not as hard as it was earlier, but still consistently, Ian.
Yeah, Asher, as you're approaching 3 feet of snow, it's just incredible. My family, maybe 7 or 8 towns over from you off to the east, my uncle saying he can't even see his truck for all the reasons that you were talking about. And he said that's a problem for either later this evening or tomorrow, because as that snow is still falling, it's an exercise in futility, it feels like. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red live in Providence. Thank you. Let's move up the way, off to the north and east, as this blizzard has hit Boston hard, too. 27 degrees. They're under a snow emergency and a parking ban due to the dangerous conditions. Still inches of snow to come. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We've seen gusts right to that mark. In fact, just a touch higher than that throughout the day. Thousands across the state dealing with power outages. Massachusetts is still leading the way. Let's check in with Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, who's live in Boston. Brandy, what has the day been like? I just saw gusting this past hour in Boston, almost 40 miles per hour. And you look at these numbers, the top snow reports, they're up over 2.5 feet.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll tell you one thing. I woke up this morning around 9 a.m. I didn't have to do the morning shift. Melanie handled that for us, held it down in Boston. But when I woke up, I looked out of the window and I thought it was covered in snow because the visibility was so low. Once I walked up to the window, I could see how strong the wind was, and it was just really just blowing that snow around. Boston, among 20 different sites across the East Coast that did confirm blizzard conditions at some point during this storm. Things have calmed down quite a bit, but as you can see, it's still windy. We still have snow. So far, 14 inches reported at the airport, but we have more to come as it has not stopped yet. But look, it's just snow. It's just snow here in Boston, and it's been snowing since January. They've had several snow events, so this is just snow on top of snow. So I'm going to introduce you guys to some of the locals. Summer and Mokesh. I'm so bad with names, guys. I was like, I'm probably going to mess it up, guys. Okay. I spotted y'all over there, and I'm like, they look like they're having fun. You were sliding down the railing. What are you thinking about yet another snowstorm, this one being a blizzard?
Might as well make it fun. Like, we're just inside cozy anyways, so we wanted to get out, see how bad it actually was, and get some air.
Yeah, some fresh air. What were you thinking when you actually got out and saw the conditions?
Like, it's not as cold outside as people think. You got to get out here, have some fun, you know. Like Summer said, make it worth something.
You're right. It's not as cold because we were kind of like around freezing. I haven't checked the temperature in the past couple of hours. Let's see really quick, because that's true. The temperatures are bearable, but it's when the wind hits you, right? When it's like, okay, it's 28 degrees right now, but the feels like it's 14 because of the wind. Were you surprised at all to see how strong the wind was, how bad the visibility is? I mean, you can barely see, too far over the water.
Yeah, no, I think it's crazy. The last storm, there wasn't like snow everywhere the way there is now, so it makes it feel a lot more intense.
It is. Okay, and then last question for you guys. This isn't the first snowfall event. I don't think y'all are disappointed to see more snow. Some people were like, we're over it. How are y'all feeling?
I think it looks pretty every time, There's a lot of bad parts about winter, but this is one of the good ones, so I just try to enjoy it. I think both of us.
All right. Thank you, guys. Y'all continue to enjoy it, okay? All right. Y'all too. Okay, there you have it. So they're enjoying it, but I've met several people who say, you know what, we're ready for spring, but we got to melt all of this. We have weeks of snowstorms on the ground. Back to you.
Yeah, and it's not like it's been a single one. Brandy, you said that. Dylan and I just crunching some numbers. You're now, if there's a little bit more snow in the forecast, I know folks don't want to hear that. If you didn't see another snowflake in Boston, you'd be 10 inches above the yearly average. Snowiest winter there in more than a decade. So if folks are like, wow, we're good now, we can move on to... We're on to spring, as Bill Belichick would say. We could be on to spring. Brandy, we'll see you again in a little bit. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Brandy was just talking to those folks saying that they felt stuck at home. Millions across the Northeast have been in that same position. Road travel bans, blizzard warnings that are still up as this intense storm finds its way farther off to the north and east. We've seen feet of snow. That's up into the North Shore. That was Gloucester. Look at some of these top totals. Warwick, Rhode Island. So Warwick is where TF Green is, TF Green International Airport outside of Providence. 36.2 inches. That's the first and only spot, right? First and only spot that's up over 3 feet, 36.2. Kingstown, Rhode Island isn't far behind. Neither is Providence. We've been up at this mark for a couple hours now. We're going to need an updated snow total. It'll be very interesting to see with Providence already at their biggest storm on record. That's going back to the early 1900s. I think it was about 1905, 1906, the reliable weather records for Providence. And you're still adding to this. There's the potent area of low pressure, and you see how this storm just exploded in intensity. If you were with us yesterday, we were watching the early stages of that. Storm ended up dropping about 40 millibars in 24 hours' time. That's explosive bombogenesis, and the snow is not done yet, especially right there across coastal New England, all of Rhode Island, eastern Massachusetts, and up into Maine. Coming up next on Fox Weather Now, this historic East Coast blizzard still slamming areas in the mid-Atlantic and New England. The strong winds, big-time snow rates persisting in spots. Blizzard conditions confirmed in multiple locations, including Boston, Newark. We got more Fox weather coming up. Much more of this story still to tell. Look at that live picture. Scenes like that. That's from Brandon Kopic. Looks like somebody is stuck there in Plymouth. He mentioned the power outages there widespread. Looks like he's out of the car. He's trying to help those folks out. We're going to be checking in with him as we move throughout the afternoon as well. More Fox weather coming up.
Fox Weather has you covered for every type of severe weather. Hurricanes, severe storms, blizzards, flash flooding, and everything in between. Electrical hazards can linger for days after a storm, and those hazards include the risk of fires breaking out in your home. So what can you do to help keep your family safe from that risk? Well, let's ask Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs. Bob, good to have you here with us today.
Nick, it's great to be here. Thank you.
So listen, how big of a risk are electrical fires when storms hit?
Well, I mean, electrical fires overall, there's 50,000 electrical fires in the U.S. every year. It's one every 10 minutes. And certainly severe weather, we know, wreaks havoc on the grid, right? So power surges, power outages, they can create risk and safety issues in your home and in the community.
One every 10 minutes is terrifying.
Yeah.
And you're not just the co-founder. You have a heartstring tied into this company because this impacted your sister-in-law not too long ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sister-in-law's house burned down several years ago from an electrical fire. Terrible fire. They lost a pet. Just devastating. They lost everything. And I'm a technologist and engineer, and I challenged our team. I said, why can't we come up with a product that would actually prevent these terrible fires that impact so many homes? And we came up with a product called Ting. I mean, so it is literally a simple plug, a super smart plug. You plug it in, you connect it to Wi-Fi, and one single sensor monitors all the wiring in your home. We detect the problems, the arcing, the loose connections, the damaged wires that would cause fires, and we prevent 80% of electrical fires.
So had your sister-in-law had Ting, she would have been okay.
We would have prevented the fire. I mean, every time, so 20,000 times now, 20,000 homes and families, we've detected problems that would otherwise cause an electrical fire, and we've prevented those fires. So that's what we're passionate about. We are passionate about protecting our customers, their families, their homes, and, you know, preventing fires and literally saving lives.
So I see that you brought this in, and this is a result of an electrical malfunction.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all about prevention, right? I mean, so you think about it. I mean, Ting is the most innovative product for fire safety since the smoke detector. I mean, the smoke detector is always required, doesn't replace that. But a smoke detector only tells you that you have a fire after it started. Ting detects the problem before it starts. So our objective and what we do every day is prevent the fire.
Ting not only prevents fires, but it also monitors power outages, yeah?
Yeah, so part of, you know, when you have Ting in your home, you get a notification instantaneously. If power is out, you have a power surge, even if you're not home, right? So, you know, the network of Ting, when you have Ting in your home, we have 1 million Ting sensors, you become part of the network, and we monitor the utility grid, right? So when you've got severe weather, as you all deal with every time, you know, it is so critical that we inform communities and we provide data to first responders and police and fire so that they know which communities have power so that they can, you know, you get to the recovery.
Unbelievable. This is something everybody that owns a home needs or rents an apartment or what have you. Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs, thank you so much for being here. To learn more about how to help protect your home, visit tingfire.com or scan the QR code on your screen to help keep your family and your home safe.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet with built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just
just been amazing for me.
And now, CopperFit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. CopperFit compression plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore blue infrared fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to CopperFit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
I have a structured settlement and I need cash now. Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth, 877 cash now.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. We've got several more hours to go before we can officially shake the bulk of this snow, at least in coastal New England. The cancellations, though, are still stacking up. Now more than 11,000 flights have been canceled through tomorrow. So that number is a combination from yesterday, Sunday through Tuesday, 11,000 flight canceled. And this is how, that's what that does to the misery map across the Northeast. LaGuardia all the way cranked. Boston Logan International almost there. Same story for Newark and JFK. And relatively speaking, lesser issues for places like Baltimore and down into Reagan. But you notice that, yeah, those are still cranked, maybe a third, half of the way up. Big time numbers across the entire region. This is for the next 2 days, so it doesn't include any of the flights canceled today or yesterday. JFK, LaGuardia, Newark, all up into 4 figures. More than 1,000 flights canceled at each of those airports. And the same can be said for Boston Logan. So it's going to take days for the whole national airspace system to get back on track. We were talking about this yesterday evening. You've got aircraft, planes, crews, all out of position, not where they need to be to keep everything operating the way it typically would. And when one piece is out of place, you start getting cascading issues. 600,000 plus customers without power, mostly coastal areas from the Delmarva all the way up into New England. Unfortunately, it's Massachusetts leading the way, almost 300,000 customers. The worst makes perfect sense. Cape Cod Canal and points east. That's Barnstable County, 83% of customers without power. Hey, coastal Jersey has been one of the hardest hit spots as this historic blizzard rages through the Northeast. Flooding threats, outages, power across the state. Not anymore, but the whole state of New Jersey was included in a blizzard warning. It's the first time in 30 years that's been the case. And who knows the Jersey forecast better Then Jersey's nor'easter Nick Pittman. He joins us now from Glassboro, New Jersey. Nick, great to have you back with us because we had the opportunity to speak with you yesterday evening, right? This was just getting rolling,
Yes.
and we could see in your eyes that you were excited to see the fury of this storm. How would you grade it? What was the experience like over the last 24 hours?
So leaving Atlantic City, driving back to where we live in Washington Township, on a good day is about 50 minutes. It took us nearly 2 hours to get home, and we're gripping the wheel. But it was intoxicating. It was mesmerizing, just riding through the snow, seeing it all hit the windshield and the winds picking up. You know, call me crazy. I love every aspect of it. But I'm sitting there looking at the mesoanalysis and watching that pressure drop, and we knew that it was just going to bomb out. So I was up until 12 or 1 o'clock in the morning watching the bands of snow form, the mesoscale bands, that the Long Island sound effect kicked in. It was just absolutely incredible. The best I could compare this to was the Boxing Day blizzard of 2010. Now, of course, we got a little bit more snow back then, but I think this was every bit as intense. The winds were wild, 63-mile-an-hour wind. Recorded at the airport in Egg Harbor Township at the Atlantic City International Airport. We had wind gusts up and down the coast, 55 to 60 miles an hour. Now, luckily, that wind did manage to shift to the north-northeast and then the north, which actually pushed that water back out to sea. So our tide levels were about a foot lower than they were anticipated. So, you know, we never joke around or play with the flooding aspect because we know what the power of the water is. Growing up on a barrier island, I always err on the side of caution. So we're glad that that part of the forecast didn't come together, but everything else pretty much it did. And from a snowfall perspective, I'm about 15 minutes from my house. I'm located to the south and west. There was a very sharp cutoff, all right? Eastern Pennsylvania got 5 to 10 inches of snow. I got 18 at my home. I'm standing at about 7 inches right now, and it is very compact. This is snowman snow. This is snowball snow. It's great. However, the branches are being weighed down. For every inch of wet accumulated snow, you add about 10 to 20 pounds of weight. And that is why we are looking at the issues with the power outages. And we'll probably continue with those issues as we go into the afternoon and evening hours.
Such a big job to get the power restored to all those places. And as you said, getting to some of them with the snow totals we saw isn't going to be an easy thing. So it's been great to chat with you through this. That's Nor'easter Nick Pittman,
Likewise.
CEO and president of Norcast Media Group. Glad you made it home safe, and what a storm this was. Blizzard of 2026.
Yes, absolutely. We'll see you next storm.
Sounds good. And I should say places in southern New England still getting pummeled by this powerful storm. We're with you through it and beyond it. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Don't forget, you can download the Fox Weather app. Easy way to stay up to date with the latest information. You can check out our live blog.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
You seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn. Even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income, it's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour workdays.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Right now on Fox Weather, a historic storm for parts of the Mid-Atlantic, Northeast, and New England. By all accounts, staggering snow totals, intense wind gusts, and widespread power outages. This is a generational East Coast blizzard. Tens of millions of Americans getting over a foot of snow driven by high winds. Nobody was left out of this one along the I-95 corridor. Blizzard warnings continue for New York City and all of coastal New England. Up into New England they go until tomorrow morning. The storm knocking out power for more than 500,000 customers across the region, and those outages could last for days. The heavy snow also weighing down not just the power lines, but roofs and tree limbs. And even as some of the heaviest snow and the strongest winds diminish from south to north, that'll be as we move into the latter part of this evening, travel will continue to be either dangerous or impossible. Thousands of flight cancellations, the national airspace system facing days of recovery. Let's get out into this. The record-breaking blizzard of 2026 right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. in the West. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. That is the blizzard of 2026, a storm that just exploded in intensity late evening through the overnight hours. It's put down, which we can comfortably say, generational numbers. The snow produced by this storm up into the Providence area, Providence, Warwick. We're up over 3 feet of snow. For the city of Providence, this goes down as the biggest snowstorm on record. Wild to say that. Those records go back to almost 1900 for Providence. So the storm continues to find its way farther off to the north and east. You saw some of these mega wind gusts, and the snow continues. Rhode Island, we're still adding to those all-time numbers. Coastal parts of Massachusetts, Cape Cod, and the islands. Nantucket, we saw some of those brutal wind gusts. And with the proximity to that area of low pressure, we're not done with the wind just yet. New York State is on high alert as we continue to follow this historic storm. Blizzard and coastal flood warnings, those remain in place as the life-threatening conditions will persist. Power outages, those have been up there, over 15,000 so far. Fox Weather storm specialist Mike Seidel, he's braving the storm from Montauk, New York. Mike, it's some function which I know very well. When you're on the tip of a peninsula and sticking out closer to the center of a generationally intense storm, you hang on to those conditions a little bit longer. That appears, though, I mean, what a stunning view. You haven't been able to enjoy that at all.
No, not until recently. In fact, this is the first shot where we've had this kind of visibility, which is 5 miles plus for the first time since about 5 p.m. yesterday when the snow started falling. This is Block Island Harbor looking off to the north and northwest. The winds are now from the north as the storm has gone past us, but they're still pretty frisky, gusting over 30 miles an hour. And even tomorrow, there's going to be a pretty chilly breeze, about 10, 15, maybe 18 miles an hour. The difference tomorrow is it isn't going to snow and the sun's going to be out. And we have that sun angle now. We're more than 2 months past the winter solstice. So the sun right now here, the third week of February, is more like the 20th of, well, actually, before that, it's more like the middle of October. So you know how warm the sun can be in October. Just to put it in perspective, that's going to help the melting process on anything that gets hit by the sun. Now, granted, we've got 2 to 3 feet of snow out here, and that's going to take a while. Even though temperatures are going to be above freezing starting Wednesday, they're only going to be up between about 35 and 40 into the weekend. But that's better, a lot better, Ian, than what we had last month when we went into the deep freeze and nothing, literally nothing melted except maybe on the sunny side of the street for a couple of hours of the day. So we're looking forward to the sunshine tomorrow, digging out, cleaning up the roads, the major roads plowed and salted. Will be fine by tomorrow afternoon because the sun will do its job this time of the year. Airline travel, as you mentioned, still in disarray. Tomorrow, still adding up the flight cancellations. Over 1,800 flights are canceled tomorrow, and a lot of those are in the Northeast. In fact, 45 to 50% of all departures from LaGuardia, JFK, and Newark and Boston's Logan Airport have been canceled for tomorrow. So it's going to be a slow process getting things ramped up back at the airports, but certainly travel by highway will be much better by midday tomorrow. These winds, though, are still rude, and the wind chill now running in the upper teens. Temperatures tonight, by the way, won't go very far, down maybe about 28, 29 degrees, about where they are now, just a few degrees dropping down as the skies start to clear later on tonight. Ian?
Yeah, Mike, just incredible. And folks are looking forward to just that after what we just went through. Generational storm across the region and one that isn't quite done just yet. Mike, we'll see you again in a little bit. Thank you.
Rhode Island woke up to a different landscape this morning, and there's heavy snow, there's heavy winds, strong winds, whiteout conditions. Those conditions are dangerous, and we want to continue to echo and support the idea that we want to be off the roads.
That's a good idea right there. That was the latest update from Rhode Island Governor Daniel McKee. The state is dealing with over 40,000 power outages today, and things are far from over. This is one of the places where we're still adding to the snow totals, which is crazy to say when you consider that Providence, the capital, reported an all-time record snow today, 32.8 inches. So let's head there. It's where we find Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red. He's got the latest from the ground. Asher, I mean, we're going through some of these totals. There you are, these big snow piles. The 32.8, that's at TF Green International. That's technically in Warwick, which isn't far at all from you. But you go to the southern tip of Warwick, to the coast, 36.1. It's the only place so far that's above 3 feet of snow storm total. Crazy.
Yeah, it really is, Ian. And look, I actually managed to find a sidewalk. It was recently plowed, thankfully. But yeah, I mean, this is the first time we've seen something like this. But just walking slightly off the sidewalk as we let this car go by right in front of us here, this is knee deep, I would say. And this is just right off a sidewalk walking towards the road. Now, I will say, this road right here, we've seen, just since we've been standing here the past 30 minutes or so, we have seen maybe half a dozen cars come through here, some of them even getting stuck. We've got a guy with a nice truck coming through right now, and even though they've got a big truck, sometimes they're not gonna fare well in this snow, especially if you can't drive in it, which is what we've seen a lot of people, they just don't know how to get unstuck. So we've got this truck coming through right here, some snow plows even coming through the area, and just down the way, recently, right before this live shot started, another car I see got stuck and is getting pulled out by another truck. So definitely shouldn't be driving right now. This is a road, believe it or not, and it is covered in, let's see how deep this is right here. It's covered maybe 6 inches of snow in some spots, so definitely not safe to be driving on. And then under this, we've noticed there's it's tightly packed snow, and it's pretty slick to even walk on. Just imagine driving on that with tires that aren't built for snow, of course. And here we are going over the median. Now, it's important to know there's 42,000 power outages at least in all of Rhode Island. Power trucks are on standby. Crews are just now starting to plow these roads. There were 200 plows that the state had at the ready, 300 additional vendors. And what they're doing right now is they're using mainly the larger snow plows, because we've seen some of the smaller ones come through roads like this. They've even gotten stuck. We saw a snowplow get stuck right back here not long ago, right next to another car, and it had to back out and go back from where it came from. And we're still getting some of this snow accumulating. And as you can see, it's still coming down, not as hard as it was earlier, not as windy as it was earlier, but it's still coming down consistently. And it's just adding to the more than 33 inches of snow that some parts of Providence got. At its highest, parts of Providence even got about 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I remember standing out in that just a few hours ago, and here we are, more of these snowplows coming through, trying to get the roads cleared. These guys got into work at 2 p.m. yesterday, and they have not left work, and they're planning to stay. The governor says they will be working and clearing the roads until every road is cleared and safe to drive on. Just imagine that, the shift that these guys are working, they are really trying to get this under control before it gets too late in the day and people would really need to start getting out and going places. And lastly, I want to add, there's power crews just lined up in hotel parking lots like the one you're seeing here. And they are ready to go at a moment's notice. They're waiting on the utility companies to give them a call saying, hey, we need some help. We need to get power restored to some folks here in the Providence area, Ian.
Yeah, Asher, I know some folks across the region, we're hoping for an actual winter. It's been rough over the past few years, but I don't think anybody was expecting to see an all-time storm after what's gone on in recent memory. So this is something, no question. A Fox News multimedia reporter, Asher Red, live in Providence. We'll check back with you in a bit. Thank you. We've got travel bans in multiple places across the region. There's Fall River. This is just on the Fall River side of the Braga Bridge before you go under city offices right there. 26 degrees. It's still blowing out of the north, 22 miles per hour. And you look at the overall conditions. These are all places where we've had a confirmed blizzard. Boston's in the mix, Worcester, Hyannis, Groton, Connecticut, New Haven, all the way back to Teterboro. All of these places that you see one of those icons, meaning that visibility was reduced down to a quarter of a mile or less for at least 3 hours in a row, with winds frequently gusting up to around 35 miles per hour, which was not a problem at all in many of these places. We've got blizzard warnings that continue. That's especially the case farther east and all the way up to the north into down East Maine, where those are going to run all the way into tomorrow morning. The radar shows you why, our future radar, that potent area of low pressure finding its way off to the north and east. The snow finally starts to pull off. This is 2 a.m. or into the overnight hours. Most of the snow is done, most but not all of it. We could see in spots 1 to 3 inches of additional snow with some locally higher amounts, especially in down East Maine. Just know that as this snow wraps up, it isn't quite as wet as it was, and it'll be more prone to blow around as the winds stay up. So some ground blizzard conditions, the concern there. And these temperatures are cooling down. That's part of the reason why the consistency of the snow is changing. Just 26 right now, Boston and Manchester, 23 in Portland. You get the maritime influence out on Nantucket, 30 degrees, but they gusted up to 71 miles per hour. They're taking a hard hit from this nor'easter. And you look at this band right there. So as we pivot down, there's Fall River, where we were just looking at moments ago, across Plymouth, where you can see a live picture from Brandon Kopick's camera right below me. There's TF Green International Airport, that all-time record, up to almost 33 inches. When that updates, it'll be over 33 inches. So those go back to the very, very early 1900s. The most impressive, the biggest snow on record in well over a century of record keeping there. We've got much more as the East Coast, the Northeast, gets clobbered by this blizzard. New England, New York City, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware. We'll show you more of the scenes, get a couple live pictures. 6th Avenue in pretty good shape. Seaside Heights, New Jersey. That camera is bouncing around a bit in the wind. More Fox weather when we come right back.
Introducing the all-new Mobilizer compression socks from Copperfit, America's #1 compression sock brand. Easy on, easy off compression socks that reduce swelling and relieve tired, achy feet. With built-in arch support technology for targeted relief right where you need it.
I thought all compression socks are the same, and I'll tell you, it's a world of difference. They reduce inflammation, they reduce the pain.
No more pain, no more achy feet.
These are the socks to wear to help keep the energy going. It's just been amazing for me.
And now, Copperfit compression just got even better with energizing blue infrared fibers woven into soft, breathable compression fabric to help boost circulation, reduce swelling, and relieve pain. Copperfit Compression plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers. 2 breakthrough technologies combined to give you soothing foot relief all day, every day, so you can stay mobile.
The compression, the fit, the comfort. I love these socks. I want to have them on all the time.
I can get up every morning and do exactly what I want to do because I'm not in foot pain anymore.
I'm addicted to wearing them. Now I feel like I can get anything done no matter what it is.
Breathable, easy on, easy off design. Graduated compression for energizing support and to reduce swelling from prolonged sitting or standing. Built-in arch support technology, plus Lumicore Blue Infrared Fibers to boost circulation and reduce swelling for soothing all-day relief.
They'll keep me going. They're going to keep me mobile, keep me doing the things I want to do.
The Lumicore technology works fantastic. That, to me, was the game changer.
Get mobilized, guaranteed, or your money back. Get your Mobilizer socks now at mobilizersocks.com for as low as $19.99. Plus, your shipping is free. That's right, free shipping.
The more I wore them, the better it got.
I just feel happier.
Nothing compares to Copperfit Mobilizer socks. Nothing.
You have got to get these.
Get yours now at mobilizersocks.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Air traffic coming to a standstill across so much of the Northeast. Started yesterday through tomorrow. You see some of the numbers. This is Sunday through Tuesday. More than 11,000 canceled flights and almost that number of delays. And we're going to start seeing these impacts percolating across the country. You look at the misery maps. We're all the way cranked up at LaGuardia, just about that. Newark, JFK, and up at Boston, Logan, and some lesser issues, but plenty of them as you move down toward Baltimore and D.C. These are for the next couple of days. So even as we watch this historic blizzard hit the road later on tonight, the number of canceled flights for Tuesday and Wednesday is up into 4 figures at all those airports we were just talking about. All 3 of the New York City metro area airports, Boston, Logan, 1,086 canceled flights for Tuesday and Wednesday. This just came down slightly, but it's still a giant number across the region. Almost 600,000 customers without power. A customer being either a home, a household, or a business, meaning the actual number of people dealing with power outages is far in excess of that number. It's worse than Massachusetts, especially Cape Cod and the islands, where you've got almost 300,000 customers without power right now. And that's what I was talking about. It's Bristol County up into Plymouth County. Barnstable County is at about 84% power outages countywide. That is a giant percentage, and it's going to be difficult to get to all these places where the outages have occurred. So it'll be slow going to get power restored in many of these spots. We got some new video coming in. This is out of North Wildwood, New Jersey. Heavy snow leaves an awning mangled. Totally collapsed. It's just into Fox weather. First time that we're seeing that. And unfortunately, that's probably not a unique thing because of how heavy and wet this snow was and the amount of wind putting stress on that. Blizzard conditions pounded parts of New Jersey. Monmouth County reported 2 feet of snow. And Newark recording its second highest snow total on record, as those winds gusting as high as 50 miles per hour. Let's head down to Long Branch, New Jersey. That's where we find Fox Weather's Katie Byrne live. And you're on the coastline. You're on the boardwalk. You couldn't tell through the coverage, Katie, for obvious reasons. How have things been moving through this afternoon?
Ian, the snow actually tapered off for us just in the last 30 minutes. So the first time in about 24 hours that we haven't had snow falling, but you could see what's left as we trek through a little bit of the foot of snow we have, at least in Long Branch. This is on the boardwalk. We've got the beach over here, completely white on the sand because of all the snow that's fallen. And I'm starting to see people come out and about right now. There's a bunch of workers, it looks like, with shovels that are making their way around the business area. This is called Pier Village, the boardwalk stretch of Long Branch. We actually have, what I'm noticing, I'm seeing the signs for the businesses for the very first time in the last 24 hours because they've been covered in snow and visibility has been so low because of the actual snowfall that we've had. None of these businesses are open, though. We had to drive about 15 minutes to find anywhere that was open to get something to eat earlier. So that's the situation on the ground. That's why they had this travel ban in effect statewide that lasted until about noon. And now some people are starting to get out and about, but crews worked through the night trying to keep these roads cleared here. We were here live until about 3 o'clock in the morning, and so were the crews trying to keep things paved. We did get that chance to get around town and see what things looked like. I saw so many people out digging out from their cars, their sidewalks. I also saw more than a few cars that were stranded in the snow. In fact, we spoke with the Monmouth County Sheriff's Office earlier today, who talked about how they actually activated their high water rescue trucks earlier this morning in order to respond to calls like that. And they said they've already responded and helped dig out dozens of stranded drivers.
The county continues to work as hard as I've ever seen them work of late. We have 25,000 customers in Monmouth County without power right now. The JCP&L crews are still, the linemen are still staged. They're not working until the wind calms down a little bit.
Yeah, these crews are still trying to plow the sidewalk here, or the boardwalk, I should say, but we're waiting for those crews, those utility crews, to be able to get out and restore power across the state. We have seen some improvement with the thousands of customers without power in New Jersey, but of course the vast majority of those outages are in communities along the coast, and it's not until we get under 30-mile-per-hour wind gusts that they're going to be able to get out there and work on some of those downed wires, which we saw with our own eyes right around the boardwalk area. There are some downed wires and traffic lights that are out right now, Ian.
Yeah, Katie, that's going to be the lingering hazard through all of this. So great work. We know, as you said, the snow is like 10 miles off to your east at this point. Folks are glad to see it go away. Katie, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Thank you. The Big Apple continues to brave this historic storm, blasting the city with those dangerous blizzard conditions, fierce winds, serious snow, life-threatening travel conditions. Part of the reason why we had that ban. Although, you look out at 6th Avenue, you get somebody cruising on an e-bike, maybe Country Power. But he's going pretty fast. There's probably some electric assist in there. Let's get out on the ground a couple blocks over. It's where we find Fox Weather meteorologist Nick Koser. Nick, LaGuardia had 22 inches of snow. We just showed the camera from 6th Avenue, and Greg from higher up in the building, Greg from our weather presentation team, I don't know where they put this snow, but they put it somewhere else because these streets, at least in Midtown, are in pretty good shape.
Yeah, you know, they're doing a really good job of plowing it. There's some snow melt taking place too. I think we're a couple degrees above freezing, at least at last check we were. And yeah, I do think there is some snow melt taking place. Obviously, it's a milder atmosphere, and maybe we still have some PTSD from that last storm because the snow was on the ground for 4 weeks, seemingly 4 years, right? We're just starting to melt some of those big snow piles here around New York City, and lo and behold, we've added a whole new layer of snow onto the ground, but it's a little easier going this time around with the clearing and the removal. And I gotta tell you, I've passed by the red stairs and passed through Times Square a dozen times since about this time yesterday. There have been crews out every time, people shoveling the walks and the common areas, and it's been a very united effort. This is what New York City Mayor Zohan Mamdani said earlier in his press conference. Take a listen.
Since last night, New York City has been in near blizzard conditions. So far, this storm has dropped 16 to 19 inches on most parts of our city, with parts of eastern Staten Island reporting over 24 inches of snow. It has also brought extreme winds, with gusts reaching up to 60 miles per hour. Judging from current forecasts, the worst has passed. Conditions have begun to moderate, but there is still more to come.
You know, I got to tell you, from where I'm standing, this is the first time I've been able to look up and not see snow coming down at me, so it looks like things are starting to lighten up a little bit. Ian, I want to introduce you to a couple new friends that I just made. These ladies are from Brazil. You guys been here since Thursday?
Yes, we do.
All right, so this is the first time you've ever seen snow, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Let's hear your thoughts. What do you think?
They're kind of disgusting sometimes. It's nice to see them falling down. Yeah. But I mean, it didn't have to be a blizzard. It could just be a mild snow, not a blizzard. Yeah. But in the aftermath, it's gorgeous. It's nice to see a really white snow, not the green on the ground again, but I'm pity for New Yorkers for a couple weeks.
Is it different than the snow you see falling in the movies?
It is really different. It's not like really white ones, but it's nice. It's really nice.
Well, I'll let you enjoy the rest of your time in New York, and good luck getting back to Brazil.
Yes.
No doubt. All right, ladies, have a good day.
Oh my God.
So there you have it, Ian. They said it's a little more disgusting than they thought, than it looks like in the movies. And you know, I got to agree. They pretty much hit the nail on the head. That's one of the better snow reports I've heard in a long time.
It's a really good snow. Are we sending out like a lie? Because, I mean, they got the full experience. It is beautiful for like 10 minutes in New York before all the other things start happening to it.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the ladies, before we got on camera, said in the snow piles, she was surprised to see some, a surprise left by a pooch. And she wouldn't be alone. I think many New Yorkers have been surprised / disgusted by that. So hopefully we don't see a whole lot of that this time around. It looks like the snow will be clear within the next couple of days too, so that'll make it better.
Yeah, you made the point too about the temperatures. We're already on the plus side of freezing. After the last nor'easter, we had yellow and brown glaciers all throughout the city. So it'd be awfully nice not to have that this go around. Nick, at the center of the universe, thank you. Everybody at home has been sharing much more picturesque photos and videos than what Nick and I were just talking about. This is from Fort Lee, New Jersey, not far. Dr. Diane Mueller. Front door in snow. It's as high as dog neck. It's pretty high, I suppose. Yeah, it's a couple feet plus. North Kingstown, Rhode Island. This is one of the spots where we saw just jackpot snow numbers up in that 3-foot range, just short of 3 feet. That's what it looks like. Just completely covered everything, looking out at that patio, big time numbers. And the last one here from Jacqueline and Teaneck, that's a swing set, we think. Completely covered. Backyards across the region look like that. Is going to be some cleanup as we move forward through this work week. If you have a photo or a video you'd like to share with us and you can do so safely, go ahead and do it. Simply scan the QR code on the screen. You can tap the Share It tab or head on over to foxweather.com/connect. You can upload it there. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.
You know, I used to be afraid. I couldn't go to the grocery stores. I couldn't go to malls. I couldn't do things that I like to do. My arthritis, my knees, my mobility just isn't what it used to be. I started to feel like I was losing my freedom. I was losing my independence. Until I found the Otto Sport mobility scooter. It's changed my life.
Introducing the Otto Sport foldable mobility scooter, where style, freedom, and convenience meet. It fits in any car trunk. It folds and unfolds in seconds, going from a suitcase-sized, ultra-compact fold to the largest travel scooter.
I can use it virtually anywhere. It maneuvers so easily through stores. It's given me the ability to fly and see my grandkids. I can even take the scooter right onto the plane and put it in the overhead compartment.
Whoever designed this is a genius. Wherever I want to go, I can get on Otto and go.
Call now to schedule your test drive and get a second battery with a 25-mile range free, an $899 value.
And that's the nice thing about the Otto. It breaks apart into 2 pieces that I can lift. It folds up very quickly, and the more I practice, the faster I get.
This fits our lifestyle. It fits the way we move, the way we travel.
It's just absolutely changed my life. It's amazing.
Built for any terrain, the Otto travels effortlessly and provides a smooth, stable ride with puncture-proof tires and high ground clearance. Whether it's a casual stroll or exploring new places, Otto Sport moves with you.
Otto helps me to be free.
Regain your independence in style with the lightweight Otto Sport.
Move freely with the Otto Sport from Moving Life. Affordable financing is available. Call now to speak to our mobility experts and schedule a test drive now. And for a limited time, receive a free XL battery with purchase. Call 888-511-4050. 888-511-4050.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. A blizzard of 2026 is one for the books. It's at the top of the record books in spots, and it's not quite done just yet. You see this coverage of snow, coastal areas in New England. That's where we're seeing the heaviest snow and the strongest winds lingering. We'll start to shake that as we move forward through this evening. But you look at Providence, that's a place where this is at the very top of the record books. Still snowing, still a lot of wind. Plymouth and Boston. New York, we're just getting rid of the snow, and there's a lot of work happening to get this all cleaned up, although our city's doing a pretty good job. We've seen Midtown kind of steady as she goes, working through the second half of the day. Rhode Island dealing with more than 40,000 power outages today. Things are far from over. Now we're heading to Providence, the city, reporting an all-time record, 32.8 inches of snow. Let's check back in with Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red with the latest out of Providence. Asher, every time we've gone to you, you could see somebody stuck. Has that been the case throughout the afternoon? I know when you're talking about almost 3 feet of snow, it's almost impossible to move around.
Yeah, we're seeing people get stuck left and right. I actually see an emergency crew down there. And in fact, I was stuck just a second ago, and the south in me is telling me to get out of this. But this is, I mean, you can see that's how deep this snow is. It goes up to my mid-thigh, and it's packed in so tightly that you can actually sit down in it in some places. Now, this is snow that hasn't been plowed, and we got some folks plowing back here. I'm going to try to get out here so I can walk around a little bit better. This guy's smiling at me. Let's see if he wants to talk to us real quick. Hi, can I ask you a question? Gotcha. I got to ask you real quick, where are you coming from? Where are you going? You're live on Fox Weather.
From work, and I had to leave my car at work.
Who's making you work today?
Oh, no, I'm actually an essential worker. I work at an abuse reactive facility for troubled youth.
Wonderful. And just tell me, so you left your car. How far do you got to walk in this?
Oh, I'm actually I'm not like half a mile from my house.
Okay. How long have you been working today? Like, are you trying to get through this and just trying to get home immediately? You got any plans later?
To be honest, this is quite an audible. I was just mandated, so this is quite an audible right now. I got the rest of the day off, so I'm chilling. I was like, no complaints. I was like, yeah, it's just adapt, adjust, overcome type of thing.
Have you seen something? You're from here, right?
Yeah, from New England, yes.
Have you seen anything like this in your lifetime?
To be honest, no. I heard of the blizzard of like, what was it, 78? Or something like that. Yeah, when I heard of that blizzard, that was like pretty much it. And this is somewhat adjacent to it, I'm hearing, but this ain't half bad. Like, it's not half bad.
This one actually, in Providence alone, 33 and a half inches in some spots, which is 4 inches higher than that 78 blizzard you were talking about. I mean, what do you think of that?
So we got the record. Honestly, yes. And shoot, the fact that we're still here, it's not that bad, I guess. But I was like, shoot, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
You think you guys are equipped to handle it here in the Northeast?
No, I honestly think the salt trucks could have been out here a little sooner, or plow trucks, but to each its own. Like I said, it is a labor job, so I'm not the judge. But, I just think if we've been talking about it for 2 weeks, we definitely could have been a little bit more proactive on it. But that's just my opinion. That's just my opinion.
Wonderful. Well, as we have a plow truck going by right now, I've never done an interview in the middle of a road before, but it's been great to meet you. I'll let you get back on your way.
First time.
Yeah.
Good one.
Have a good one. Have a good one. But yeah, as you can see, this is just, it's been quite the day for a lot of folks here in Providence, Rhode Island, and people we saw, as he was just walking back from work, we saw someone with skis. He was going to go catch some slopes down the other side of the city, and he was walking to do that. And he says this snow is perfect for that. He also brought his rock skis out here, which I learned today most Northeasterners have rock skis. I didn't know that was a thing, but he said just because the plow trucks, if they beat him to it, he still has a way to ski. Now, 42,000 power outages so far. If you look right here, they are in their trucks. They're ready to go for the time that the utility company calls them to go restore power here in Providence, Rhode Island. Ian?
Yeah, got to have rock skis. Beginning of the season, end of the season, so you don't mess up the good pair. Except you don't typically use rock skis in a city, but in a situation where it's the snowiest storm on record, why not? Just about as good a way to get around as any.
He had all the equipment you could imagine.
Yeah. Hey, that's Fox News multimedia reporter Asher Red in Providence, Rhode Island. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
Let's move back to the Big Apple as we continue to work our way through this historic storm. Blizzard conditions, those have wrapped up. Mayor Mamdani lifted the mandatory travel ban at noon today, but conditions remain challenging, and we're still urging New Yorkers to stay home if you don't have to be out in this. It's right around the freezing mark. The winds are still gusting, and we're recovering and cleaning up from a top 10 snow in New York. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton joins us with an update from the ground. CB, great to have you with us. What are folks saying about this? Because we're waiting on a new number to come in from Central Park, but we are up into a top 10 snow on record, and the records in New York go back a long way.
Yeah, Ian, that's right. And I've talked to a lot of New Yorkers and even tourists out here today. And honestly, they have a pretty positive outlook about this snow. They're kind of excited about it. And now that we're not seeing that heavy snowfall come down, they're kind of excited to get out and walk around. So listen, Ian, I'm here at New York City's iconic Bryant Park. During the holidays, this area is known as the Winter Village, and after this blizzard, it's certainly earned that name. I just want to walk around a little bit and show you kind of the accumulation that we can see here. I mean, just look at these large snow piles, and you can see evidence that people have been out playing in it. Check out these two little tiny snowmen. And there's other areas of this park where there are supposed to be steps and benches, and they are completely covered now by all the snowfall accumulation. But the layer of snowfall is even more substantial over in Rhode Island, where I know we just had our MMR Asher Red over there. Providence, Rhode Island has officially broke that long-standing record of the legendary blizzard of 1978 by recording roughly 33 inches of accumulation today. Look at these pictures shared by a member of our Fox family showing homes and cars that look completely frozen over there in Providence. As for New York, the highest snowfall total for New York was found on Long Island, with the town of Babylon recording nearly 30 inches. That sweeping travel ban on non-essential vehicles, it did take effect last night and remained in place through noon today. Mayor Zohran Mamdani says before dawn, snow fell at 2 to 3 inches per hour, but he has warned that rates could pick back up to as much as 5 inches an hour this afternoon. Sanitation crews were out all last night making first passes on streets, backed by more than 500 emergency snow shovelers. And the city is also using geotagging to track bus stops, sidewalks, and crosswalks that are still buried. Big Apple kids had a snow day today, but Mayor Mamdani delivered some bad news about tomorrow.
I'm imploring New Yorkers to stay off the roads. The fewer passenger and commercial vehicles need to be assisted, the quicker we can respond to plows and emergency vehicles. And if you can cook at home, please do so instead of ordering food to be delivered, given the conditions.
Okay, so back out here live at Bryant Park, I mean, you can just see some of these areas where sanitation workers have been working pretty hard to try to, make paths and clear paths for people to be able to walk around in, because I'm noticing that people are getting a little bit of cabin fever already. So more and more are coming out to try and take in these wintry sights here in the Big Apple. Also, given that there is still so much snow on the ground and we know it's going to stick around for quite some time, right? Medical experts are reminding everyone that it's best to protect your heart when shoveling. This is wet, heavy snow, so take it nice and slow if you can. Ian, back over to you.
That is a really good tip, because this is super heavy snow. We've been talking about that being the key difference from the nor'easter that we had back in January. CB, you made the point. Winter Village at Christmas time, folks actually wanted it to look like this, and it didn't. I know there's a lot of tourists around at that point, but are folks saying like, hey, like this would have been nice 2 months ago, but I'm ready for it to be warm?
Right, we're getting this about 2 months late. I definitely have heard that, especially from a couple of young kids. They were a little bit camera shy, but they told me, they said, why didn't we get this around Christmas? And not gonna lie, as a full-blown adult, I kind of feel that way too. I do like the snow, but I'd rather have it during the holidays. Nonetheless, we're getting it now, so we'll have to make do. We'll have to make the best of it if we can.
Yeah, I'm with you. And if you're a snow lover, it's better late than never, I suppose. But we're on to spring after this one, I think. That's Fox News correspondent CB Cotton live in New York City. Thank you. Let's get you the latest with where we're at as this blizzard starts to pull its way off to the north and east. There's Gloucester, and that's as wintry as you'll ever see. 28 degrees, even out on the dock. The accumulation, that is a spot where the blizzard warning is still in effect, and just a little bit closer in proximity to the center of that area of low pressure. I'm waiting. Do we know when they're going to report new totals out of Central Park? They've said nothing. It's not snowing much, if at all, anymore in New York. You can see that on the radar left side of your screen. But this total came in at 1 p.m. It did snow after 1 p.m. earlier this afternoon. And it's probably enough to make that number start with a 2. We're like right on that threshold, which is the reason why I'm hoping they report something new soon. Even where we're at right now, 9th biggest snowstorm on record for New York City. And those go back, I believe, into the 1870s or so. It's a place where we have reliable weather records that go way back in time. So anytime you're talking about a top 10 snow, Providence, we said it was number 1, Newark, a top 2 storm, and those numbers may still be updated. Where it's still, where you're still feeling some of the teeth of this, coastal Massachusetts, especially Cape Cod and the islands, where this band of snow has been so persistent. And as this area of low pressure moves off to the north and east, it's only making little progress, the eastern component of that motion. So you're stuck with that for still, at a minimum, a couple more hours. The blizzard warnings actually run until tomorrow morning. And as we zoom in, you can see what I'm talking about. Cooler air moving in, so the snow is not as heavy as it was. That moisture content has dropped some, but those temperatures are in the upper 20s, and you're stuck with that breeze out of the northeast. Plymouth one of the places that has been hit the hardest. That's where, if you've been with us, we've been checking in. I'm looking for his camera. We've got Fox Weather's Brandon Kopic, our storm tracker. He's been in Plymouth, and he said it was a little bit of a free-for-all with power out and people stuck everywhere. There's that bright band all the way down to coastal Rhode Island, places like Newport, and then right there, you get into Barnstable County, east of the Cape Cod Canal. All of these spots confirmed a blizzard. So this is no question the blizzard of 2026, and that has the strict criteria with winds sustained or frequently gusting 35 miles per hour, visibility down under a quarter of a mile for a 3-hour stretch. That's officially what that means, at least. But we've had blizzard conditions in so many of these areas, even if it didn't meet the time threshold. This was some storm. It'll be remembered for generations, no question. We're continuing to bring you the latest on this monstrous blizzard that's blasting the Northeast with live forecast and reports from the ground. Coming up next on Fox Weather, this historic East Coast storm slamming areas from the Mid-Atlantic up through New England with heavy snow and high winds. So many states dealing with considerable impacts. Lots of locations picking up well over a foot. That's from the Delmarva all the way up through New England. Snow rates at times exceeding 3 inches per hour. We've got confirmed blizzard. We were just showing you that map. Places like Boston and over in Newark. We've got more Fox Weather coming up. Keep it here.